I was grabbing a lollipop from the bowl on the bank counter when a man burst through the doors with a gun. "Everybody down!" he screamed, waving his gun at everyone. I panicked and dove behind the teller counter, but my mom was in the lobby, dropping to her knees with the other customers. I had to do something before he hurt her. Police sirens wailed in the distance, and the robber's head snapped toward the window. "Crap! Let's do this quick!" he screamed. He shoved his gun at the teller, who was only 10 feet away from me. The teller threw his hands up, then fumbled the drawer open and stuffed cash into the bag, crying. I stayed frozen behind the counter, my whole body shaking, watching my mom out in the lobby shaking. Then I saw it, a red lockdown button on the wall, the kind that seals the whole bank and could stop him. But when I reached for it, I saw the keypad beside it. It needed a code, and I didn't know it. I was so close to saving her, and I still couldn't do anything. Then the sirens grew louder, and the robber panicked. My mom kept screaming my name, so he stormed over and yanked her up by the arm. "Shut up! You're coming with me!" He pressed the gun to her head and dragged her toward the doors. And I knew if he walked out that door with her, I'd never see her again. The robber was one step from the doors, my mom locked against his chest, her feet dragging. I was guessing codes frantically, but they all were wrong. Then the teller beside me, hands still up, whispered, 4729. My fingers shook as I punched it in, one number at a time, while the robber's hand hit the doorknob. The second he pushed it open, the lockdown slammed every door shut, trapping him inside. He spun around, wild-eyed, searching for who did it, but he never once looked behind the counter. The police swarmed in and tackled him as my mom broke free. I ran to her, the lollipop still in my hand, and buried myself in her arms. My uncle had spent 20 years hunting Bigfoot, and the first night I went with him, something barefoot walked through our campsite. At sunrise, we found a print beside the open cooler, almost twice the size of my boot, and pressed deep into the mud with 5 clear toes. 3 sausages were gone, and crushed ferns led uphill. My uncle dropped beside the print with his hands shaking. "Do you understand what this means?" A branch snapped above us, and something huge moved between the trees. So he grabbed his camera and whispered, "This is the night everyone stops laughing." We followed the tracks until they ended beside a tree with dark hair caught in the bark. And while my uncle sealed it in an evidence bag, something grunted deeper in the woods. That afternoon we found split firewood stacked beside a creek, and even though the cuts were too clean for an animal, he insisted Bigfoot had learned tools. Then our food vanished. First the sausages, then the marshmallows, then an entire jar of peanut butter with the lid screwed neatly back on. That night, heavy footsteps circled the tent while my uncle aimed his camera at the zipper, and I held the bear spray against my chest. A huge shadow crossed the nylon, paused beside the fire, then moved away until the footsteps disappeared completely. My uncle lowered the camera, his face collapsing. 20 years, and I missed him. Then a metal spoon scraped the bottom of our peanut butter jar outside. The shadow rose again, wider than the tent door, and my uncle lunged for the zipper. "We've got him." He burst outside with the camera flashing, and the creature screamed, not roared, screamed. My legs locked as a huge shirtless man spun around beside the fire holding our peanut butter and a spoon, hair covering his shoulders, chest, back, and most of his face. He wore hiking shorts, wool socks, and one sandal. "What is wrong with you people?" he yelled, covering himself while my uncle kept taking pictures. Behind him sat a normal campsite with a hammock, coffee pot, folding chair, and paperback face down on a stump. The footprints were his, the hair was his, and the grunting was him chopping wood. My uncle lowered the camera. "You're not Bigfoot?" The man stared at him. "I'm Gary." He pointed to a sign nailed to a tree. "Private campsite. Please leave Gary alone." The fear drained out of me so fast, I had to bite my cheek to keep from laughing. Gary screwed the lid onto our peanut butter and disappeared into the woods muttering, "Every single summer." I was riding the elevator up to my apartment when it jolted and stopped between the 6th and 7th floor. The elevator cables groaned. My heart stopped because I'm a mechanic and knew that sound. One wrong move and the cables would snap and we'd drop all the way down. I reached for my phone to call for help, but my phone was dead. But I wasn't alone. A kid was next to me. He grabbed his phone and immediately pulled it up, smiling. "Chat, I'm stuck in an elevator. Tune in and drop a galaxy." He was live on TikTok. "Kid, don't move. This thing could fall and kill us." But he wasn't listening to me. He was reading his comments. The comments were going crazy. "You won't jump. Jump and I'll send a galaxy." The kid smiled ear to ear. "I won't jump? Bet." I screamed, "No, don't." But before I could grab him, he jumped and the whole elevator dropped a foot with a violent screech. We both slammed against the wall. His live was gaining more viewers. I knew I had to do something, and my years as a mechanic kicked in. We were stuck between floors, so I pried the doors open to climb down to the floor below. But the second I leaned into the gap, the car slipped lower and a cable snapped above us. Now just a few cables left. The kid pointed his phone at me, laughing. "Chat, this unk is trying to kill us." The comments flooded in, calling me a loser. Then the kid, trying to impress them, jumped up and grabbed the ceiling hatch. "Guys, watch this." He was trying to climb it, but as he pulled himself up, the elevator dropped again. We were hanging by a thread now. seconds from falling. I was convinced my death was going to be recorded on this random kid's live. I grabbed the kid and braced for the fall. Then out of nowhere, banging above us, "Fire department, hold on!" They pulled us up through the hatch just as the last cable snapped and the elevator crashed to the bottom. I was on the verge of tears. "How did you know we were stuck?" The firefighter pointed at the kid's phone. One of his viewers saw the live, recognized the building and called us. You'd be dead if he wasn't streaming. I turned to the kid, expecting him to be shaken that he almost died. But instead, he said, "Chat, if you want more content, send a galaxy." I was watching LeBron highlights when I turned to my girlfriend and told her I wanted a LeBaby. She looked up from her phone. "A what?" "A LeBaby. The next LeBron. Someone has to carry the torch. Doesn't he have his own kids? They couldn't hold it. Not like him." I grabbed her hands. "Babe, I need you to see my vision." She finally nodded. That evening, I turned the guest room into a nursery, purple and gold, and ordered a newborn Lakers jersey with Braun on the back. I was committed to spawning greatness. That week, she signed up for yoga to strengthen her core for the LeBaby and started going almost every day. One afternoon, I swung by and caught her giggling at something her trainer Tyrone said. The second she saw me, she scrambled up and hugged me. "I'm pregnant, baby." I was so happy I cried for an hour, then walked over and thanked Tyrone for helping us get pregnant. My girlfriend just smiled. "He's really good at stretching me." I told him to book her extra sessions, so my LeBaby got the best treatment. 9 months later, I was in the delivery room, Lakers headband on, LeBron's hype speech on the TV while she pushed, tearing up before he came out. The doctor laid him on her chest, and her whole face crumpled. She yanked the blanket to his chin, eyes shooting to the door. I leaned in, froze, and held my pale arm against his. The colors weren't close. I looked at her, just as white, then back. We were both white. He was not. She opened her mouth, but I raised a hand, my face cracking from confusion into a grin as I hopped in place. I see it now. She went pale, but I was already on my knees, hands to the ceiling. The Lee Divine heard me. I prayed for a LeBaby, and he sent me a LeBaby. I scooped him up like the championship trophy and held him to the light. "Welcome to the world, Braun." My girlfriend exhaled like she'd been holding her breath for 9 months. But that's just what spawning greatness takes out of you. I shot up out of bed the second I heard glass shattering, grabbed my trusty bat from underneath, and flew down the stairs before I could think. A shattered vase was spread across the floor, and my dog's crate sat wide open, empty. I called Biscuit's name through the whole house and got nothing back. Then I spotted a cracked phone glowing in the broken glass, dropped by whoever knocked the vase over running out. The screen had one message on it: "Bring the Frenchie to the warehouse on Lowell by 6. I jumped up and down in my kitchen. This is sick. This is literally John Wick. So I tossed the bat aside, dropped onto the couch, and watched the whole movie again to pump myself up. Then I threw on my only suit and tie, slid on a pair of blacked out shades, and spun a pencil once before holstering it in my jacket like a gun. They have no idea who they just messed with. Every last one of them is about to face my wrath. I pushed through the warehouse door, and the first guy charged me, so I threw the hardest punch of my life, missed, and hit the wall behind him. While I shook out my hand, he wound up to swing, so I flinched and tripped into a stack of pallets. They toppled onto his head and knocked him out cold. I cracked my neck like I'd meant to do that. Another guy pulled a gun, but right as he aimed, my cheap suit pants split down the back. I bent down to check just as he fired, so the bullet sailed over my head, pinged off a metal pole, and ricocheted back into him. He crumpled to the floor crying. I followed the barking to a cage in the back, guarded by the biggest man I'd ever seen. He lifted me off the floor by my collar while my legs kicked at nothing, but Biscuit shoved his squeaky bone through the bars. The giant stepped back onto it, and 400 pounds came down on his own head. I grabbed Biscuit and held him tight. Then the boss rounded the corner with a gun, so I panicked and threw my pencil as hard as I could, just like the movie. It missed by a mile, clipped a propane tank, and the blast sent him through the window into the night sky like a rocket. The place caught fire, so I carried Biscuit out, and the second we cleared the door, the warehouse exploded behind us, and I never looked back. I didn't land a single punch in there, but when people ask how one guy leveled a warehouse and got his dog back, I fix my tie and say I trained for it. The judge banged his gavel and gave me custody of my daughter, and I jumped in the air because I hadn't seen her in 12 months. That night, I made her favorite soup, and after eating looked at me with her giant sparkling eyes. "Can we go on a late night drive like we used to?" I hesitated because I'd lost my license, and if I was caught, I'd be going to jail. But when I looked into her hopeful eyes, I couldn't say no. We got in the car and took off, and I kept my head on a swivel looking for cops. But then I saw something that made me stop. She'd snuck a second bowl of soup in the back seat. "You're gonna spill it," I laughed. laughed, but she took a tiny spoonful and promised she wouldn't. I kept driving while she beamed with her soup, and a smile formed on my face. I was so lost in the moment, I didn't even notice my foot drifting on the accelerator. Red and blue lights flashed across my car. I glanced at my speedometer and saw I was going 80 and a 50, and my legs trembled on the brakes as I rolled to a stop. Crap, I'm going to jail. I gripped my head terrified, because jail meant losing my daughter again. I turned around and saw her drop her spoon into her soup out of fear. "Did you say jail, Daddy? I won't get to see you again?" Her lip quivered, and I saw the cop step out of his car. I tried frantically to think of a way out, when suddenly I smelt it. My daughter was tipping her bowl of soup onto my dashboard. Soggy carrots and broccoli ran all over my console. I gripped my head. "What are you doing?" But she cut me off. "Tell him I threw up." She curled into a ball in the back seat, and suddenly I heard knuckles on my window. I rolled my window down and faced the officer, pale with fear. But then my daughter groaned from the back. "Are we at the hospital yet, Daddy? It hurts so bad." She was clutching her stomach, and I instantly realized what she was doing. I told the officer, "My daughter's got appendicitis, sir. She just threw up. That's why I was speeding." The cop saw the spilled soup that looked like vomit and immediately nodded. "I'm so sorry, sir. Please keep driving." I pulled away, and my daughter instantly sat up, grinning with her empty bowl. I would have gone to jail if she didn't spill that soup, and getting custody this morning would have meant nothing. But now I got to keep being her dad. The fat kid next door pounded on my door. "Have you seen my chocolate bar?" I opened up and he was already red in the face, jabbing a finger at my chest. "My Hershey's cookies and cream bar. The big white one. Someone ate it." I shrugged. "I haven't seen it." He immediately spun around and roared down the whole street. "Whoever ate my chocolate is dead. You hear me? Dead." Everyone on the street froze because we all knew whoever ate it was screwed. He crossed his arms. "Fine, I'll just have to find the criminal myself." He stormed into his house and came back outside with a remote-controlled drone and a roll of duct tape. More people gathered to watch as he started taping himself to the drone. "Whoever took it better watch out. I'm coming for you." In seconds, he launched himself into the air, scanning every backyard and screaming that the thief couldn't hide from him. Doors opened all down the street and people ran out waving their own chocolate bars up at him, trying to talk him down. Someone held up a fresh Hershey's and he swatted it clean out of the air. "It's not the same. I want mine." But the drone started sputtering under his weight, dipping toward the road while the duct tape started to peel. He looked around frantically. Watch out!" He started heading right towards me, and I sprinted so I wouldn't be the one to break his fall. He tumbled to the ground, and when I turned to get a closer look, I saw a corner of white wrapper poking out of his back pocket. "Check your back pocket," I shouted up at him. He reached back, yanked out a crushed empty Hershey's wrapper, and went still as the whole street fell silent. I ate it. Whoever ate it was screwed, and it was him. The drone gave one last sputter and pushed him straight into my bush, while his hand still gripped the empty wrapper. I was on a field trip with my class in the wilderness when I tripped on a rock and my phone fell out of my hand. I watched it tumble down the steep slope until it landed somewhere far below. My heart dropped. We weren't even supposed to have our phones out, but I snuck it in to take pictures. Up ahead, the group kept walking. I couldn't tell the chaperone I dropped it because she'd know I snuck my phone out and I'd get in huge trouble. But my mom would also kill me if I didn't come back with it. I spotted it down the slope, screen still lit, my own face glowing back at me. It looked close enough to reach, so I started climbing down. But the second I put my weight on the slope, my feet slid out from under me and I tumbled, slamming into rocks the whole way down. I finally caught myself, but I was scraped up and bleeding. My fall pushed dirt loose, sending my phone sliding even farther down. I looked up and my stomach turned. The trail was way above me now, and the group was gone. Nobody knew I was down here, and my only way out was to grab my phone and call for help. I scrambled toward it again. My fingers brushed against it, but my foot caught, and I went down hard. The phone slid the rest of the way down the mountain, the little glow shrinking until I couldn't see it at all. I laid there shaking, hurt, and alone, and this might have just cost me my life. I don't know how long I sat down there, freezing, but then I heard someone scream, "I think I see him!" I jumped up and saw a chaperone climbing up the slope toward me. I started sobbing as she pulled me up and wrapped me in her jacket. When we finally got back to the trail, I asked, "How did you know I was down here?" She reached into her pocket and pulled out my phone. The screen still lit with my face. "This slid all the way down to the trail. We saw your picture on it and realized you weren't with the group." She handed it back to me. The phone I almost died trying to save was the only reason they found me at all. "Also, we told your mom what happened. She says she's going to kill you." My girlfriend's son charged at me until I fell over on my stomach and jumped up and down on my back screaming, "Are you my new daddy?" I took a deep breath, and when his mom mouthed, "Sorry," I plastered on a fake smile and mouthed back, "It's all good," because even though I knew she had a son, I didn't know he was crazy, and part of me didn't want this anymore. How was I supposed to tell her that? When it was time to sit down and eat the homemade lasagna I'd made, Ben twisted a loose bloody tooth out of his mouth and shoved it in my face. "This is for you. You can use it to get money from the tooth fairy." Turned to my girlfriend and asked if she wanted to go on vacation, just the two of us, because I signed up for a girlfriend, not a kid who used my leg as a jungle gym. But she smiled ear to ear. My son would love that. And a few weeks later, when we were at the hotel, Ben was starfished across my chest, painfully plucking the individual hairs on my arm. His mom kissed his head and grabbed her purse. "You guys are so cute. I'm leaving to get ice. Enjoy your bonding time." I yanked myself out of bed and reached my hand out. Wait, but the door had already clicked shut behind her. I quickly grabbed his backpack and took out the drawing that was sticking out. "What's this, buddy?" I knew if I didn't make conversation with him, then he'd find a way to attack me again. He whispered, "Open it." I unfolded it, and at the top read the words, "Draw your family," and below there were 3 stick figures. The one labeled Dad had 2 different colored eyes, and I knew it was supposed to be me, except he'd drawn it off to the side. I didn't want to draw us all together yet, in case you didn't actually become my new daddy. I read the drawing twice, and my heart broke. The whole time, Ben was just a child who wanted a family. I took out a green crayon and drew a circle around the 3 stick figures. "Look, we're all together." Ben saw what I'd done and charged at me until I fell over on the bed. But this time, I reached my arms out and hugged him back. I'd spent weeks trying to get him off me, but I wasn't putting him down now. The new Japanese kid tossed his apple in the air, drew a samurai sword from his backpack, and split it into 6 pieces before it hit the tray. Our whole table covered their mouths with their hands in shock. The kid caught a slice on the blade, ate it, and shrugged like he'd peeled a banana. I tapped him. "Dude, how did you do that?" He wiped the steel on his sleeve. "My family used to be samurais. My dad taught me a few tricks." I whispered, "Dude, you gotta hide it from the teachers, or the principal will have you expelled." He shrugged like he didn't care, and when someone threw a grape across the table, he split it mid-air without blinking an eye. People kept going, and someone threw a sandwich, which he cut into perfect triangle slices. A potato, he slices into fries, and just as someone was about to throw a birthday cake at him, the doors banged open, and Principal Collado shoved through the crowd, ripped the sword out of his hands, and held it over his head. "Arts and crafts stay in the art room." The kid rose out of his seat and shook his head. "Sir, this is not arts and crafts. This is a lifelong family custom." Collado laughed in his face. "Okay, karate boy, I've done sword fighting since before you were born." He pointed at the kid's chest. "Beat me in a one-on-one fight, and you keep your little tricks. Lose, which you will, and I will never hear about this again." The kid just nodded. They walked to the yard, and the entire school followed them outside. The kid unrolled a cloth from his bag and stood up with 2 wooden practice swords. He tossed one to Collado and kept the other. Collado came in swinging, wild looping cuts. "Come on, dance for me, karate boy." The kid snapped his sword up, blocked it clean, and didn't swing back. Collado swung harder and harder, but the kid kept dodging it. He barked, "Stay still!" and he reared back to bring his sword down overhead with both hands. The kid stepped in, caught the chop on his blade overhead, and cracked his own sword across Collado's wrists. The wooden sword dropped into the grass. The kid swept Collado's legs out and dropped him flat on his back, then set his blade against his collar. The yard went dead silent. The kid lifted it away and pulled Collado up by the hand. "That one was a trick my dad taught me." He pulled his sword from the dirt, slid it into his bag, and shrugged like none of it mattered. "And by the way, it's not Karate Boy, it's Samurai King." 400 kids lost their minds. A man's leg was smashed flat under a tire and bent the wrong way, and he screamed, "Doc, get this car off me, please." So 2 firefighters grabbed the car to lift it, but I yelled, "Stop, don't lift it." Everyone stared at me like I was crazy, but I felt the man's pulse. His leg's been crushed so long the muscle is dying and full of poison. If you lift the car, that poison rushes straight to his heart and he dies. But then a girl screamed, "Dad, please just lift it off him, please," while firefighters held her back. And I knew I couldn't let her dad die in the street. The man grabbed my arm. "Doc, just lift it please. My daughter needs me." But he'd be dead in seconds if I freed him. But the crowd heard him begging and ran to lift the car, and I quickly threw my arms out. "Touch that car and you kill him." Someone shouted, "You're lying about poison while he dies. Just lift the car." So I pulled a needle and a vial from my bag and filled it with medicine. The poison is called potassium. A little is normal, but too much makes the heart stop. The car is keeping the poison trapped in his leg, and that's keeping him alive. I stuck the needle in his arm and pushed the medicine. This keeps his heart safe from the poison. Just give it 1 minute to work, and then we lift. But the man cried, "I can't feel my leg." That's when the girl broke free and dropped beside him. "Daddy, don't leave me." But he choked out, "I love you, baby." The girl cried harder while the crowd waited for my signal. I watched the seconds tick by as he went pale and his eyes closed, but his heart was beating steady. 30 seconds, and the girl held his hand tighter. 20 seconds later, I waved everyone over. "Get ready, we're almost there." They gripped the edges, everyone sweating nervously furiously, and the girl sobbing hard. 3, 2, 1, lift! The car came up, and a fireman pulled the man free and loaded him onto a stretcher while the man sobbed, "Thank you, thank you." But later that night, he woke up screaming, "My leg! Where's my leg?" I rushed into his room. The car crushed it too badly to save, but he grabbed at the empty spot, screaming, "Give it back! This can't be real!" But then his daughter grabbed his face. "Daddy, it's okay. You're still here. That's all I wanted." And that calmed him down, so he wrapped his arms around her. And he only got to do that because I never let them lift that car too soon. I gripped the railing of the cruise ship with shaking hands when I felt a cup of cold water hit the back of my head. I spun around and saw Gary pointing me out to the whole pool deck. "Everybody look, the kid who's scared of water came on a boat." I'd booked the cruise to finally beat my fear of deep water so bad I couldn't go swimming with friends. But 3 days in, gripping that rail was as close to getting in as I'd gotten. Gary figured that out and made me his entertainment. By the next morning, he had all his friends laughing at me every time I walked past. There he is, the biggest coward on the ship. But that afternoon, a little kid broke away from Gary's crowd and sat down next to me. My brother's a jerk. He reached into his pocket and held out a squishy yellow ball. "This is what I squeeze when I get scared. You can keep it. I'm Sam, by the way." I kept his ball in my pocket after that. But the next day, while I was at the rail, Gary grabbed my shoulders from behind. He shoved me forward until I tipped over it, then laughed and yanked me back. "You're such a coward, loser." He walked off while my teeth chattered in fear, and I squeezed Sam's ball just to breathe. That evening, I watched Gary leaning over Sam, yelling and pointing in my direction, and felt something terrible was coming. Then at night, Gary started flicking mashed potatoes at me across the deck, but Sam grabbed his arm. "Stop it, leave him alone." That's when Gary shoved him hard in the chest, and Sam hit the rail and flipped over the side. For 1 second, nobody moved, as Sam fell 60 feet and hit the water below. Gary lunged at the rail and froze, as his little brother splashed and screamed, "Help!" Gary got 1 foot up on the metal, but his hands trembled on the rail, and he was too afraid to go over. I looked at the drop and felt my chest freeze, but I knew I had no choice. I yelled at Gary to get the captain, climbed the rail with shaking hands, and jumped 60 feet into the black water I'd been terrified of. The cold hit me, and my arms seized up so hard I forgot how to move them. I gasped in a mouthful of seawater as the ship swam away, while Sam thrashed a few feet from me and kept going under. I swam toward him, and my lungs burned because I didn't know how to swim, and was sure I'd drown right next to him. But then Sam caught my shoulders and climbed, and I pulled his squishy yellow ball from my pocket and pressed it into his palm. "Squeeze it, Sam." His whole body relaxed as he did, and I held on to him, kicking just enough to keep our heads above the water I'd feared my whole life. A life ring finally slapped down beside us, and I cried as they pulled us on board. Sam hugged me, still holding his stress ball, while Gary stood frozen at the rail, his face red with embarrassment and fear. Turns out he was the coward who couldn't get in the ocean after all. I walked past my computer and saw my daughter furiously clicking the keyboard, her fingers slamming every key with power. I leaned over and realized she was typing a comment under a video of a 10-year-old boy playing video games. "I'm gonna punch you so hard you're going to cry. I know where you live." She pressed the enter key, but before I could tell her to stop, I saw something that made me grip my desk. She had posted the comment under my YouTube account, which had videos of me gaming on it. I immediately got her off the chair and opened my comment history, then started hysterically laughing because if I didn't, I would cry. She'd left hundreds of comments under videos of little kids. "I'm gonna beat you up. I'm coming for you. I'm hiding in your closet." She had accidentally made it look like me, a 34-year-old, was threatening kids online. I immediately went to start deleting the comments, but then my doorbell rang. 2 officers walked into my house. "We need to search your computer. We've heard suspicious activity from it." My legs froze as I led them to my computer, trying to explain everything. But the comment, "You look punchable," was already open under my account, making me look even worse. They glanced once at the screen and began putting cuffs on me. I screamed, "It wasn't me. My daughter left these comments." She came running and begged the officers to believe me, screaming it was her, but they kept walking me out. That's when I remembered that every time I logged into my PC, my webcam automatically started recording my face for my gaming videos. I begged the cops to check the footage, and they reluctantly pulled it up. We watched my daughter hop in my chair with a grin and type manically for hours at a time. The timestamps of the videos matched when the comments were left. The officers apologized and walked out, and as I started deleting everything, my daughter tapped my shoulder. "Was my trolling at least funny, Dad?" Me and my mom were scuba diving when a blue fish came up to me and flicked its tail like it wanted me to follow it. So I left the tourist group and went after it to see what it wanted to show me. It led me down past a wall of coral that opened up like a city, purple fans and orange tubes glowing. A shadow slid over me and I froze. A dolphin glided down beside the fish and slid under me, so I grabbed its fin and it carried me deeper into the dark, and the blue fish followed us the whole time. It slowed over a patch of empty sand where dozens tons of fish lay still. The blue fish swam around them in a circle extremely quickly, like it was waiting for me to swim down and pick one up. I swam down and reached for one with trembling hands. But when I held it, it didn't feel like a fish. It was hard, like a toy. And when I turned it over, a seam ran down its belly, stamped with tiny letters and a number. I pried it open, and behind the eye was a glass lens, and a red light blinked back at me. It was a camera. I held it up to show the blue fish. It flicked its tail and turned for the dark, like there was more to see. I was just about to follow when a hand closed on my arm and yanked me back. Mom dragged me up and tore my mask off the second we reached the surface. I was worried sick. You do not swim off like that, ever. I tried to tell her about the fish, but my hands were empty and I knew she wouldn't believe me. The next day I tried to convince my mom to go back and book another scuba dive, but the shop was shut, the boat's gone, the number on the door was crossed out in red. Now when I get in the ocean, I watch the fish to see if any will flick its tail again, and I can't tell which ones are watching me back. My buddy Braden chucked his empty monster can at the cage and screamed, "Yo, you suck!" The fighter froze mid-round. He turned, scanned the front rows, and his eyes stopped on Braden. I tried to grab him and stop him from saying anything else, but he shoved me off to give the MMA fighter the finger. I watched in horror as the fighter locked eyes with Braden and slowly climbed out of the cage to head straight towards us. He ignored me and pointed at the lumpy ear poking out. "Yo, those cauliflower ears look delicious. You get 'em from a boo-boo?" A guy 2 rows back howled, laughing. The fighter crossed the floor and stopped a foot from our seats. He tapped the lump on his ear with one finger and leaned in close to Braden. "No, I got this from 11 years of men trying to kill me in the cage." He smiled ear to ear. Somewhere in there I stopped feeling it. I stopped feeling pretty much anything. Braden opened his mouth to respond, and I completely tensed up, hoping with everything in me that he'd apologize. But he grinned. "So you're slow and deaf. Got it." The fighter waited for Braden to finish, then walked backwards to the cage and opened the latch. He swung it wide, held it open, and tilted his head, smiling. "You think I suck? Then get in. Show me how it's done." Braden couldn't make a sound. The fighter let a few seconds pass, then crouched and picked the empty monster can up off the floor. He crushed it flat in one fist and flicked it back over the rail. It rolled to a stop against Braden's shoe, and Braden didn't make another sound. The fighter laughed and gave Braden the finger. That's what I thought. I know a little beach when I see one. My little brother said, "I just got an iPhone 17 for $25, then held up a hexagon-shaped device with iPhone 17 written on the back. I crossed my arms and laughed. "Where did you get it?" And his eyes lit up. "China. Shipping only took 2 months." He plugged it into the charger, and I watched the battery go from 10 down to 5. My brother nearly fell from his chair. "Oh my God, it's so advanced it charges in reverse." I ruffled his hair and turned to leave, but then he said, "Wow, it's asking if I want to transfer the data from another phone to this one." Suddenly, I didn't feel my phone in my pocket, and when I turned back, I saw him plugging my phone into his Chinese iPhone. My heart dropped as I realized all my bank passwords and personal details were on it, and he was moving them to his iPhone. I lunged to grab it, but he blocked it with his body. "Stop being jealous of my new phone. Buy your own." I tried explaining I wasn't jealous, but he just kept smiling at the orange progress bar and shielding the phones. I watched helplessly as it went from 17 to 100 in one swoop. Transfer completed. Data stored in Chongqing headquarters. Lit up the screen, and my legs buckled. My brother was losing his mind about how fast Chinese technology is, but I was already logging into my computer, pure panic on my face. I clicked my mouse, and my fingers trembled as I typed in my password. 0 in my banking app. A $14,000 transfer made to iPhone International. My face drained of color, and I turned to stare at my brother clicking on his iPhone. "Its battery is at 120%. Isn't that cool?" I didn't say a word. I was thinking how to get away with permanently sending a 12-year-old to China. The school bus swerved so hard it threw me into the window. I jumped up and saw the dumbest kid in our school had both hands locked on the steering wheel, screaming at the old bus driver. "Give it to me. You always get to drive. It's my turn." The driver grabbed Dean's sleeve, his voice cracking. "Son, please, you're gonna kill us all." 2 jocks charged the front and wrapped him up around the chest, but that dumb ba was somehow stronger than them both. He shrugged them off like they were nothing and stamped on the gas. "My mom took my Xbox. I haven't played GTA in 3 days, he said, whipping us around a corner while we all screamed. "I need to dopamine max or I'm gonna lose my mind." And up ahead, a wall of traffic filled the windshield. "I'm gonna drive straight through." I crawled up the aisle, grabbed the back of his seat, and leaned into his ear. "Bro, you're about to fail the GTA mission." His hands twitched on the wheel. "Checkpoint's right there. Pull over, or you lose all your progress." house. Everything. Gone. I was using his own logic against him. He gasped, "Dude, you're right." He slammed the brake with both feet, and the bus shrieked to a halt so close to a crossing minivan I could see the driver's face. Somebody pressed a phone into his hands, and he melted into the seat, thumbs already racing across a driving game. The old driver climbed back behind the wheel, hands shaking. Dean's eyes never left the screen. "Your turn, old man." My little brother and I were wrestling on the couch when I accidentally flipped him too hard, and he slammed straight onto the floor. He lay on the floor screaming, holding his arm, a red bruise already forming near his elbow. I was supposed to be watching him, and knew I was screwed, because my mom swore if she caught us wrestling again, she'd take everything I owned and beat my ah. My brother had tears running down his face as I checked the clock. She'd be home any minute, and I needed to fix this quickly. He screamed, "I'm telling Mom you pushed me. This is your fault. You wanted to wrestle again." I slapped my hand over his mouth. "Stop crying. If you stop, I'll give you my PS5, the one I saved 2 summers for." He went still. "For real?" "Yes." But the bruise was darkening fast, purple creeping across his elbow, and I knew my mom would notice it the second she walked in. So I looked it up on ChatGPT, and every result said, "Go to the ER immediately." My hand started shaking. "No way, I'm telling," he said. Mom's text lit up my screen. "She's almost home." "No, take my room too. Just stay quiet, I swear." So I went on Reddit, and some thread swore toothpaste and raw potato pulled a bruise out. So I packed his arm in paste and mummified it in a sock, but it bloated up yellow and lumpy, looking 10 times more broken than before. Then Mom's car beeped in the driveway. "Say nothing, and I'll buy you a Switch too," I begged, and the doorknob started to turn. My mom froze in the doorway, looking at the two of us, then at the lumpy yellow sock swallowing my brother's arm. "What happened?" My brother's lip trembled, but he didn't say a word. She took one look at the couch cushions on the floor, and her face went hard. "Were you two wrestling again?" I took a deep breath as she started unwrapping the sock, bracing like she'd find a bone sticking out. But underneath the paste was a bruise the size of a quarter, already fading. She turned to me slowly. "You did all of this over a small bruise? I'm taking your phone, your PS5, everything." I watched her walk straight to my room, grabbing my stuff, when my brother leaned over and whispered, "I didn't snitch, so I still get your room, your PS5, and you're buying me a Switch." My little sister threw down my Nintendo and ran to the window. "Look, there's a rainbow. We need to find the pot of gold at the end of it so we can be rich." I was about to tell her the truth, but she was so excited she was bouncing up and down, and I couldn't bring myself to break the news. Okay, let's check it out." She grabbed my hand and dragged me outside, and we climbed the fence, and Isabella marched straight through mud that swallowed her boots. "Leprechauns only give gold to hard workers. It's the rules." I laughed nervously, and had no idea how she was going to react when she found out there was no gold. "So what do you even want the money for?" She hugged her backpack tighter. "It's a secret." I rolled my eyes because I already knew it was probably a new vintage Barbie doll for her collection. Suddenly, I looked up and saw the rainbow was starting to fade. Isabella started running faster, and I knew if I didn't want her childhood to end, I had to think of something fast. I pulled out the $500 of emergency money out of my phone case and hid it underneath a rock. I waved frantically. "Isabella, over here. I found something. I think it's the gold." Isabella sprinted as fast as her little legs could carry her, and when she saw the money, she screamed so loud birds left the trees. I knew leprechauns were real. She held the dollar bills over her head while the last of the rainbow faded behind her. I thought it was finally over, but 3 days later she came to my room with a brand new Nintendo Switch 2. "I bought this for you with the gold." My jaw dropped in shock. "But you're Barbie." I thought. She frowned like I'd said something crazy. "I already have a bajillion of those. You've been saving for a new Switch for months." She bought me my dream with my own savings, and I'll make sure she'll never know it. My mom and I were driving home when the car flew off the road and headed straight for a tree. "Mom, stop!" She was stomping the brake pedal, but the car wasn't slowing down, and we slammed into the tree. Blood was pouring down her face from where her head hit the windshield, so I ripped off my shirt and pressed it against the gash until the paramedics came. They loaded her into the ambulance, and at the hospital the doctors told me her condition was critical, and they didn't know if she'd make it. I loved my mom more than anything, and I fell apart right there with my head in my hands. Moments later, my siblings showed up, and I felt relieved thinking they were here to support us. But my sister walked up to me. "Who saved her?" I wiped my eyes. "I did." Instead of thanking me, her face twisted in anger. "Why didn't you just let her die?" I froze. "What?" My brother stepped closer. "We cut the brakes. She was supposed to be alone in that car. We wanted her to die." My stomach dropped. "My own siblings tried to kill our mom. Why the hell would you do that?" My brother shrugged like it was nothing. "We're done waiting for our inheritance. We're broke and need money. Her house should be ours. Our mom gave them everything, but they wanted more. more. My sister walked over to the nurse. "We can't afford her treatment. Can you just pull the plug?" The nurse looked horrified, but said she'd have to file some paperwork first. The second she left, my brother said, "I can't wait any longer," and walked over to Mom's machines, grabbing the cord like he was going to pull it. I shoved him back as hard as I could. "Get away from her!" But my greedy siblings weren't going to stop until she was dead. My brother reached for the cord again, but then a hand shot up and grabbed his wrist. It was Mom. She was conscious and listening the entire time. "Get your hands off my machine." My siblings went pale, and my sister backed up a step. "Mom, you don't understand. I understand everything. I heard all of it." She struggled to sit up and pointed at the two of them. "I sacrificed everything for you two, and you still want more. You don't even visit me. He's the only one who does." She reached over and held my hand without taking her eyes off them. "Everything I have goes to him now. You two won't get a dime from me ever." Before they could say a word, the nurse appeared in the doorway with the paperwork, and her face was cold. "I saw you pulling on her cord. That was attempted murder, and I already called the police." I opened the front door for the 4th time that hour, hoping to see Rosalie pedaling up on the yellow bike she'd saved all summer to buy, ringing the bell twice like she always did, so I'd know she was home, but she still wasn't there. "Rosalie!" Nothing. I grabbed my keys and drove down every street in the neighborhood with my window down, but I couldn't find her. Once it got dark, I called the police, and they searched for 3 weeks, but found nothing. They knocked on every door on the street, even old Mr. Avery next door, who shook his head and said he'd keep an eye out. They closed the case, but I told myself every single day that I would find out what happened to her. 7 years later, I was on my way out to put up more missing person posters when I noticed Mr. Avery's kids were having a garage sale. He had just passed away, so I walked over to give my condolences and froze in the middle of the driveway. A bright yellow bike was leaning against a folding table with a $5 price tag on the handle. I picked it up, turned it over, and found her initials scratched into the bottom of the seat. The woman behind the table smiled at me. "You want it?" I put $5 down on the table and carried the bike home without saying a word. I sat in my garage staring at it and thought about the man who had lived 30 feet away from me for 7 years. Then I picked up the phone and called the detective who worked Rosalie's case. "I need you to come to my house right now." They searched the property the next morning. I stood on my porch and watched them carry things out of his shed one by one until one of them stopped, looked inside a box, and went very still. The detective crossed the lawn toward me, and I already knew from his face. I could not speak. He put his hand on my shoulder. "We found enough evidence. It was him. The man who took my daughter had lived 30 feet away from me for the last 7 years, and even his own children never knew who he really was, or that they'd sold me the one piece of my daughter I had left." I was working at a retail store on Black Friday when I saw a huge crack on the ceiling. My heart skipped a beat because I knew this wasn't good. I looked around. The store was packed beyond capacity. I ran to my manager for help. "There's a crack in the ceiling. I think we're over capacity. For safety reasons, maybe we should remove people." He cut me off. "We're about to hit $60,000 in sales today. Get back to work or you're fired, peasant." He didn't see customers. He saw walking money bags. I didn't want to get fired, so I went back to work. But 15 minutes later, the crack was wider. Dust was falling on customers' heads. I went back to him. "It's getting worse. What if it collapses on everyone?" He pointed at his clipboard. "We're at $87,000 in sales. I don't care about a crack on the ceiling. I care about chasing the bag. Don't bother me again." My gut was telling me not to ignore it, so I took a photo of the crack and sent it to my brother, who's a contractor, for advice. He texted back immediately, "Get everyone out now. It will collapse and kill everyone." My heart dropped. I started telling my coworkers. They looked up and panicked. The manager saw us and stormed over. "Put that phone away or every single one of you is fired." Then a huge chunk of the ceiling crashed down and shattered a TV display. Customers screamed. Without thinking, I ran and pulled the fire alarm. Sprinklers went off. Everyone started rushing toward the exits. The manager charged at me. "What have you done? You're paying for all of this." Then the fire department showed up. A firefighter looked at the building and told the manager, "This building is going to collapse any second. You need to get out now." But my manager refused. "You guys are pussycats. We're about to hit $100,000. I can't leave now." He walked back inside. The customers, employees, and firefighters stood outside staring at the building, waiting for it to collapse. You could hear the cracking from the parking lot. Then the roof buckled. The whole building folded in on itself. Crash. But my manager was still there with his clipboard. It took rescue teams an hour to pull him out. He was unconscious and broken. I went to see him at the hospital, and he was in a full body cast. His eyes followed me as I walked in. I pulled up a chair and held up his clipboard. $100,000 on the dot. His eyes lit up. He slowly raised his hand and gave me a thumbs up. He was a poopy manager, but he would die chasing the bag, and honestly, I respected it. My daughter took out her extremely short shorts from her shopping bag. "Look, Dad, aren't these cute? All the girls in my new school wear stuff like this." My face drained of color as she kept going with her shopping haul because she started pulling out extremely cropped crop tops, sports bras, and short skirts. I opened up her wardrobe. "Honey, those are extremely inappropriate. Plus, I thought you loved your jeans and maxi skirts." She crossed her arms. "I don't see a problem with them, Dad. Stop being so controlling." I sighed because my daughter was giving into peer pressure, and I had no idea how to prove my point to her. Until 2 days later, when I heard her on the phone promising her new friends she'd be at the party on Saturday. That day, I ordered an outfit from Amazon in a size XXS that looked exactly like what my daughter was wearing. When Saturday evening came, she left the house in the shortest blue shorts I'd seen yet, paired with a tube top. I waited an hour before I started driving to the party my daughter was at, wearing the same short blue shorts and tube top she'd worn that day. And as soon as I walked in, the whole party turned to me, and I saw my daughter at the front completely red. Everyone watched as she stormed over to me. "Dad, did you come here in short shorts just to humiliate me and prove a point about a stupid outfit?" I put my hands on my hips and did my best girl voice. "What? They're not even that short?" A few seconds later, someone finally broke the silence and burst out laughing. A girl in the back said, "This is totally something my dad would do." The girl that looked like she was popular smiled. "Maybe this shorts trend is a little weird." My daughter laughed nervously, and I wasn't sure if I just cooked our relationship or not. But the next morning, while getting dressed for school, she took out the jeans buried in the back of her closet. "I guess these are pretty cute too." I was one jump from a new high score in Jetpack Joyride when Mom snatched the iPad out of my hands. Dad towered over me. "You've been playing for 8 hours straight. Go touch grass." My friends groaned from the couch as Mom locked the iPad in a drawer and pocketed the key. "If I somehow see you on this iPad again, you're grounded until college." But as soon as they walked off, I grinned at my friends because I wasn't done flying yet. I led them to my dad's garage, and I strapped 2 leaf blowers to a hiking backpack, taping the whole rig down tight. I will be beating my high score, iPad or no iPad. One of my friends grabbed the straps while I climbed in and hit both triggers. The blowers screamed and knocked me flat on the grass. My friend shouted, "Angle them down, not back." So I aimed the nozzles down and taped a skateboard to my shoes. Every test pushed me higher, a foot up, then level with the porch rail. We had 30 minutes before my parents came back home, and I was determined to beat my Jetpack Joyride high score. I waved everyone goodbye and squeezed both triggers as hard as I could. My feet left the grass. The blowers roared, and I shot up over the roof, high enough to see the whole street. My friends screamed from the lawn, but right as I started counting my jumps through the air, I saw my parents pulling into the driveway. Mom and Dad climbed out and stared up at me. Dad pulled out his phone and my hands locked on the triggers because I thought he was calling the police. But then I saw he was filming, grinning so wide I saw it from the sky. "How high can you get this thing?" Mom cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted up at me, "Make 2 more." I didn't stay in the air long enough to beat my high score, but every Saturday me and my parents fly over the rooftops. I beat them every time, and my dad hasn't told me to touch grass since. I was on a field trip with my class at the local hospital when I was pulled into another room and handed 2 syringes with different colored chemicals in each. "You, doctor, we need help in here. You have to stabilize this patient." Even though I was only in high school, I was already 6'4" with a scraggly beard, which is why I guess I had been confused for another doctor. I froze in shock for only a second. "She's flatlining. Figure out what's wrong with her and give her the correct antidote." I looked down at the woman on the stretcher. She wasn't breathing, and the beeps coming from her heart monitor were growing weaker by the second. Just then, a man and 2 children entered the room with us. "Mommy, oh no, please, you have to save my wife." A nurse looked at me and said, "We can't figure out what's wrong with her. One of those needles will bring her back, but the wrong one will stop her heart for good. We need your expertise to pick the right one." The panic I felt was white hot, but I had to act. I raised the needle in my left hand and prepared to inject it. I brought my hand down, but just before I broke the skin, a gut feeling told me to switch. So instead, I brought the other needle down almost before I could think. The beeps on the heart monitor started getting stronger and fast. The woman shot up from the table and took a giant deep breath. "I'm alive," she said, coughing up blood. "Mommy, you're okay." Her family ran to her side and they all embraced. The husband put his hand on my shoulder and said, "We can never thank you enough." The medical staff behind me started celebrating. "Doctor, you did it." "I'm no doctor," I said, putting on sunglasses. "Just a kid with the greatest instincts on planet Earth." The dumbest kid in class raised his hand in geography and answered, "The reason the Himalayas grow a little taller every year is because the Indian plate is still slamming into Asia at about 2 inches a year." The entire class gasped and turned around in shock because this was the same guy who once claimed that if you dig down far enough, you will end up in China. I stared at his thick trench coat and knew the answer had to be hidden somewhere inside. Mr. Howard was so shocked that he set down his marker and walked to Doug's desk. He lifted the hair off his ears to check if someone was talking to him with AirPods. Nothing. He tilted his head and asked, "Doug, what is the Coriolis effect?" Doug cleared his throat. "It's the way the Earth's spin curves anything moving across it. So storms twist one direction above the equator and the opposite direction below it. And right on the equator, they can barely spin at all." The class clown Michael stood up and pointed across the room. "Open the coat, Magic Man." Doug grabbed the front and pulled it tight. "No." Mr. Howard reached over and pulled it open. Strapped to his chest in a baby carrier sat his little brother, maybe 6, holding flashcards in his tiny fists. The kid blinked at the staring class and whispered, "Photosynthesis." Mr. Howard crouched down, looked at the boy, then back at Doug. "Getting your little brother to read the answers to you under a trench coat is a lot of effort to raise your grade, and for that, I'm bumping you from an F to a D-." The room that spent all year laughing at him stood up and cheered. Then he turned to the class. "And before you ask, yes, I still believe that you really can dig to China." His little brother just shook his head no. My wife slid a manila envelope across her parents' dinner table and said, "I know about Catherine." Nobody had touched the food. Her dad sat with both hands folded beside his plate. Her brother blocked the doorway with his arms crossed, and Natalie was sitting at the opposite end of the table instead of beside me. I opened the envelope. Credit card charges, hotel photos, screenshots from a contact saved as K. Every Tuesday for 3 months, highlighted in yellow. "Before you lie," her mother said, "we hired someone." My fork slipped off the napkin and hit the floor. I tried to stand. Her brother stepped forward. "Sit down and explain who she is." Every time I opened my mouth, someone threw another page at me. A hotel lobby photo, a restaurant receipt, a text from Kay that said, "Perfect night." Natalie tapped the paper with one shaking finger. "Was I supposed to find out before or after you took her to our anniversary spot?" I said, "Please let me explain." Her dad pushed a folded document across the table. "She already filed. Divorce papers." My chest went hollow. "You filed before asking me?" Natalie's brother shrugged. "We wanted proof first." I reached for my phone, but her mother moved between us. "No private conversations. Say it here." That was when tiny footsteps creaked above us. My stomach tightened. "Where are the kids?" Natalie wiped her cheek. "Upstairs." I gripped the chair. "What did you tell them?" Nobody answered fast enough. Her mother lifted her chin. "We told them Daddy made grown-up mistakes and would live somewhere else." The room blurred around the yellow highlights. "You told our kids I was leaving them?" I pulled my own envelope from inside my jacket and dropped it on the table. Cream paper slid out first, followed by a guest list with every name in that room printed under family. K is Catherine Benner, the event coordinator at Grand Lakeview. The hotel charges were deposits. The restaurants were tastings. Perfect night was our vow renewal. Natalie's hands covered her mouth. I unfolded the invitation and pushed it toward her. "Natalie, 10 years later, I'd still choose you." Her father's name was on the RSVP card. So was her mother's. So was her brother's. Nobody touched it. Upstairs, my daughter called, "Daddy?" I walked past the table, picked up both kids, and carried them to the car, while the invitation stayed open beside the divorce papers. Natalie followed me to the porch, crying so hard she could barely say my name. I buckled the kids in and shut the door. "You should have opened my envelope first." My girlfriend ignored me all day, then called at 11 that night. "Come over." I got on my motorcycle, and by the time I hit the highway, I had decided that when I got there, I was going to end it. I was tired of being something she only kept around for when she didn't want to be alone at night. I ran through exactly what I was going to say in my head as I drove to her apartment. Then my front tire hit a wet patch on the highway, and I went over the handlebars. Everything went black. I woke up 2 days later in a hospital bed, and the first thing I saw was my girlfriend slumped in the chair next to me with her head on her arms, completely asleep. I stared at her and thought about the speech I had been rehearsing on that highway. When she heard me stir, she snapped awake and grabbed my hand with both of hers. "Hey, I'm right here." Her eyes were red and her whole body was shaking. A nurse came in to take my vitals, and my girlfriend stood up. "I'm going to go get you your favorite snack from the vending machine. I'll be right back, I promise." She walked out, and the nurse smiled. "You're a very lucky man. She was through those doors before the ambulance got here and hasn't left this room once. She came back with a pack of M&Ms, and I tore into them. Wait, what about work?" She sat on the edge of my bed and started to cry. After I heard about the accident, there was no way I could focus on work. She had used every single day of her paid leave at once to stay with me, which caused her to lose a promotion. She wiped her eyes. "It's okay though. You are more important than any of that." I looked at her, sitting there exhausted, and thought about the speech I had been practicing on that highway. I never gave it, and now we've been married for 4 years. I stared down the range at the target with my hands shaking, because if this arrow didn't hit a bullseye, my cousin was getting his face kicked in. Billy had cornered us behind the archery shed with his entire gang around him, and the counselors were across the field setting up dinner tables. Eric stood behind me with the word "piggy" still drying in black Sharpie across his forehead. Billy stepped up grinning and put his arm on my shoulder. "I win every medal at this camp every year." I shoved his arm off. "If you hit a bullseye, you leave Eric alone for the rest of camp. If I hit one, you do whatever you want." Billy laughed and grabbed a bow off the rack. "Deal." He pulled back the string smooth like he'd done it 1,000 times and let the arrow fly. It landed an inch outside the bullseye, and his gang erupted behind him. Billy turned to me with that same grin and held the bow out. "Your turn, tough guy." I took took the bow with my hands, sweating so bad I could barely grip it, lined up the arrow, and started pulling back the string. That's when one of Billy's friends drove his foot into my ribs from the side. I hit the dirt hard, and the bow flew out of my hands. Billy picked it up, walked over to Eric, and shoved the bow into his chest. Change of plans. If Eric wants to be left alone, Eric takes the shot. Eric raised the bow with both arms, shaking so hard the arrow was bouncing up and down. Billy laughed from a few feet away. "Just let it go, piggy. We're all waiting." Eric closed his eyes and let go. The arrow hit the target with a thud that everyone heard. Bullseye. The whole crowd went silent for a second and then exploded. Even some of Billy's own friends were yelling. Billy's grin dropped off his face. He marched straight at Eric and shoved him backward into the mud patch behind the targets. "Stay in the mud where you belong, pig." Nobody cheered. A kid in the back of the crowd said, "Dude, he beat you." Billy whipped around. "Shut up. Nobody asked you." But the rest of the campers were already pulling out their phones, and his own friends had stepped back from him. Billy backed away and tripped into the same mud patch. Eric pushed himself up, walked over, and picked the bow up off the ground. He looked down at Billy with the Sharpie on his forehead running down his face from the sweat. "I think you look better in the mud." I was crying to the doctor, telling him I couldn't pay for my wife's cancer treatment because I had no money. But the doctor cut me off. "Sir, the treatment is already paid for. Your son paid all $25,000. I stared in shock. That can't be true. He's only 16, but the doctor confirmed it. I drove straight home and asked him, "How did you pay for your mom's treatment?" He just shrugged. "I just really love mom." I knew he was hiding something. 16-year-olds don't get $25,000 for doing anything good. Then that night I heard the front door click shut at 2 a.m. My son was sneaking out. I immediately got in my car and followed him to find out where he was going, keeping my headlights off, all the way to an empty lot behind the warehouses. There was a crowd of people, music, cars everywhere, and stacks of cash changing hands. My son got into a beat-up car at the starting line. I realized this was illegal street racing. My heart broke because my 16-year-old was risking his life for his mom. I shoved through the crowd to drag him out the car before something bad happened, but the flags went down and the race started. He launched off the line and was weaving through cars, taking turns nobody should survive, lapping grown men who'd been racing for years. I froze. He crossed the line first, and the crowd went insane. Someone handed him a fat roll of cash. I heard someone yell, "He hasn't lost yet. This kid is insane." My eyes watered. My son had a real gift, and I had to do something about it. I had to get him off those streets, so I started working overnight shifts at a warehouse. With that money, I drove down to the local karting track and signed him up for their racing program. When my son got home, I told him, "Your mom's old co-worker sponsors young drivers. She pulled a favor and got you a spot." He stared at me suspiciously. "This is so random." "Why?" I shrugged. "Mom just really loves you." He smiled. And years later, my wife made a full recovery from the treatment, and my son became a professional racer. My son and I both kept secrets from each other because we both really love mom. My best friend shone his flashlight into my living room from his house across the road. In Morse code, Mike spelled, "Join the Minecraft game." We joined at the same time, and it was our 100th time trying to destroy the Ender Dragon. After 2 hours, the dragon was on half a heart, and I got ready to taste victory. But suddenly the door slammed open, and my mom plugged out the monitor. Summer's over, and school starts on Monday. No more phones or gaming after 6 p.m. But I knew I needed to find a way around it because I promised Mike we'd find a way to defeat it. I ran back to my room, and Mike started flashing his torch again. This time he spelled out, "We need to come up with a plan to beat the Ender Dragon." I responded, "I'm down for anything." He flashed, "Get a pen and paper too. Write down what I say." I wrote down every word of his plan with a huge grin on my face because it was so insane I didn't even know if it could work. And at 4 a.m. the next morning, I walked down to the kitchen to get ready to follow through. I opened the cabinet no one touched and took out the moldiest bread I could find. When no one was looking, I immediately ate every slice, and I hoped Mike was following his side of the plan too so we could defeat the Ender Dragon. By the time my mom found me, I was shaking over the toilet for real, and I grabbed her sleeve. "Bring me to St. Mary's Hospital, please." They wheeled me onto the children's ward, and right there in the bed was Mike. We both smirked at each other because the plan worked perfectly, and it was finally time to defeat the Ender Dragon. The second the nurse left, Mike slid his phone from under the blanket, and I pulled out mine. We loaded the world, dropped into the end side by side, and after just an hour, the dragon dropped dead. The whole ward was dead silent, so Mike aimed his phone torch at the wall and flashed in Morse code, "We did it." I flashed back, "So worth it." My neighbor Karen stormed over to my 8-year-old son's lemonade stand and screamed that what he was doing was illegal. Karen had her own smoothie stand across the street and screamed, "You're stealing my customers." My son tried to explain he was raising money for his dog's cancer surgery, but she kicked over the sign. "I don't care. I'm going for lunch until 2. If this stand is still here when I'm back, I'll call the cops." She stormed away, and my son was so scared he started taking down his stand. But I ran outside and immediately put it back up. But she said she'll call police, Dad. She can call the Pope if she wants. Your stand is staying. His face lit up, and my wife came outside and got in her car. I have something special for Karen. She drove off, and I instantly texted everyone I knew. Within minutes, most of the neighborhood was at my son's stand, buying lemonade and giving tips, all to support my son's dog and to spite Karen. I can't wait to see her reaction. My son laughed. My wife came back with her car, and my son's best friend got out with his own lemonade stand. Karen complained about one lemonade stand. What do you think she'll say about 2 lemonade stands? My wife drove off again, and both lemonade stands started instantly selling out. My son was getting closer to the surgery target, and when I looked over, someone was writing "Hates Puppies" on Karen's smoothie stand. At 2 p.m., Karen's SUV turned the corner. The whole street went silent. She stepped out and saw the 2 lemonade stands, as well as the 2 lines of people. Her face twisted with anger. She screamed, "What the hell?" But that's when my wife pulled in again. My son's dog got out of the car, wrapped in bandages. He started licking my son, and I announced, "Everyone, this is Max, the dog whose cancer surgery Karen tried to stop." She went red with embarrassment and pulled out her phone with shaking hands. "I'm having you arrested. This is a disgrace." But that's when an officer stepped out from the crowd, holding a cup of my son's lemonade. He told Karen, "Kids under 14 don't need permits for a lemonade stand, but your smoothie stand needs a business license. Do you have one?" Her face deflated as the cop walked over to her stand and shut it down. She dropped to her knees screaming, and that's when my son walked over and reached out a cup. "Hey Karen, you just helped me hit my goal. Here's some lemonade." I sat in the truck with my hand on the door, trying to figure out how to tell my dad I wanted to quit swimming. He turned the engine off and reached into the bag between us. "Eat up. We've got a few minutes," he said, and put a breakfast sandwich in my hand. "You know I went to state in the 100 fly at your age?" He nodded toward the building. 42 seconds. My name's still on the wall in there. He'd driven me to this pool at 5 every morning since I was 6, and he said the same thing every drive, that these mornings were the best part of his day. And here I was, about to take them away from him. The words were sitting right there in my throat, but when I opened my mouth, nothing came out. I just held the sandwich, still wrapped, the way I'd held everyone for months, my hands smelling like chlorine I couldn't scrub off. "You're quiet," he said. "Nervous about regionals?" "Yeah," I said, and stared out the window. We walked in together, and he climbed up to his usual spot in the bleachers. Coach lined us up for the 100 fly, my dad's old race, and out of the corner of my eye, I caught him leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. I pushed off the wall soft and barely kicked, and by the first turn, the kid in the next lane was already half a body ahead of me. "What are you doing out there? Move!" Coach yelled, but I didn't go any faster. When I came up for air, I caught my dad in the stands, and he wasn't watching the clock or the other swimmers. He was watching me, leaning forward, like he was starting to realize something was wrong. I hit the wall last, and instead of pushing off for the next lap, I just hung there on the lane rope and let the heat go without me. Coach blew his whistle, and up in the stands, my dad was already on his feet. Afterwards, we sat in the truck, and he didn't start the engine. He handed me my water and watched me not drink it. "Why do you look like that?" he asked. I set the bottle down in my lap. "I don't want to swim anymore, Dad. I haven't for a long time." He got quiet and stared out the windshield. "Is that what's been eating you?" I nodded, and the rest came out in a rush. "I didn't want to let you down. I know how much this means to you." He laughed, not in a mean way. "Buddy, I don't care about the swimming. I never did." He put the truck in reverse, then put it back in park. "You think I get up at 5 for the ribbons? I do it for the drives, the sandwiches, 20 quiet minutes with you before the world's even awake." He turned to me. "We can quit the team tomorrow and keep the mornings." I picked up my sandwich and finally unwrapped it, and I never swam another race after that morning, and damn, that sandwich was good. I was test driving a Lambo for my daughter's birthday gift when 3 police cars cornered me at the red light. An officer pointed his pistol at my windshield. "Shut the engine off and step out of the stolen vehicle. Hands where I can see them." I stepped out slowly with my palms open. "I'm test driving this car. Call the dealership. The paperwork's on the passenger seat." But they grabbed my wrists, and I felt cold metal handcuffs tighten around them. The officer chuckled. "Nice try," as if we haven't heard that one before. He started leading me towards the police car. "You have the right to remain silent." My legs trembled, and I knew I had to do something before I ended up in a jail cell, and my daughter grew up alone. "My back pocket! The salesman's card is in my back pocket. Just look!" The officer sighed, fished it out, and turned it over in his fingers. Then he held it up for his partner and laughed. "A business card and fake paperwork on the seat. You boys come with a whole starter kit now." He shoved the card in an evidence bag and pushed my head down into the cruiser. But as he drove, I clenched my fists. "Hey Siri, call the Lamborghini dealership." The officers jumped up and scrambled to turn it off, but one of their iPhones was already ringing, and the woman immediately answered the phone. I cleared my throat. "This is Peter Kerr. When do you need the Lamborghini back?" With the license plate 123456. The woman sang, "Take your time, sir. There's no need to rush while you're test driving." The officer officers immediately pulled over and turned to each other. Wait a damn minute. I read their laptop screen through the window while they rechecked the system report. AI alert, stolen vehicle detected. I sighed and realized an AI had falsely reported my car as stolen. The officer who cuffed me scratched his head. My bad son, but you're free to go. But that wasn't good enough for me, so I threatened to sue them unless they agreed to help with my daughter's surprise. They shook my hand and agreed. So that evening they escorted me while I pulled onto our driveway with the Lambo and a bow stuck to the car roof. I was flipping burgers at my son's 6th birthday when my neighbor grabbed the spatula out of my hand. Step aside, kid. I've been doing this 30 years and nobody walks away from my grill hungry. He scraped all 4 patties into the trash that I dry brined overnight the way my dad taught me before he passed. Mason had that exact burger on that exact grill every birthday he's been alive, and he just turned 6. My wife leaned in close. Babe, that's your dad's recipe. Go take it back. But making a scene would wreck the party worse than he already was, so I told her to let him knock himself out. He clapped his hands and turned to the whole backyard. Folks, gather round. About to show you how a real cook feeds 30 people the best burger of their lives. He gave my seasoning a sniff and chucked the whole jar into the grass. Salting before the sear. That's how amateurs kill a burger. So he cranked all 4 burners to the top and dropped a fresh stack of raw patties down. My chest went tight watching a stranger run his mouth over my dad's grill, but I kept it shut for Mason. Then he pointed the spatula at me. Run grab the spare propane out of my garage, kid. A real cook's always thinking ahead. I told him this batch was already going, but he waved me off in front of everyone, so I walked across 2 yards holding his tank while he played host to my son's party. By the time I got back, he had the lid clamped down, guarding it, telling the parents about patience like he'd invented it. Mason tugged my leg and asked if the new guy made it the way I do. I didn't have an answer for him. The line of kids behind the grill kept getting longer, paper plates empty, and my son kept looking up at me like I'd let somebody take the one thing that was supposed to be ours. He let everybody stand there another 10 minutes, then raised both arms for quiet. All right, this is how the big boys do it. He flung the lid open, except no smoke came out. The flame was dead. He cranked all 4 burners wide open and run his own tank bone dry, never once checking the fire underneath him. The whole time he was lecturing. He grabbed the first patty and flipped it, black as a hockey puck on the side that caught the early heat, raw and cold in the middle where the grill quit on him. The whole yard went quiet. It's fine, it's a sear, he said, and took a huge bite to prove it in front of all of them, then gagged and spit it back into his hand. A kid in the front laughed first, then the rest of them, then the parents. So I grabbed the spatula out of his hand. Step aside, kid, let me show you how it's done. I then swapped in the full tank and salted 4 fresh patties before the sear, then fed my son first on his grandfather's grill. Every year, I would buy all my family's Christmas presents. Mom would hand Dad a gift labeled "From Mom" that I'd bought, wrapped, and put under the tree myself. Everybody knew I bought the gifts, but nobody ever thanked me or got me any presents or even helped me go shopping for them. But one Christmas morning, I walked in late with all their presents still in the van outside. My parents instantly snapped. Mom said, "Why are you late? And where are the presents?" I was in disbelief because I'd warned them last night I would be late. My van broke down and I had asked them to help, but they said no, so I had to borrow my friend's van in order to make it. I told them this, but they rolled their eyes, and my nephew scoffed. "You better have gotten me the 10-pound slime set like I asked you." I looked over, and my dad was telling my mom, "I wonder what I got you this year, honey." He smirked at me, and Mom replied, "I don't know, honey, but you're always so generous." The whole family laughed, and Mom told me to go put all the presents under the tree, then start dinner prep because she was too stressed from the lack of presents this morning to start. I was shocked, but turned to walk outside when my niece pointed at the empty Christmas tree and told me, "Chop chop, my friends already posted what they got. You're embarrassing our family." I called out, "Dad, will you help me bring the presents in?" But he was busy laughing with Mom. I tried my nephew, but he was scrolling his phone. I looked around at everyone ignoring me and walked out. I got in the van and drove off. My parents instantly called me and screamed, "Why are you leaving with the presents?" I calmly replied, "I could tell I wasn't wanted, so I'm acting like it." I hung up. 15 minutes later, they were at my front door, demanding their presents. I let them scream for a few minutes, then went upstairs, looked out my window, and called out to them, "I have one present for you." I chucked my nephew's 10-pound slime set out on them, and watched it cover them all head to toe. Then I closed the window, sat down at my laptop, and started listing every single present for sale. Me and my boy were at a UFC fight when he picked me up and held me over his head. "I'm throwing you into the cage." I instantly started squirming around. "Dude, what the F is wrong with you? Put me down." He laughed. "This is my favorite MMA fighter. I need to get his attention somehow." He launched me over the top, and when I finally managed to stand up, the fighter was towering over me with his head tilted. The crowd started chanting so loudly, I could feel the floor vibrating. "Kill him! Kill him!" Merrick's was chanting along with them. I scrambled for the door, but the MMA fighter raised one hand, and they climbed back back down. Nobody was coming to get me. He dragged me by the ankle to center cage, and I let him because I knew fighting back would make it worse. But he never hurt me. Instead, he grabbed the mic from the ref, and everyone leaned forward in their seats as he asked, "Who threw this lad in here?" He sounded extremely angry, but Marek couldn't resist being acknowledged by his MMA star. He waved both his arms in the air. "It was me! I love you!" The fighter waved him in with 2 fingers, and Marek climbed the fence while flexing at the crowd. The fighter handed off the mic, met him in the center, and pressed him overhead the exact same way Marek had pressed me. I laughed because this was the last thing I expected, and I started the chant for him. "Kill him! Kill him!" Everyone joined in, and the smirk was immediately wiped off Marek's face. The fighter walked a slow circle for the phones and gently placed him on the floor. The fighter lightly pushed him, and he immediately fell to the ground, hugging himself and kissing his wounds. The fighter scoffed, "There's nothing I hate more than a man who gives what he can't take." I walked over and patted his back. "Hey, at least you got his attention." I was riding in the back seat with my dad when a cop car stopped us. My chest instantly went cold because we had a huge bag of white powder under the seat, and I knew this meant Dad would be shot or taken to jail forever. I grabbed Dad's arm and screamed, "Run!" I tried to open the door, but he locked it and said, "Relax, son, it's just a stop," and rolled his window down. My legs trembled as the cop leaned in. I knew I needed to do whatever it took to keep Dad free, so I immediately yelled, "My dad didn't do anything. Take me instead." I held my hands out to be cuffed, but the cop just laughed at me. "I'm only talking to your dad." I felt sick because I remembered what only talking in mafia movies meant. I grabbed the bag of white powder from under the seat and held it up. "It was me, officer. This is mine, not my dad's." The cop adjusted his hat and immediately told my dad, "Sir, can you step out of the vehicle?" My dad looked at me with a clenched jaw and angry wide eyes, then reached for the door handle. That's when I lost it. I screamed, "No!" and grabbed his shirt with tears in my eyes, but he pulled my hand away. I panicked and looked at the center console, then realized I only had one option left if I wanted to save my dad. In one swift motion, I unbuckled my seatbelt and leaped onto Dad's lap. I pushed the gear stick forward and rammed the accelerator before he could react. The car took off and Dad yelled, "What are you doing?" I replied, "Saving us," but when I swerved, I wasn't quick enough. Our car rammed into the officer's cruiser, destroying his trunk and bumper. The bag of powder exploded and covered everything. I stared ahead with my hands on the wheel, and Dad pried them off the gear stick. "Do you know what that white stuff was?" I shook my head, and he told me to taste it. My eyes widened as I licked my hand. "It's flour? It's flour, son, not anything else," my dad yelled. "Now I'm actually going to jail because of you." He stepped out, and I saw the cop pulling out handcuffs. I panicked and ran towards the officer. "Take me instead." The whale was tracking my little brother's hand through the glass when the kid behind us chucked popcorn at the tank and yelled, "Eat up, Shamu." Tommy didn't turn around. "That's not Shamu. Her name is Luna, and orcas remember faces." The kid laughed and held up another handful of popcorn and launched it into the tank. "She gonna remember me, whale boy?" Tommy's hands trembled on the railing. He'd loved orcas forever. Mom worked 2 months of doubles for these seats. His smile disappeared, and I saw him clenching his fists. Some rich kid was going to ruin it before the show even started. His 2 friends started cracking up. "She probably likes the popcorn, bro." The kid stood up, leaned over the rail, and dumped his soda and popcorn box into the pool. "Hope she likes Sprite too." Tommy spun around, his whole body shaking. "Stop, you're going to kill her." The kid laughed and shoved Tommy in the chest. Tommy hit the railing and slid to the floor. The 3 of them stood over him, howling. That was it. I jumped up to show them what happens when you mess with my brother. But that's when Luna let out a low call and disappeared under the water. 2 seconds of nothing. I froze on the steps. Then she breached right in front of them and slammed her tail like a thunderclap. A wall of water hit all 3 in the face. One slipped and went down screaming. They ran out drenched and crying. A trainer rushed over. "Are you okay? She's never done that. She picks her people." Tommy walked to the glass. Luna rose to meet him. He pressed his hand to the glass and she nudged it back. "Told you," he said. "Orcas remember faces." While me and my daughter were hiking up a hill, it was getting dark, so I crouched down to her level and said, "Honey, there's only one rule I want you to follow. Don't let go of my hand, no matter what." Annalise nodded and pointed at the full moon. "Okay, Daddy, but you have to chillax. You don't need to be so worried all the time. Look at the sky." I chuckled and took my camera out of my bag to take a photo. "Okay, honey, I guess you're right." But when I looked down, Annalise wasn't there anymore. I looked behind the nearest tree, thinking that she was just hiding. But when I saw she wasn't there, my heart instantly started pounding with adrenaline. "Annalise, where are you?" I looked down and saw footprints leading to the cave, so I followed the track marks. They led to a hole, and I knew she crawled through because her shoes were left on the ground outside. I instantly took off my backpack and crawled into the dark. I was halfway through a cave when I finally heard her crying, "Annalise, is that you?" But she didn't respond, and instead, I heard a low growl. I gasped because it sounded like she was being attacked by a pack of wolves. I crawled faster, and when I finally made it to the wide part of the cave, I braced myself for what I was about to see. I lifted pointed my flashlight with a trembling hand, and that's when I saw her under the arch of a rock, half buried under a pile of wolves. The biggest wolf was curled around her back. A pack of wild wolves kept my 6-year-old daughter warm and protected all night, through the cold that should have killed her. I smiled because I thought this kind of thing only happened in movies, but when I went to poke her awake, one of the big wolves pinned me to the floor and bared his teeth at me. Annalise shot up and giggled. "It's okay, doggy. This is my daddy." Somehow, the wolf went still. She took my hand for the first time since she'd let go of it. "Daddy, can you go get your backpack and come back to take a photo of me with the doggies?" I looked behind her to see the wolves staring at me like I was lunch. "I think I'd rather take a photo of the sky, honey." My big brother Patrick showed me his VR headset and said, "Do you want to prank Grandpa?" I instantly nodded because I wanted to play with my older brother. But when Grandpa walked into the room, Patrick placed the headset on his head and laughed. "Check this out, Grandpa. It's modern technology." He turned it on, and Grandpa immediately started screaming and dropped to the ground, shouting, "Please make it stop." I got a bad feeling and asked, "Patrick, what did you do?" But he just pulled out his phone. I loaded up a realistic D-Day simulation on Call of Duty. Right now, Grandpa sees grenades flying at him as well as blood and gunfire. My legs froze because Grandpa had served at D-Day, and it gave him PTSD for life. He was now being forced to relive it. I ran to take the headset off because Grandpa was curled in a ball crying, but Patrick pushed me to the floor. "You said you wanted to prank him." I realized I wasn't strong enough to overpower him, and when I raised my head, I saw him sellotaping the VR headset to Grandpa so he couldn't take it off. Then he took his phone out and started recording. Grandpa sobbed, trying his hardest to remove the headset, and Patrick was doubled over laughing. This is going straight to TikTok. I knew I had to do something because Grandpa had given up trying to remove the headset and was now just praying at the sky. His best friends were getting ripped apart by mortar shells in front of him, and he could only watch. I tried to lunge past Patrick to reach Grandpa, but he stopped me with one hand like it was nothing. Then we both heard it. If I've done it once, I'll do it again. Grandpa was rising to his feet, his legs trembling, and I realized he fully believed the war he was seeing was real. He grabbed his cane and raised it like a gun, charging straight ahead. The cane hit Patrick in the chest, and he fell to the floor. I screamed, "Grandpa, stop!" But he was already on his knees, screaming, "Die, German, die!" He jabbed Patrick in the sternum with his cane, thinking it was a knife. My heart pounded as I ran behind him and ripped as hard as I could, and the sellotaped headset finally came off. Grandpa suddenly jolted up, looking at me with wild, bloodshot eyes. "What's happening? Where's the enemy?" He pointed the cane at me. Then he looked down at his grandson under him. Patrick groaned and wheezed, and I realized his ribs were cracked and purple. Grandpa stared up at me, his face returning to normal. "I'm not at war?" I shook my head while heaving. "No, Grandpa, you're at home. Now let's go get some donuts." I threw the VR headset onto Patrick's chest as we walked away. A man with bloodshot eyes blocked me from getting on the bus and pressed a note into my hand. "Don't sit near the devil." I balled up the note and shoved past him thinking he was some drunk, but when I tapped my transit card, I saw a woman in the third row wearing bright red plastic devil horns, and my grip tightened on the pole. I sat a few aisles behind her, and the man was pressed flat against the outside window, pointing at her with both hands, mouthing the word devil over and over. I opened the window to ask him what he was talking about, but the bus started moving, and as the man got smaller, I saw tears streaming down his face. I subtly leaned down the aisle to look at the woman, and her eyes were already locked with mine through the crack in the headrests. Her hands were gripping something so tight in her purse that her knuckles were white. I texted 911 with shaking thumbs, and the reply came fast. "Can you see a weapon?" So I crept 2 aisles up and peered between the seats, and in her bag was the outline of something metal. Her eyes were locked with mine, and when they dropped to the phone in my hand, she grinned. "I'm going to kill us all." I typed yes, and the second I hit send, she was out of her seat with her arm around the driver's neck. The bus swerved left and right, and everyone was screaming. My phone buzzed against my palm. "Officers at the next stop, stay in your seat." But when she dug into the bag, I knew I couldn't sit still. I dove up the aisle and wrapped both arms around hers, pinning the purse shut against her chest while she thrashed and howled in my ear. The driver stood on the brakes. The bus screeched into the stop, and the jolt ripped her out of my arms and threw me into the seats. She grabbed the weapon from her purse and turned toward the passengers. Bang! An officer stood in the open doors with his gun raised, and she crumpled against the window, grabbing her wounded arm. Everyone poured out onto the sidewalk while 2 officers hauled her off the bus. I dug the note out of my pocket, smoothed it flat against my leg, and handed it to the officer taking my statement. He read it and went quiet. "That's her husband. He's been chasing this route all morning trying to warn people. Every call we got today was about him, not the woman." My best friend Felix walked into our school dance in a full creeper costume while everyone else was dressed in suits and ties. He pointed, "See Sabrina over there? I've been in love with her since kindergarten, and tonight I'm finally gonna ask her out." His creeper costume looked legit, and I laughed while pointing at the "No Smoke Allowed" sign. "Are you going to explode or something?" He leaned in. "Just watch." You'll see. His creeper legs floated toward the dance floor as I sat there wondering if a kid in a creeper costume could actually pull this off. Kids started to back away from the creeper costume as Felix passed, clearing a straight path right to Sabrina. Then some guy pointed and yelled, "Creeper! Aw man, he's gonna explode!" Sabrina turned to look, but then our principal bolted across the room and grabbed Felix by the creeper's square head. "I will not let you destroy my dance and blow it up! My office now!" Felix's creeper legs started squirming, and he had no arms to fight back. My stomach dropped, and I couldn't let my bro go out like this. So I screamed, pointing at a random kid by the punch bowl. "Principal, he's spiking the punch with mystery liquid. Help!" The principal quickly let go and charged toward the punch table, snatching the kid by the collar so fast he dropped his cup and burst into tears. "It wasn't me!" Kids came sprinting from every corner to see the meltdown, and that bought Felix his window, and he slipped through the chaos towards Sabrina. He let out a loud creeper hiss. She spun around, and his whole costume exploded in a cloud of smoke as the entire dance screamed and ducked. When the smoke cleared, Felix stood there in a sharp suit and tie with a rose between his teeth, and Sabrina's jaw dropped. "They say creepers destroy everything, but I just wanted to blow you away. Will you go out with me?" She opened her mouth to answer, but just then, the smoke hit the ceiling and the sprinklers burst on, soaking the entire dance as everyone shrieked. The principal grabbed Felix by the collar. "I knew you'd destroy my dance. You're suspended." But as he dragged Felix off dripping wet, Sabrina screamed across the flooded gym, "I've loved Minecraft since kindergarten." "Yes," Felix grinned. "Best explosion of my life." I shot the three-pointer, and it swished, and my sister, who was rebounding for me, gripped her head. "That's 20 in a row. Scouts will lose their minds." But then she went to pass me the ball, and suddenly dropped to the floor. I ran over and grabbed her hand, but she wasn't breathing. At the hospital, they hooked her on tubes and told us her lungs had failed. She needed a transplant or she'd be dead in 7 days. Out of the whole family, I was the only match. "I'll do it. Take my lung." I raised my hand. They started prepping me, but my dad immediately stepped between us. "He's not doing it." He placed his hands on my shoulder. "You're not giving your lungs to your sister. She's just a schoolgirl while you're going to the NBA. You need them more than her. We'll find another donor." I was shocked and looked at the doctor, but he shook his head. "Since you're underage, we can't operate without a parent's signature." That night, Dad held up all my D1 scholarships letters. "You can't throw this away. This family needs you." I told him this family needs Maya and walked past him into her room. I took her hand and watched her chest rise and fall slowly. "You just gotta breathe for me. I'll do anything to make sure you breathe." Dad watched from outside and shook his head. The next morning, I dialed every transplant coordinator I could find online, but all 63 said I needed a parent's signature. Dad's hand landed on my shoulder. "Don't worry, your mom's calling every hospital in the state looking for a donor right now." But when I looked over, she was playing Candy Crush on her phone. 2 days later, I was holding Maya's hand when her monitors started screaming. I panicked, and nurses instantly came sprinting down the hall, bumping into my dad and knocking him down on the way. I sat 5 feet away from my sister, watching them calling her oxygen numbers out loud while they dropped. The doctor called my parents in afterwards. "We have hours to get a transplant, not days. Maya could die at any moment." My parents looked at each other, and my mom said, "Maybe it's time to think about funeral arrangements." I stood there in disbelief as my dad nodded and started talking about which funeral home was appropriate. I couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the consent form off the doctor. I shoved it into my dad's chest. "Sign it." My dad went to shake his head, but I got in his face. "Sign it, or I'm cutting you out of my life forever. You'll lose both me and Maya. And if I make the NBA, you're not getting a cent." My mom started crying, and my dad held the papers in his hands for a long time. Then he took the pen and signed. Doctors immediately prepped me, and I woke up after surgery with my chest wrapped and on fire. But Maya was in the bed beside mine, her chest rising on its own. Through the window, I could see my parents sitting in the hallway, heads down, but I didn't care. I reached out and took Maya's hand. Now me and Maya shoot threes out back again. I can't make 20 in a row anymore, but she's alive to rebound for me, and that's all that matters. I was frat flicking at my first frat party when suddenly the front door got kicked open and cops started flooding in the house. The music cut out and everyone froze. An officer looked around at the destroyed house and screamed, "This is an illegal party with serious property damage. Who is responsible for this?" I was just the new guy trying to get into the frat, so I didn't know what to do. That's when the frat leader James whispered, "Take the blame for this, and you're in the frat. Guaranteed." I shook my head no, and his face hardened. He spun around and pointed at me. "Officer, it was him. He threw this whole party." My heart dropped. The cops grabbed me with disgust and dragged me toward the door while the entire party watched. Outside, the entire frat backed up James's lie. "Yeah, it was him. He hosted this party." James pointed at me, smirking. "Officer, I tried to stop him, I swear, but he refused." I felt my face go red with anger. It was my word against the whole frat, and the cops believed every word. Before I could even speak, they slapped handcuffs on my wrists. "We're contacting your school. You'll be expelled and charged for all the damages tonight." "Party's over, buddy." My stomach dropped. I was was losing everything for a party I didn't even throw. Desperate, I blurted out, "It's not true. They're lying. Call the homeowners. This house has to have cameras. Please." But the second I said it, James's face went pale. "Well, wait. You don't need to call them. Don't call them," he stammered like he was hiding something. But an officer was already on the phone. Another officer said, "Too late, buddy. They'll be on their way soon." Moments later, a car pulled up and an older couple stepped out. The second James saw them, he started shaking. He scrambled, pointing at me. It was him. He threw the party, I swear. But the woman didn't even look at me. She crossed her arms and stared James down. "James, this is the third time you've trashed our house. We're so tired of paying for your frat party's damages. You're a terrible son." My jaw dropped. These were his parents and his house. His dad turned to the officer. "Arrest him. It's time he finally pays for what he does." The cops uncuffed me and slapped them right on James. As they dragged him to the car, I said, "After party at my house?" When a firefly bit me at a cookout, I dropped my burger and texted my boss. I quit because I knew I'd just been chosen. I'd seen every superhero movie ever made. A bug bites you. You wake up swinging between skyscrapers. My brother asked if fireflies even have teeth, and I told him destiny doesn't answer stupid questions. I gave myself 1 week to master my powers and find my first bad guy. Day 1, I stood in my living room and snapped my wrist at the wall like I'd practiced 100 times. Nothing came out but a sneeze. I figured my powers just needed to warm up. Day 3, something twitched on my back, and 2 wings the size of my thumbnails unfolded behind me. I screamed so loud my neighbor banged on the wall. I could fly. I climbed onto my window ledge 2 floors up, spread my arms, and jumped. The wings flapped exactly hard enough to do absolutely nothing. I went straight down into the dumpster behind my building. Lying in a pile of banana peels, I noticed my hands were glowing. Not glowing cool, glowing like a nightlight in the middle of a sunny afternoon, where nobody could even tell. That was my big superpower. Not webs, not flying, not super strength. Just a human glow stick that was completely useless. The harder I panicked about wasting my one shot at being special, the brighter I burned, and I sat in that dumpster, ready to give up. That night, I walked to the corner store still glowing, ready to tell everyone the firefly thing was a bust. 2 guys came sprinting out with the register in their arms, headed right for the car parked behind me. I was so scared, I lit up like a stadium, so both of them threw their arms over their eyes and ran face first into the streetlight pole. They dropped on the sidewalk next to the busted register, out cold. I stood there glowing over 2 knocked out robbers, and the superpower I swore was useless had just stopped a robbery. I jumped up and down, then dropped to my knees crying, because I really was special. Spider-Man could never. I got a notification on my phone. Emergency weather alert. Category 4 hurricane warning. Evacuate immediately. I ran to the car to evacuate with my family, but there was no seat left in the car for me. "Where am I supposed to sit, Dad?" My dad put more boxes in. "You're not coming with us. You're staying here to protect the house." I always knew I wasn't their favorite child, but I never thought they'd leave me to die. "Can you move some of these boxes so I can fit?" "Absolutely not. Everything in here is important." My mom rolled down her window. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Before I could say anything, they drove off. It started raining, and I ran inside and locked the door. The wind was so strong the walls shook. After just a few minutes, I heard a loud crack and saw the front door burst open. Water rushed in, flooding the living room in seconds. The water was rising fast. I ran upstairs as fast as I could, but suddenly, I felt my sock getting wet. I looked down and saw the water was pooling on the floor around me. I pulled the attic ladder down and climbed up. My hands were shaking. This was the highest point in the house. I shut the attic door and sat down. If the water reaches me here, I wouldn't have anywhere else to go. For a moment, everything was still. Then a window exploded. Glass flew across the attic and a piece sliced into my leg. I screamed and pulled it out of my skin. Water started pouring in through the broken window, making the water rise faster. When the water rose to my chest, I realized I was going to die in the house my parents left me to protect. Then I heard a helicopter outside. I punched the ceiling above me until it broke open. I climbed onto the roof and waved my arms in the rain. The helicopter spotted me and pulled me up. A man looked at me confused. "Are you alone? Where's your family?" "They left me in the house." "They left you alone in a Category 4 hurricane?" I could tell by his face he knew this wasn't an accident. "Don't worry, kid. We'll help you." I was alive, but my parents didn't know that yet. A few days later, my family arrived at the house. Undercover police cars were outside the house waiting for them. My mom stepped out and saw me standing with them. "You're still alive?" The officer stepped out of the car and arrested them for attempted murder. I looked at them. "Don't worry, guys. You'll be fine." I made one bird noise at lunch, and Sean threw a chicken nugget at my face. Everyone at the table had dared me to do the hawk again, so I tipped my head back and let it rip across the cafeteria. For one perfect second, even the lunch ladies froze. Sean picked up a nugget, fired it across the table, and hit me on the cheek. "Do a real talent, bird boy." I could copy any bird in the state. Red-tailed hawk, mourning dove, the angry blue jay outside my window. Even the ostrich boom that sounded so fake my dad had laughed until he coughed. Nobody cared. They just wanted the show. So I shoved my tray away while Sean flapped both arms and squawked into his milk carton. That weekend, our class took a bus to a petting farm for the spring trip. Sean spent the whole ride pecking the air beside my ear until the teacher moved him 3 seats back. back. We were halfway through the goat pen when a gate banged open behind the barn. Nobody had mentioned an ostrich. It came around the corner at full speed, neck stretched out, feet hammering dirt, headed straight for the little kids lined up by the fence. A farmhand sprinted after it waving a rake. The ostrich kicked once, and he crashed backward into a hay bale. A teacher tried to block it with both arms out, but the bird hissed and swung one huge foot toward her knee. Sean climbed the fence so fast his jacket ripped on the wire. The little kids backed into the corner, crying against the boards, and the whole class went still. My mouth went dry. I knew that hiss. I had practiced ostrich sounds for a week from a nature video because nobody believed a bird that big could boom like a drum. I cupped both hands around my mouth and made the deep call an ostrich uses when it's trying to gather its young. The ostrich's head snapped toward me. I did it again. It forgot the fence, forgot the kids, and walked straight at me, rumbling back with every step. My knees shook so hard my shoes scraped the dirt, but I kept calling until the farmhand looped a rope around its neck. The goat pen stayed silent. Sean climbed down from the fence, jacket hanging off one shoulder. "Do the hawk," he said. So I did. The little kids laughed first. This time, nobody threw anything. I was sitting in one of those bars in Thailand where strangers box each other for money and was just here to watch. But then I felt liquid pouring down my back. I turned and saw some guy with a belt around his waist holding an empty glass, red in the face. "Watch where you're going, hole." I wiped my shirt and told him he was the one who bumped into me, but he instantly shoved me off the stool. "No, I didn't, but since you disagree, let's fight it out." He pointed to the ring, and immediately the crowd started cheering. Someone shouted, "The champion is fighting again," and they yanked me up. I tried explaining I was a doctor, not a fighter, but the champ was already wrapping his gloves, grinning at me. The referee put my gloves on and shoved me in the ring while my head pounded from the fall. My opponent came at me before the bell even rang and landed a hard jab to my nose. "A doctor, huh? You'll know how to fix your own face then." I stumbled back and tried to defend, but he hit a right hook to my body and I felt my ribs crack. "That's for spilling my drink. I'm only getting started." I tried telling the ref I wanted to quit, but I wheezed and could barely get the air out, and that's when he bombed an overhand while I wasn't looking. I dropped to the ground and he leaned over me. "Have you ever even saved anyone, doctor?" The referee wouldn't stop the fight, and my opponent went to punch the back of my head while I was on the ground, but that's when a small child ran into the ring. "Dad!" He quickly tugged my opponent's shorts and pointed outside the ring while crying. "Mommy is shaking again." I opened my swollen eyes as much as I could and saw a woman on the floor by the counter, blue in the face and not breathing. My opponent's face fell and he instantly started tearing off his gloves, his hands trembling. He ran over and dropped to her. "Honey, please stay with me," he screamed. "Someone do something." But everyone just watched. That's when I got up. Everything ached, but I stumbled over and knelt down, my head pounding from the punches. I took one look and knew she had 1 minute before she suffocated. So I snapped my fingers and held out my hand. I know what to do. Knife and a straw. Now, my opponent instantly slapped both into my palm. I cut a small opening low on her throat and slid the straw inside the small incision. Oxygen instantly filled her airways, and her chest started rising again. Her eyes flew open, and the kid threw his arms around her. "Mom, you're alive." My opponent began sobbing, pulling me into his arms. "I'm sorry, you're not just a doctor. You're a hero. You saved my wife's life." I sat there, still dazed, just happy I wasn't getting my whooped anymore. A woman put her dollar into the hospital vending machine, but the candy bar she selected got caught on the coil and wouldn't dispense. She immediately started punching the glass, but the candy just wouldn't fall. I went to the vending machine beside her and got my own snack cleanly, and when I looked over, the woman was now on her knees reaching her arm up through the dispenser slot. I asked, "Why don't you just use this vending machine?" But she didn't even look up. "I want this one." I thought, screw it, and put my own arm in the dispenser slot to help her, but the candy was too far away. I got her a wire hanger, but after it still wasn't long enough, I suggested we rock the vending machine back and forth. She grabbed one side, I grabbed the other, and we rattled as hard as we could. She kept repeating, "I don't have much time," but the candy still wouldn't fall, and the woman started tearing up and shook the vending machine like she was angry at the world. I laughed because I couldn't understand why she wouldn't just use the other machine. Then she started trying to crack the glass with the wire hanger. A nurse walking by told her, "Ma'am, stop, or we'll have to call security and press charges." But she replied, "I don't care," and kept trying to break the glass. The nurse walked away, and suddenly, the woman drove her elbow through the glass. It shattered and cut her, but she didn't even flinch and pulled out the candy bar, mouthing, "Thank God." She just turned around and walked into a room 5 feet away. I saw her sit down next to a terminally ill boy. She unwrapped the candy bar and held it to his mouth. The boy took a tiny bite and smiled. He finished the candy bar, and his monitors flatlined. When she walked out of the room, I told I was sorry for her loss, and she instantly hugged me. "That was my son's favorite candy bar. Thank you for helping him enjoy his last few minutes alive." I realized what seemed like a joke to me was her granting her dying child his last wish. I'd been dating Ruby for 2 years when she dropped a bomb on me. "I am going to Miami with the girls for spring break. break. You're not invited. I could practically see the red flags, but I kept a straight face. Girls only? Yeah, we need girl time. I gave her a smile and nodded. Okay, have fun. She kissed my cheek, surprised I was not making it a whole thing. Really? You're the best. The first day of spring break, she posted a bunch of photos of her on the beach on Instagram. That is when her mom Diana called. Ben, honey, I need to show you something. Can you come over? 20 minutes later, I was sitting at Diana's kitchen island. She slid her phone across the counter with shaking hands, and on the screen was Ruby's secret Instagram. The most recent photo was Ruby in a tiny red dress sitting on some guy's lap at a rooftop club, his hands on her waist. The next one was them kissing on the beach at sunset with the caption, "What happens in Miami stays in Miami." Diana sat down across from me. I am so sorry. I sat with it for a second. Then I thought about how this woman had been more family to me than Ruby ever was. Diana, want to do something absolutely crazy? She raised an eyebrow. How crazy? I shrugged. Ever been to Amsterdam? Her jaw dropped and she started laughing. Then she stopped. I mean, she stood up and walked to her laptop. Let me check flights. 3 hours later, we were sitting in first-class seats on a plane to Amsterdam. Diana took a selfie of us with her champagne raised. Should I post this? I shook my head. Not yet. Let's wait until we have more photos. Maximum impact. We were sitting at a canal-side cafe in Amsterdam when I posted everything on Instagram. Sunsets, tulip fields, 2 of us on a canal boat, all with the caption, "Best spring break ever." Ruby's messages started immediately. What the heck, Ben? Is that my mother? Where are you? On her 20th call, I picked up. Ben, what are you doing with my mother? Having an amazing time. How is Miami? How is your guy friend? Silence. Ben, I can explain. I laughed. Don't bother. We're done. Enjoy Miami. I hung up, put my phone on silent, and picked up my coffee. Diana raised her glass. To karma. I clinked mine against hers. To karma. Then I kissed her. My dad barged into my room at 7 in the morning. Where are you going today? Who are you seeing? And what time will you be back? I told him basketball practice, and he crossed his arms. You are not driving yourself anymore. I am taking you. He grabbed my phone and installed a tracking app right there. Delete it and I'll sell your car. Mom walked past and I grabbed her arm. What is going on with him? She shrugged. He is just being protective. My dad used to not notice if I came home at all. Now he wanted a minute-by-minute schedule, and he was the one acting guilty. Whatever had changed, I needed to figure it out before he turned that attention on the one thing I was actually hiding. That night he scrolled through my phone in front of me and stopped on a comment from a girl named Jenny. What school does she go to? I said it wasn't a big deal, and he got in my face. Everything is a big deal when you're hiding things. He was right. Jenny was my girlfriend, and I wasn't allowed to date. One afternoon when I was supposed to be at the library, I walked to the park to hang out with Jenny. Jenny said her mom had been weird lately too, gone every weekend, dressed up for work trips that never used to happen. We laughed about how both our parents had lost their minds, and for an hour at that park, I forgot I was grounded from my own life. Jenny was the only part of it that felt normal. My dad texted saying he was coming to pick me up from the library, so I raced back, but he was already in the parking lot with his arms crossed. The librarian said you never came in. I opened my mouth to answer and froze. Wait, what are you doing on this side of town? Your office is 40 minutes away. His shirt was untucked and I could smell perfume that was not my mom's. His face turned red. That is none of your business. The next day, while my dad was busy at work, Jenny and I skipped school and drove to her house since her mom was supposed to be in Boston. I turned onto her street and my blood went cold because my dad's silver Porsche was in her driveway. We walked in quietly and heard laughter from the living room, so we snuck up and slowly peeked around the corner. My dad was on the couch with his arm around Jenny's mom. Dad, what is happening right now? He held both hands up. Let me explain. Jenny stepped forward. Mom, her mom jumped up. I thought you were at school. I thought you were in Boston. Nobody moved. 2 kids who skipped school and 2 parents who got caught cheating, all standing in a living room nobody was supposed to be in. I peeled a lottery ticket off the pavement under my tire and read, win $47. I couldn't believe my luck because I had only pulled into that gas station to steal napkins from the hot dog counter because I was too broke to afford toilet paper. Score! My celebration startled the man at the air pump so badly he dropped the hose. His eyes moved from the ticket to me. Is that yours? I folded it once. It is now. I started walking inside, already picturing a 12-pack of 2-ply, but the man sprinted past me, shoved the door open and yelled, "He stole my winning ticket!" The cashier looked up as I came in behind him with the ticket still in my hand. It was under my tire. The man pointed at the black mark across one corner. Because you parked on it. I slapped the ticket on the counter and kept my palm over it. The cashier looked from him to me. You're fighting over parking lot trash. I looked at the toilet paper shelf behind him. It's not trash. It's my ticket to 2-ply comfort. Then I pushed it toward the scanner. The man grabbed the far edge before it reached the machine, and I pulled back because trash or not, that ticket was still the only thing between me and another handful of stolen napkins. The cashier lifted both hands. If you rip the barcode, I can't scan it. The man yanked harder, and for one stupid second, I yanked back harder too. The ticket split down the middle, sending us both stumbling backward. He crashed into the candy rack while I knocked over a beef jerky display, and the cashier snatched my half from the floor before I could even stand up. Other piece. The man slid his half onto the counter, and we both leaned in while the cashier lined up the torn barcode under the scanner. The machine beeped once. Not a winner flashed on the screen. The cashier turned the ticket around and tapped the tiny words under the prize box. It says win up to $47. Did either of you read that part? The man backed away without looking at me. I looked from the toilet paper shelf to the hot dog counter, grabbed the biggest fistful of napkins I could carry, and ran. I was eating hot dogs at the fire station, enjoying the first calm day in months, when we got a call from a woman panicking. There's a massive fire with children in danger. Please come now. I instantly dropped my food, and me and my crew drove over, ready to risk our lives. But when we pulled in, we saw 4 teenagers grilling a small barbecue in their yard. I thought we'd gotten pranked at first, but then a middle-aged woman frantically ran over. That's them. They're gonna burn my house down and kill everyone. Spray them. I looked at the boys calmly flipping their hot dogs. Ma'am, called the fire brigade for a barbecue. We can press charges for wasting our time. I started climbing back into my truck, but she physically grabbed my hand and pointed at the smoke rising from the grill. Those kids are like 9. They can't be around fire. I sighed and slowly walked over. How old are you guys? We're 18. Me and my dad go camping every month. I turned around to the Karen. I can't stop legal-aged adults from having a barbecue, ma'am. Plus their hot dogs look perfectly grilled. But this time Karen didn't say a word. She sprinted to our truck and ripped the water hose off the side. She aimed it at the barbecue, and my stomach instantly dropped. 2 trained firefighters could barely control this hose. Me and my crew ran to stop her, but she was already smashing the trigger. But no water was coming out because the water valve hadn't been twisted. Why isn't this stupid thing working? She kept pressing. We were inches away from her when suddenly I got an idea. No! I quickly stopped my crew and whispered to let her continue. Everyone looked confused until I pointed at her, looking straight into the nozzle. This fire department is too cheap to even get a working hose. I'm reporting this, she yelled while the kids laughed at her. That's when I snuck around the truck and twisted the valve right as she pressed the trigger. 20 gallons of water instantly shot at her face, hitting her at 50 miles per hour. The force sent her flying back as she hit the ground, and I instantly closed the valve, laughing my off so hard I dropped to the floor. She lay there, still delirious about what planet she was on, looking just as soaked as she was stupid. I slowly got back in the truck, still laughing, and that's when the teenagers ran over with a plate of hot dogs. Thanks for dealing with her. I climbed up to my treehouse for the 3rd time that week, and my Charizard was gone again. The card binder was open on the floor exactly how I'd left it, except the slot in the middle was empty. My mom didn't even look up from her laptop when I came inside. Honey, just lock the trap door next time. But I'd locked it the last 3 times, and they kept finding a way in. I went to my room, closed the door, and started thinking about how Kevin McAllister would handle this. I grabbed a bag of flour from the pantry and a bottle of maple syrup off the counter. I dumped half my sister's craft drawer of pink glitter into the syrup bottle and shook it until the inside looked like a snow globe. Up in the treehouse, I rigged a flour bucket and a syrup bucket above the trapdoor with a string set to tip them when the door swung open. Then I pulled my second best card, a holographic Blastoise, out of my binder and laid it in the middle of the treehouse floor where anyone climbing up would see it. I climbed back down, walked across the yard, and waited behind the oak tree. 20 minutes later, I heard the back gate creak open and 2 voices coming up my driveway. The taller one started up the ladder first. He poked his head through the trapdoor and froze. Dude, his holographic Blastoise is just sitting there. The other one shoved past him to climb up. I heard the trapdoor slam open against the floor. A cloud of white flour exploded out of the treehouse window. Both of them came stumbling onto the platform laughing. Bro, that's it? That's all he had? They were still wiping flour off their faces when the second bucket tipped and the syrup glitter dumped down on top of them. They froze. The taller one wiped at his shirt, and a streak of pink glitter spread across his whole chest. He wiped it again, and it spread further. They scrambled down the ladder and ran straight out of my backyard with glitter falling off them in trails, all the way down the main road through the neighborhood. I climbed up to my treehouse, picked my Charizard up off the grass below where one of them had dropped it, and slid it back into my binder. They couldn't tell their parents what happened without admitting where they'd been. My brother bet me a PS5 I couldn't win a game of hide and seek, so I instantly dove into a dumpster to prove him wrong. Wet sludge ran into my socks, and something sharp cut my leg, but I shut the lid and watched through the gap laughing as Gary ran past. I only needed 10 minutes for the PS5, but then I felt the entire dumpster being lifted. My head slammed against the lid, and I dropped into what I could see was the inside of a truck. I heard the engine start as we peeled out. Then my phone buzzed. I pulled it out and saw Gary's text. 10 minutes is over, you win. Where are you? But when I tried to text him back, my fingers were covered in so much garbage sludge the touchscreen wouldn't work. I felt the truck swerving, and because my dad was a garbage man, I realized we were going to a dumpster crushing site by the turns we were taking. The truck's engine suddenly cut, and I pushed the lid trying to get out. My whole body strained, but the lid was blocked by something something on the outside, and that's when I felt my dumpster being lifted. The sound of machinery crushing started around me, and I cried, realizing I was going to get squished into a cube. That's when I saw a rusty knife at the bottom of the dumpster. I dug through the trash and pulled it out as the crushing got closer and began cutting a hole in the side. I kicked through and scrambled out, falling face first on the gravel, just as the dumpster I was in started getting slammed. I was hyperventilating, and that's when I saw my brother Gary climbing out of Dad's garbage truck. "Found you!" I stood up and grabbed my head. "Gary, what are you doing here?" Gary crossed his arms and grinned. "I saw you hiding in the dumpster, but I didn't want to win the boring way, so I stole Dad's truck and drove your dumpster here to make my win more epic. I only texted you won, so you'd actually think you'll die." I stared at him in disbelief. "You could have killed me, Gary, but I didn't. Now run me the PS5, buddy." He got in Dad's truck and drove off, leaving me in the dumpster site. Nobody at my school had talked to me in 3 years because I could not stop correcting everything anyone said. Then Devin raised his hand in history class and changed that. "Just want to remind everyone this test is 40% of our grade, and our grades literally determine our future." My hand shot up before I could stop it. "They literally don't though." He turned around slowly. "Excuse me? Correlation is not causation." He smiled the way people smile when they think they are about to win. "Colleges look at grades, and getting into college changes your future, so they do matter." I laughed. If grades determined futures, everyone with a 4.0 would be successful, but that isn't reality. His smile fell off his face. "Good luck getting into college with that attitude." After class, a girl named Sophie stopped me in the hallway. "You should join debate. There's a full ride scholarship at the end of the year. Devin always enters, and this year the topic is participation trophies." That was all I needed to hear. I joined debate and won every round for 2 months until a sophomore caught me off guard with actual earnings data, and I froze for 3 seconds in front of everyone before I found the hole. Afterwards, Sophie pulled me aside. "Devin hired a private college coach and has been training all year. He won't freeze." I sat in the empty classroom after she left and thought about 3 years of eating lunch alone because my brain wouldn't let me agree with anyone about anything. I had to make it all worth it. Devin showed up to the auditorium in a suit carrying a briefcase and looked at me like I was a child. "You really think you can beat me?" I smiled. Define beat. Devin went first, and he was so good that I felt the same 3-second freeze opening in my chest. The judges were nodding the whole time, and I sat there thinking about Devin telling me good luck getting into college. This scholarship was the only door I had. When it was my turn, I froze, and for 1 second, I had nothing. Then I found it. "Define participation trophy for me." He smiled. "A reward for showing up, not for being the best. You made the debate team even though you didn't win every practice round, right?" He hesitated. "Yes, but so you got to compete because you showed up and tried. That is a participation trophy." His smile cracked. "So if participation trophies ruin kids, then you're ruined. But you're here telling me you're successful. So which is it?" Devin closed his binder, and the head judge stood up. "Congratulations, proposition." The audience clapped as the judge walked up and handed me the scholarship paperwork. Devin walked straight up to me, and I thought he was going to swing, but he put his hand out instead. "I guess attitude gets you into college after all." I unpaused Billie Jean, and the song started blasting from my 4-year-old sister's stomach. My AirPod case was sitting open on the desk with one AirPod missing. I immediately ran over to Alice, who was fast asleep, because she'd swallowed my AirPod, and I had no idea how to get it out of her. I pressed my ear against her belly, and Michael Jackson was in there, mid-verse. I instantly opened Safari, and my thumbs moved rapidly across my screen as I looked up. What happens when a kid swallows an AirPod? And all the results said the same thing. Bring them to an emergency room. No exceptions. The chorus started playing, and Alice's eyes shot open. She sat up with both hands on her belly, grinning ear to ear. "There's music in my tummy." I sat her on my lap while I dialed 911, patting her back to calm her down. When they answered, I spoke quickly. "My little sister swallowed an AirPod, and it's inside her. What do I do? Is she going to die?" The woman responded, "An ambulance is on the way. Keep her as still as you can. Too much movement, and it could damage her organs permanently." I put the phone on speaker and kept patting Alice's back the way Mom does after dinner, but she wouldn't stop dancing to the chorus on my lap. I gently gripped her shoulders to get her to stop. Suddenly, the AirPod shot out of her mouth, bounced off my knee, and landed on the carpet, still playing Billie Jean. The speaker crackled. "Sir, is the child okay?" Alice grabbed the phone. "More than okay." She planted both feet on the floor and moonwalked across the carpet. When the song ended, she grabbed the AirPod off the carpet and held it up with both hands. Again. I placed the last box of brown hair dye into my shopping cart and continued walking, but when I turned around, I saw a woman in her mid-40s reaching into my cart and trying to take the hair dye. I moved her hand and told her, "This box is for my daughter with cancer. She wants to dye her hair her favorite color one last time before chemo." But the woman scoffed, "I have a party next month and all my friends have brown hair, so I need it more," and kept trying to take it. I called over the manager, and after the woman proudly declared her party was more important than my daughter's cancer, answer, he kicked her out and told her she was banned. I came home with the dye and dyed my daughter's hair, but then a month later, I got a letter in the mail. The woman was suing me over the hair dye. I showed up to court with my daughter, and the woman was already sitting there, frowning like she was the victim. She stood up and told the judge I had done irreparable emotional damage to her, and pulled out photos of her from the party, showing her with blonde hair while all her friends had brown hair. She cried, "My friends laughed at me all night, Your Honor. They don't understand how hard it's been for me." The judge looked over at my daughter with her already thinning brown hair and immediately ruled in our favor. Then he looked at the woman and also ordered her to cut her hair short, because right now it's getting in her eyes and stopping her from seeing the actually important things in life. Her jaw dropped and the clippers came out. A woman stepped out of her house red in the face and marched over to my car, tapping her nails on my roof. I'd broken down just minutes ago and couldn't move, but she leaned in and screamed at me to move. I replied, "I'm sorry ma'am, but my car is broken down." But she cut me off and leaned through my window. "I don't care if it's broken down, just move right now." I stared at her in disbelief and told her slowly, "My car is broken down, I cannot move it." Her face twisted in anger as she kicked my door so hard the alarm started blaring. "Are you mocking me? Move it or I'm getting my boyfriend." She stormed away before I could respond, and her boyfriend immediately stepped out. "What's the problem?" he asked me. She pointed her finger at me before I could reply. "This leech is parked here. Tell him to move." I calmly explained my car's broken down. "Can you try turn it on?" I put the key in the ignition and nothing happened. He shook his head and immediately turned to the woman. "Can't you see his car's broken down?" But she flailed her arms. "I don't know what that means. Just tell him to move." The man gripped his head while I started laughing because I couldn't believe this was happening. She instantly screamed, "He's laughing at us," and literally went to slap me, but he caught her hand. "No, he's laughing at you because you're being crazy." He exhaled, then walked back inside, while I rolled my windows up and called a recovery vehicle while staring right at her. The next morning later, I drove by the same house and saw her outside with boxes in her arms and tears in her eyes. The boyfriend was right there. "You're crazy," he told her. "That car breaking down was divine intervention because it showed me I shouldn't be with you." He slammed the door in her face, and when she turned around, she saw me parked in the exact same spot as yesterday, smiling at her. Two idiots in matching outfits walked into my police station. "We're here to report a missing car." They slid a piece of paper across the table, and it was a crayon drawing of a car with an X through it. "This is our report." I sighed. This was going to be a long day. I offered to retrace their route, but Idiot 1 held up a finger like he'd cracked the case. "If we want to find the car, we have to think like one." Idiot 2 nodded slowly, eyes wide. "Yes, and if I was a car, I'd want to be at a gas station." Before I could answer, they bolted out the door and headed for the Shell station across the lot. By the time I caught up, Idiot 1 had a diesel nozzle to his lips. "What are you doing?" Idiot 2 held up his hand. "Wait, he's trying to act like a car so we know how to find it. Let him cook." Idiot 2 then grabbed his own diesel nozzle and started to chug. I was dialing 911 when both of them hit the pavement gagging, and they were both green in the face. I dropped to my knees between them, and Idiot 2 lifted a shaking arm and pointed. Look, it worked. I turned and their car had actually shown up out of nowhere. The ambulance was 2 minutes away when Idiot 1 patted his butt and said, "Hold on a second, I can't find my phone." Idiot 2 gasped. "You know what that means. We have to go to the Apple store." They sprinted to their car and sped off before I could stop them. I was walking toward my favorite spot out on the city pier when I heard the breaking boards beneath my feet. Then, with a sound like a volcanic eruption, the entire left side of the pier collapsed at an angle, sending everyone stumbling, including me. Great, I thought. First I get fired and now this. What else could go wrong today? I guess I spoke too soon. While everyone else on the pier was able to maintain their footing, I went right over the guardrail and onto the beach 30 feet below. As I fell, I just prayed the sand was soft enough that I'd survive. When I opened my eyes, I assumed I was dead. I was still on the beach, but standing over me was the ghost of my father, who died more than 3 years ago. I stood up and looked myself over. I was still flesh and blood, still very much alive. I suppose I had to be hallucinating my dad's ghost. It made sense. I was fired from the engineering firm that he helped build from the ground up, so of course I felt like a failure. Then I heard another crack and the entire pier came down a few more inches, followed by a new round of panicked screams from above. The ghost pointed to the problem, a failing support beam. If a total collapse happened, people could die. Then he pointed at the driftwood lying around the beach. When I was a kid, me and my dad would collect driftwood to build castles. Little did I know, these were my first lessons in how to build things, so that eventually I could take over the family business. Suddenly, my engineer brain took over and everything made sense. I knew what had to happen. I collected as many logs as I could find along the beach and lined them up along the broken beam. Then I took off my belt and cinched it around the group of logs. I pulled the strap on that belt as hard as my muscles would physically allow, and suddenly the beam snapped back into place. The pier was once again level, and the people on it were safe. I looked back at the ghost of my father. He simply put his hand over his heart and then dissolved into the darkness. When I got back to the pier, I was hailed as a hero. I went on to start my own engineering firm and have been #1 in town ever since. I had just set a package down on the porch of this mansion when a dog the size of a grown man came off the steps and knocked me flat. I hit the concrete so hard the wind went right out of me and I couldn't even yell. Then his teeth sank into my leg and the yell came out all on its own. I'm on the ground kicking at him, trying to get him away, when the front door swings open and a woman comes running out in her bathrobe. "No, get away from my baby." I thought I was saved, but she ran right past me and got down on her knees next to the dog with tears running down her face. "Why did you attack my dog, you maniac?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed 911 while I watched in shock. A crazy Amazon driver just attacked me and hurt my innocent dog. Then she leaned down close and whispered while smiling from ear to ear, "This is going to make me rich." Then the cop car pulled up. So I started to stand up because finally somebody was here to fix this. He got out, looked at the big house, looked at the woman cradling her dog, and decided I was the criminal. I desperately tried to argue my case. "You've got it wrong. I was the one who got attacked." For a second, his eyes dropped to my torn pants, and I thought he finally saw it. But the woman yelled, "This maniac came at my dog first, and my lawyer is already writing up the claim. So you're gonna want to get this right, officer." The cop nodded and reached for his cuffs. "You're under arrest, buddy." My heart started pounding. One false report on my record, and I'd lose the only job I had. I tried to tell him what actually happened, but he talked right over me like I wasn't even there. "Unless you got something that says differently, you're going straight to jail. Do you have a witness or a camera recording?" I almost said no. Then I remembered the camera on my vest. I clip one on every shift because customers lie about what happens at their door, and it had been running since I clocked in that morning. My hands were shaking with fear, but I got it off and held the screen up so he could see. The dog coming off the porch, me with my arms full and not touching anything but the box. Then her own voice off to the side, clear as anything. "This is going to make me rich." She started shaking her head and opened her mouth, but nothing came out. The cop looked from the screen to her, and the cuffs he'd pulled for me went on her instead. "You're gonna want to call that lawyer." She wanted a check from Amazon, but the only one who got a fat check was me, thanks to her and her dog. We sat down at the table when my brother-in-law slapped me on the shoulder and pointed up at the Ghost Wing Challenge sign. "All right, you and me, all 12 with no milk and loser buys dinner for a month. Milk's for babies anyway." I looked up and read the rules under the little skulls. "Finish all 12, no milk, no water, no tapping out." The waitress slowed down as she passed and tapped that last line. "Everybody says yes to this one, sweetie, and then they're begging me for milk. I'm not even allowed to bring them." He just waved her off and ordered us 2 platters. "No offense, man, but I've watched you sweat over a mild taco, so honestly, this is gonna be the easiest dinner I ever won." The plates came out steaming, and he tore into his first wing like he was making a point. By the third one, his forehead was shiny, and he was talking way faster than before. "See, this isn't even heat, it's just flavor, and people never get that." I had my head down working through mine with my eyes watering, and he loved every second of it. I mean, look at him, he's basically crying already. I told you he'd fold. He grabbed my sister by the sleeve and pulled her over. "Babe, come on, back me up here. Does he honestly look like he's gonna finish that?" She leaned in and looked at both plates before pulling her arm back. "Honey, his plate's almost empty, and yours isn't." His eye twitched, and he let go of her. By the next wing, he was fanning his mouth and waving the waitress over. "Milk, I need milk. Just bring me a milk." She pointed at the sign without slowing down. "Rules are rules, hun." His face was red and dripping, and his hands had started to shake. He spun around to the next table, snatched the little carton off the kid's tray, and chugged it right there in front of everyone. The kid stared up at him. "Mom, the spicy man took my milk." The whole place turned to watch a grown man hunched over a stolen carton of milk. I swallowed my last wing and wiped my hands before sliding the check across to him. Then I slapped him on the shoulder. "Drink up. Milk's for babies, right?" My teacher ripped the switch out of my hands mid-Hollow Knight boss fight and dropped it in her desk drawer. Mrs. Deborah slid the drawer shut and pointed at the clock. "You can come get it back after class." 2 weeks I'd been stuck stuck on Nightmare King Grim, Hollow Knight's hardest fight. I'd snuck the switch in to grind through lunch and was one phase from beating him when the bell rang. I figured I could finish in class, not knowing today was test day. Now it was locked in her desk while she was passing out science tests. I was working through question 3 when her shoulders caught my eye. Hunched forward, brow tight, tongue poking out the corner of her mouth. 5 minutes in, I caught a sound from her desk, faint and unmistakable, and it was my boss music. Her thumbs were moving under the desk in tiny, precise bursts, and every few seconds her whole body flinched like she'd taken a hit. I raised my hand and asked for the bathroom. She waved me out without lifting her eyes, and I walked the long way around her desk. There it was, my switch wedged into her lap, Hollow Knight on the screen, 3 swings into the Nightmare King fight. I went back to my seat and stared at the test without reading a single question. The bell rang and everyone filed out and she called my name. She slid the switch across her desk without looking up from her gradebook. You were one phase out from beating Nightmare King Grim. I had time during the test, so I finished him for you. Saves at the next bench. You're welcome, kid. I almost laughed out loud. I picked up the switch and the thumbsticks were still warm. My science teacher just cleared Hollow Knight's hardest boss during a science test, and I couldn't wait to tell the boys. The school prankster grabbed my waistband in the packed hallway and yanked my pants straight to the floor. But I had a second pair of shorts on underneath because I knew this day would come, so I bent down, pulled my jeans up, and kept walking. The hallway stared at me with wide eyes. Nobody had ever watched Oscar lose, and now he stood there holding my belt loop with his mouth hanging open. He jabbed a finger at my back. I will get you, I laughed. We'll see about that one, buddy. The next morning, I caught Oscar rigging a bucket of expired milk over the bathroom door, then ducking around the corner to wait for me, and I laughed because this was his usual routine. So I yelled that someone was messing with his setup. He came charging back through the door to save it, and the whole bucket dumped down over his own head. He stood there soaked, milk dripping off his chin, hair flat against his face, while a dozen kids pulled out their phones and pointed. No way, the prankster's actually getting dethroned. For the first time in his life, Oscar didn't say anything. He just stared at me like his little head was about to explode. This isn't over. I patted him on the head. Whatever you say, little man. And on the morning of the spring assembly, I found a thin cord tied to the back of my jeans, trailing down to the front row, and Oscar was holding the end of it. He was planning to yank it the second I stood up for my science award, dropping my pants in front of 1,200 students, all because he wanted to crown himself as the school prankster. They called my name, and I walked out to the microphone. Oscar sat in the front row with the cord wrapped around his fist, grinning up at me. He waited until every eye in the gym was on me, stood up, and yanked it with everything he had. His own jeans shot straight down to his sneakers, because when he wasn't looking, I tied his own cord to the back of his own pants, and 1,200 kids saw the king of the school standing in his boxers. The gym exploded. I leaned into the microphone while he scrambled for his jeans. Truce? Me and my younger brother Sam used to play Operation for hours. We'd play it when Mom told us to do homework and play it in our bedroom at night, and if we ever messed up and clipped the edge, the board buzzed loudly, and Mom would storm in and catch us. Our hands had to become precise and steady just so we could play. Our family were on a road trip when the truck clipped us. Our car tumbled through the air and we rolled, landing on our side. Me and my mom thankfully only had minor cuts, but when we got out, Sam was on the road not moving. He'd fallen out while the car was rolling, and his face, neck, and arms were all embedded with shards of glass. He was crying and screaming in pain, and every breath he took drove the shards deeper into his skin. I realized some were dangerously close to his arteries. The ambulance was 30 minutes away because we were out in the desert, and I knew we needed to get the glass out of him ASAP. I opened the first aid kit from the trunk and pulled out tweezers, walking over to Sam with shaking legs but steady hands. This is just like Operation, I told myself. I knelt down, and Sam's eyes were wide and terrified, but he nodded bravely. I placed the tweezers to a shard of glass at his shoulder, but that's when Mom yanked the tweezers from me. Stop it! You're not a doctor! The force lodged the shard deeper, and Sam screamed in pain. Look what you did, she said. We're waiting for a doctor, but that's when Sam spoke through his tears. Please, Mom, let him do it. It's just like Operation. We play it all the time, and you never catch us. Please trust him. Mom's face softened. I could tell she was terrified, but she gave me the tweezers and closed her eyes. Sam nodded, and I slowly pulled a shard from his shoulder, then one from his wrist. I was sweating, and my heart pounded, but my hands stayed steady due to the thousands of hours of operation. Another shard came out, then another. I didn't clip Sam once, and Mom's jaw dropped. I placed my tweezers on a shard of glass near Sam's neck, near the carotid artery. He nodded, and I slowly pulled it out. The most dangerous shard was gone. By the time the ambulance came, every shard was out of Sam's body, and in a pile beside us. As I got the last one out, my hands started shaking uncontrollably. I'd kept them steady for just long enough, but now my body was in shock. But Sam reached out and held them until they stopped trembling. Hey big brother, you just played Operation, and I didn't buzz once. You won. I laughed and calmed down, hugging Sam tight. My best friend walked into class was painted in green from head to toe, wearing purple shorts, flexing both arms at the ceiling. I was the first to laugh, and he turned and slammed both fists down on the desk. Hulk doesn't want to be laughed at. Hulk is angry. The whole class flinched, and I just rolled my eyes because I thought it was some weird prank. But when he came in the next morning, he punched the door frame and screamed, "Hulk has arrived." The entire class started whispering, until he sat down and flung a chair at the wall. I grabbed his shoulders. "Todd, what the hell are you doing? You look insane." He shook me off. Todd gets picked on. Todd gets shoved into lockers. Hulk doesn't. It's better this way. You'll see. And at lunchtime in the cafeteria, I started to see what he was talking about, because the kid who shoved him every day knocked his tray onto the floor. But this time, Todd spun around and was ready to fight back. He roared into his face and drove his fist through the plastic tray on the table. "Hulk dares you to hurt him again. Do it!" The bully completely froze, and it was the first time I'd ever seen someone be intimidated by Todd. The next day, I found him alone at the lockers, still green, still in purple. "Todd, it's me. You can stop now." He turned his head toward me, and there was nothing behind his eyes. "Todd is not here. Hulk is here to stay." Down the hall, a crowd swarmed him, pointing and laughing, but he was too numb to care anymore. My heart broke because I was the first to laugh at Todd, and now I was the only one who couldn't. I woke up on my best friend's couch, and his cat looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Good morning." The room was tilting, and when I tried to remember last night, I couldn't think of anything that had happened. I stumbled into the kitchen, and my best friend William was waiting with a baking pan, one brownie left in it. "Dude, you ate all my brownies last night, the ones for my party." I grabbed the counter to stop myself from falling, because this explained everything. "What kind of brownies, William? What the hell did I eat?" He looked at me for a long second and walked out without saying anything. I splashed cold water on my face and pinched my arm to try and snap myself out of it, but when I looked up, the cat put his paw on my hand. "You should probably sit down, man." I backed out of the kitchen and tore through the apartment for a wrapper, a box, anything that said what was in those brownies. But when I walked into the living room, I saw 3 versions of myself, all smiling and waving at me. "Nice to finally meet you, dude." I shook my head, trying to force myself to see straight, and when I opened my eyes again, the room was empty. "William, where the hell are you, bro?" I heard a noise in the hallway, so I ran out and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Dude, what was in those brownies? Just tell me." Before he could respond, I watched his blue hoodie turn to red, then blue again. So I grabbed my keys and dialed poison control with shaking thumbs. "I ate something last night. I don't know what it was, and I'm seeing things." William dove across the room and slapped the phone out of my hand. "Chill. They were regular brownies." He stood over me with both hands up, breathing hard. "You never ate anything bad. I just saw that you ate my entire batch of brownies, so I tricked you into believing that you were tripping out. You're so gullible, dude." He reached behind the couch and pulled out a Bluetooth speaker. "The cat never spoke to you. It just seemed that way." He pointed to the corner where there were 3 blow-up balloon versions of myself. I looked at the balloons, then at the cat, then walked back to the kitchen, picked the last brownie out of the pan, and ate it, looking him dead in the eyes. Worth it. I was babysitting for the richest family in LA when the mom called, "Grab my daughter and run to the safe room, now." And before I could ask anything, the front door slammed open. Her mom was still on the phone. "The safe room is hidden in the living room. Pull the red book on the shelf. Do not come out until I call you again." I grabbed Emily and yanked the red book. The shelf swung open, and I pulled Emily inside with no idea of what would happen next. The window was a one-way glass, so I could see them, but they couldn't see us. I put an index finger over my lips. "Shh." She nodded silently. 3 men sneaked in wearing all black, eyes darting around the room. The mom texted, "Keep silent, or they will kill you both." They went through every drawer, while a man peered into the watch collection worth thousands of dollars and didn't take a thing. Whatever they'd broken in for, it wasn't money. Then his hand slid along our bookshelf, searching for a hidden lever. I put my hand over Emily's mouth and held my breath until it moved on. Then the man stopped dead in the hallway, and he whispered, "Layla." He searched the room desperately. "Layla, baby, where are you?" I froze in confusion. Who were they looking for? Emily's head came off my chest, and she whispered, "Daddy?" My phone lit up again. "Do not open that door." I pressed my face to the glass, and the man searching for her was crying. Emily started screaming, "Daddy, we're in here!" and clawing at the door. She tugged on my sleeve. "Open it, please!" I pulled the latch, and Emily ran into his arms. The man dropped to his knees and held her. "Layla, my Layla, I've got you. I've got you." He turned to me and put his hand on my shoulder. "This family kidnapped Layla a year ago and carried her across the state. I've been looking for her ever since." I gasped. That safe room was never built to keep danger out. It was built to keep Layla in. I walked into class, and my teacher's finger was pointed at my chest. "Empty your bag. We both know what you stole." I put my hands in the air, no idea what she was talking about. Behind her, Daniel in the front row, wiping his eyes, and the empty spot on his wrist where his watch always sat. "That was my dad's watch," he said. "He gave it to me before he passed. Why would you steal it?" Another kid crossed his arms. "Stuff always goes missing in this class. I just stood there, accused of something I didn't do, with no idea how to prove it. The teacher snatched my backpack, and I turned it upside down as everything I owned hit the desk, but no watch. It wasn't me, I swear. I wouldn't do that. But then the principal came in with his phone out, and we could all hear Daniel's mom screaming, "I'm suing the family of whoever stole it." Daniel just stared at the floor. That watch was all I had left of my dad. The principal turned to me. "Can you even describe what you stole?" But before I could answer, my teacher said, "Gold," his initials engraved on the back. But I immediately questioned her. "How do you know? Look, he's trying to blame me. Get this kid out of here." But Daniel's mom was still screaming through the phone, "Check every desk in that room, now!" The principal agreed, so they emptied my desk onto the floor, then the desk next to mine, then every desk in the row, and the watch wasn't in any of them. I didn't want to be sued, so I pointed at the one desk nobody had touched. "Check her desk, she's in this room too." The teacher froze. "You're taking a thief's word over mine? Why would I have it?" But her hands were shaking, so he reached past her and pulled the drawer open himself and gasped. There was Daniel's gold watch sitting right on top, initials face up. But then he lifted the whole drawer out and set it on her desk so everyone could see what was inside. A phone, Apple Watches, jewelry that she stole from students. The kid from earlier yelled, "That's my phone! I lost it a month ago." Kids were finding their own stuff in her drawer. Daniel's mom yelled, "I'm suing you! How dare you steal from students?" As she sobbed, I pointed and laughed. "Now everyone knows what you stole." I put on my headset to game with the boys, but quickly realized it wasn't my friends I was hearing. It was two men, mid-sentence. "Our foreign policy won't change while he's in that cabinet, and he won't listen to his advisors." My heart dropped, and I listened closer. And when I heard, "We can't leave the election to chance, the state needs our party," I realized I was listening in on a government conversation. I looked through my lobby with shaking hands, thinking about how this was possible. "We do it before the vote," the man said. "Make it look self-inflicted." That's when I saw my mic light was turned green. Whoever was on the other side could hear me, and they'd know I was listening in. I muted it so fast I knocked the controller off my lap, so scared my body trembled. Then I grabbed my phone and instantly texted the boys, "Come to my house now, drop everything." The four of them were here in minutes, and I pressed the mic into Reese's hands. He listened in, and his hands immediately flew in the air. "We definitely shouldn't be able to hear this, so if anything happens, remember, I am not suicidal." He laughed, and I couldn't believe he was joking about this. They took turns passing the mic to each other while my hands shook, but then the voice nearly made me collapse. "We do it in 7 days. If anyone finds out about this, you know what to do." My blood ran cold as I stared at the headset, and that's when I caught Reese out of the corner of my eye. His thumb was on his phone, and I realized he'd been recording my headset for the last 2 minutes. He'd captured everything. I screamed, "Reese, stop," and reached for his phone, but he smiled and leaned away from me. Then he typed something and turned his screen towards me, and I saw the video he just took was now posted to his story. Anyone in the world could see it. My hands went numb, and I shook just thinking about what the government would do to me. Reese tapped my shoulder. "You can't even see our faces, dude. It's fine." He went to put the headset back on. I immediately ordered everyone out of the house, then locked the doors and stared at my headset, clutching my pillow in fear. My heart pounded so loud I couldn't sleep, but when I checked my phone at 3 a.m., Reese's story was taken down. I texted him, but he never even read my message. I walked to school next morning, expecting men in suits to pop out of every bush, but they never did. And during math, Reese's desk was empty. While walking home, I decided to go check on him, but when I reached his house, I nearly got sick. Police were surrounding it, as the whole area was blocked with tape. I nervously asked an officer what happened. He shook his head, but I begged him, "Please, sir, Reese is my best friend." The officer knelt down, looking like he was about to cry. "Official reports state Reese went crazy last night. His whole family is dead as a result." My face drained of color, and I just nodded and walked back home. Reese's words echoed in my mind. If anything happens, I am not suicidal. I grabbed my headset in silence and didn't dare try turn it on. I was in my back garden, putting my hand near the pool, trying to work up the courage to touch the water, when the neighbor's kid ran into our yard. He grabbed the garden hose and aimed it directly at me. "Is it true you're allergic to water?" My legs buckled and I instantly shot my hands up. My aquagenic urticaria meant any contact with water literally burned and blistered my skin. "Yes, it's true. Please put that down," I begged, but he just grinned. "I don't believe it. I need to see it." He pressed the button, and the water instantly hit my face and chest. I screamed in pain because my skin felt on fire, and I tried to run away, but he chased me with the hose, spraying and laughing as I ran. "No way this actually works. Come here, water boy." I ran inside and locked my door, then immediately dropped to the floor. My face, my back, my chest, arms, and legs were all soaked, and the red rashes were already forming over my body. Some skin was peeling off, and behind the door, I heard the neighbor's kid still laughing. "I'll be here when you come out." He stuck the garden hose through our dog door and sprayed me again, and I backed away crying as I'd never been in so much pain. I clenched my fists and grabbed a towel to dry myself and started feeling better, but he was still in the back garden, smirking and pointing at at me every time I went near the window. I knew I needed to get rid of him, but if I went outside, he'd just spray me. That's when I remembered he was allergic to peanut butter. I instantly poured all my peanut butter into a bowl and stuck the bowl in the microwave. I watched him spray my windows with the hose while the peanut butter spun, and when the peanut butter was in liquid form, I ran upstairs with the bowl. I opened the window and smirked. He saw me and put his fingers on the hose trigger, but I tipped the bowl first. A pound of liquid peanut butter started falling on his head from the second story, and his face twisted in horror. He dropped the garden hose and backed away, but some peanut butter had already splashed on his head. I watched grinning as he screamed, "I'm allergic!" He stumbled backwards, and suddenly his foot slipped on the water he'd sprayed by the pool earlier. He went crashing into my pool and splashed hard, covered in peanut butter. I saw him start to go blue and just laughed. I shut my window and called the ambulance. He wasn't going to die, but he wasn't going to ever spray me with a garden hose again. The officers walked me down the cement hallway, leading me to my execution. One laughed, "Time for death row. So are you finally ready to admit that you're guilty?" I shook my head. I didn't do it. I was telling the truth, but they didn't believe me. No one ever did. They pushed open a steel door, and the officer nudged me. "So, which way do you want to die?" A man stood with a rifle. A vial of poison sat on a tray, and an electric chair waited in the middle. I pointed at the chair, because I just wanted it fast. They strapped me down, and I clenched my eyes shut before whispering my last words. "I love you, Mama. See you on the other side." But after a few seconds, nothing happened. I opened my eyes, and the officer jiggled the cables. "Okay, let's try this again." He flipped the switch, and my entire body went rigid, but still nothing happened. I gasped. No way. Was I going to live? The warden lost his patience and jerked his head at the rifleman. "Just shoot the bastard." The barrel came up and pointed straight at my chest, but the rifleman's hands started shaking. His voice cracked as his eyes filled with tears. "This is a divine intervention. It proves he's innocent. I can't shoot him." An officer hauled me out of the seat and sat down in it himself. "I'll prove that it's not some divine intervention BS. Turn on the switch." The switch was flipped, and the chair instantly started working. He threw himself out of the chair to stop himself from dying. He wheezed, "It works. Throw him back on." But when they strapped me back in and tried to spark the chair again, it didn't work. Officers fell to their knees, and the one who'd told me to admit I was guilty was crying now, pointing at me and shouting, "The universe won't let him die. He's innocent. He was telling the truth." I wrapped my arms around the chair and screamed, "Thank God!" Because even though no one in my life believed I was innocent, a chair did. And in the end, that's all that mattered. A little kid came into my store, but the second he saw me, he froze and started trembling uncontrollably. I felt bad because I knew my prison tattoos terrified him, and his legs shook as he slowly walked over. He pointed at the bag of blue Sour Patch behind me, so nervous he couldn't look me in the eye. His voice shook as he asked for the price, but when I placed the bag on the counter, he immediately snatched it. "I'm so sorry for this, sir." He began sprinting out the door with the Sour Patch, his legs still shaking, but I just reached under my desk and calmly pressed the anti-theft button. The front entrance doors locked, and he stopped dead. His eyes went wide, and he tried prying the doors open, straining as hard as he could. I calmly walked over and towered over him. Pee began running down his leg when he turned around because he was so scared. He dropped the bag of Sour Patch and covered his face, crying, "I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this." I looked at him and felt like something deeper was going on, because he didn't look like the petty theft delinquent type. I knelt down and asked him why he stole from my store. He was still crying, and between choking sobs he said, "My big sister is dying at the hospital. My parents spent all the money on her treatment, and I just wanted her to have her favorite candy one last time." He looked up at me. "I'm a good kid, I swear. I just didn't know what to do." I felt my heart break as I picked up the Sour Patch and pressed it into his hands while he sobbed. I walked him to the hospital, then watched him give her the Sour Patch, and realized he wasn't a bad kid. He was just doing a little wrong so he could do a lot right. I broke a world record and became hated for it. My classmate Kaylee was diagnosed with cancer, and the life-saving surgery she needed cost too much for her family to afford. My school organized a marathon to raise money for her, and that's when I announced I would finish the marathon in under 2 hours and break the record to raise more money. Everyone laughed because I couldn't even finish the mile in gym class, but I said I'd spent all summer training with the best runners in Kenya. I repeated this until local news picked it up, and our county mayor showed up to school asking if I was really going to break the record. I said, "I'm doing it for my classmate," and pulled up a video from Fiverr of random guys in Kenya claiming I ran with them in the mountains. "He's the best we've ever seen." The mayor immediately announced if I broke the record, he'd fund the surgery. Kaylee looked at me like I was her hero. Now I just had to actually break the record. When race day came, the mayor was at the start line with camera crews. The gun went off, and we started running. I sprinted as fast as I could, immediately getting ahead of everyone else as they were going slow, pacing themselves. My heart raced as I sprinted and felt like I would pass out. But then at the 1 mile mark, I saw nobody in my rear view. No reporters, no classmates. Perfect. I quickly ducked off course and into the the trees, where Kaylee and her dad were waiting with their car. I got in and we drove off. We spent the next hour eating chips and playing Kaylee's favorite games. Then 1 hour 43 minutes into the race, Kaylee's dad drove me to the bushes 2 miles from the finish line. I quickly checked that nobody was looking and ran back onto the course. I ran as fast as I could for the last 2 miles and came into view of the finish line at 1:57. Even from a distance, I saw everyone's shocked faces and cameras flashing rapidly. I crossed the finish line at 1 hour 59 minutes 45 seconds, exhausted. I collapsed to the floor, and the mayor had his hands over his head in shock. The reporters instantly started writing about the teenager who broke the record, and I was still out of breath when the mayor signed a check for the exact amount needed for Kaylee's surgery. She cried tears of joy, and that's when I took the reporter's microphone and told the truth. The sprint at the start, the car, the last 2 miles. Everyone's faces dropped, and the mayor turned red. He was about to get angry, but I said, "If you want to make me the bad guy for making sure my classmate lived, then so be it." He went silent as me and Kaylee hugged while her dad watched with tears. She had her surgery, and when she woke up, I was right there. The first thing she told me was, "At least now I hold the world record for the biggest bullshitter." We had 10 minutes to find the killer in the room with us. The lawyer handling my grandmother's will passed us each an envelope. Everyone has their own letter, and you cannot let anyone read yours. Your time starts now. I tore mine open and almost dropped it. Figure out who killed me, and my fortune is yours. The clock behind him was already counting down from 10 minutes. Dad shoved his letter into his jacket and narrowed his eyes. Whoever wrote this sick prank should be ashamed. Nobody answered. Mom wound her necklace around her finger and turned to us. "Okay, you two, this isn't funny." The lawyer cut her off. "This is not a prank. I'd take it seriously." My parents burned 2 minutes fighting over who'd pull a prank this sick while the clock dropped. My sister slipped out her phone to text me, but the lawyer crossed the room and took it from her hand. No phones. With 8 minutes left and a killer at this table, I dug my fingers into my pant legs and made myself speak. "This is about Grandma, so let's each say the last time we saw her." Mom's shoulders dropped. "The hospital, the day before she died. We played cards." Dad rubbed his neck. "I came by a few hours after Mom and made her some tea." The clock hit 5, and I turned to my sister. "When did you see her last?" She pulled her knees to her chest and hid her face. I asked again, and she curled tighter as the clock slid under 2 minutes, my heart slamming against my ribs. Dad shot to his feet and jabbed a finger at her. "Why so quiet? You wrote these letters, didn't you?" He grabbed her arm and yanked her toward him, and that was when it clicked. It was the tea. The room went still. Mom played cards with her. "You're the only one who gave Grandma something to drink before she died. It's you, Dad." Dad froze, his hand still locked around my sister's arm. The lawyer clapped once. "Well done." The door flew open as 2 officers kicked it in and stormed the room, ripping Dad off her and slamming him to the floor while he screamed, his jacket torn loose in the scramble. "You can read each other's letters now." Mom's matched mine, but my sister's held 2 words. "Say nothing." She finally lifted her head. "I came by right after Dad left. His tea smelled wrong, so I begged Grandma not to drink it." Then the door opened again, and Grandma walked in very much alive. She'd let us all believe she was gone, just long enough for the man who poisoned her to walk in certain he'd won. "Well done, everyone." Mom's hand clamped onto my arm. Grandma lifted Dad's letter from the jacket on the floor and turned it so we could read what she'd written him. "You get nothing. I know what you did." The clock behind her hit 0 and rang. My mom suddenly had a heart attack, and my 9-year-old sister now had no partner for her dance recital in 6 weeks. She asked Dad to be her partner, but he laughed. "That's what girls do. I'm not wearing pink skirts. You don't need a partner." Tilly walked off crying. So the next day I asked Dad if I could join the gym because I wanted to grow some muscle. He put his hand on my shoulder. "Finally, my son is becoming a real man." He dropped me off and watched me walk in. I did a few sets of curls near the window so he could see, and the second he drove off, I ran through the back exit into the ballet studio. I practiced with Tilly for 2 hours, falling over and failing every turn, but I was determined. When Dad finally picked me up, I came out through the gym doors, sweaty and complaining about how sore my biceps were. He chuckled and punched them. "Don't be a sissy, kid." Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday after that, he'd watch through the window. My veins bulged, weight slammed, but the second he pulled away, I was out the door, doing pliers and pirouettes with Tilly until my legs burned. One night, I got in his car, out of breath after hitting squats, and my dad looked at my calves. "Those are getting huge. That's my son." He hugged me, having no clue the calves were from his son doing twirls and leaps in a pink tutu. He stopped watching after that and would just drive away. But then one evening while practicing with Tilly, I saw him pulling into the parking lot earlier than usual. He was coming into the gym with 2 new pairs of gym shoes to train together. I stopped mid-pirouette. I grabbed my gym bag, and Tilly yelled, "Run before he sees you." I sprinted out, sneaking into the gym 2 feet behind him in my pink tutu. I turned into the bathroom and changed. By the time I came down, he was walking around looking for me. I slid into an unused bench and started lifting. "There you are," he smiled at me. "That's the intensity I like to see," he said while I was panting and out of breath from the sprinting. He took videos of me benching. I kept grunting and talking about my fake 1-rep maxes, while Tilly was in the studio perfecting our routine. After my set, he got on the bench to try himself, and when he couldn't do a single rep, he beamed, "Wow, son, is this actually what you lift?" He didn't know I'd slid an extra 45 pounds per side right as he went to lay down. The recital day finally came. Our dad was in the audience alone, thinking I was at the gym. I looked at Tilly backstage. "You ready?" She was shaking and nervous. I whispered, "What's the worst he's gonna do? Call you a girl?" She laughed. We stepped out and started performing our routine, with me jumping and turning with Tilly the way Mom was supposed to. Dad's face fell completely. His son was on stage dancing like a girl. He was red in the face, angry, and completely shaking. But when our routine ended, the whole audience cheered, and my dad was actually clapping too and smiling. Afterwards, he came up to me and Tilly. "I'm so sorry, kids. I don't know how to deal with your mom's death, but I shouldn't have pushed you away and made you feel you have to hide stuff from me." He hugged us, and that was the first time I ever saw him cry. The mall Santa pulled my son onto his lap, and when my son thought I wasn't listening, he said, "I don't want anything for me. I just want my dad to get a better job so he can stop being sad that he can't buy me the bike for Christmas." My eyes widened, and that's when I knew I had to get him that bike, even if it killed me. When we got home, I tore through every drawer and found nothing worth selling. I looked down at my wrist and saw the watch my grandfather gave me. A tear ran down my cheek because I knew that it had to go. The next morning, I cycled to the pawn shop, and when I put the watch on the glass counter, the guy slammed $400 into my hand. I laughed. "Don't play games. We both know the watch is worth at least $700. He shrugged. "400. Take it or leave it." I took it. That night, I set up the bike in the garage, polishing the pedals and handles with an old cloth, and covering the bike under a blanket, all to make sure I could give my son the Christmas he'd never forget. I was waiting there early on Christmas morning, and at 6 a.m., I could hear him calling my name. "Dad, where are you?" I hollered, "In the garage, son." He came sprinting inside with a lumpy package in his hands. He ran straight past the bike and handed it to me. "Open your gift first, Dad." I peeled back the paper, and my whole body went still. It was my grandfather's watch. Sam shrugged and rattled it off like it was nothing. "I saw your wrist had been empty ever since that day at the mall, and I figured you heard what I said and sold it to get me the bike. I had my bike money saved, so I got it back." I immediately crouched down to his level and hugged him so tight he could barely breathe. "But son, the bike, that was yours." He pulled back, frowning like it was obvious. "I told you, Dad, I don't want anything for me." My friend slid me a piece of paper with the words, "Say moist," written down, and I instantly jumped back in fear. I'd hated the word moist my whole life, and Jack always made fun of me for it. "Dude, why are you being so moist right now?" Jack laughed, and I covered my ears and screamed, "Shut up," so loud the whole cafeteria turned. "I'm gonna make you say moist one day, dude." I threw my fork at him. I'm never saying that word. But that evening, I was at Jack's house by his backyard pool. I was walking along the edge, when suddenly my foot slipped and I fell straight in. The water swallowed me, and I instantly started panicking because I couldn't swim. I thrashed hard and screamed for Jack to help me, and that's when his face lit up. "I will, but only if you say moist." My chest went cold because I couldn't say that word. I splashed as water went up my nose and yelled, "I'm not saying it. Now help me, I'm gonna die." The water filled my mouth and I choked, but Jack just crossed his arms. "Then I guess you're dead, moist boy." He kept repeating, "Say the word moist boy," and I cried, trying to cover my ears. "I can't say it. I can't say that word." But that's when my head went under and everything went quiet. I saw Jack still standing at the ledge through the water just as my vision blurred. The word moist tried to leave my lips, but the water stopped it. That's when I felt something. Jack was pulling me out. He dove in and dragged me onto the ledge. I lay there, my vision returning as I coughed up water. He looked at me. "Dude, why didn't you say moist?" I covered my ears. "Dude, shut up." I sighed when my gym teacher dropped dead. It happened when we were doing push-ups on the basketball court. Mr. Sawyer was demonstrating proper form when he dropped face first to the floor. Everyone froze waiting for him to come back up, but he just stayed there. The whole gym lost it. The paramedics came and worked on him for 12 minutes, but nothing. They called the time of death at 12:33, covered him with a white sheet, and carried him away. We all got sent home early that day. The next morning, we were back in school heading to gym class when I walked past his office and saw him sitting at his desk eating a bagel. He looked up and said, "Morning, ladies. Go give me 5 laps around the track." Kids started panicking and running the other direction. Some fainted, and I just stood there too stunned to move. "You died!" I screamed. He took another bite of the bagel. "Oh, that? Yeah, that happens sometimes." The principal called an assembly to try and explain it. Sawyer grabbed the mic and said, "I die. It's no big deal. Been happening since I was 12. Heart stops for a bit and then I come back. Just think of it like a really poopy superpower." Parents lost their minds and lawyers got involved, but the court ruled you can't fire someone for a medical condition, even if that condition is dying on a regular basis. So we got used to it. Sawyer's dead again started coming over the intercom like it was a weather update. We'd pick him up, up, carry him to the nurse's office, and finish class with a sub until he woke back up. He even started wearing a bracelet that said, "If found dead, just wait 10 to 15 minutes." One afternoon, he died during parent-teacher conferences, slumped over face first, right into his coffee. Mrs. Baldwin started screaming so loud you could hear it down the hall. I was there helping file papers, so I looked up and said, "He'll be back." She grabbed my arm. "He's dead. Yeah, it's Monday. He always dies on Mondays." After that, the school put up a status board in the main hall. Green meant alive, and red meant temporarily dead. They updated it between classes like it was the lunch menu. Then came senior year, and our final basketball game. 10 seconds left, and Trent had just hit a three-pointer to tie it up. We needed a timeout, but our coach was dead on the bench. So we did what Sawyer always taught us, and adapted. Julian faked an injury to get the timeout, and we huddled around our temporarily dead coach and drew up the play ourselves, 1 by 2. When Sawyer came back, we were already celebrating. He looked at the scoreboard, then looked at us, holding the trophy. "Did you win without me?" "Technically with you," I said. "Just the dead version." He smiled. "I'm in pre-med now studying cardiac conditions. My professor asked me why I chose this specialty. I told him my gym teacher died 47 times my senior year. Someone should figure out why he keeps coming back." When all the lights in our Airbnb switched off, me and my son ran to the front door to find out what was going on. When we finally managed to pry it open, we were met with a huge pile of snow. Even our rental car was barely visible under the white. I called every emergency number I knew, but none of my calls were going through, so I gently turned to my son. "Go inside. There must have been a blizzard." As soon as he did, I started sweating with panic, because now we were in the middle of nowhere with no phone signal, no source of food, and no way out. I ran to the fridge, and there was only enough food left for 3 days. I buried my face in my hands and walked to my son's room to try and tell him some version of the truth. But when I opened the door, he wasn't there. I heard screaming, so I ran outside and found him packing a third snowman. "I heard you on the phone, Daddy. We get to stay here forever. It's a winter wonderland." He unwound his red scarf and wrapped it around the snowman's neck. "He doesn't have skin. He's colder than me." I laughed because my son was seeing our emergency as a chance to play together. I crouched down and started collecting snow with cupped hands, because I figured distracting my son was the best thing I could do. We built 4 snowmen side by side and dressed them up with clothes from our wardrobe. "Look, son, we have our own snow family." He went to sleep that night with a smile on his face, and even though I was panicking, I knew I'd done the right thing, especially 2 nights later when someone started pounding on the door. Because when I ran to see who it was, I opened the door to a rescue team. The one at the front nodded at the snowmen. My spotter caught a red scarf standing in a field, and we figured you guys were lost in the blizzard. My son grabbed my hand and bounced. They came to see our snowmen. All that time I thought I was keeping him calm, but his playing was the only thing that saved our lives. He pumped both fists and cheered, the same cheer from 2 nights ago. This time I cheered with him. I was at summer camp, sitting in my cabin, when our counselor ran in holding an empty gummy pack and screamed, "Who ate my gummies?" We all started laughing. Felix yelled, "We ate them. Do you have another pack?" But the second he said it, our counselor started panicking. "Oh no, 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 no. Who ate them?" The whole cabin raised their hands. "They were so good. The packaging was weird though. I've never seen those in the candy aisle." The counselor read the back of the pack, and her hands started shaking. She sat down and called someone, whispering into the phone, "The whole cabin ate them. What do I do?" We were all holding our stomachs now, getting worried. "Hey, what type of gummies were those?" But she didn't answer. She ran to grab the camp nurse, and when the nurse saw the empty pack, she gasped, "You had those in here!" Now we were scared. Then it started hitting us. Felix's eyes went half shut and slurred. "Guys, I think it's kicking in." Someone else freaked out. "Are my eyes red? My mom's going to beat my ah." Half the cabin thought we were poisoned. The other half thought we were spaced out goofy. The nurse slammed the door. "Nobody leaves this cabin." Then ambulances pulled up. Paramedics rushed in asking us questions, and one kid was crying so hard he was hyperventilating. Then our parents showed up angry. Felix's dad shoved in first, took one look at his loopy son, and lost it. "What did you do to my kid? Did you poison him? Drug him?" He grabbed the camp director by the collar as the counselor sobbed. Finally, the director snapped. He threw the dad's hands off him and screamed, "Relax! Nobody is poisoned. Nobody is spaced out goofy. They're just gonna get sleepy, okay?" Everyone looked at him confused. A parent yelled, "Then what's in it? They're melatonin gummies. They make you sleep." Everyone turned and looked at our counselor, who was still crying. She explained, "My boyfriend cheated on me with my mom, and I get nightmares every single night. It helps." The whole cabin just stared at her. Then Felix mumbled, "So, your boyfriend's your stepdad now?" The counselor pulled out a gummy, ate it, and ran out the door crying. The fat kid in town took off his hoodie and started climbing the diving board. "I'm gonna jump." He reached the highest board and put his hands behind his back, but my eyes widened when I saw my daughter in her floaty right under him. I yelled no and lunged to remove her, but his stomach was already hurtling through the air like an atomic bomb. He hit the water so hard I felt a shockwave, and half the water in the pool instantly cleared out. He stood up in the remaining water smiling, fists at his hips like he was proud. But then my daughter daughter's floaty came up beside him, and I saw she wasn't in it. I instantly panicked and dove under the water, but she wasn't anywhere. I came up gasping and clenched my fists, wondering how this dessert lover made my daughter disappear by falling on her. I grabbed his shoulders and shook him. "Where's my daughter?" He picked up her empty floaty, and his jaw dropped when he saw his stomach imprint where my daughter was. He immediately started splashing everywhere looking for her, screaming, "Not again," while I got out to go look. She wasn't in the bushes. She wasn't with the other kids crying because of what they just saw. She had vanished because of his stomach flabs. But then I tripped over something. I looked down and realized it was the kid's quadruple XL hoodie. I was so angry at him I went to kick it, but then his fat hand blocked my leg. "Don't touch my stuff. I know you're angry, but we'll find her." He yanked his hoodie up, and that's when my jaw dropped. My daughter was right there under his hoodie, soaking wet but alive. I instantly knelt down and scooped her up. She'd never disappeared. Turns out when the fat kid splashed into the pool, she got caught in the water he cleared out, and the wave carried her out and tangled her under his hoodie. I stood there holding her, thankful she was alive. Then I looked at his chubby grin and pushed him back in. The rest of the water left the pool. My decision to disobey my parents that night might have been the only reason we're all still alive. I had found an abandoned puppy on my way home from school that day. It was all alone and shaking from the cold. I noticed it even had the same color of eyes as me. There was no possibility of me leaving it alone in that alley. The only problem would be my parents. Our last dog had just passed away, and they had said after we buried him that they weren't ready to get a new dog anytime soon. Still, I intended on showing them the dog the instant I got home. When I entered the room, they were discussing a burglary that happened at the house next door the night before. "Guys," I shouted, "I found this puppy on my way home from school. It was on the verge of starving. We can keep him, right?" My parents looked at each other, instantly got on the same wavelength, and shot the same disapproving look back at me simultaneously. "Absolutely not," they said in unison. "That thing will use the bathroom all over the house," said my dad. "And it will keep us up all night barking," my mom added. "And worst of all, puppies like that bite, and bite hard," my dad said with finality. "I don't care where you take it, but it's not staying here." He pointed out of the room as if giving me marching orders. I took the dog up to my room, telling my parents I would call some shelters in the morning. Once inside, I locked my door and cleared out the bottom drawer of my dresser. I laid out some newspaper and placed the puppy softly down. "I don't care what they say, boy. This will be your new home." I looked at the clock. It was already almost 11 p.m. I crashed into my bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Little did I know, at that exact moment, someone had cut the power to our security system and was already breaking into the side door. But they weren't the only ones awake and operating inside the house. The puppy I had brought home had just come down the stairs and used the bathroom all over the kitchen floor. As soon as the puppy had trotted into the next room, the intruder had broken the lock and was taking his first steps into the kitchen. He slipped in the mess that the puppy had left and slammed to the floor, knocking off several dishes from high shelves. The commotion caused the puppy to begin barking wildly. The barking alerted my parents, who came downstairs, armed to the teeth to address the situation. They flipped on the lights to see the burglar with guns already drawn on them both. The tension was so heavy, it almost crushed everyone in the room. All of a sudden, the puppy bit hard at the burglar's ankle, causing him to drop both of his guns and fall again to the floor. My parents moved in and pinned him to the ground until the police arrived and took him away. After everyone had left, I sat with my parents and looked at them both and said, "You're right, the dog did use the bathroom in the house. It did bark too loud, and it did bite. And because he did, we're all still standing here together. So, can we please keep him?" My parents didn't say anything. They just pulled both me and the puppy in for a warm family hug. I came home to every light in the house on and told my son each one was going to cost him $1. He was on the couch with the TV on, 2 lamps going, and the hallway lit up behind him. I pulled $1 from my wallet and stuck it on the fridge. "The first one's on me, but from now on, every light you leave on costs you one of these." By the end of the week, there were $9 on the fridge. He didn't care until he went to buy the video game he'd been saving for and came up short. He sat on his bed counting his money over and over, and it still wasn't enough. The next morning, I left the bathroom light on, and he was waiting for me in the hallway. He flipped the switch and held out his hand. "Light was on, Dad. That's $1. I laughed and handed it to him. He didn't laugh back. He just pocketed it and walked away. After that, a notebook showed up on the kitchen table. Every room had a column, and every time someone left a light on, he logged it. I unplugged my phone charger one morning, and he appeared out of nowhere. "Dad, that's been on all night. It counts. You owe me $1. He started checking the power bill every month, and one night at dinner, he slid it across the table and pointed at the number. "Dad, look, we saved $20 this month. Last week I walked into the garage and he was up on a step stool changing a light bulb. Dad, these are the good ones. They last like 10 years. Last night I left the hallway light on, and he came out of his room in his pajamas, notebook in hand. He flipped the switch and held out his palm. palm. "That's $1, Dad." I shook my head and handed it over. Best dollar I ever spent. I walked through my school's metal detector and it started beeping. I was only carrying a lunchbox in my hand, but the principal snatched it and started whispering, "Oh my God." He led me to his office where he set the lunchbox on the table and demanded to know why I brought a bomb into school. I stared at my ham and cheese sandwich, my juice box, and my candy bar and told him this was just my lunch my mom had packed. He freaked out. What kind of lunch makes the detector start beeping? I shrugged and suggested the detector was just faulty, but he started examining my sandwich, holding the bread against the light and trying to see if there was something inside the crust. I asked him to please stop touching my sandwich with his unwashed hands, and he slammed his palms on the table. "You're worried I'm going to find something, aren't you?" He picked up his phone, and before I knew it, 2 police officers and a drug-sniffing dog barged into the office. The dog immediately approached my food. The principal pointed his finger. "See? The dog knows that's a bomb," I replied, "or it just wants my sandwich." The principal picked up my juice box and looked at it closer, and one of the officers leaned in and said, "That could be gasoline inside. Maybe he wants to start a fire." I told them the juice box wasn't even opened, so I couldn't have gotten anything inside it. I watched them pick apart my sandwich, laying out the ham and cheese individually on the desk, and wondered how these were the people in charge of making decisions. Eventually, the principal called my mom. "Please get here immediately. We suspect your son has a bomb." My mom rushed in. "Oh my God, is everything okay?" But then she saw my lunchbox on the table, the sandwich picked apart, the juice box opened, and the dog trying to tear at the wrapper of my candy bar. "So what's the issue?" "Our detector started beeping when he walked through, ma'am. We suspect these are explosives disguised as a sandwich." My mom looked around, then scrunched her face and pointed to her temple. "Are you people cuckoo?" She picked up the bread and crumpled it on the principal's desk. "I just left my 2-month-old baby home alone because your detector told you a ham and cheese sandwich was a bomb. And instead of going, maybe the detector is wrong, you decided that my 8-year-old son had somehow created bombs that look like bread." Everyone's faces went red. The principal stared at his desk and the officers wouldn't say a word. But my mom kept going, calling them incompetent, analytically deficient, and said if it started raining knowledge, they would choose to stay inside. Finally, she told them they'd be paying for a new lunch for me and stormed out. The next day, I walked up to the principal and asked if I should take my sandwich through the detector, just in case it's a bomb. I was watching a zoo snake show when the cobra lunged and bit the volunteer's hand, and his smile dropped into a scream. I immediately stood up because I'm a zoologist and knew he had 30 minutes before the venom stopped his heart. A woman recording screamed, "That's my husband! Someone help him!" with her 2 kids crying at her legs. The zoo handler panicked and started tying a belt above the bite to save him, but I shoved through the crowd. "That belt will kill him faster! Call an ambulance and don't move him!" Every face turned to me like I was insane, but I knew if they didn't listen to me soon, they'd kill him. "If you move him, the venom reaches his heart faster. He needs to stay still until the medics arrive." But the handler shoved me back, flashing his badge. "Shut up! I'm trained for this. Step away now!" The crowd sided with him, and I watched him yank the belt tighter as the husband's fingers turned purple, every second pumping venom straight to his heart. So I dropped to my knees beside the volunteer and begged him to lie still, but he was staring at his kids. "I need to get to my kids." He started crawling toward them, but if he kept moving, he would die in front of them. So I held him down, and the wife screamed, "He's trying to kill my husband." Then the handler ripped me off of him, and the husband dragged himself across the concrete toward his kids. But halfway there, his arms buckled and his eyelids started drooping shut, and my blood ran cold because I knew he only had seconds left. So I swung and knocked the handler flat, then threw myself over the husband and pinned him down so he'd stop moving. The wife clawed at my back, screaming for someone to pull me off, but I kept my weight on him. His breaths were getting shorter under me, and I didn't know if he'd make it. Then tires screeched, and 2 paramedics shoved through the crowd. One took one look at me and yelled, "Yes, keep him still." The whole crowd went quiet as they looked at the handler with disgust. The paramedics pushed the anti-venom in, but he shook his head. "He's going to lose the arm because of the belt, but you saved his life by not letting them move him." The wife sank down beside me. "I'm so sorry," as his kids ran into his arms. He almost died trying to reach them. Now he finally could. My big brother Eli and I played Jinx every day, and he'd managed to convince me that getting jinxed meant I actually lost the ability to use my voice. I'd put my hands together for him to unjinx me so I could speak again, but he'd just laugh and walk away, leaving me in silence for hours. But then one day Eli jinxed me and ran upstairs, and that's when I heard something behind me. An intruder was climbing in through our window. He dropped onto our carpet, and my whole body froze with fear. I wanted wanted to yell for Dad, but my lips stayed shut because I knew the jinx wouldn't let me speak. The man put Dad's watch in his bag, then saw me sitting frozen. He raised a finger to his lips, then grinned. "Oh, you're mute. That makes this even easier." He turned and took Dad's ID from his wallet for ransom. My lips trembled as I tried to work up the courage to scream despite the jinx, but my vocal cords locked up when I opened my mouth. That's when Eli's voice came down the stairs. "You still frozen down there, lil bro?" He was laughing, knowing I couldn't say yes. I was terrified, but the man's eyes instantly went to the stairs. He smiled. "So that kid there can speak? Let me go say hi to him." He started heading up towards Eli and my dad. I knew I had to try, so I took a deep breath and opened my mouth, but no sound came out. I tried again, but the man just gripped the railing and kept walking, so I clenched my fists as my face turned red. "Dad, there's a robber in the house!" Instantly, feet slammed above me, and Dad ran to the staircase holding his pistol. The man instantly dropped his bag and ran down, flying past me and out the window. Dad ran down with Eli behind him, while I sat there trembling. I instantly grabbed Eli's arm, my voice shaking. I beat it, "Eli." The man was in our house for a few minutes, but I was jinxed and couldn't scream for help. But then I tried really hard and it worked. I broke the jinx. Eli's mouth instantly opened. He stared at me with these wide, shocked eyes, then pulled me into his chest. "Yes, little brother, you beat it. I'm so proud of you." He let me have my moment. Every day for 2 years, the homeless man stood on our street corner singing for money. His clothes were torn and his hair was dirty, but my son still stood in the front row every time, clicking his fingers to the beat and clapping when he was done. But then one day, a woman in Gucci heels and a designer dress pushed past my son and walked up to Daryl while he was singing. She jabbed her tanned finger in his face and screamed, "Beggars like you need to stop polluting our streets." She knocked the microphone out of his hands and stomped it on the concrete until it broke. "Nobody wants to see someone so dirty and disgusting around them." She stormed away, and Daryl instantly broke. He dropped to the ground, picking up the broken pieces of his microphone and crying. It was the first time I'd ever seen him not smile. Every person who'd watched him for 2 years simply walked away, doing nothing to help him. 2 teenagers ran by Daryl while he was on the ground and snatched his coin cup, taking the coins he was going to use for food. My son gripped his head in horror and asked me why nobody was doing anything. Then he asked me why I wasn't doing anything. I felt ashamed, but before I could do anything, he was already bolting towards the toy store nearby. I ran in and saw him pouring all his coins out and pointing at the microphones behind the counter. He told the cashier, "Keep the change," and ran past me with 2 microphones. Daryl was still on the ground, surrounded by broken mic pieces and curled into a ball because nobody had helped him, but my son sat down beside him. "This is for you." He pressed one of the microphones into Daryl's hands, and Daryl's eyes filled with tears. "You don't mind that I'm dirty?" My son shook his head. "You're not dirty. That woman who was mean to you has a dirty soul." Then he pulled out the second microphone and held it up. "And I'm gonna sing with you. Twice the singers, twice the money for you." Daryl let out a laugh through his tears, and they got up off the ground. They turned on their microphones and started singing together, while my son clicked his fingers to the beat. Daryl's smile was wide again. The only thing standing between me and freedom was the 450-pound gorilla blocking the doorway. I used the special sign language my mother taught me to try and calm him down. "Me, friend, me, help, free, you." My mother loved animals. That's why she took a job as an animal researcher at this lab when I was younger. But once she saw the horrible conditions the animals were kept in, she made me promise her on her deathbed that I would come back to the lab and free as many animals as I could. This gorilla was last on the list. I looked past the massive beast. On the other side of the doorway, I could see the getaway van in the parking lot. The engine was running and the back doors were open, but the creature just stood there, confused, aggressive, and unwilling to budge. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard heavy footsteps running up behind me before someone yelled, "Freeze!" I looked over my shoulder. A security guard had his gun drawn and was approaching slowly, switching his line of sight between me and the giant silverback. "What the hell are you doing? That thing could kill us both. I've already had to taser this gorilla 3 times this week." I looked back at the ape and saw the missing patches of hair from the electric shocks of the stun gun. The guard wasn't lying. "Wait, I recognize you!" the guard shouted and lowered his gun. "You used to come in here all the time as a kid. Your mom was the lead scientist. You freed this monstrosity, didn't you? You're under arrest." And he held his gun up with lethal intent. I knew I had to act fast, or things would turn violent, and I'd fail to achieve my mother's dying wish. I turned to the gorilla and made a series of gestures. "You, almost, free, you, smash, him, then, run." The gorilla seemed to nod in understanding. He threw a fresh pile of dung at the guard's face before charging him at full force, sending the guard flying across the room. With our last obstacle removed, me and my new giant friend made it to the getaway van and started to peel out before the doors even closed, never to be seen again. I pointed at the last striped neon jacket on the shelf. "I want that one, Dad." He adjusted his glasses. "You got it, kiddo. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you." But a man reached past us and grabbed the neon jacket, taking it to the register. My dad's fists clenched, and he ran up to him at the checkout and put his hand on the man's shoulder. "Sorry, buddy. My son had his heart set on that jacket. For your own sake, could you please give it over?" The guy shrugged. "Sorry, man, it's mine," and scanned his card. I stood there not wanting to escalate anything, but Dad cut him off as he was about to leave. "I'll give you $20 for it." "No, how about 40? The man simply walked past my dad, bumping his hip with the cart. I tugged Dad's sleeve. "We can get a different jacket," but his face was already red like he was ready to kill. "I'm about to show this asshole what happens when you mess with my family." He dragged me to the car, and when the man loaded his jacket in and took off, Dad floored the accelerator after him, muttering, "The jacket's mine," under his breath. I looked at the man in his car and saw his face drop as he realized Dad was following him. When we caught up at a red light, Dad pulled a megaphone from the glove compartment and leaned out his window. "This is your last warning. Give me the jacket." I quietly asked where he got the megaphone, and he ruffled my hair playfully. "I've always had it for emergencies, kiddo." Then he leaned out and shouted again. The man stared forward like he was regretting all his life choices. Dad chased him through suburban neighborhoods for 30 minutes until he pulled into his house and sprinted inside. Dad pounded on his door while I stood behind him mortified. "I don't even want the jacket anymore." "Yes, you do." Dad slammed his window hard. "You have 10 seconds to hand over the jacket, or I'll smash every window in your house." He grabbed the golf club from his boot and stood by the window. 10, 9. I gripped Dad's sleeve, almost crying. "Dad, please stop." 8, 7. He gripped the club tighter. The door opened, and the man threw the striped neon jacket at me with shaking hands. "Just don't hurt me, please." He closed the door immediately. Dad stared at the jacket in my arms, and his face instantly became normal again. "Told you there's nothing I wouldn't do for you." In the car, he laughed to himself, and I didn't even have to pay a dime. I should do this more often. I didn't say a word. I just looked at my jacket and started mentally calculating how much bail would cost. Me and my brother followed a delicious scent to our neighbor's back garden barbecue, but when I saw the grill, I gasped. "You! That's ours!" We ran to bang on his front door. When he opened, we explained he'd taken our grill, and in response, he just laughed. "Maybe this will teach you to keep things safe. We can call it character development." He slammed the door in our faces, and I turned to my brother. "He wants the grill? Fine, but everything he cooks on it belongs to us." He raised an eyebrow, and I grinned. "Meet me by the back fence, and all will be revealed." I ran to the garage and grabbed 2 fishing rods and carried them to my brother. "Check me out." When no one was looking, I reeled it back, caught one of the cooked patties from the grill, and dropped it into my mouth. When our neighbor returned to his grill, he frowned. A seagull must have stolen one of the patties. After that, he camped by the grill, so we switched strategies. My brother strolled back to the front door. "Hey Dale, can we borrow some ketchup, please? And thank you." While Dale lectured him about respect, I swooped into his garden with my book bag wide open and finessed his entire table of hot dogs. I quickly jumped back over the fence, and when Dale returned to his empty table, he went red with anger, and I started throwing his food at him. He looked up at me with gravy dripping down his face. "Give me back my food." I crossed my arms. "Give us back our grill." He ignored me and put another patty on the grill with a huge smirk on his face. So I whipped out the fishing rod right in front of him, but instead of stealing the food again, I lifted him into a wedgie. He scrambled in the air to run away, and I started twirling him around. Now this is what you call peak character development. He was forced to watch as my brother wheeled our grill out of his garden and back to our house. I threw a hot dog into his mouth to reward him, and he smiled from how delicious it was. Worth it. My friends and I were water rafting when our friend Nick yelled, "Watch this!" He stood at the front of the raft, getting ready to dive as we screamed at him to sit down. Then he dove headfirst into the rapids. He was the most reckless, but we all loved him, so no one panicked. But the seconds stretched, and he didn't come up. The laughing stopped. Did he actually get himself killed this time? We dug our paddles in and tried to turn back to save him, but the current was too strong and kept dragging us downstream, away from where he'd gone under. Someone said, "Remember when he jumped off that bridge and missed the rocks by an inch? He survived that, but this time felt different. So we screamed his name over the roar of the water, scanning every wave, but the surface stayed empty. Then we spotted a river guide and flagged him down. "Our friend went under. Can you help us find him?" His face dropped. "That's the second person to go in today," he said. "This water has drowned people. I'm calling for help." But as he grabbed his radio, the clouds went dark. thunder screaming as rain hammered down and whipped the rapids into huge, crashing waves no one could swim through. By the time we reached the end, soaked and shaking, we jumped off the raft and begged the guide, "Please, did you find him?" He shook his head. "We haven't found your friend, and we still haven't found the other one who went in." Nearby, a woman was sobbing into her husband's chest, screaming her daughter's name in the water. I couldn't stop shaking. I started to give up hope, but then the guide's radio crackled. "We found something downstream." My friends and the other family sprinted down the bank toward where the guide pointed, my heart pounding, terrified of what we'd find. Rescuers were dragging something out of the water onto the rocks, but the rain was too heavy to see. Then a figure sat up, coughing, and my breath caught. It was Nick. But he wasn't alone. He had his arms wrapped around a little girl, shielding her as she coughed up water. The sobbing woman screamed and ran, scooping the girl into her arms. Our friend gasped, "Oh my God." He didn't jump in to be reckless. He jumped in to save her. We crowded around him, asking if he was okay. He just grinned up at us, soaked and shivering. The kid was a plus. But did you see my dive? The cool older kids befriended me because I had a prosthetic leg, and during lunchtime they would make me take it off and hop around on my one good leg for their entertainment. But one day they got bored, and while I was hopping around on one leg, one of them named Jason walked over and swept my leg out from under me. I hit the ground hard and hurt my leg, and they laughed, and Jason threw my prosthetic at me, then walked away. That night I treated my good leg and taped as much metal to my prosthetic as I could. The next day, the older kids came up to me and told me to hop. I took my prosthetic off, and they pulled out their phones, expecting entertainment. Instead, I swung my prosthetic at Jason's kneecap as hard as I could. I heard his knee shatter, and he hit the ground. He started groaning in pain. "My knee!" And all his friends started laughing at him instead. I reattached my leg and told him, "Now you hop to the nurse's office," and walked away. The flash flood swept the car away, and I only had 1 second to decide who to save. My girlfriend Sarah and my best friend Tony were hiking with me when the flash flood hit. We sprinted back to the car, but the water was faster, and by the time we got there, it was already rising past the doors. We climbed on top of the roof to get above it. I grabbed Sarah's hand with my right and Tony's with my left and held on while the current pulled at the car underneath us. Then the car shifted, and they both got pulled into the current at the same time, and I was on my stomach on the roof holding both of them over the water. I could only save one. Tony looked up at me and said, "Let go." I held on another second. "I'll be fine. Save her." I let go of Tony's hand and pulled Sarah up with everything I had. When I looked back, Tony was already gone. I got Sarah into the water with me and started fighting toward the bank. The current was pulling at my legs from every direction, and she was screaming Tony's name into the rain. I had one arm locked around her waist, and she had both hands pushing against my chest, trying to turn around, trying to see where he went. "Tony, Tony, Tony." I couldn't look back. I dragged her up the embankment on my knees until we cleared the water and collapsed on the grass. She was coughing, gasping, both hands in the dirt. I got to my knees and looked back at the water. Tony wasn't there. I sat there on the bank and thanked God she was alive. I'd let go of my best friend to drag her out of that water. Her lungs were working, and that was supposed to be enough, but she wasn't holding on to me. She was on her hands and knees in the mud, screaming Tony's name at the river like she could pull him back out of it. I reached for her and she fought me, both arms stretching past me toward the water, and that's when it hit me. I gave up Tony so she could live, and she didn't even know I was there. I was going to spend the rest of my life holding a woman who would never stop reaching for the man I let go of. She was still saying his name. I grabbed my yellow helmet at the end of my shift, but it wouldn't come off. I felt it with my fingers and found a ridge of dried glue sealing it to my hair. I heard someone laughing behind me and turned around to see my coworker Raymond filming me with the super glue tube clipped to his belt. "Dude, I totally got you, but this was my final straw." Over the last few years, he'd cut the brakes on my motorbike, flirted with my girlfriend in front of me, all in the name of a prank. But this was too far. I drove home with the helmet still glued on. I tried dish soap to get it off, then cooking oil, then ice down my neck, but the glue wouldn't budge. By midnight, there was only one thing left to try. I plugged in the clippers and ran them up my own skull, watching years of hair drop into the sink until the helmet slid free. The bald guy in the mirror stared back at me. "Tomorrow we're gonna get his ass." Next morning, I walked onto the site bald, hat in hand, and when Raymond saw me, he couldn't resist laughing. "Dude, you look like a bowling ball." And while he was keeled over, distracted by his own prank, I quickly clogged up the tube of super glue he had on his tool belt. When he was done, he pulled it off and crouched behind the new kid's chair, getting ready to prank him too. But when he squeezed, nothing came out. He squeezed harder, shook it, and peeked into the hole with one eye. "What's going on?" He tried again, and suddenly the tube burst across his hand in a thick white rope. He wiped it on the new kid's sleeve, but his fingers stuck fast. The kid tore away. Raymond grabbed the rail to catch himself, but his palm welded to the bar. He grabbed his phone for help, but it bonded to his his palm, screen out, still filming his own face. Guys, get it off, get it off. One by one, the crew pulled out their phones and filmed the man who'd filmed all of them. I walked over, didn't touch him, and pointed. Dude, I totally got you. My son had just caught the baseball from the field when a woman grabbed his wrist. My son wanted that ball. Hand it over. Billy ripped his arm free and hugged the ball against his grandpa's old glove while our section was still cheering. I stood up and got between them. He caught it. It's his. She pointed back at a boy a few rows up who was nervously staring at his shoes. My son's been waiting all season. Hand it over. My heart was pounding because she wasn't leaving without that ball, but I wasn't going to let her have it. I put my hands up. Ma'am, please. My dad brought me here every summer. He promised he'd catch Billy a ball one day, and he passed in March before he could. Catching it with the glove was his last gift. My voice cracked in front of 40 strangers. She rolled her eyes. Nice try, but he's 7. He doesn't even know what that thing's worth. She stepped closer with her palm out, and my mouth went dry because nobody around us was getting up to help. That's when her son came down the steps and grabbed her sleeve, his face bright red with embarrassment. Mom, stop. I don't even want it. You're just gonna sell it like you sold the jersey that I got at the football game. My eyes widened because she wasn't fighting for her kid. She was just fighting to have an eBay listing. She slapped his hand away without looking at him. He's lying to be nice. He's wanted the ball all week. I was about to drag my son away when suddenly I looked up and saw that all of us were on the Jumbotron. The audience had just watched the whole thing unfold. I waved over the usher who was staring at us, and he ran over to walk her out. The booze rolled down from the upper deck as he walked her up the steps. At the top, she yanked her arm free and lifted her chin, then stumbled on the last step and caught the railing while 3 rows burst out laughing. When the inning ended, a player jogged to the netting and waved Billy down. I told him what the glove meant, and he signed the ball right through the gap to Billy, caught with Grandpa's glove. Her son whispered, "I never wanted it. You deserved it." She tried to take a ball off a 7-year-old to flip it online, and instead, the whole stadium watched it become the one ball money can't buy. The principal slapped the vending machine. "This thing isn't getting refilled until every last snack in it is finished." The entire cafeteria groaned because it was filled with off-brand chips and gummies nobody even wanted. I raised my hand. "I volunteer as tribute." Everyone turned to face me, and I kept going. "I weigh 430 pounds. Eating is what I'm good at. I got it." The entire room watched in silence as I took out $50 worth of candy and finished every piece in 2 minutes. A kid's jaw dropped. Whoa. Another kid near the front slid his dollar into the machine and dropped a chocolate bar on my table. Then another kid did. Then 10 more lined up behind him, feeding the machine and stacking snacks in front of me. The principal crossed her arms by the door. "No way you can keep going." But no one was listening to him, and chaos broke out. The jocks carried me onto the lunch tables and called it my throne. A girl kept my cup full of water, another stacked napkins by my elbow, and a kid I'd never met flipped the breaker so the cafeteria went dark and the principal couldn't see what we were doing. People ran back to their lockers for spare change until the whole school was out of money, and that's when 2 jocks started punching the glass. It cracked, then shattered, and they reached in with their sleeves and handed me everything inside. I was still eating when I saw red and blue lights pull into the parking lot. My fingers were covered in chocolate when they walked us all outside and shut the school down for the day. When we came back the next morning, a brand new machine stood in the corner, but nobody was lined up for the snacks anymore. They were lined up for me. The fat kid saved us. I rubbed my belly. 430 pounds of pure goodness. Told you I got it. I was 16 when I came home from my first day at work and saw all the furniture in my house was missing. I opened the fridge expecting to snap back to reality, but it was empty, and then I found a note on the table that made me fall over. "We sold the house. We don't have the money to care for both you and your brother. You have 7 days to leave before the new family moves in. Good luck." It was my dad's handwriting, and there was nothing about where they were going. I started crying because no way could my own family just abandon me, but when I tried to call them, I realized I was blocked. That night, I knocked on my friend's door in my only outfit and explained what happened. They instantly gave me a spare room, and I started working as hard as I could. 10 years later, I had my own contracting company and a house I'd bought in cash. I'd stopped waiting for a call from them since the day I sent them invites to my college graduation, only to take my diploma to the sight of 3 empty chairs. But then one day, my doorbell rang. I opened it, and my parents and my older brother stood there smirking. The exact faces I remembered 15 years ago. They walked past me into my house like they owned it, and I was in so much shock I couldn't speak. Mom instantly threw her arms around me. "How's our entrepreneur? We're so proud of our son." She pinched my cheek, while my dad was already opening cabinets in my kitchen. I asked, "What do you want?" in a shaky voice, and Mom instantly smiled. "We need to move in for a little while. Rent-free. We lost our house and family takes care of family." I saw my brother kick off his shoes and settle onto my couch while Mom kept going. "We'll also need a $3,000 monthly grocery budget and an allowance for your brother." I looked over at my 34-year-old brother and my dad already sharing my beef jerky. Before I could reply, Mom walked out to her car and returned with 2 suitcases. She set them down, and the 3 of them started unpacking in my living room. Mom tossed her dresses on my sofa, and my brother was already plugging in his PlayStation. I remember a sudden rage taking over me. They abandoned me as a kid and now wanted my house. I walked over and immediately slapped their hands off the suitcases. I unplugged my brother's PlayStation and pulled out the note they'd left me 15 years ago from my wallet. "Do you remember this?" Because I never forgot it. I slammed it on the table. Mom scoffed. "That was so long ago, but I was already opening my door. You gave me 7 days. I'm giving you until I count to 3, or I'm having my security guards escort you out." They laughed, and my brother stepped towards me. "What security guards?" I laughed back and pressed the button on my house alarm. 4 trained men instantly walked in. They grabbed my parents and brother by their arms. My dad yelled, "You can't abandon us, we're family." But I laughed. Funny, that's what I said 15 years ago. They were escorted out, still begging. I was at the jewelry store picking up the engagement ring for my girlfriend when a man ran into the store, slapped a wad of cash on the counter, and pointed at my ring. "I'll pay double for that ring, right now." That ring cost me my whole savings, a gold band with an emerald center, so I stepped in. "It's not for sale. I'm proposing tonight." But he pulled out another wad of cash. "Everything's for sale, buddy." He smirked at the jeweler. "Now ring it up for me instead." My stomach dropped, and the jeweler put his hands up like he didn't know what to do. So the man shoved the cash into the jeweler's face. "There's an extra 500 in it for you if you take it." The jeweler cleared his throat. "Well, sir, if you're paying that much, I suppose I could ring it up." My heart broke as he took my ring to the back to process the sale. Then the man yelled, "And while you're back there, swap that green stone for a ruby and size it down for my wife." He smirked at me. "I was with my side chick all morning and my wife got pissed, so this ring will make her forgive me." I'd had enough, so I yelled, "I hope your wife doesn't forgive your cheating." "Ah," he laughed. "She always does." Then the jeweler returned with the ruby ring in a box, and the man dropped his cash on the counter. But I couldn't let him get away with this. The man FaceTimed his wife and flipped the camera to the ring. "Baby, look what I got you." "I'm sorry, baby. I won't cheat again." I leaned into the frame. "He stole my engagement ring to give to you as an apology." His face went red with anger, but his wife was already screaming. "A ruby? That's your mistress's birthstone. I also wear silver, not gold. That's her ring, not mine." He fumbled the phone. "Baby, I can explain." But she cut him off. "I was actually going to forgive you, but I'm filing for divorce." The call went dead. He bolted for the door, but then the jeweler pressed something into my palm. I opened it, and it was my ring, emerald and all. I gave him a fake from the back instead for being an asshole. Then he slid me the man's cash. "Want to buy anything else for your girlfriend?" My friends and I were playing hide and seek after school when I spotted a low air vent with a loose grate and knew I'd found the perfect spot. The second my friends started counting, I pried it open and crawled in head first, the grate snapping shut behind me. As the youngest, I was dead set on beating the big kids, and in here, no one was ever finding me. But when I tried to wiggle back out, my shoulders jammed against the metal and my stomach dropped. I pushed harder, didn't budge, and realized if nobody found me, no one would even know I was here. Through the grate, I watched the seeker drag my friends out of their hiding spots one by one. "Found you!" he yelled, and I grinned, safe in the dark. But the cold air kept pouring over me, numbing my body, and my legs started cramping against the metal, so I figured it was time to climb out and claim my victory. When I pushed backward toward the grate, my hands slid on the freezing metal, and I lurched forward instead, wedging deeper until I couldn't move at all. My heart slammed against the metal, so I grabbed my phone to text them where I was, but it slipped out of my hand and clattered through the grate onto the floor. I had no way to call for help, so I screamed and banged my head against the metal, but I was too deep for anyone to hear me. Then, far away, I heard my friend say, "Can't find him anywhere. He probably went home." Footsteps started fading down the hall, and I would have given anything to be found, so I screamed louder than I ever had in my life. I screamed until my throat was raw, sure no one was coming. Then the doors crashed open below, and heavy footsteps filled the hall. "I've got a phone over here, and I heard screaming," a deep voice called, inches from the grate. I banged one last time, and the metal shrieked as someone wrenched the vent open, hands clamping around my legs and hauling me out into the light. light, freezing and gasping. Cops and firefighters loomed over me, my friends stunned behind them, and dangling from an officer's grip was my phone, the one thing that gave away where I'd disappeared. My friends ran over and hugged me. Bro, you're a hide-and-seek legend. I was walking to meet my friend when suddenly I stepped on a loose manhole cover and fell straight down into the sewer. I screamed and landed hard in freezing water. When I looked up, the manhole I'd fallen through was way too high to reach. I yelled, "Help! Somebody!" But no one saw me fall in. Then I heard a deep rushing sound getting louder. Before I could move, a wall of water slammed into me and swept me down the tunnel. As I was being dragged, I wondered how the hell was I going to get out of here. The current dragged me through the dark, slamming me into the walls. I went under and swallowed the nasty poopy water, kicking as hard as I could just to get my head up because I couldn't swim. I tried to reach for my phone to call for help, but it was gone. The water had ripped it right out of my pocket, and I had no way to contact anyone. Then I saw a ledge up ahead and attempted to grab it, but my body slammed into the concrete and I felt something crack in my ribs. I screamed but pulled myself up anyway, inch by inch, until I was finally out of the water. I laid there soaked and shaking. I had no phone, no way out, and the manhole was probably a mile behind me by now. Nobody knew I was down here, and I thought I was going to die being covered in poop and pee-pee. But then I heard voices above me. "Hey, he's down here!" And a flashlight hit my face. Firefighters lowered a rope and pulled me up out of the sewer. When I finally got to the street, gasping, my friend was standing right there. "Dude, you smell like but you're alive." I was confused. "How did you even know I was down here?" "I saw the whole thing. I was waiting for you across the street when you just dropped into the ground and I called 911. The firefighters said it took so long because the water swept me so far." I almost cried of relief until my friend held up his phone. He'd recorded me falling and laughed. "Is it okay if I post it?" My mom swore our dog would never set foot in the house until the night someone broke in changed her mind for good. Mom grabbed her purse on her way out, the first time she'd ever left me home alone, and stopped in the doorway. "Don't let anybody in the house, and the dog stays outside." Then she was gone. I went out back to say goodnight to Hank, curled up in the doghouse where he'd slept ever since she hammered a 2x4 over the doggy door. He tripped over his own paws, scrambling up to lick my face. "Good night, buddy. Wish you could come in." I gave him one last pat, went inside, and crawled into bed. I was almost asleep when glass shattered in the kitchen. My eyes shot open, and my heart was pounding. Footsteps crept down the hall. I slid off the bed and pressed myself against the closet door, shaking so hard my teeth chattered. The burglar searched my parents' room. Then the footsteps came back and stopped outside mine. A flashlight beam cut under my door. I slapped a hand over my mouth and held my breath. The doorknob started to turn. A baseball bat leaned in the corner of the closet and I lunged for it. Just as my hand closed around it, a massive crack split the silence, then splintering wood, then furious barking tearing down the hall. My door burst open and Hank flew into the man like a missile, knocking him flat. The man screamed. I stayed frozen in the closet while Hank clamped onto his leg and dragged him backward out of the room. The man clawed at the carpet, but Hank hauled him down the hall and into the living room. I got there just as he ripped free and crashed back out the broken kitchen window. I dropped down and threw my arms around Hank while he licked my face and wagged his tail. The cops caught him a few blocks away, following the blood trail. When my parents got home, Mom's eyes went from Hank to the splintered 2x4 on the kitchen floor, to me holding him on the couch. Without a word, she pulled the good blanket out of the closet and laid it at the foot of my bed. Hank has slept there every night since. Me and my son were at a fun fair and saw one of those hang for 2 minutes and win $100 bars bolted to the ground. The two men running it instantly began pushing my son forward, pressuring him to try. I gave them the $2 and they laughed as he jumped on and started hanging. What they didn't know was my son trains gymnastics and would easily win. I stood there smirking because even though the bar was twisting to make him lose, my son was laughing. A crowd drifted over to watch, and with 40 seconds to go, I saw the men starting to sweat. They picked up long wooden poles and started jabbing them into my son's ribs and arms to make him drop. My jaw dropped, and I watched him grit his teeth and hold on, but I could see his knuckles going purple from the never-ending strikes. He screamed from the pain, and with 10 seconds to go, I felt rage take over. I rushed towards them to get their hands off my son. One of them stepped in my way with his pole, but I shoved him to the ground. But the other one was already physically prying my son's fingers off the bar. I wasn't quick enough, and my son fell into the dirt with 2 seconds left. He was crying, and I instantly knelt down and began examining his bruised hands. The crowd started booing and screaming at the men that they cheated, but they flipped their game board around, and my fists instantly clenched in anger. Game owners can increase the difficulty of the challenge at any time. They looked at my crying son and smirked. He didn't win. It's not our fault he's not tough enough. I went to scream at them. They never told us this, but the crowd moved before I said a a word. 20 people were swarming them and shoving them to the floor. They pulled their wallets from their pockets while the men begged no, but the cash was already in my son's hands. My son pressed the $100 to his chest and laughed. Can I use this to sue them for more money? I looked at the men on the ground, then at my son's bruised knuckles, and nodded. He'd be getting a lot more than $100 from them. I saw dark storm clouds ahead over our whale-watching boat, but the captain turned his radio down and steered us further out to sea. Through the static, I heard the Coast Guard. Return to shore immediately. Weather conditions are critical. It started to pour, but the captain ignored it. I've had 30 years on this water. A little rain never killed anybody, but the sky was black now, and the waves were getting stronger. A woman looked terrified. We should go back, right? He shook his head. Nobody's getting a refund, so enjoy the ride. There were about a dozen of us on the boat, and he was steering us straight into the storm. People were gripping their seats. The woman stood up. This is dangerous. We need to turn around now. The captain didn't even look back. Sit down before you fall and sue me. A man ran to the cabinet where the life jackets were and pulled on it, but you needed a key to unlock it. Open this. We need the jackets. The captain patted his pocket where the key was. You don't need them. Sit down and enjoy the ride. Then a huge wave slammed us, and water flooded across the deck. I thought the boat was going to tip over any second. I couldn't even swim. The radio kept crackling. Vessel, respond. You are in critical danger. He shut the radio off completely. People were screaming now, soaked and freezing, and the woman grabbed his arm. Please, he shoved her off. One more word, and I throw you overboard myself. Then the boat tilted hard to one side, and water started pouring in faster than it could drain. I knew if I didn't do something, we were all dead. So I grabbed the fire extinguisher off the wall and swung it at the back of the captain's head. He dropped instantly. I dug the key out of his pocket and threw the cabinet open. Everyone, grab a jacket. Then I hit the button to release the life raft, and it inflated off the side. People started climbing on. I ran to the boat's radio and yelled, "We're sinking! Send help, please!" Then jumped onto the raft as the current ripped us away from the boat, fast. I could barely see the boat anymore, and had no idea if he survived or not. The Coast Guard found us moments later, and said if we'd stayed a few minutes longer, none of us would have made it. But then the next morning, the captain washed up on the shore, with the radio clutched in his hand. 30 years on the water, and I didn't even see a single whale. I was at my school's annual Skittles guessing contest, waiting for the teacher to announce the winner. The prize was a brand new Nintendo Switch, and I'd never wanted anything more. The teacher shouted, "We have a winner," and pointed right at me. I jumped out of my seat screaming. But before I could grab my prize, a kid named Jason snatched at the box. He'd won this contest every single year. I was only one number off. That Switch should be mine. I pulled it back towards me. No way, I won it fair. His face dropped. A real winner would just give it to me, and I'll make sure you do. I didn't know what he meant by that, until he fell onto the floor crying. Jason put his hands over his face, real tears coming out, performing a show for everyone to see. You don't understand. My parents have cancer, and winning this was the only thing that made them happy. The whole room gasped and turned to me. Suddenly, I was the villain, but I wasn't sure if he was lying or telling the truth. Please, he choked out. They don't have much time left. They were so excited for me. The teacher knelt beside him and rubbed his back, then looked up at me. Maybe you could let him have this one. For his parents, everyone was staring, waiting for my response, but my stomach twisted. If his parents were really dying, I'd be a bad person. I didn't want to be cruel. So slowly, I held out the Switch and placed it in his hands, my heart breaking. I'm sorry about your parents. Jason looked up, and suddenly the tears stopped, and he smirked. But giving him the prize was the best thing I could have done, because moments later, 2 adults walked in, beaming. Jason yelled, "Mom, Dad, I won! The Nintendo's mine!" The teacher lit up and rushed over to them, taking their hands. "You must be so proud, and I'm so sorry about your battle with cancer. I hope you both recover soon." The parents stared at him, confused. "Huh?" The teacher blinked. "Jason told us about how you both are ill." She put her hand on my back. "And this sweet boy gave up the prize for your son to see you happy." Jason went white. His parents turned to him. "You told people we had cancer?" The whole room realized Jason lied to get the prize, and the teacher's face hardened. "You're banned from this contest. Now give your Switch back to the real winner." Jason's parents pushed him towards me. Jason hesitated. I smirked and said, "A real winner would just give it back to me." He dropped the Switch into my hands, his face redder than the Skittles in the jar. I was sitting on a mall bench with my 15-year-old Chihuahua Salami slumped against my chest. We'd been walking for 10 minutes, and he was already too tired to keep going. But then my body jolted as I heard the rapid beeping behind me. An unzipped backpack was ticking from under a bench with a girl and her grandma sitting on it. My face dropped when I saw the wires and a red 15-second countdown. 14, 13. I realized it would explode and screamed, "Run, it's a bomb," then immediately took off with legs trembling in fear. Salami lazily yawned against my chest, and I knew I needed to keep him safe because his 16th birthday was in a week. But when I looked back, I nearly dropped Salami in horror. The grandma was fast asleep on that bench with no clue the bomb was under her, while the little girl cried and tugged her sleeve, sobbing, "We have to run, Grandma. I saw the bomb under them tick to 7 seconds, but the girl wouldn't stop trying to drag her grandma's hand. I realized they were going to die. 6 seconds. I watched the girl straining with all her strength and still didn't know what to do, but then I felt Salami push against my chest. He flew through the air and landed on the ground, and I saw his leg twist the wrong way, but he still sprinted towards the girl faster than he had in years. My chest went cold as I tried to chase after him, but Salami was already throwing his body onto the beeping backpack. I felt my knees buckle as I realized he was shielding them from the explosion, and then the timer hit 0. The bomb exploded so loud I had to cover my ears. I immediately ran towards the smoke, crying, "Salami, no," but he wasn't even there anymore. The only thing left was his leash. I looked to my left and saw the girl and her grandma, both alive and covered in dust. "Your dog saved us," the girl cried. I dropped my knees and scooped up Salami's leash. Salami could barely walk anymore, but he ran one last time when he needed to. A tornado was ripping roofs off houses and throwing cars, and when I saw it heading towards my house, I grabbed my son Toby and ran down the basement stairs. Toby shouted, "Daddy, I'm scared." "We're okay, buddy." But that's when the tornado shook the house, making Toby cry so hard he started choking. His weak heart would stop if he kept panicking, so I had to calm him down fast. I rubbed circles on his back, whispering, "Shh, I've got you." But sweat dripped from my forehead when I felt his heart pounding quicker. So I started singing his bedtime song, "Time for bed, my little guy." But my voice cracked when the tornado threw a car into our house, and the alarm blared above us. Toby screamed and dropped his dinosaur plushie. "Daddy, make it stop!" And his heart slammed against my chest. I knew I was running out of time, so I yanked my phone and played his favorite song instead. But Toby's eyes rolled back as his lips turned blue and his body went limp. I tapped his cheek. "Toby, no, stay with me, buddy." I didn't know what to do, but then I remembered seeing videos of people making songs with Suno, so I downloaded the app and hoped making a song would calm him down. "Buddy, you want to make the silliest song in the world with me?" Toby looked up with teary eyes and nodded. "What should it be about?" He sniffled. "Me being friends with dinosaurs." He told me everything they would do together, and his heart slowed down as I typed. Then Toby spoke into the mic so it'd sound like him singing, and when we picked the goofiest tune we hit create. But then the tornado started tearing the house apart, and Toby's heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. "Don't let it get me, Daddy. It's okay, buddy. The song's almost done." And then Toby went quiet when the song started playing.
Dinosaur and me, we stomped through the mud. Big splashy steps, mud squishes up high.
When the noise died down, I set Toby down, his heart calmer than ever, and he grinned. "Daddy, can we make another song?" I laughed. "Yeah, buddy, as many as you want." And I opened Suno again. I tore open my only Christmas present, and my eyes lit up when I saw the Pokemon pack in my hands. But when I ran into school with it, my friends were already sitting in a circle ripping theirs open. "Guys, I finally got a pack." I held it up smiling and went to sit down, but Alex instantly pushed me out of their circle. "How many packs do you have?" "Only this one." Alex shook his head while the others laughed. "You need at least 3 for a real pack opening. You'll only slow us down. You can't open with us." He turned around and carelessly ripped his 10th pack open, and I felt my heart break. I watched them toss their unwanted cards to the side and walked to my desk with my 1 pack. I sat down alone and opened it with shaking hands. I peeled back the foil and carefully slid the cards out. A shiny Charizard stared back at me. Before I could even react, Alex screamed from behind me, "Holy crap, Ben just pulled a shiny Charizard." The whole circle instantly swarmed my desk. "Oh my god." Matt suddenly dragged some chairs over, and the whole circle sat around me. "You can play with us, dude. You just pulled a Charizard." Alex tipped his bag of chips my way. "Take as many as you want." Ryan and Brian spread their decks across my desk. "What do you think, man? Any good?" I sat in the middle of the circle holding my shiny Charizard and couldn't stop smiling. We played for the entire day, my Charizard crushing everyone. Alex high-fived me, and Matt called me genuinely cool. I walked home that Friday still buzzing, but then I saw Mom at the kitchen table. Bills were spread out in front of her. I secretly looked up the value of the Charizard on my phone. $3,500. I thought about how my friends loved me because of my card, then sold it anyway. I tucked the money in chunks around the house so Mom would never know it came from me, and walked into school without it. Alex immediately waved me over. "Where's your Charizard?" I told him I sold it to help with bills, and the whole circle instantly gasped. Alex shook his head. "Why would we even hang out with you then?" He grabbed the friendship bracelet he'd given me off my wrist and turned around, closing the circle so I couldn't get in. But this time I didn't care, because now I knew they never wanted me. They wanted my card, and Mom getting to eat was more important than the approval of fake friends. My mom brought my dad his dinner plate and he threw it at the wall. "What is this garbage? I wouldn't feed this to a dog." My dad weighed 600 pounds and hadn't stood up from his recliner without help in 2 years. But me and my mom were extremely scared of him. I had never even stood up to him before. But as I watched my mom pick up the pieces of the broken dish, I knew something had to change. After 16 years of watching him hurt her, I stepped in front of her and looked at him. "She is not making you anything else, and and you will never speak to her that way again, fatty. He looked at me completely shocked. Excuse me? Then his voice dropped. You better not say another word. I shrugged. Or what? What are you gonna do? Actually stand up from the couch for once? I laughed, mocking him. His face started turning red with anger. You ungrateful little brat. Everything you have comes from me, and you want to stand there and disrespect me in my own house. He grabbed the arms of the recliner and started rocking himself forward, attempting to stand up. I will show you what happens when you talk to me like that. I was scared and wanted to back down, but then I looked at my mother who was crying and trying to cover the bruises he gave her. I knew I had to stand my ground and protect her. Go ahead, I said. Stand up and fight me. He dug his hands into the armrest and tried to push himself up. And while he was suspended in the air, his face drained of color and both of his hands clutched his heart like his heart was hurting. Son, I'm having a heart attack. Please help me. We locked eyes as I picked up the phone and started pressing the buttons to call 911. Thank you for calling the police, son. Psych, I said, laughing. I turned the phone around and showed him that I never actually called the police. After 16 years of destroying me and my mom, I don't really feel like helping you. Me and my mom silently watched as our biggest problem finally died. My bunkmate Santiago leaned over the top bunk and said, "Tonight I'm escaping this hellhole." I laughed at him. Yeah, right, but he pulled a block of wood and a sharpened spoon from under his mattress. You gon' see. He carved the wood for 2 hours, and when he rubbed black shoe polish all over it, he waved it in my face, grinning. Dude, check it. This looks like a real gun. I playfully shoved him. Dude, ain't no way the guards are falling for that BS. He shrugged. Can't hurt to try. We heard a CO's keys clinking nearby for the nightly check, and when the CO rolled the door open, Santiago jammed the fake gun under his chin. Both guards threw their hands in the air, and my heart was pounding with adrenaline because if they saw it was a fake gun, they'd shoot him dead. But Santiago spoke with full confidence. Get in the cell. He kept the barrel of his fake gun pointed at them, and 2 grown men in uniform shook with fear and shuffled into our cage, and Santiago stripped the keys and radio off their belts. He tilted his head at me. You coming or nah? For a second I froze in hesitation, but then I realized I was doing life in prison anyway, so I had nothing to lose. I stepped out of the cell with him and closed it shut. At the guard desk ahead, a CO moved his hand to the alert button, but Santiago pressed the wood to his forehead. You sure you want to do that, buddy? The guard was so scared his eyes filled with tears, and he instantly pulled his hand away. Santiago opened the armory with the stolen keys and lifted 2 shotguns off the rack. He pressed one into my hands and put the wooden pistol in the empty slot where the real ones had been. We skipped towards the exit doors while alarms sounded behind us, like 2 girls in a playground. I got on my knees and wrapped my hands around Santiago's ankles. Thank you. I'll never forget you. He looked down and grinned. Just remember, it never hurts to try. I handed a woman her Uber Eats order and said, "Enjoy your meal." But as soon as she grabbed it, her face got angry and she threw the food to the wall behind me. She screamed, "Why did you throw my food everywhere?" I froze because that wasn't true. "Ma'am, you just threw it." But she was already snapping photos of the food on the wall, my face, and my car. I didn't understand why she would accuse me, and my balls hit the floor because I could lose my job over an obvious lie. She already had Uber Eats support pulled up on her phone, like she dialed it before, and screamed, "Yes, my driver threw my food everywhere. I want him fired and I want $100 in credit for this. This is unacceptable." I begged her. "Ma'am, please, this job is how I feed my kids. I can't lose my job." She put her hand over the phone and whispered, "I don't care about your stupid kids. I want my $100 credit so I can order crab legs tonight." Then she spun back around, sobbing so loud her neighbors started watching. A cop car rolled up from the commotion and asked the woman if there was a problem. She sobbed into her hands and pointed at the mess. "He did this." The officer pulled out a notepad. "Sir, this is destruction of private property. I'm going to need to speak to you in the station." I immediately put my hands up. "Please no, I didn't do anything." I felt my whole life slipping away over a lie. Just as the cop clicked his pen, a little kid wandered out the front door and looked at the crying woman. "Mom, are you doing the food thing again?" The woman immediately stopped crying, and everyone went quiet. The cop lowered his notepad. "The food thing?" The officer looked at her doorbell camera. "I'm going to need to see the footage on that." She held her phone tightly and refused, but the cop insisted. It played, her taking the food calmly, then chucking it at the wall the second I left. The little kid nodded. "Mom does this every day, but I don't want to eat crab legs again." She'd been scamming drivers all over the city for free credit. The cop pointed at the mess. "We'll be contacting Uber Eats. Now clean it up." As she got on her knees and started scrubbing, I smiled. "Enjoy your meal." I was walking on the beach when I saw an elderly couple screaming and pointing at the ocean. I followed their hands and spotted a little boy, maybe 6, caught in the current, his arms slapping at the water as it dragged him out to sea. "Lucas! He's drowning! Someone help him!" they cried. But the old man had only made it knee-deep before his wife pulled him back, both far too frail to reach him. There were no lifeguards, no one else but us. They screamed at me, "Can you save him? Please! He's all we have!" My heart pounded because I hadn't touched the ocean since I nearly drowned in it as a kid. But I couldn't stand there and watch Lucas die, so I ran into the waves. The water was freezing, and my whole body started shivering. The current yanked me under before I even reached him, but I fought my way back up, kicking with everything I had. My chest burned, and panic clawed at me. As the harder I swam, the farther out I drifted. "Help! Help!" Lucas screamed, gasping as the waves swallowed him. So I clawed toward him and grabbed his arm, but the second I held him up, I couldn't even keep myself afloat, and had no idea how I'd get him back to shore. I spotted the boats and screamed, thrashing and splashing, "Help us! We're drowning!" But they were too far, and never moved. My stomach dropped. No one was coming. Then Lucas went limp in my arms, slipping under. So I shoved him above my head with everything left in me, refusing to let go, even as the water poured into my mouth and I couldn't breathe. Just as my vision went black, Lucas's weight suddenly vanished from my arms. Before I could understand what happened, a hand clamped around mine and yanked me up, breaking the surface. I gasped and coughed as someone hauled me onto a boat. "If you hadn't held that boy up over the water, we never would have spotted you all the way out here," one of them said. But beside me, Lucas lay limp, and I begged him to wake up, scared it was too late. The second we reached the sand, he coughed and spit out a mouthful of water. His grandparents crashed onto their knees and wrapped him in their arms, sobbing. Then the grandma grabbed my hand. "If you hadn't gone in, we would have lost him. You're a hero." But I looked out at the water that almost killed me and decided I'm never going to a beach again. The school in our African village was shut down due to low funds, so my dad handed me the egg crate. "Now you can work with me in the family business. We can sell eggs together." Tears filled my eyes. "Dad, I'm only 14. I wanted to keep learning so I could have a chance to move to America. Please, can I go to the school in the city?" He laughed harshly. "This business is what keeps us alive. If you ever ask me that again, I'll make sure you regret it." I kept my lips shut, but I knew I needed to find a way to keep going to school, or we'd be living in dirt houses forever. So on my first day in the city, I sold all the eggs as quickly as possible, and as soon as I was finished, I slipped into the back row of the school. My heart pounded as I sneaked in with all the other students, because I knew my dad would beat my if he found out I was there. And every night at 2 a.m., I'd sneak kids into our barn to teach them everything I'd picked up from the class. One night, a kid raised his hand. "I want to remember this so I can go to America too." The barn full of students nodded enthusiastically, and I knew it was my responsibility to get us out of poverty. The next morning, I used some of the egg money to buy pens and paper, with no idea how I was going to tell my dad where the money went. And that afternoon, as Dad counted the coins, he set them down mid-count and wrapped his fingers around my wrist. "I know some of the money is missing. If I find out you've been using it at that school instead of market supplies, I'll beat the learning out of you." My body froze with fear, and part of me wanted to just stick to the family business. Until 2 weeks later, when a poster went up outside the market, "Charity event, English exam. Every student who passes gets sponsored to study in America." After I'd sold all the eggs, I poured all of the money onto the table. "Me and my friends would like to sign up. I'm paying for them." On exam day, all of us from the barn sat in the back of the hall, holding our pens like they were made of gold. Halfway through the first page, the doors banged open, and my dad came down the aisle holding the empty coin tin. The American examiner blocked his path, and I stood up on shaking legs and spoke to her in English. "That's my father. Please let him stay." He froze because he had never heard me speak English before. He towered over the examiner and pointed at me. "That's my son. He's a thief. I demand you have him escorted out right now." The examiner walked over to read my paper. "Sir, your son is very intelligent. I recommend you let him stay and finish." He stormed out, and I had no idea if all this would even be worth it. But a week later, the results were pinned in the village, and all 15 of us had passed. He covered his mouth and cried in the street. 6 months later, 15 families from a village of dirt houses landed in America. Now every Sunday, I teach the parents English in our apartment, the same way I taught their kids in the barn. Last Sunday, my dad raised his hand and said the first English sentence he'd ever learned: "I am proud of my son." When I realized it was my dad's birthday, 5-year-old me decided to spend the entire day making a surprise for him. Since we didn't have enough money to make him a cake, I made him a really good sandwich instead. But right after I finished, my mom said, "I have one more surprise." She started packing all of our stuff into boxes and asked me to help her. I gasped, thinking we were finally moving to a nicer house that had heating. "We have to finish before your dad gets home." I helped her pack everything into the back of a U-Haul and couldn't wait for my dad to see. "Dad's gonna be so happy when he gets home." But she didn't say anything. The house was completely empty, but my mom said, "Oh, I forgot something downstairs. Can you go grab it for me quick?" I nodded and ran down, but as soon as I got to the bottom, I didn't see anything. I looked everywhere, but figured she just forgot. When I ran back up, I froze. I looked outside, and the truck was gone. Mom, she wasn't anywhere. I was just confused at first, and just sat on the porch by myself. When my dad finally came home an hour later, he walked inside and instantly started crying. She abandoned us and took everything. But when he looked at me, I handed him the sandwich I made for him. He sat next to me and tried not to let me see him crying. My girlfriend tried to kill all three of us on the highway over a joke I made about her driving. I'd been making fun of her driving all morning. At the gas station, I'd told her my side chick parks better than that, and laughed. She didn't laugh, but I didn't think much of it. My best friend Dave was in the back seat the whole time laughing while recording on his phone. Then on the ramp, I looked back at Dave and joked, "Buckle up, bro," like she was about to crash. That's when she lost it. She pulled her foot off the gas and turned to look at me. "You think that's funny? You think I'm a joke?" I told her I was playing, but she didn't care. "You think I'm a bad driver? Watch me drive bad." She floored it. The car shot forward and I grabbed the door handle. "Pull over. I'm serious. Pull over." She cut across 2 lanes without looking and I grabbed the dash. She looked at me for too long and the car started drifting toward the barrier. I reached for the wheel and she shoved my hand off. "I'm gonna kill all 3 of us." Dave was in the back seat with his eyes closed, mouthing a prayer. His phone was glowing on the seat next to him where he'd dropped it. She was doing 100. "Y'all think I'm playing? Think I'm a joke?" I kept my voice low, trying to calm her down. "Please, just slow down." She jerked the car aggressively. "Y'all wanna see a joke? Watch this." She hit 110 on a straight stretch and everything in the car rattled. I felt my life flash before my eyes and looked at her pleading with everything I had, but her knuckles were white on the wheel and her eyes weren't blinking. She wasn't there anymore. Then the lights hit us from everywhere at once. 4 patrol cars came in from every angle before she could react. One hit the rear quarter panel and the car spun across the shoulder and into the grass. My head hit the window. Officers were at every door with their lights in our faces before the engine stopped. "Hands up, hands where we can see them." They pulled her door open and dragged her out onto the grass. She was still screaming when they got the cuffs on her. Dave stepped out with his hands up and put his phone in his pocket. I texted them our location and plate number when she first hit 90. I looked at him and he just shrugged. "I wasn't about to die in this car, bro." I put my $50 I'd been hiding from my dad in my pocket, then stuck my head out my bedroom door and watched him. The new arcade had just opened up and I really wanted to go, but Dad never let me leave the house. He searched my sister's room, then went downstairs, and I instantly opened my bedroom window. My heart pounded as I climbed out, and when I saw Dad lay down for his afternoon nap, I knew I had about 90 minutes before he woke up. At the arcade, I had the time of my life, and I even broke the record on the basketball game. When I saw 1 hour had passed, I decided to go home before Dad woke up. But as I was leaving, I saw a long queue in the corner. The sign said, "Jackpot prize, 1 NBA Finals ticket, entry $2. My heart jumped because going to the NBA Finals was my dream. I thought about what Dad would do if I came home late and still decided screw it. In the line, I kept checking the time anxiously as everybody failed. When my turn came, I put in my last $2 and swung the hammer. The neon bar stopped at the jackpot slot and the machine lit up. My eyes went wide because I actually won. The manager instantly gave me the ticket with the official NBA stamp, all while I pinched myself. I sprinted home happier than ever, still not believing this was real. But when I walked in the door, Dad was already waiting with his arms crossed. "Where did you go?" His voice shook with rage, but I was so happy I barely even looked at him. "Just went for a walk." I sprinted to my room immediately. He yelled, "Don't leave the house without my permission again." And I replied, "Okay, sorry, Dad." I placed the ticket into my Steph Curry jersey at the bottom of my drawer with shaking hands, and that night went to sleep with the biggest smile on my face. But when I came home from school the next day, I unfolded the jersey to see the ticket again, but it wasn't there. I immediately panicked and began tearing through every drawer. My eyes filled with tears when I couldn't find it, and that's when I heard my dad behind me. "Looking for your ticket?" He smirked, and I went pale, realizing he knew about it. He laughed. I sold that ticket, and my stomach sank. I shook my head because he knew how much it meant to me, but then he pointed outside. I looked and saw his car, with new shiny chrome rims, freshly tinted windows, and a new paint job. I started crying, but I won that ticket, and Dad's face twisted in anger. He pointed his finger at me. "You broke my rules under my roof to get that ticket. Be thankful you're not grounded too." He slammed my door, and I sat on my room floor, staring at the empty jersey where my ticket was, and crying. My dad placed the tripod in front of me for the 4th time today, and dropped a brown box on the table. "We're doing a toy opening for the channel. Now get your goddamn intro right." He pressed record, and I raised my hands in the air and did my intro, but he instantly snapped his fingers. "Stop, not enough energy. Drink this and try again." He handed me an energy drink, and I stared at it with my heart pounding because I'd never drank one before. but his foot kept tapping impatiently, and I was so scared of him, I just downed it in one go. My fingers instantly started buzzing, and I ripped the box open, but he snapped again. "You're opening it way too fast, you stupid kid." He shoved me aside and I hit the floor. I clutched my foot in pain, but he just taped the box shut again, then yanked me up. "I need these views on the channel. Do you hear me?" He got behind the camera and hit record, but my voice came out in a stutter because I was so scared. He took off his glasses and threw the camera down. "Why do I even pay for voice acting lessons?" He slammed his hands on the table and got in my face while I trembled. "I quit my job to do this with you full time. You're the only reason I pay rent, so unless you want to be on the street, you're gonna smile and open that box of Pokemon." He reached out his hands and pushed the corners of my mouth up with his fingers into a smile. My legs were shaking, but I wiped my tears and put on a happy voice. I opened the box just like he wanted, and 15 minutes later he stopped recording. "Perfect. See how much nicer I am when you do it right?" He grabbed the camera and walked out. I peered around the corner to make sure he was gone, then turned and grabbed my phone off the shelf. I'd been recording everything because I wanted to show my viewers the real behind the scenes. I logged into the channel and uploaded my video. I walked into the kitchen, my chest still tingling from the energy drink, and his phone was buzzing so hard it fell off the table. He grinned. "We're going viral." But when he picked up his phone and pressed play, his face went gray. He watched himself yelling at me, then leaped out of his chair towards me. I ran to the door and opened it because police were already here. He would never make me post again. I was 9 minutes from being late to jury duty when I found a fourth taco in my Taco Bell bag, and the cashier whispered, "Please don't open that one." I checked the receipt at the counter. 3 crunchy tacos, 1 drink, nothing else. The extra taco sat at the bottom in a plain white wrapper with a black marker line across the top. My lunch break was almost over, and the courthouse vending machine had already stolen $2 from me that morning. So a free taco did not feel like a mistake. It felt like justice. I reached into the bag, and the cashier's smile disappeared. "Don't open the 4th taco in here." Behind him, the manager's ears perked up the moment he heard those words, and he turned around with his headset halfway off. "Who gave him the 4th taco?" Every employee stopped moving. I looked down at the bag. "It's just a taco," the cashier said. "That's what the last customer said." I looked at him. "What last customer?" The manager pointed at the bag. "Has it touched your mouth?" I said. "Not yet, but I'm due back in court in 8 minutes, so hurry up and scare me faster." His headset crackled. A voice from the drive-thru said, "Is he opening it?" I said, "Why does the drive-thru know about my taco?" Nobody answered. The manager reached across the counter and tried to snatch the bag. I pulled it to my chest. "I paid for 3 tacos, and democracy gave me 4. The cashier whispered, "Corporate sent test items this morning." I checked the clock above the soda machine. 7 minutes. The courthouse was across the street, but the crosswalk light there lasted longer than most marriages. The manager's shoulders dropped. The last customer filled out both sides of the comment card. I sat at the nearest table because standing there arguing was wasting government time. The manager stood across from me. The cashier stood behind him. I peeled open the wrapper. Inside was a normal crunchy taco. Beef, lettuce, cheese, and 1 single nacho fry lying across the top like a tiny yellow warning. The manager closed his eyes. "Loaded nacho fry taco," the cashier whispered. "They're really doing it." The drive-thru voice crackled through the headset. "Corporate wants feedback." The manager put one hand on the table. "Sir, once you bite it, I have to give you the comment card." I checked the clock. 6 minutes. For 1 second, I thought about handing it back and walking to court hungry. Then my stomach growled loud enough for the cashier to lower the card. I took 1 bite. Everyone waited. I chewed. I swallowed. The cashier slid me the comment card with shaking hands. I flipped it over and wrote, "Needs more fries," on both sides. The manager reached for the card. "Corporate may have follow-up questions." I picked up the forbidden 4th taco and stood. "Corporate can take that up with the court that assigned me jury duty." I hit the center of a whack-a-mole machine, and suddenly a blunt pain exploded in the center of my skull. I brushed it off and just hit the right side of the whack-a-mole next, but as I did, the same pain tore through the right side of my head. I hit the left side of the whack-a-mole, and the pain hit the left side of my head too. I dropped the hammer and slowly backed out of the arcade, wondering how my head hurt in the exact place I'd hit the game. I remembered my nose surgery from 3 days ago, but figured a nose surgery couldn't magically sync a whack-a-mole machine to my brain. But while walking home, I hit the button on a crosswalk, and a sharp, loud pain instantly hit my forehead so hard I doubled over. It felt like an alarm was blaring inside my head, and it only stopped when the button quit beeping. I got home and instantly tried to Google what was wrong with me, but every time I tapped my phone screen, it felt like someone was tapping my head. My phone buzzed, and my entire skull literally vibrated. I was panicking and went straight to the hospital where I'd had the surgery, looking for answers. I told the nurse everything, flailing my arms and promising I wasn't crazy, but then her eyes exploded. She immediately left and came back with 2 doctors and a tablet. "Do you feel this?" They tapped the bottom left corner of the tablet, and I instantly felt a pain in the bottom left of my head. I told them I felt it, and their eyes widened as they instantly started writing things down. I frantically asked what's wrong with me, but nobody even looked at me. "Give us 1 moment." They stepped outside and started whispering. whispering. I knew I needed answers, so I pressed my ear against the door, and what I heard made me shiver. I heard her telling the doctor the chip he installed in my brain during my surgery was malfunctioning. The chip company we work with promised this wouldn't happen. It's locking onto every electrical device he looks at and copying the signals straight into his brain. My whole body went cold as I thought back to the arcade. When I played whack-a-mole, I hit the center of that board with the hammer. The chip locked onto the machine and sent the hit from the center of it to the center of my brain. I realized every random pain in my head was the chip in my brain syncing me to the technology around me. My hands shook as I tapped the tablet in front of me to test it one more time. I felt it in my skull immediately. I had a faulty chip implanted in my brain, and I never consented to it. My dog Bruno accidentally placed his paws on my mouse and logged me onto a sketchy website I'd never seen. I instantly shooed him away, worried about viruses, but then I got an email that made me stop. You win a full tour of the most advanced science lab in the country. The sender had a verified check, so I trusted it and arrived at the lab next morning. My heart pounded, still unsure if this was some elaborate scam. But when I pulled the lab doors open, a scientist was frantically slamming buttons on a giant tank. "Hey, I'm here for the tour." He instantly spun around. "Oh, this is actually good. You're gonna help me, kid." He pointed at the empty tank. "The AI clone I made of myself escaped. He malfunctioned, and he's evil. We need to find him." I backed away thinking he was crazy, but then a note manifested itself inside the tank. "I see everything, Sambucha, including that kid with you. Come to the warehouse with a hard drive of your memories, or else." A picture of my dog Bruno locked in a warehouse was right there. My stomach turned as I realized this was real. An evil AI robot had kidnapped my dog. I went to call police, but Sambucha replaced the phone in my hands with a laser gun. Then he strapped us to a drone before I could protest. My hands trembled on the laser's trigger as I accidentally cut a table in two, but he laughed. "Don't worry, kid. He won't hurt your dog." We took off before I could say I was scared of heights, and though I wanted to scream, I closed my eyes and told myself I was doing this for Bruno. But then the drone spluttered. Sambucha yelled, "Crap! AI me is interrupting the signal," and we started crashing. We slammed into the bushes. I got up holding my head in pain, but then Sambucha smiled. "We're at the warehouse." We crept inside, and my legs instantly went numb. Bruno was locked in a cage and not moving. Me and Sambucha began sprinting towards him, but that's when AI Sambucha stepped out. My stomach dropped because they looked so alike. This was some sci-fi shit I only saw in movies. I immediately raised my laser gun to shoot him, but Sambucha placed his hand on my barrel. "Wait," he turned to his clone in tears. "You're me. Why are you doing this?" The clone smirked. "I'm not you, Sambucha. I'm Bamsucha, and I'm going to destroy everything you built." Bamsucha turned towards Bruno. "Now give me the hard drive, Sambucha, or else." I saw him pulling something from his pocket and knew I had to act. I raised my laser gun towards a rack of gorilla couches right above Bamsucha and with shaking hands pulled the trigger. The red laser burned through the chain and a gorilla couch started tumbling down. Bamsucha looked up just in time to see a 600-pound gorilla couch falling on him. The couch crashed and I immediately ran and popped Bruno's cage open. I pressed my ear against Bruno's chest and breathed. "He's just asleep." I carried him to the gorilla couch where Bamsucha's head was sticking out from the bottom. Sambucha kicked Bamsucha's head. Another failed AI test. I was homeless and hadn't eaten in 3 days. But then I saw a sign saying, "Mega Burger Challenge. Free if you eat it all. $100 if you fail." I had no money, but my stomach was eating itself, so I knew I had to risk it. I walked into the diner with shaking legs, but when I told the owner I was here for the burger challenge, he immediately scoffed. "That's not for people like you. We both know you don't have $100. I was crushed and turned to leave, but then a waiter behind him tapped his shoulder. "Frank, our sign says anyone can try. That means him too." Frank's jaw tightened and he crossed his arms. "Fine. When he fails, I'll call the cops and it'll be one less beggar on the street anyway." The waiter led me to a table, and as I sat down, he smiled. "I was also homeless once. I'll help you if the owner tries anything." A minute later, Frank personally dropped the giant plate in front of me, with 8 burgers and a literal mountain of fries. The timer beside it was already counting down from 60 minutes. Frank smirked. "Don't fail, or else it's jail time for you." My hands shook as I picked up the first burger and started eating. I hadn't tasted anything hot in weeks, so half the fries were gone within 10 minutes. Frank stood by the register watching with his arms crossed, going redder with every bite I took. With 30 minutes left, the fries were done, and I picked up my last burger, ready to savor it. But that's when Frank marched over. "New policy. I need a $15 deposit before you can keep playing." He slapped the burger from my hands and slid the platter away before I could react. My chest went cold because the timer was still ticking. "You can't just invent rules midway through, please. I don't have $15. But Frank just laughed. "I'm the owner. I do what I want. Now pay the deposit or I'm calling the cops." I patted my pockets with trembling hands, and my face dropped because I knew I had nothing. But then the same waiter from earlier appeared. He pressed $15 into Frank's hand. "This man is playing." Frank's smile instantly dropped. His whole face went beet red as he closed his fist around the money and walked away. The waiter slid the plate back towards me, and I grabbed the last burger. I swallowed the final bite with 2 minutes left, then stood up, burped, and walked up to Frank. "Mega Burger Challenge done. Can't believe it was free." The waiter smiled, and I walked out the front door, full for the first time in days, while Frank stared at me with his fists clenched, unable to do a thing. The owner of my favorite restaurant refused to serve me because of my wheelchair. He crouched down to my eye level, smiled condescendingly, and told me this wasn't the place for people like me. My heart sank because I'd been coming to Marino's every Friday for 8 years. The old owner Richard personally knew my name and order, as it was the one place on earth I felt normal. I stared at the new owner and shrugged in my wheelchair. Why not? He scrunched his nose at my chair like it disgusted him. We've made some appearance-based changes. I'm sure you understand. I shook my head and pointed at the booth I'd sat every Friday for years. Richard never had a problem with me here. Then Richard liked running a circus. He crossed his arms. I'm not having freaks in my dining room. I felt my face go red as flashbacks of kids bullying my wheelchair in school hit me so hard, I gripped my wheelchair to steady myself. That's when the owner slapped my hands away from my own chair. Since you refuse to leave, I'll help you. He grabbed the handles of my wheelchair and started rolling me towards the exit. My face burned, and I grabbed for the wheels to stop him, but he pushed harder. I felt myself lose balance and dropped from my chair. My face hit the floor hard as I knocked over a glass of water, and I heard the wheelchair screech behind me. The whole restaurant stopped. These people had seen me dining here for 8 years, but nobody did a thing. I dragged myself across the floor with my arms and hauled my own body back into the chair. My hands were shaking, but the owner didn't even say sorry. He just grabbed my chair and continued wheeling me out. But this time, I didn't resist. I pulled out my phone and dialed loudly. The new owner laughed. "Go ahead, call whoever you want," and shut the door behind me. But 15 minutes later, the restaurant door opened. I rolled in, with Richard rolling in with his wheelchair directly behind me. "I used to own this place," he announced while I crossed my arms. The new owner laughed. "That doesn't matter anymore," Richard scoffed. "Actually, it does." He pulled out a contract. "I own every Marino's in the state. I'm your boss." The new owner's face drained of color and his legs buckled. "I'm sorry," but Richard cut him off. "I built this place so people like us had somewhere to eat. You're fired." I grinned and wheeled past the owner into my booth. I watched as he turned to pack his things, and that's when I saw his foot slip on the water I had spilled. His leg twisted, and he fell backwards spine first. I saw him next Friday, rolling in a wheelchair to finish packing his things. I was rattling my cup for money, feeling everybody judge me as they walked by, when a man in a suit pressed $50 into my hand. "I was like you once and someone helped me. This is my last 50, but you need it more than I do." I started crying because this was enough money for days of food, but when I looked up to thank him, he was looking side to side, squinting at the nearby bushes and parks. His face got redder, and he suddenly bent back down. "Wait, you're not a YouTuber?" I shook my head no, and he instantly snatched his $50 back. "Then why did I even give you any money? I thought someone would pop out with a camera and give me 10 grand for helping your filthy You tricked me. You should feel ashamed of conning people like this." He stormed away, muttering to himself. I sat there stunned because he only gave me money hoping this was a public stunt. Then I turned to my friend in the bushes with his camera and 10 grand in his pocket. I was 15 when I got my first job as a gas station cashier to help out my single mom. My dad ran away, so I knew I needed to step up. But on my first day, a man in a mask and firearm stormed in at 2 a.m. He yelled, "Hand over the money," and I immediately knew I wasn't getting paid enough for this. My hands trembled with fear as I pressed the cash into his palm and pressed the silent alarm under the desk. But then he immediately gave me back everything except one single $50 bill. I was still shaking when he lowered his firearm. "I'm sorry, but it's my son's 16th birthday in a few days. I haven't seen him since he was a baby, so I want to send the $50 to his mom, and maybe she can pass it on to him. That's why I'm doing this." I felt bad, so I replied, "I'm sure his son would appreciate that." But then the man instantly hung his head. "That boy is the only reason I keep trying in this life. Maybe one day I'll find him, and he'll be open to accepting me as his dad." I saw tears form in his eyes, and a strange feeling hit my chest as I thought about how the police were coming. I told him I was 15 just like his son, and didn't have a dad either, and most nights I still sat on the porch waiting for him to come back. His lips trembled as he nodded and went to leave, but when he turned around, I noticed a few strands of ginger hair sticking out from the bottom of his mask. I told myself it couldn't be him, but still called out, "Wait!" The man turned, and I asked him if he has a scar on his knee. "How do you know that?" he replied. I felt tears forming as I asked if his son was named Michael. His mouth flew open and he nodded. I gripped my head. "I'm Michael." The man immediately pulled off his mask, and that's when police walked in. They cuffed him and started walking him out, and tears fell from his eyes. I knew I couldn't let this happen, and immediately ran over the counter, my heart pounding. "I clicked the alarm on accident," I yelled to the officers. "He's not here to rob me." They looked at me, looked at the man, and I pulled a picture from my wallet. The only picture I had of me and my dad. The man in front of me looked just like the man in the picture. The officers took one look at it, nodded, and left. I cried staring at him, and suddenly felt my throat closing. "Dad." His His lip quivered as he gripped my shoulder. Son. We pulled each other into a hug and sobbed. I found my dad when he tried to rob me. I was doing scuba with 80 kids from my new school when my parents and grandma pulled into the driveway. I completely froze because this secret party was my one shot at being popular in my new school, and they were home early. I jumped off the table so fast I nearly rolled my ankle. My mom walked in with my dad behind her, and their heads immediately turned to a girl throwing up in the new houseplant and a kid peeing in the hallway corner. I screamed, "Alexa, stop the music!" My dad raised a finger, and everyone went still. The party can keep going, under one condition. I nodded so hard my neck hurt. I was ready to do anything. He pointed outside. "Grandma's in the car. Tonight, she parties. With all of you." My eyes widened because I had no idea why my parents wanted my grandma to party with a bunch of high schoolers. Before I could say anything, a chant started near the couch. "Grandma! Grandma!" I went to open the front door, and my 4'8" grandma immediately walked in wearing thick sunglasses, a crop top, and a jean skirt. "Grandma, what the—" She handed me her tin. "Hold my cookies." She shook the nearest kid's hand like she was running for mayor. "Doris, you can call me D." She pulled the aux out of the DJ kid's hand and started playing Drake. Finally, some good shit. I walked up to my mom. "Mom, what is going on?" She whispered. "She sold her house yesterday. She'd spent 50 years in one town." Her voice went soft. "With Grandpa gone, we couldn't let her first night with us be a quiet one. By midnight, she was up on my kitchen table with 80 kids screaming, 'D, D,' instead of my name. 3 weeks of lunch alone, and now the whole school knew exactly who I was. D's grandson. My most down-bad friend Catalan jumped onto the lunch table and shouted, "Say nothing if you want me." The whole cafeteria went dead silent. He looked down at me, hands on his hips, grinning. "Hear that? That's the sound of a room that wants me." He hopped off the table and strolled toward his crush like he owned the floor. The second she figured out what was going on, she shot out of her chair and started screaming at the top of her lungs. Catalan closed his eyes and nodded. "That's fine. There's plenty of fish in the sea." He looked around for his next victim, and that's when the entire cafeteria erupted into noise. He started spinning around the room, looking for anyone who was still quiet, and that's when his eyes locked on the back corner. The lunch lady stood at the register in her hairnet, scrolling her phone, not making any noise because she didn't know what was going on. Catalan's grin stretched wide as he pointed at her over everyone's heads. She didn't scream. You know what that means. No, there was no way. He started walking, and the whole room turned to watch. The lunch lady looked up, saw a teenager spreading his arms at her, and screamed louder than the whole cafeteria combined. She stumbled back into the soda machine and jabbed her finger at him. "Gerald! Gerald! We got one!" Catalan put his hand on her shoulder and started stroking. "There's no need to worry, baby girl, Papa's home." Suddenly, Gerald, the security guard, spun Catalan around and walked him to the doors. Gerald marched him towards the cafeteria door, and Catalan contorted his body backwards to point at her, yelling, "I'll wait for you, my love. I know you want me, and someday we will be together again." No one's seen him since. I was sitting on a plane, working an undercover case against the man behind me. 10 years ago, he shot my mother in front of me, and I'd started a whole new career just for this. I clenched my fists as every cell in my body wanted to punch him, but I just calmly read my magazine. But then the flight attendant walked over to me. "Sir, there was a problem with your ID when you boarded." My stomach dropped, because if the man behind me heard something was off, he might remember my face or realize what was happening. I handed my fake ID to the attendant, and he held it against my face. "This doesn't really look like you." I'd grown my hair out for this mission, and behind me, the man who shot my mother stopped playing with his plastic switchblade. I realized he was listening in. The attendant read the name on my ID and checked his tablet. "And your name isn't on my passenger list. Are you pretending to be someone you're not?" My blood ran cold because he said it loudly, and I heard the seat behind me creak forward. "Is everything okay?" the man asked, and I felt his breath on my neck as the voice from my nightmares hit me. My fist crushed the bracelet Mom wore the night he killed her, and I wanted to choke him, but I just replied, "All good," without turning around. The attendant looked at my ID one more time, then said, "Stay here. I'm getting the captain to see if you can stay on this plane." I knew if I got off this plane, I might never find this man again, so I immediately shot out of my chair. I took my badge out from under my shirt and quickly showed it to the attendant. "I'm undercover," I whispered. "That man behind me killed my mother. I've been working this case for 3 years, so walk away and say nothing." He went pale and immediately smiled. He handed my ID back and loudly announced, "My mistake, sir. Everything is okay." I let out a breath and sat down, and the man even started playing with his plastic switchblade again. But then the attendant turned to me. "Have a safe flight, and good luck with the undercover mission, sir." My eyes went wide, and the attendant covered his mouth in horror as he realized what he'd said. The man behind me immediately got up and started sprinting off the plane. I lunged, but he was already out the door. I stared at the attendant who was frozen. "It took me 26 months just to find him, and you just ruined everything." His switchblade laid open on the seat. I'm walking through a street in Vietnam on holiday when I notice a little kid eating Doritos, but when I look closer, I drop to my knees because something is seriously wrong. His mom is next to him on her phone, an old man is feeding pigeons, and nobody sees the covered-up landmine under the the kid's shoe, set to explode the second he lifts his foot. I rush over and crouch slowly so I don't scare him, my heart pounding. He lifts his head and smiles with orange fingers. I tell him, "Hey buddy, please listen and don't move a muscle, just look down." He looks, and his face instantly crumples as he starts screaming. The bag of Doritos drops from his hand, and when his mom notices, the color drains from her face and she backs away. The old man stumbles back while the kid cries, "This can't be real," as the landmine glows red under him. I panic, sweat beating down my head, wondering how to get him to safety when any movement results in his eternal sleep. That's when a crazy idea comes to me. I stand up and flail my arms. "I need help, over here!" People look and realize what's happening, grabbing their heads in horror, but I just shout the plan, my voice steady. Strangers start scattering, sprinting into apartment doorways and restaurants, then running out with knives. They swarm the biggest tree around while the kid hyperventilates, his foot rattling. But then a pigeon waddles over. I notice the breadcrumbs on the landmine, and my chest goes cold as the pigeon hops right on it. It starts shoving its head at the kid's leg to get the crumb, and the kid shrieks. He jerks his knee, screaming, "I'm afraid of pigeons," and I watch his heel start to lift off the dirt. The mine beeps louder, ready to explode. I dive and swat the bird away, and the kid stomps his foot back down and sobs. That's when the crowd comes running. They're all carrying a branch thick as my leg and line it up right over his foot. I grip the kid's shoulder and tell him to breathe as they lower the branch onto the mine. The second it settles, I say, "Now," and watch with my teeth chattering as the kid slowly begins raising his foot. His shoe lifts. I brace, and nothing happens. The branch holds the mine. The kid trembles and scoops up his fallen bag of Doritos, shoveling them in his mouth with shaking hands to calm down. I back away from the branch on the mine and look around at all the strangers who risked their life to help. My teacher told me to stay back after class to discuss my behavior issues, so I immediately slapped her across the face. She fell to the floor, and I covered my mouth in horror. "I'm sorry, miss. I can't control it. You see, I'd had surgery as a kid. Doctors separated the right and left sides of my brain to treat my epilepsy, but it left me with a rogue left arm, meaning I physically couldn't control it, and it did things on its own without me wanting to." My teacher yelled, "To the principal's office, now," and dragged me while I screamed it was my rogue limb. The principal sighed, "I already called your mom. You can't keep being violent because of this made-up condition," but I punched him in the face before he finished his sentence. He clutched his nose, and I instantly grabbed the school trophy off his desk and hurled it at his head. He fell and screamed, "I'm calling the cops," while I cried and begged them to believe I couldn't control it. But then my left arm reached for the principal's prized paintball gun. He'd hung it behind a glass as the last thing his father left him, but I simply punched through. The glass shattered, and I grabbed the paintball gun and aimed it at him. My teacher lunged to snatch it from me, but I shoved her to the ground and started going Rambo on my principal with his own father's paintball gun. I wrestled the gun away with my right arm, but that's when my teacher tackled me. Tears ran from my face as I begged them to believe me, but they yelled, "You're going to prison." An officer walked in and saw my principal covered in paintball and bruises on his face, but I felt my left arm instantly curl into a fist. The principal screamed, "This boy is violent. He destroyed property and assaulted me." The cop went to ask me if this was true, and in response, my left arm punched him square in the jaw. He dropped, and I screamed, "No," because I knew assaulting an officer meant my was cooked. The cop got up and immediately pulled out handcuffs. I started crying as he put my hands behind my back, but that's when the door opened. My mom was panting with a stack of medical papers. "Whatever's happening is not his fault. I have the proof right here." She shoved them at the officer, and I backed away from everyone so I couldn't hit them. I watched the officer's face twist as he read. Then he shook his head in disbelief. "This is insane, but this actually stops me from being able to arrest you. Whatever your left arm does is legally not your doing." He tucked his handcuffs away and walked out without another word. The principal and teacher went red, and that's when my left arm rose up and gave them the middle finger. The coolest kid in school asked me if I wanted to go train surfing, and right as I was about to say yes, my best friend Sam stopped me. "Are you insane? That's dangerous." But I pointed at the matching safety watches he made us both wear. "You won't even let me ride a bike without one of these. You're too safe and boring. I just want to have fun." Drew was already climbing toward the tracks and screamed, "Are you in or out?" I shook Sam off, but Sam whispered, "He only cares about himself. You'll see." I didn't understand what he meant until later that day. Moments later, we sprinted alongside a moving train, and I grabbed the ladder, my fingers shaking with every rung as I pulled myself to the top. The wind ripped past my face, and I'd never felt so alive. Drew was howling with laughter, and for a second, Sam's warning felt stupid. But then we heard sirens. Cops saw us and were chasing the train, screaming at us to get down. My heart pounded because this wasn't fun anymore. It was terrifying. The train lurched faster, and I dropped flat, my knuckles white white against the cold metal roof, my heart slamming so hard my safety watch buzzed, flashing 180. I couldn't move. "Drew, I can't move. Help me." But Drew was already swinging down the ladder to jump. He looked back at me and smirked. "I'm not helping you. Not my fault you're a puss-puss." Then he leapt off the train and rolled into the grass, sprinting away. And right then, it hit me. He only cared about himself, and I was either going to die or get arrested. I reached for the ladder, but my sweaty grip slipped. I fell off, and everything went black. When I woke up, I realized I was in a ditch far outside the city, my body broken and bleeding. The train was long gone. I was completely alone, and no one knew where I was. I thought I was going to die, but then I heard footsteps running towards me. It was Sam, out of breath. "I thought you were dead. What the hell happened?" I almost cried of relief, but I was confused. "How did you even find me? I'm so far away." Sam pointed at my watch. "Your watch showed your heart rate spiked to 180, and then flatline movement. I tracked your location and came as fast as I could." I was in shock. The watch I made fun of was the one that saved my life. When I finally arrived at the hospital, I told Sam, "You were right. Drew only cared about himself. What happened to him anyway?" Sam laughed. "He's cooked. The cops arrested him when he jumped off the train. We dabbed each other up, and I never called him boring again." While cat-sitting for my neighbors, I let their indoor cat out the front door, and by midnight I was sure I had gotten her killed. The Arnolds had left me a note on the kitchen counter written in bold letters. "Astrid has never been outside, and she hates it. Do not open the front door without checking where she is first." I read the note 3 times. Then my delivery driver showed up with the pizza I ordered. I pulled the door open without looking down, and Astrid went out between his legs, like she had been waiting her whole life for that exact moment. I dropped the pizza on the porch and went after her. She ran under a row of hedges along the side of the house. I got down on my stomach and reached in. She wasn't there. I checked under the deck and behind the trash cans. I knocked on a door down the block. A guy in a hoodie pulled out his phone before I finished asking and showed me a video from his porch camera. A coyote was walking down the street with something limp in its mouth. "They come through almost every night now. They ate 2 cats on this block last month." He tapped my shoulder. "I'd start looking now if I were you." I went back to the Arnold's house as fast as I could. I put a bowl of tuna on the back patio and turned off the kitchen lights so I could watch the yard from the window. Around 10, I heard a howl somewhere past the back fence, then another one answering it from a different direction. Around 10:30, I saw something move at the edge of the yard. It was too big to be a cat. I flipped the porch light on, and whatever it was gone. The tuna bowl was on its side and empty. I refilled it and went back to the window. At 11, I heard a rustle in the bushes and ran outside with a stick I had been gripping all night. A possum looked up at me next to the bowl. I waved the stick at it until it walked off, and then somewhere down the block, a cat screamed. I ran out into the street holding the stick like an idiot. There was nothing there. No cat, no coyote, no movement under any of the cars. I walked back to the patio and called for Astrid until my throat hurt. By 12, I was at the kitchen table writing the apology text I was going to send the Arnolds, telling them how Astrid might have gotten eaten by coyotes. Then all of a sudden, I heard a sound at the back door. It was a thin scratching, then a meow, then more scratching. I went to the door, and there was Astrid, sitting on the mat, looking up at me. Her paws were wet from the grass. She walked past me into the kitchen and went straight to her food bowl. I remembered the note. She has never been outside, and she hates it. She had spent the whole night out there hating it, hiding from things that wanted to eat her, and then she had come home on her own. I deleted the text, picked up the pizza box from the porch, and threw it in the trash. The Arnolds pulled in at 9 on the dot. Mrs. Arnold got out of the car and asked how the weekend had gone. Fine. Everything was fine. She handed me $80 in cash. I took it and walked out. Somewhere past the fence, a coyote howled, and I walked faster than I needed to. My dad burst into my room on the 5th-year anniversary of Mom's death and twirled his car keys. "Come on, son. We're going to visit her." He smelled funny and grabbed my wrists tight, dragging me out to the car. He put on Mom's favorite song and began fumbling with his keys before I could even say a word. He peeled out of the driveway and instantly slammed his foot on the accelerator, doing 90 in a 60. I gripped my headrest in fear and told him, "Dad, please slow down." But he just caressed his and Mom's wedding photos taped to the dashboard, whispering, "I'll see you soon." The speedometer climbed past 100, and my heart pounded because his hands kept sliding off the wheel. I screamed, "Dad, no. Mom died because a driver hit her. Don't become the driver that took her." But he instantly turned to me. "Don't talk about my wife." His eyes were off the road as he slurred his words. A truck horn blared and swerved around us, and I pulled out my phone with shaking hands. I dialed 911 and screamed, "Please trace this call. My dad." But then I felt his hand snatching my phone. He threw it out the window and laughed. "We're visiting Mom tonight, one way or another." Oakwood Cemetery came into view, but Dad barely slowed down. I gripped my seat, bracing between my sobs, when Dad turned hard. Our car skidded, and we slammed headfirst into a van coming out of the cemetery gate. The airbags exploded, and I lay there with my face pressed against the white fabric. back. Blood trickled from my ear as my head pounded, but then I saw Dad slumped over the wheel. I tapped his shoulder. "Dad, are you okay?" But he wouldn't move. I shook him while Mom's favorite song played in the background, and that's when I saw the empty bottle under his feet. The other driver dialed 911, and suddenly an officer was prying open our car. He pressed his fingers to Dad's neck and yelled over his shoulder, "We don't have a pulse. Call an ambulance." My legs collapsed, and a cop came over and put a blanket over my shoulders. "Where were you going tonight?" I looked at them covering Dad in white cloth. "To visit my dead mom. I woke up in a hospital bed after being in a coma. No idea of how I got here." And my mom looked down at me with a disgusted look on her face. I was confused because I thought she'd be happy I was awake, but instead, she yelled, "Do you have any idea of the damage you've done?" Her face filled with anger. "You don't get to wake up and pretend you're innocent. I can't even look at you." She was talking like I did something really bad, but I couldn't remember anything. And when I looked down, I saw my arms were covered in scars. What did I do? "Mom, please, tell me what I did," I begged. She sat down in tears. "The police are involved. You're not escaping this." I froze because cops meant this was serious. "What are you talking about?" She shook her head. "It's too much to say right now," and she walked out. That's when it hit me. My little sister Lily wasn't there, which was strange because we're so close. When Mom came back, I asked, "Where's Lily? Why hasn't she come?" Her face went cold. "She doesn't want to see you. She's hurt because of you." I gasped. I'd never hurt my sister. I'd die for her. Did I hurt her? Just tell me what happened. She took a breath, and the truth came out. You, me, and Lily were in the car. You grabbed the wheel while I was driving and caused the accident. That's why you have scars on your arms. Your sister is severely injured because of you. Then suddenly, a flash hit me. My hands, screaming, glass shattering. But something was off because I knew I'd never put my sister in danger. Now that you're awake, the police come tomorrow. You deserve to rot in there. But the next morning, the unexpected happened. 2 officers walked in to take me away. As they put cuffs on me, the door flew open. It was Lily, running in, completely unharmed. "Stop! He didn't do anything." My mom went pale and tried to stop her, but Lily stood in front of me. Mom was on her phone the whole drive. My brother told her to stop, but she didn't listen. And when the car came, he threw his arms around me and took the hit. That's why he's covered in scars. Mom was the one who caused the accident. I looked down at my arms. My hands were wrapped around my sister, not the wheel. My mom made me believe I caused it to save herself. Then the officers turned to my mom, who was speechless. They took the cuffs off me and put them on her instead. Lily threw her arms around me. "You're my hero." I put a padlock on my mini fridge because my little brother wouldn't stop stealing my snacks, and went to sleep feeling like a genius. But when I woke up, Bert was already in my chair munching on my Doritos. My padlock laid on the floor, picked with a bobby pin, and when I looked at my mini fridge, I realized Bert had put his own bigger padlock around it. "The mini fridge is mine now." He took an obnoxiously loud bite of my favorite chili heatwave chips. Every crunch sounded like defeat, and I leapt out of bed because I wasn't going to be bested by my little brother. I grabbed Dad's bolt cutters and stormed back in. "Here's a life lesson, lil bro. Shit ain't sweet." I cut his padlock in half while he was finishing the Doritos, and his face dropped mid-bite as his lock fell to the floor. That's when I laughed and opened my closet. I bought something stronger for this very reason. I pulled out a metal safe I'd calculated was big enough and put the mini fridge inside it. Bert's face dropped, and he immediately grabbed the bolt cutters and tried to cut into the corner of the safe, pressing so hard his whole body shook. I crossed my arms. "Bolt cutters won't work on this, Bert. The mini fridge is mine. You can't beat your big brother." I grabbed the Doritos and began eating, but then Bert stood up and clenched his fists. "Watch this." He came back in with Dad's angle grinder and pressed it against the safe. Nothing. Then he tried Dad's industrial handheld saw. The safe didn't even have a scratch. I laughed at him. "You need the code to get in, and you're never getting it." But Bert's face turned into a smile. "We'll see about that." He walked out, and 2 minutes later returned with a stick of dynamite. "Pretty cool what you can find in Dad's shed." He placed the dynamite beside the safe and took out a lighter. "Now what's the code?" My face went pale, and I immediately put up my hands. "Chill, Bert." My mouth was full of Doritos. "It's not worth it." "It absolutely is." He lit the fuse, and my hands trembled as Bert smirked. "The code, lil boy." I dropped to my knees as it was seconds away from blowing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bert blew out the dynamite right as it reached the end. He put in the code and the safe opened. He grabbed the mini fridge. "Here's a life lesson, big bro. Bert's a bad man. Remember that." He carried the mini fridge to his room, while I looked at the stick of dynamite at my feet. My brother nearly blew us both up over some Doritos. Every cop in my unit said I brought home the wrong dog until he saved 300 kids. I was sitting next to my K9's grave when I heard footsteps behind me. The captain walked up and put a hand on my shoulder. "I know Max was your best friend, but you need to move on." His hand slid off my shoulder. I called the breeder. "Your new shepherd's ready Friday." Friday morning, I was on my way to the breeder when I saw a dog shelter from the highway. Something in me pulled me off the road and into the shelter's parking lot. I walked down every aisle, but none of the dogs looked like Max. I was about to leave for the breeder when I heard a bark behind me. I turned around and saw a husky in in the last kennel, pressing his nose to the bars, tilting his head at me the way Max used to when he was figuring something out. I pulled out my phone and called the captain. Cancel the breeder. I found my dog. I hung up and signed the papers before I could talk myself out of it. The next morning, I pulled into the precinct with Atlas in the passenger seat. The captain walked over, stopped 6 feet from us, and said it like a verdict. "You brought home a husky." The other handlers behind him started laughing. I crouched down and put a hand on Atlas's head. "This is Atlas. He's going to be the best K9 this department has ever had." The captain doubled over laughing. "Huskies aren't K9 dogs. They're sled dogs in costumes." Our trainer walked around Atlas and shook his head. 2 months. He'll wash out. Day 1. Atlas couldn't sit still for 5 minutes. Day 12, he sniffed out an explosive sample buried under 3 feet of mulch that Max would have missed. Day 40, the trainer put his clipboard away and started watching him. Day 90, Atlas graduated top of his class with a perfect score on explosive detection. 6 months later, I was at my desk eating lunch when dispatch radioed in a bomb threat at an elementary school that wasn't a drill. I clipped Atlas into his vest before I'd finished the call, and we were on scene in 12 minutes. Kids were being walked out in lines by their teachers. We swept the cafeteria, the gym, and 3 hallways before Atlas stopped dead outside a janitor's closet. His ears flattened against his head, and he wouldn't move. I called bomb squad over the radio. They cracked the door open and found 2 pipe bombs wired together behind a supply rack. They evacuated 312 kids. The captain, who'd called him a sled dog in costume, crouched down and pinned a medal on his harness himself. That weekend, I drove Atlas out to Max's grave. I knelt next to the headstone and Atlas sat down beside me. I put my hand on Max's name carved into the stone. "You'd have loved Atlas, buddy. He saved 300 kids while every cop in my unit said I brought home the wrong dog." A man walked in with his son while I was working the counter at the movie theater, and the kid instantly started pointing at everything behind the glass. "Daddy, it's my birthday. I want the big popcorn, the chicken nuggets combo, and 2 drinks so we don't have to share." The dad smiled and ordered everything. But when I said $37, his smile instantly faded. He opened his wallet and I saw him count. He only had 20. He quietly muttered, "I'm a failure," under his breath, then started putting things back. The large popcorn became a small. The 2 drinks became 1. The kid's combo was gone completely. His son watched each item get taken off, and his little face fell, but he didn't say a word because he clearly understood. The dad paid the 20, and I watched them walk in with their 1 small popcorn and 1 drink. I looked down at the kid's combo on my counter, then pulled $17 out of my wallet and put it in the register. I grabbed the kid's combo, the large popcorn, and the 2nd drink, and walked into the theater. I found them right as the movie was starting, and the dad was pouring popcorn into his son's hands, so the kid would get more. I set everything on their armrest. "This one's on the house, for the birthday boy." The dad looked up at me, and his eyes filled with tears. He didn't say a word, but I knew that's because if he spoke, he'd start crying immediately. His son screamed, "Daddy, look, chicken nuggets!" I smiled and walked back, but when I walked out, my manager stopped me. "Why did you do that?" I replied, "Because it was only $17 and made the kid's birthday special." He counted the money in the register. "Fine, but that's $17 that could have gone in your wallet. He probably pretended to be broke just so you'd do that." I just shrugged. But after the movie, the dad quickly slid me a folded napkin while walking out. I opened it, and it said, "I lost my job last month. My son's mom left. This is the first time I've taken him anywhere since. Thank you for making it feel like things might be okay. Michael." I put the napkin in my wallet where the $17 was and smiled, because sometimes even a little help can go further than you could ever imagine. A 6'7" basketball player at our school pointed at the 2-foot guy on our bench and laughed. "Bro, I know I just transferred to this school, but why's he even on the team?" Bristol slid off the bench, barely cleared the giant's knee, and said, "I challenge your to a 1-on-1. First to 5. Loser buys the other lunch the rest of the year." The giant grinned and responded, "Easy." We all felt bad because no one ever played Bristol before, and none of us knew what to expect. They ran out to the court, and the giant scored the first bucket, shooting straight over Bristol's head, like he wasn't even there. Soon the score was 4-0, and he held the ball high above Bristol's head and grinned. "Come reach for it, little man." He made Bristol struggle to get the ball for 2 whole minutes before he finally rolled it to him. "Here, consider this charity, little one." Bristol bounced the ball once, twice, and his whole face went cold. He slipped between the giant's legs, and in seconds he had the ball going through the hoop. He spun past him for the next one, and the next. Then he crossed him so hard, the giant slipped and sat down on the floor, and Bristol walked in the layup. We all had our eyes glued to the court, none of us on our phones, and the score was 4-4. The giant stomped his large foot on the ground. "You got lucky!" The whole gym leaned forward in their seats, and one kid was even eating popcorn. Bristol dribbled to the top, looked up at a rim 10 feet above him, and took off. He went up, and somehow threw it down with both hands. The backboard was still shaking, and I was on my feet screaming with everyone else. Bristol's been sitting on that bench for 2 years, and none of us knew that we'd end up feeling sorry for the wrong guy. The giant bought Bristol lunch every day after that, and on the first day he picked him up, stood him on top of the bench, bench and sat down on the floor at his feet. For that second, the smallest kid in the whole school was looking down at the giant. I yelled, "I'm gonna get you!" while playing tag, my fingers almost reaching Jake's back. But right as my fingers brushed against his sweater, a random woman yanked me back. I saw Jake get away, but when I looked at the lady, she was crying, staring right at me. "I'm taking you to the police. You won't get away with this." She immediately grabbed me by my wrist and dragged me, but I had no idea what she was talking about. I slapped her hand. "Lady, let go of me." I was so close, but she only gripped tighter, dragging me across the park while everyone stared. Then I noticed a little girl trailing behind her, looking at me terrified. She dragged me until she found a cop. The cop saw her red face and trembling hands and said, "Ma'am, is everything all right?" She pointed a shaking finger at me. "He's dangerous. He tried to kidnap those kids at the park. Arrest him now." My jaw dropped. "What? Me?" My friends ran over. "Are you in trouble?" The cop looked at me, then at the hysterical woman, confused. "I was playing tag with my friends," but she only got louder. "Don't trust him." She pulled her daughter close. "He's a danger to my daughter." I didn't understand why she was so upset, accusing me of something I obviously didn't do, and snapped, "What the hell is wrong with you, lady?" The cop put his hand up. "Ma'am, he's a child. Tell me what's really going on, or I'm arresting you for harassing a minor." The whole park circled around her, and the woman's face crumbled as she dropped to her knees. "A year ago, a man tried to kidnap my daughter from this park." Her voice was shaking. When he grabbed her, he said, "I'm gonna get you." Every time I hear those words, she fell into her daughter, sobbing. The cop's face softened. She looked at me. "I'm sorry. I'm still going to therapy for it." I felt bad for her, but I had a game to finish. I turned around, ran straight up to Jake, and tapped his back. "Anyway, you're it." I was working at a factory, holding a piece of burning hot metal, when my boss ripped the safety gloves right off my hands. The hot metal dropped to the floor. I yelled, "Hey, I need those. I almost burnt myself." He ignored me and threw my gloves in a trash bag. "New policy. You all work without safety gloves now. Real men work with their bare hands." My palms were already burning from the heat. My coworker Joe yelled, "Boss, someone can get seriously hurt." He laughed. "Then don't be stupid." He walked down the line and snatched the gloves off every worker. We all knew this was a disaster waiting to happen. Within days, workers already had second-degree burns on their hands. Another guy had to be hospitalized after a machine took his pinky off. Joe held up his bandaged fingers. "Boss, we need the gloves. Someone's gonna lose a hand." The boss didn't even look up. "Shut up, be a man and work." But I wasn't about to lose my hand over this dumb policy. So that night, I snuck into his office, pulled a pair of gloves out of the trash bag, and hid them in my backpack. Every day after that, I'd secretly slip them on when he wasn't looking, hoping he wouldn't catch me. One afternoon, I heard the worst scream of my life. I turned around and saw Joe. His arm was caught in the metal press. Guys immediately ran over to pull him out, but the metal was burning hot and sharp as a blade. They couldn't touch it without shredding and burning their own hands, and the boss just stood there, frozen. No one had gloves to help. Joe was screaming for someone to save him. That's when I remembered the gloves in my backpack. I yanked them on and grabbed the burning hot press with both hands. It seared and sparked, but the gloves held. I pried it open and pulled Joe's arm free. Paramedics rushed in to take over, and one of them grabbed my shoulder. Another minute and he'd have lost the whole arm. "You saved it." A safety inspector showed up to investigate and got angrier by the second. "There isn't a single pair of gloves in this entire factory. Who's responsible for this?" The whole floor looked at the boss. I spoke up. "He is." He said real men work with their bare hands and banned gloves. The boss stood silent. They handcuffed him for every injury he caused. Days later, Joe came back to visit. His arm was wrapped in a brace, and he carried packs of safety gloves for everyone. My boy grabbed my phone and started dialing someone's number. "Dude, I'm bored. Let's prank call someone." I tried to grab it back, but he'd already pressed the call button, and suddenly, our principal's voice came through the speaker. "Hello? Who is this?" My boy Declan grinned. "We'd like to order a pizza with pepperonis and olives." I quickly covered my mouth to stop myself from laughing because if our principal found out it was us, we'd be expelled. The principal cleared his voice. "This is Principal Griffin of Westchester High. I'm not a pizza man." Declan jammed a fist in his mouth to stay quiet. I forced a baby voice. "We'll take extra olives, please, Griffin. Can you cut the pizza slices into squares? Triangles or square?" Griffin slammed his fists down on his bed. "Is this one of my students? I can trace this. I know exactly how to find an IP address." We froze and stared at each other with wide eyes. But Declan mouthed, "He's capping," and I cleared my throat. "Wait, Griffin, do you have a crush on your secretary Abby? She's so pretty." His voice turned serious. "Hold on, I recognize your voice. You're Abby's son, aren't you?" His voice went soft, dreamy. "Tell her I'm tracking the IP address of this call and I'm on my way to see her. And tell her I'll be wearing exactly what she likes." I gulped and couldn't believe he actually believed we were Abby's kids. Okay, when I hung up, Declan turned his phone and showed me an online photo of Griffin with another woman. "Dude, he's married. He's having an affair with his secretary. I can't believe the rumors are true." We heard a car pull up into the driveway and immediately crept to the window. Principal Griffin climbed out in a powder blue tuxedo, a red rose clamped in his teeth, and a heart-shaped crate of chocolates balanced flat on one palm, carried exactly like a pizza box. Declan and I shoved the window open, pointing, wheezing. "Sir!" I yelled down. "We said we wanted our pizza with pepperoni and olives, not roses and chocolates." He lowered onto one knee on the welcome mat, presenting the box to the front door. "Tell your mother," he called up, beaming. "Her delivery's here." He rang the bell. I spun the bottle to play the kissing game and watched it land on my sister. Now I didn't want to kiss my sister, so I invoked the rule we'd established and gave my unlocked phone to the person on my right. Brian started scrolling my texts and laughing, and I was going beet red, but then he got to my camera roll. He saw a photo of a bloody knife, and the laughing immediately stopped. He kept scrolling and found more photos of rope, a body bag, and finally a picture of his little brother through the window. I went pale, because Brian's brother had mysteriously died a few months ago, and even though I had no idea how these photos got here, it now looked like I was the killer. I tried to explain I'd been set up, but the room was already silent, and Brian's eyes had gone black. "What the hell is this?" He stood up and shoved me in the wall. I put my hands up to say I didn't know, and that's when someone pulled out their phone to call police. I screamed no, but then Brian ripped the phone from their hand. "I have a better idea." He turned and left the room, and that's when I remembered something horrific. Brian had brought a gun to the party intending to shoot bottles out the back. I was shaking and begged someone to believe I was innocent, but everyone had backed away. Brian came back in with one hand behind his back and started walking towards me. I stepped back, but he got closer and pulled out a knife. Everyone screamed as he raised it over his head. "This is for my brother." He swung, but someone tackled him last second, knocking the knife away and pinning him down. "Don't do anything stupid, please." But Brian wasn't listening and kept reaching for the fallen knife and trying to get up. I looked over and noticed my phone still on the floor. I picked it up to look where these photos came from and noticed they'd been saved to my phone 40 minutes ago. The only person who had my password here was my sister. I looked up at her, and she was the only one not panicking. I grabbed her arm. "Did you plant these photos?" She nodded immediately. I went red and raised my voice. "Did you kill Brian's brother?" Everyone was suddenly staring at her instead of me. She turned green like she was sick and opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Brian's voice echoed from behind. He'd managed to stand up. "So one of you two killed him, huh? Well, I'm about to find out who." He started walking out, but this time towards the room where his bag was. Everyone went into panic, and that's when my sister blurted out as loud as she could. It was Brian. Brian killed his own brother. My jaw dropped, but I wasn't sure if I should believe her. She explained she witnessed him do it and took the photos as proof, but when I asked why she never went to the police, she stammered. I was too scared in case he found out." The whole room was divided, but then seconds later, Brian returned with a gun. The safety was off, and his eyes were red. He raised it at me, and I clenched my teeth, bracing for impact. But somebody from behind got him just in time. We pinned him down and took out his phone and found photos of his brother's death time stamped from that night. I was visiting my dad in the hospital when I saw his hospital roommate poking his broken leg and laughing. My dad was smiling and letting it happen, so I shoved his roommate. "You're hurting my dad. His leg is broken." He grinned. "Oops, I'm a patient, so you can't do anything about it." I wanted to kill him because my dad has head trauma from a car accident and couldn't defend himself, but even with head trauma, he's still nice and smiles at everyone. But looking at his roommate hooked to machines, I let him off the hook and just held my dad's hand, telling myself it wouldn't happen again. Moments later, I left to use the bathroom real quick, but when I was walking back to the room, I heard my dad sobbing and ran in immediately. I saw the roommate digging his thumb into the cast and poking at the break in my dad's leg, watching him cry and holding the call button far away so my dad couldn't reach it while smiling and laughing diabolically. I felt my cheeks clench. I pushed him, grabbed the call button, and pressed it because I needed to get help. Immediately, a nurse came in. I pointed. "He keeps hurting my dad's broken leg. My dad can't even defend himself." The nurse looked at my dad, but he was smiling again. "He's heavily sedated. He can't even feel it." And she left. I couldn't believe it. The roommate leaned back. "I told you, you can't do anything about it." By the end of the day, the leg was swollen and gray. I screamed for help until a doctor finally cut the cast open. He stared at it for a long second. The bone shattered. "He's never going to walk on this leg again. I'm sorry." My dad just smiled at him. No idea what he'd lost, and my heart broke. I looked at the roommate sleeping in the next bed, and I knew exactly what I had to do. The next morning, I waited by my dad's bed. The roommate woke up, looked over, and grinned. He reached across to my dad's leg one more time. "Let's see if I can make him cry harder this time." I grabbed his wrist right before he could touch it. He laughed. "You can't do anything about it, remember?" But I pulled his blanket back, wrapped my hand around his leg, and twisted until I heard it pop. He screamed so loud the whole floor heard it. The nurse came running in. "What happened?" I let go and looked right at her. "Oh, relax. He's heavily sedated. He can't feel a thing. I broke him the same way he broke my dad." Oops. I was at a boxing tournament and landed one final punch, waiting to win the title belt I'd wanted my whole life. The ref shouted, "We have a new champion," and raised my glove, but before I could grab the belt, Jason, the champ who'd won 5 years straight, lunged at it. "That should be mine." I pushed it away from him and and he smiled. A real champ doesn't get handed the belt, he takes it. I didn't know what he meant until he dropped to the canvas, clutched his lower back and screamed, "He injured me! I can't feel my legs!" The whole arena gasped as the ref rushed over. Jason let out a big sob. "Winning is how I feed my family, and now I'll never fight again." I wasn't sure if he was lying, but then he slapped at his own legs, screaming he couldn't feel a thing. So the ref waved frantically. "Get a medic out here now!" The crowd booed me for paralyzing a legend. Jason reached out a shaking hand. "Please, just let me have this win. That belt is the only way I can provide for my kids." The ref knelt beside him, then looked up at me. "A real champion would give it to him. Are you really going to take everything from a man who can't walk?" Everyone turned to me, waiting, and I knew if I said no, I'd be the cruelest sore loser alive. So with my heart pounding, I placed the belt in Jason's hands. The second it touched his palms, his tears stopped, and a grin spread across his face as he raised it high to a roaring crowd. But giving him that belt was the best thing I could have done, because right then, the medic sprinted into the ring. Jason's grin vanished. "Wait, I'm okay now. I don't need a doctor. Just let me celebrate." But the medic knelt and pulled out a reflex hammer. "If you can't feel your legs, we have to check. Hold still." The arena went silent as he tapped Jason's knee and his leg kicked straight into the air. The medic looked up. "He's not paralyzed. His leg's fine." The crowd started booing, but Jason grabbed the belt and scrambled up to run, but his foot caught the rope and he slammed onto his back with a loud crack. He screamed that he couldn't move, but this time nobody believed him. The belt rolled to my feet, so I picked it up and stood over him. A real champ doesn't get handed the belt. He takes it. So get up and take it from me. He couldn't. I held out my arm to shake my girlfriend's mom's hand for the first time, and she looked my tattoos up and down and gasped. "You look like criminal, like the scary men in our neighborhood." My girlfriend Ike frowned. "Ma, stop. He's an ex-MMA fighter." I politely nodded because I was determined to make a good impression no matter what. Her dad finished locking up the front door with a deadbolt and then stepped in front of me like I was a wild animal. He pointed a finger at my girlfriend. "Me like last boy better." Ike crossed her arms in frustration. "Let's just sit down and eat." I took the last seat at the table, and that's when I heard gunshots outside. Ike put her hand on mine and whispered, "Don't worry, it's just a sketchy neighborhood. We hear it all the time." He waved a hand at me. "My Ike go to college. You end up in jail or dead. You take her down with you." I opened my mouth to tell him about how I have $1 million in savings from MMA fighting, but stopped when we heard the gun outside again. Suddenly, a bullet shot through the glass. Ike and her family immediately ducked under the table, and her mom was crying. "Why is this happening?" I clenched my fists and walked right up to the window. I got it. A man got ready to rush in, but I was already moving. I caught his wrist and slammed the gun loose against the frame. He tried to swing at my cheekbone with his other hand, but I dodged it, took him to the floor, and choked him out the way 10 years of fighting taught me. Her mom crawled out from under the table, took the hand she wouldn't shake, and held it in both of hers. "You protect our family from scary man. You good husband." Her dad nodded politely, still shaking with fear. "Thank you, son." My ex-wife slipped a folded note into our son Peter's pocket as I was picking him up and whispered to him, "You know what to do with it." Peter's legs were shaking as he got in my car, and when I asked what's in the note, he begged me to just drive. I had a bad feeling, and that night pulled the note from Peter's jacket. But it was just a grocery list with eggs, milk, bread, cheese, and so on. I couldn't understand why he was so paranoid over groceries, and next morning decided to test Peter by asking him to go shopping with me. He hated grocery shopping and usually said no, but this time he leapt out of his chair. "I'd love to go, Dad," but something in his voice didn't sound genuine. A terrible feeling sat in my stomach, and as we walked into the store, I watched Peter walk past what was on the note and instead load the basket with cleaning products, hydrogen peroxide, rubbing alcohol, cotton cloths, and he almost teared up as he grabbed the strongest acetone he could find. I walked over with shaky legs. "Peter, what's all that for?" But he just looked at me with a fake smile. "It's for a school science project, please don't ask again." That night during dinner, he kept muttering to himself like he was getting ready to do something. I tried asking what the note was for one last time, but he pushed his plate away and threw the fork at my face. "You don't want to know," he cried and ran upstairs. I sat at the kitchen table rereading it until 1 a.m., looking for anything. I eventually went to sleep, but after I drifted off, I woke up to machines beeping around me. I was at the hospital with bright lights shining on my face. I asked what happened, feeling lightheaded. The doctor pulled out Peter's note and asked if I recognized it. I said yes, and he immediately explained that the first, third, and last letters of every word in this note spelled out the chemical formula for an extremely strong sedative. Peter didn't didn't buy the acetone and the peroxide for a science project. He bought it to create the sedative and held the soaked cloth over my face while I slept so I would pass out. Then he unlocked the door for my ex-wife and her new boyfriend to come in and rob my house so they could pay off his debts. I gripped my head and asked the doctors where Peter was. He's at the station, right? He's saying he didn't want to do it. Apparently my ex and her boyfriend had threatened him into doing it, saying they'll send him away if he doesn't. Me and my friend Pete were at the archaeology museum when I tried to touch the mounted skeleton of a T-Rex. My fingers were about to make contact, but then a guard's hand slapped me away. You can't touch that. If you do, you're getting arrested. His face was red as he turned around and stormed away. But that's when Pete opened his fist. A tiny skeletal finger bone laid in his palm. I snapped it off the dodo while he was busy with you. Bet you can't grab something bigger before he realizes. I looked at the guard admiring a different skeleton and replied, bet. I twisted the last vertebrae off the T-Rex tail. I was anxious and put it in my pocket, but Pete was already at the mammoth mount. I ran over just in time to see him wedging a rib from it. He held it across his chest, but it was too big to fit in his pocket, so we shoved it behind a dark nearby pillar. I started sneaking towards a velociraptor, but then I saw the guard staring at the missing last vertebrae of the T-Rex. I froze and quickly pried a whole foot off the velociraptor, then ran back and dropped it beside the rib. My legs were shaking because the guard was now looking into the socket where the rib was. His mouth was moving. I'll kill whoever did this. I looked back, but Pete was already sneaking past the guard, who was screaming into his radio and pacing. He came back carrying a giant saber tooth, smirking, beat that. I felt my insides twisting as I tiptoed to the brontosaurus and took 2 bones off the leg. I dragged them back while the guard was patting people down one by one. I was panting when Pete suddenly gripped his head. Wait dude, we can arrange these bones to make a crazy looking animal. He immediately took his dodo's finger and my T-Rex vertebrae and placed them as eyes. He put the mammoth rib as a spine, then the 2 brontosaurus bones as legs and the raptor claw as a mouth. What about the saber tooth? I asked. Pete stroked his chin and dropped it above the eyes. He's got a mohawk. Pete started laughing, and I did too, because it really looked like a crazy animal. But then we heard footsteps. We turned and saw the guard staring right at us with manic eyes. My legs buckled in fear, and I covered my face preparing for the worst. But then he took off his hat. What is this incredible prehistoric creature? He stared at our creation. Did you kids stumble upon this? Me and Pete looked at each other and nervously shook our heads. The guard instantly dropped to his knees. 10 years working here, I've never seen this. All my life studying ancient creatures. I've never seen something so incredible. He yanked out his phone and started snapping photos of it. Me and Pete tried not to laugh, then slowly backed away while he stayed on his phone, now talking into it and demanding a placard be made for our creature. I still don't know how we got away with that. I got stuck inside a water slide, and the lifeguard kept sending kids down until I became the cork in a human soda bottle. It was a giant tube slide at Splash Kingdom, shaped like a blue snake wrapped around the tower. I only went because Ben yelled, "Last one down buys fries." The second I dropped in, my swim trunks caught on a loose screw inside the first curve. The slide yanked me backward, the waistband snapped tight, and I stopped dead with water rushing over my face. I slapped the wall and yelled, "I'm stuck!" But the slide swallowed my voice. Something slammed into my feet. A kid yelled, "Move!" I yelled, "I can't!" He yelled, "That's not helpful!" Another kid hit him, and the 3 of us folded together like wet lawn chairs. Above us, the lifeguard blew his whistle and sent someone else. That kid arrived feet first, apologized, and kicked me in the ribs. The tube filled with echoing screams, squeaking skin, and one kid shouting, "My goggles are in my mouth!" At the bottom, I could hear parents clapping for kids who never came out. Ben's voice floated up from the pool. "Where is everybody?" A 5th kid crashed into the pile, holding an inflatable shark. The shark squealed against the wall and wedged under my armpit. The water kept pushing. We slid 1 inch, stopped, slid another inch, and stopped harder. For 1 terrifying second, nobody laughed. A metal hatch clanged open above us. A maintenance guy shouted, "Nobody move!" Every kid in the tube yelled, "We can't!" He muttered something about water pressure, reached inside with a screwdriver, twisted something above my hip, and my waistband popped free. The entire slide made a deep gulping sound. My stomach lifted. The pile behind me shifted. "Uh-oh," the kid with the shark whispered. The water hit us all at once. I shot out first, skipped across the splash pool, and landed sitting upright in a stranger's nachos. 7 kids launched out behind me like human popcorn. The inflatable shark landed on the lifeguard's head. A water shoe slapped Ben in the chest. The last kid popped out holding the sign that said, "One rider at a time." I stood up wearing 3 pairs of goggles and ketchup sauce on my shoulder. Ben stared at me. "So do I still get fries?" I was on the school bus heading home when the bus driver suddenly grabbed his chest and let out a painful grunt. He slumped forward over the controls, and the bus powered off under his weight. We stopped dead on the train tracks, unable to move. I panicked and immediately ran to the front, pressing my finger to his wrist. He barely has a heartbeat. Suddenly a kid screamed, and when I looked down the tracks, I saw a train far off in the distance heading our direction. I knew this track was only for automated cargo trains, meaning it wouldn't be slowing down. We needed to get out. We tried to move the driver off the controls to start the bus. He's like 300 pounds, he won't move. I gripped my head in horror as the train got closer, and then I heard a bang behind me. Brian had had punched through the back window and was screaming for everyone to get out. We climbed through, and the second my feet hit the gravel, I grabbed my chest, breathing again. We'd made it, but the train was closer now, and the driver was still slumped behind the wheel. We looked around at each other, and I screamed, "We have to push." Brian shook his head. "What if we're not fast enough and the train runs over us?" But I threw my palms against the back of the bus and pushed. That's why everyone has to help so that doesn't happen. All my classmates started pushing the bus, all of us risking our lives, but the wheels were jammed against the rails and wouldn't roll. I screamed, "Everyone lift." All 20 of us got our hands under and lifted. My back screamed in pain, but the bus came off the ground an inch. Now every second person let go and start pushing. 10 kids let go, and the pain doubled across my back. They pushed, and the bus rolled off the rails. I let go and screamed, "Now everyone push." My vision blurred, my veins popped. The train horn blared, but we shoved the bus clear and jumped back from the tracks, right as the train drove by. I dropped to the grass, heaving. The bus driver was still slumped in his seat, but we'd risked our lives for him. He was alive. I woke up one morning and didn't feel my wife Sandra next to me. I didn't think much, but when I went downstairs, I found a note on the kitchen table. "I'm leaving to go find myself. I'll be back one day, but I don't know when." Our car wasn't in the driveway, and my stomach dropped. I immediately tried calling her, but realized I was blocked, and that's when I heard our 2 crying daughters behind me. "Is mommy leaving?" My youngest held up the note. I instantly hugged them and told them no, but Sandra was already posting pictures from Hawaii. That's when I got a notification from my bank and realized she'd also taken all our savings. I gripped my head, and that night I got a second job at a gas station to make rent. I returned in the morning with sunken eyes and found my daughters huddled over their phones, crying because their mom had blocked them too. A year passed, then 2. We'd written her 100 cards, begging her to come back, but never heard a word. My daughters cried every night, but 4 years later, I met Jane. She treated my girls as her own, and when I saw on social media a picture of Sandra with her arms around another man, I decided to forget all about her. But then 8 years later, my doorbell rang. I opened it and saw her smiling at me with 2 full suitcases. "I'm back." I stared in disbelief, but she just laughed. "Did you miss me? I can't wait to make myself at home." But her smile instantly dropped when she saw Jane playing with our daughters. "Who's this bitch?" I asked Sandra if she was serious, and she gripped her head. "Oh my God, I told you in my letter I'd be back, and you go find someone else. This is my house." She went to step inside, but that's when my daughters got in her way. "We don't want you." Sandra froze and clenched her fists. "I'm your mother." But my eldest crossed her arms. "No, you stopped being our mother the day you left. Jane is our mother. You're just Sandra." I watched them throw the letter she'd left 8 years ago at her chest and felt so proud. Sandra dropped to her knees, crying, "This is so unfair. How could you do this to me?" But I just slammed the door. I never expected to see a video of my big sister doing something so shocking. Even more so, I never expected to see it on the big screen at a movie theater. I sprung into action immediately because on some level, I knew this was all my fault. The popcorn I was eating exploded out of my lap as I bolted out of my seat and into the theater aisle. Behind me, playing on the nearly 50-foot screen, was a video of one of my sister's most private moments. She was in her room dancing in her pajamas and singing both loudly and badly into a hairbrush. I could feel the entire audience cringe before small pockets of laughter started erupting in the crowd. On my way out, I passed my sister, who was so frozen by shock that she couldn't even begin to cry yet. I exited the theater and kicked open the door just behind it. It was the door to the projection room. Inside stood my sister's ex-boyfriend, an employee at the theater who was also a notorious narcissist with a vengeful streak to him. He stood at the projector just laughing. "Turn it off now!" I yelled at him. He gave me a sick stare and simply said, "You want me to turn it off? That's a strange request considering you're the one who sent me the video." I just stared at the ground because I knew that what he said was true. A few days ago, my sister and I got into a huge argument over who could use the car this weekend. Things got heated, so she stormed off to her room to blow off some steam in her usual way. By blasting theme songs from our childhood and singing them as loudly as possible. My sister was many things, but a good singer was not one of them. In a moment of anger, I acted recklessly and secretly recorded her performance. Then I sent it to her ex-boyfriend with a message reading, "This is the girl who broke your heart, bro. How sad for you." Now my foolish actions had caught up with me. I stared into her ex-boyfriend's eyes and said, "Just because I sent you a video doesn't give you any right to do this with it. Take it down, now." Without blinking, he just whispered back, "No chance." I replied, "If that's how it's gotta be." I lunged forward and kicked him in the chest. The wind was instantly knocked from his body, and he lay on the floor trying desperately to recover. I immediately cut the feed from the projector and made an announcement over the theater speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the footage you just watched was an AI generation and completely fake. The scheduled feature film will resume shortly." I leaned over the ex-boyfriend while he lay on the ground, still struggling to breathe, and said, "Exhibiting private videos to the public without the subject's permission is a pretty serious crime, man. I hope the judge takes it easy on ya." I called the police and and gave them a rundown before exiting the projection room. My sister stood outside of the doorway with tears in her eyes. She just looked at me and said, "I don't know what happened here, but it looks like you handled it. Thanks." She leaned in and gave me a hug. After I explained everything, she was upset, but our relationship became all the stronger for it. I knocked on my new foster parents' home and told them I was their new 16-year-old. The mom instantly laughed. Another mouth we won't be feeding and collecting the check for. But what they didn't know was that a van 100 feet away was listening to everything through the wire under my shirt, and that I was really a 20-year-old undercover CPS, not a helpless 16-year-old. I set down my bags and walked into the kitchen. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since yesterday. I reached for the fridge, but the dad grabbed my wrist. In this house, you ask for permission to eat. That goes for everyone. I looked over at their bio son slobbering on his 4th PB&J sandwich. They led me to my new room in the basement with rats crawling everywhere and pointed to the damp pile of paper towels in the corner. "That's your mattress." They closed the door, and I immediately started taking pictures, capturing the rats as well as the sound of their bio son gaming in his master bedroom above me. In the evening, my stomach was cramping as I hadn't eaten, and I asked what's for dinner. The woman looked me dead in the eye and said, "You already ate." I shook my head. "No, miss, I didn't." But she got in my face and screamed, "My house, my rules. You already ate." She had no idea she was lying to the recorder. That night, on my way back to the basement, I saw the other foster girl for the first time. Her wrists were skinnier than pencils, and she was chewing on a stale piece of bread she'd hidden in the closet. If you suck on the bread, it lasts longer. My heart broke into pieces, and I immediately knew what I had to do. I stormed into their kitchen and loudly opened their fridge. I pulled out their son's leftover pizza and began eating. He saw me and screamed, "Mom!" She came running and instantly snatched it from me. "How dare you!" She slapped me across the cheek. "We take you in, we give you a place to sleep, and this is how you repay us. I'm going to call my caseworker and tell her to ship you somewhere else." But I just smiled and stood up straight. "Save the call." I pulled out my phone and dialed one button, and instantly sirens surrounded their house. The police and the workers from the van were at their door. Her face went pale as the dad opened the door. "What's happening?" The cops put them in cuffs on the spot, and when I turned around, I saw the foster girl savoring their bio son's pizza. He couldn't do anything but watch as his monster parents were dragged out. I yelled after them, "Don't forget to ask for permission to eat in prison." My dog has always been sensitive to smells, and one day when my wife came home, he growled his teeth and immediately started aggressively barking in her face. I was confused because he's never even gone near her, but suddenly he was sniffing her legs and biting them hard enough to bleed. She went red and laughed. "Baxter is so silly." But when I pulled him away, I couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. When she wasn't looking, I ran my hands over his ribs and legs to check for bruises to see if she'd hit him, but there was nothing there. Baxter laid there calmly licking my hand, but the second my wife walked back in the room, he shot up and started sniffing the air. Then he barked right at her. She bent down to try pet him, and that's when Baxter jumped into her face and clawed her eye. I gripped my head in horror and immediately pulled him back, but my wife was already holding her swollen eye. "Your dog is crazy. We need to put it down if it's gonna keep doing this." She stormed out while Baxter barked after her. The second she left, he ran into our room and dove through my wife's clothes, sniffing them and tearing them in half with his teeth. I stood there in disbelief because he had never been this way to anyone. I knew there was something wrong with him, so I clipped on his leash and told him, "We're going to the vet, buddy. He's gonna check you out." We started walking towards the clinic, and Baxter wagged his tail the whole way, but then he sniffed the air, once, twice. Then he started barking again, the same exact way he did at home. He started pulling me towards the crowd, and I blindly followed, my heart about to jump through my chest. His barking got louder, and that's when I saw it. My wife was holding hands with another man. My heart broke, and I looked down at Baxter barking at them. I bent down and unclipped him, and he ran straight at her with his teeth out. My dog exposed my wife's affair. I caught the head chef deliberately spitting into my son's food. I noticed my son's chicken was completely pink and raw, right as he was taking a bite, and immediately slapped his fork away. I didn't want him getting salmonella, so I asked the waitress to bring us a new one. But a minute later, the kitchen doors swung open. The head chef started marching right towards me, and I gripped my chair to brace myself. But then he walked by me and personally set a plate down for some man in a suit. He bowed like the man was royalty and immediately hurried back. I didn't think much and went to use the bathroom, but then I saw it. Through the kitchen window, the chef was holding my son's new plate of chicken. Nobody disrespects my cooking. He was red in the face. Let's see how that kid likes his chicken now. He pulled off his hat and leaned over, dribbling his forehead sweat all over my son's food. My chest instantly went cold, and I clenched my fist in anger, but I just pulled out my phone and calmly hit record. That's when he raised his head and spit into my son's plate. I watched his saliva streak into my son's meal and wanted to scream. He put it on the window to serve, and I was so shocked I nearly dropped my phone. I was still thinking what to do when I saw the waitress grab it and carry it out. I ran back right as my son put his fork in the chicken. Don't touch that, I yelled, and my son froze with his fork in the air. Why not, Dad? I told him, just trust me, and that's when my eyes caught the man in the suit. He was writing in a notepad and photographing his plate, almost like he was judging something. I walked over and asked, "Who are you?" And he looked up from his notepad. "I'm the Health and Food Quality Inspector. I'm assessing the chef's performance tonight." Why? My jaw dropped, and when I looked back, the chef was glancing at us with a nervous look. Everything clicked, and I immediately set my phone down. I pressed play, and the inspector watched as the chef he was judging spit in my son's food. He immediately set his notepad down so hard the table shook and called the chef. The chef sprinted out, wiping his hands and sweat beading down his forehead. "Sir, whatever this man told you, I can explain." But then he saw himself spitting in my son's plate, and his face instantly deflated. The inspector clicked his pen. "Health Department, you're being fired, effective immediately." The chef's knees buckled, and the inspector crossed his arms. "But before you leave, you're gonna remake that boy's meal correctly." The chef brought out my son's meal personally within 10 minutes, and this time, the chicken was perfect. My son took a bite, and we watched as he put down his hat and walked out. I carefully set my new laptop on my couch and stood up to get a drink, but then my rich friend walked over right where I was sitting. "My legs are tired." He picked up my new laptop and chucked it towards the sofa. It bounced off the edge and hit the ground, and I heard a crack, but he just plopped on the couch and leaned back, scrolling his phone. I ran over with my fists clenched and knelt down. "Why the hell would you throw this? I worked all summer for it." I held up the laptop with a spiderweb crack down the screen, but he just laughed. "Relax, dude, my dad is a millionaire. He'll get you a new one." He pressed his phone to his ear, but when a few minutes later the door opened, a man in work boots and sunken eyes walked in. I was confused because he had holes in his shirt and didn't look like a millionaire at all, but my friend just called out, "Hey Dad, I accidentally broke his laptop. Buy him a new one." His dad sighed and looked at the broken laptop. "How much was it?" $1,200. I gulped, and he instantly gripped his head in horror, whispering numbers to himself I couldn't hear, but my friend just snapped his fingers. "You heard him, Dad. $1,200. Now." He went back to scrolling his phone, and that's when the man's face twisted as he looked at his son. "I don't know what you think this is, but you must have forgotten that your real dad didn't want you. He gave you to me because he found you insufferable, and I don't have the kind of money he does." My jaw dropped, and my friend's face instantly went red with embarrassment. His thumb stopped on his screen, but his dad continued, "$1,200 is my rent money. Do you understand that?" I was about to tell him it's okay, he didn't need to get me a laptop, but he was already reaching into his wallet. He pressed the $1,200 into my chest with his shaking, calloused hands. I tried to refuse because this was his rent money, but he shook his head. "Take it. I'm responsible for him." My friend smirked because he'd gotten his way, but then the man reached over and grabbed my friend's phone. "But I'm selling this to make my rent money back." My friend lunged for it. "You can't sell my phone." But the man dropped it in his pocket and turned for the door. My friend stood there, red-faced with tears running down his eyes, and that's when the man turned back to him at the door. He smiled. "I love you like my own son, kid. That's why I'm not letting you get away with being an entitled brat." I handed my son a ball of garbage on his 9th birthday. I couldn't afford a football, but I spent all night making this for you. He started dribbling it around our poor African village. "I love it, Baba. One day I'll be a famous footballer in the World Cup, and I'm going to be so rich I'll buy you whatever you want." I didn't know what to say because I didn't think that could ever come true. But a week later, a volunteer from a charity truck dropped off food and clothes, and he stopped to watch my son juggle that garbage ball 50 times without a drop. "Where did he learn that?" he asked. I told him he taught himself, and he laughed and yelled, "If he keeps that up, I'll see him at the World Cup." My boy's whole face lit up with a smile. "It's meant to be, Baba. I'm meant to be a football star." The volunteer climbed into the supply truck and came back out with real football shoes and a real football. For the next 2 years, he'd kick the football while every kid in the neighborhood watched and cheered. But everything changed when a football academy was running trials in the city. I sold our goat for 2 bus tickets there. My son lined up beside boys in clean kits, the garbage ball still in his bag, and I was sure they'd send him home. But they kept him. And for 5 years, all I heard from him were postcards. Until one night, my phone lit up in the dark, and he could barely speak. "Baba, I made the national team, and we're going to the World Cup." And 3 weeks later, I sat in a stadium of 80,000 strangers, with the cracked badge of our village on my chest. The teams walked out under the lights, and I found my son in the line, the flag on his chest. Before the whistle, he jogged to the sideline and pulled a ball of garbage out of his kit bag. He dropped it onto his foot and juggled it, once, twice, in front of the whole world. The boy who promised to buy me whatever I wanted pressed that ball of garbage to his chest, pointed it up at me, and I came apart in a stadium full of strangers. When the bell rang at the end of my first day working at the daycare, I felt incredibly proud of myself. But when the parents lined up to pick up their kids, one of the mothers saw me and immediately marched over. She loudly demanded to know know why a grown man would want to work around children. The other parents turned, and I felt a hitch in my throat, but I stayed calm and told her the truth. My daughter passed away, ma'am. She would have been the same age as the kids in this class. Being around them helps me feel close to her. I expected her to understand, but her face didn't soften, and she jabbed her finger in my chest. Well, that's even weirder, using innocent children as grief support. My blood ran cold as everyone around me stared, and I tried not to let it affect me. But the next day, the same mom stormed in while I was mid-lesson. Her husband stood behind her in his cop uniform, and they marched to my desk. He demanded I step away so he could search my computer. He began flicking through it, and one of the kids asked me, "Why are they searching your computer?" The woman answered, "Because he might be a bad man." I felt my legs buckling, and when I looked over, the daycare owner was in the doorway. I stood frozen as the cop went through my entire laptop, scrolling pictures of my dead daughter, clearly looking for something incriminating. After finding nothing, he slammed my laptop shut so hard, I heard a crack. At the end of the day, the owner called me into her office. She said, "A parent is uncomfortable with you being here. I know you didn't do anything wrong, but cops getting involved is a terrible look for the daycare. I'm going to have to let you go." I was in disbelief and stood up with shaking legs. I packed my things and placed the framed photo of my daughter in the box. And as I walked through the lobby, I saw the same mom there. She was smirking with her arms crossed. I shut my parents' bedroom door and army crawled back to my room, ready to beat my Fortnite kill record. While it loaded, I'd switch out the keyboard for the silent one under my bed and put cushions in front of the monitor fans so it didn't make any sound and I wouldn't get caught. When I finally got into the game, I'd pump my fist and whisper, "Mission complete," because I had to beat my kill record. But I knew if I got caught, my parents would ship my to military school. But one night I just slayed my opponent when I got third-partied by the enemy squad. My blood was boiling and I slammed both fists on the desk. "You stupid You can't even do anything right. This stupid game." I instantly covered my mouth, realizing I'd just given myself away. The door slammed open, and my mom snatched the PC off my desk. My dad pointed at the corner of the room. "Bed, now!" I rushed to bed and hid under the covers, embarrassed that I let myself get caught. But as soon as I heard them snoring again, I snuck downstairs to Dad's office computer, the one nobody touched but him, because I still needed to beat my kill record. I went on Epic Games to download Fortnite, but he was too low on storage for it to work. So I dragged the biggest folder, work files, into the recycle bin. A pop-up immediately came up. "Are you sure you want to delete this file? It's marked as extremely important." I clicked yes without thinking, but then another 5 came up. "Are you sure?" I clicked yes on all of them and downloaded the game without a second thought. I played for hours, but I still wasn't getting close to my kill record. But then the sun started rising. Upstairs, I could hear my parents getting ready for work. I right-clicked to restore my dad's files, but it wasn't coming up. Beads of sweat poured down my forehead as post-gaming clarity hit me. Did I just delete my dad's work files? I clicked every folder, desperately searching for a way to undo it, and I clicked Invoices 2019, but when I saw what was inside, my heart dropped. Rocket League, Elden Ring, Minecraft, last played at 1:52 a.m. I gasped, because this meant my dad was a late-night gamer in secret too. The door opened behind me, and Dad stood there dressed for work, reading both our secrets off one screen. I started hyperventilating. "Dad, I think I deleted all your work files." He plugged a drive I'd never seen into the tower, and had every file I'd deleted back in 3 clicks. My eyes widened with shock, but he just shrugged. A man with a secret keeps backups. We locked eyes and he said, "Every night you wait for us to fall asleep until you game. I just wait for your mom." That night I was in bed by 9, when my door creaked open and Dad stood in the hallway light with cushions and my silent keyboard. He winked. "She's asleep. Time to beat your kill record, kid." My parents gave me a 2-hour screen time limit, so I spent the weekend playing games on things that technically weren't screens. My dad walked into my room mid-match, ripped the Xbox cord out of the wall, and tucked it under his arm. 3rd time this month. My mom appeared in the doorway behind him. "New rules. 2 hours of screen time a day, homework first, nothing after 8. Break it once, and you lose games for a week." I sat there with the controller still in my lap, staring at the dead TV. I wasn't going to lose again, and this time, I was going to follow their exact words. The next morning, Dad found me at the kitchen table playing Pokemon on a Game Boy. He stopped halfway to the coffee maker. "It's 7 a.m. You know the rules." I didn't look up. "This isn't a screen, Dad. It's a display. No backlight. Different thing entirely." He shook his head and walked out with his coffee. When my Xbox timer hit 2 hours that afternoon, I switched straight to my DS. "Time's up," Mom called from the kitchen. I switched devices. "You said 2 hours of screen time. New screen, new 2 hours." She rolled her eyes and went back to chopping. By Sunday, they barely looked up when I sat down to play. So I dragged the old tube TV out of the garage and hooked up an ancient Nintendo in the living room. Dad walked past and stopped. "What are you doing? Flat screens are screens. This is a tube. Different technology entirely. Like 100 years old." He gave up and walked away. That night, I dragged in a projector and started playing Wii Sports on the wall. I'm looking at the wall, not a screen, I announced as I bowled a strike. Dad was on the couch trying not to laugh into his hand. Mom marched in. Get that thing off my wall. After dinner, they sat me down at the kitchen table. New rule, 2 hours of gaming total, all devices combined. No matter what stupid technicality I came up with, I shook both their hands like we'd signed a treaty. The next afternoon, I came home with a huge box and dropped it on the kitchen counter. Mom turned from the sink. What is that? I pulled out Dungeons and Dragons. No screens involved. Takes about 6 hours a session though. Her face changed as she did the math. Fine, 3 hours of games. Split however you want. I shook her hand and the D&D box went back to the store the next morning. By dinner, I was on the Xbox using my 3rd hour and Mom just quietly watched, not daring to say the word screen. I was 7 when my mom put a wooden staff in my hands and told me to start practicing how to fight with it. She had me breaking glass bottles in our backyard with a blindfold, forcing me to hear where the clinking came from, and made me carry dinner plates on my staff so my balance would be perfect. I didn't understand why she chose this over anything else, but by 19 the staff felt like part of my arm. But then one morning I woke up and couldn't see at all. The doctors said I had genetic blindness and there was nothing they could do. I came home and walked straight into the door, but when I gripped my walking cane for the first time, my years of staff training made it feel natural. Then one day, Mom tapped my shoulder and said, "I'm going to get my leather wallet from upstairs." I froze, because leather wallet was what she used to say when she meant drop everything and use your staff right now. She hadn't said that in years. I gripped my cane and let my training kick in, and that's when I heard breathing across the room that wasn't my mom's. I heard a floorboard creak from the same spot, and the faint sound of leather gloves pressing against something metallic, possibly a firearm. I realized there was an intruder in the house. I couldn't see him in front of me, but I may as well have been able to. I listened to the sound of his breathing and found his exact spot, 5 inches to the left of the TV, 1 foot in front of the fireplace. I wrapped my hand around my cane and thought back to all my training. I'd done this 1,000 times. Then in one motion I stood and swung. I heard the intruder gasp, but he wasn't quick enough. My cane hit his stomach and he doubled over. I brought the cane down hard on his head, then heard a thud. My heart pounded as I smelled blood, and when I walked over, I knew by the pace of his breathing he was unconscious. Mom came running back in and instantly pulled me into her arms. She told me she'd always known about my genetic blindness, and she knew this day would come. That's why she was training me with a staff. She needed me to be able to protect myself in the dark. The car jack slipped while Kendrick was under his grandpa's car, and the whole thing dropped onto him from the waist down. I grabbed the bumper and pulled until my hands shook, but it did not move. His parents were gone, my phone was dead, and I could not leave him to get help, so I screamed for the neighbors. Nobody came. I dropped to my knees next to him, shaking. I don't know what to do. His breathing was fast and shallow. "Just stay with me, okay?" His eyes started to drift and I grabbed his hand. I had been stress-telling terrible jokes since my dad's funeral when I was 7, and people had been telling me to stop for my whole life. What happened next was either the worst thing or the best thing I have ever done. "What do you call a car that falls on you?" His eyes snapped open. "Are you serious right now?" A crushing disappointment. "I am literally dying and you're telling jokes. What do you call a car that won't start?" "A corpse. I hate you so much." His eyes were open and he was angry instead of fading away, so I kept going. Every time his eyes started to drift, I hit him with another one. "What do you call a car with no tires?" "Literally your car right now. I am going to haunt you. You can't die. You still owe me $20. He was laughing and crying and screaming at the same time. "I hate you." After 45 minutes, a neighbor pulled into their driveway, saw us, and called 911. I kept telling jokes in the ambulance because I couldn't stop. At the hospital, they rushed him back, and 3 hours later, the doctor came out. If he had lost consciousness, his blood pressure would have dropped, and he would have bled out. The only reason he was alive was because he was so mad about my bad jokes that it kept his blood pressure up. The day before my birthday, my dad knocked on my door and asked me what I wanted as my present. I thought about how I'd been dreaming of a PS5 for years and told him a PS5. Dad narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly, then slammed my door and went back to playing with my brother. I couldn't sleep that night as I was so excited, but when I tore open my birthday present, my smile dropped. It was a soccer ball instead of a PS5. I asked Dad, "Why isn't it a PlayStation?" But he adjusted his glasses and crossed his arms. "Because I know what's better for you. A stupid console isn't a good present." I looked at the soccer ball and felt like crying because soccer wasn't even my favorite sport. I walked back to my room, and that's when my brother came in. He stared at my PS5 poster and my list of games I'd already planned to buy, then sat next to me. That's not fair what he did. I didn't respond, but then he said, "Let me handle it, little brother. I got you." He walked away, and I had no idea what he meant. Months passed, and I still didn't have a PS5, and Dad kept asking why I wasn't playing with my soccer ball. But then Christmas came. I unwrapped my present expecting nothing, and was still disappointed when I saw the soccer cleats. Dad grinned. Now you have no excuse not to play with that soccer ball. I was crushed and started to leave, but then my brother tapped my shoulder and grinned like he had a plan. He tore open his present while Dad filmed, and my jaw nearly hit the floor. A PS5 stared him in the face. His eyes glowed, and he turned to Dad. This is exactly what I asked for. Dad wiped a tear and replied, anything for my boy. He stopped recording, and I felt my chest aching because how could they do this to me? But why didn't you get me one? I asked, almost crying. Dad stared right at me. You don't need one. I was about to crash out, but then my brother reached out and handed me the PS5. My eyes widened, and Dad immediately shot up. What are you doing, son? That present is yours. He tried to grab the PS5 from me, but my brother slapped his hand away. No, it's his. He asked for it, and you got him something he doesn't even like. Then I asked and you got it immediately. I'm sick of being your favorite child. He didn't even wait for a response and turned to me. Now let's go set it up. He held up a game from my list he'd seen months ago. We walked to my room, my hands shaking on the PS5 box. Brad kicked my chair so hard I hit the floor. Get up. I want coffee now. I instantly got up, but he just laughed. Isn't it funny that you'll be my dog forever when I'm promoted in 2 weeks? He kept laughing, and I wanted to quit right there. But when I got home, my wife and daughter were sobbing because we got an eviction notice. 14 days to pay rent. My daughter ran up with tears in her eyes. Daddy, are we losing our house? No, sweetheart, we won't, I promise. My wife's hands were shaking. How do we pay this? I just looked at her, clueless, but suddenly it hit me. Brad's promotion is 2 weeks away. I could take it. I do all his work already. That raise would save us. But honey, you've never had the confidence to stand up for yourself. How are you gonna do that? She was right, but I had no choice. So I Googled how to build confidence. That's when I saw the app, Gain Confidence and Leadership. This was my only chance, so I pressed download. The next morning, Brad slammed his work on my desk, but I remembered what the app taught me. I got up. I'm not doing your work anymore. He immediately froze. I felt proud, but he just reached into his pocket and handed me a paper. It's your new salary. I read it, and my heart stopped. What? But I need the money. I'm getting evicted soon. He just laughed. That's what happens when dogs forget their place. I walked back through my front door feeling awful and showed it to my wife. We can barely buy food with this. My daughter grabbed my arm. Daddy, are we going to a shelter now? I thought about taking her there, and something snapped in me. I touched her face. No, sweetie, remember my promise. I kept doing my lessons on the app until 5 days before the eviction. The owner asked a tough question at our weekly meeting, and Brad smugly answered, wrong, Brad. Anyone else? And everyone was too scared to speak up. But I answered, and they all stared in shock. That's right. That's when I realized the app made me too strong to stay quiet ever again. I knew I was ready. On promotion day, I stormed into Brad's meeting. I deserved the promotion, not Brad. They looked at me, but he wasn't mad. Okay, why do you think you deserve it instead? I took a deep breath. I do all his work. I'm not afraid to speak up, and Brad calls me a dog. You really call him a dog? Yeah, and a dog is all he'll ever be. He sat there with his smug grin, and I knew it was over. But my boss pointed to the door. Get out! You're fired, and he's getting your promotion. I couldn't believe it. I did it, but then I saw the clock, and I knew I was out of time. Sir, my family's being evicted today. Can I get paid now, please? He just smiled and handed me my check. I instantly burst outside and ran home. But right as I got there, the movers were carrying out our furniture while my wife sobbed. We lost everything! She was bawling, but I pulled out the check and handed it to the landlord. Remember my promise, we're keeping our house. And they both hugged me. But then my wife asked, honey, how did you do all this? So I showed her the app. I downloaded Gleam, and if you're struggling with confidence, you should download it too. Our 350-pound friend Tony stormed in front of our row at the movie theater and waved his empty popcorn bucket. One of you stole popcorn from me, and I'm not sitting down until that person apologizes and buys me a refill. We all looked at each other confused, because none of us had touched it. So where did a full bucket of popcorn go? He made us empty our pockets, and when nothing came out, he forced us to hold up our hands. He held them directly under his nose and inhaled so hard, his nostrils flared. Okay, so none of you smell like butter popcorn. He ran to the front with sweat already dripping down his forehead and faced the whole theater. But nobody's innocent until I find the criminal. A couple hurried out, and Tony paced the aisle interrogating strangers while I slid down my seat trying to disappear. His eyes landed on a little kid hugging a full bucket of popcorn. He instantly started climbing over the seats, ready to grab it like a lion grabbing its prey. I deserve this! I lunged for his hoodie, and a single kernel dropped out of his hood onto my armrest. I felt a light bulb ding over my head as I realized what was going on. Tony, put your bucket down. Put your hands behind your back, neck up, and stretch. And the second he stretched, popcorn poured out of him, out of his hood, out of his collar, out of all of his fat folds, until a pile of popcorn surrounded his shoes. We all gasped, because nobody had touched his popcorn. The only person who'd stolen from him was his own fat rolls. Tony scooped the pile back into his bucket and sat back down. Case closed. The teacher pointed at me during my first day of freshman year and asked, "Is your name actually Jennifer?" I nodded in embarrassment, and the whole class erupted in laughter. My parents named me Jennifer to honor my late sister who died in the womb, and I lived my life embarrassed by the fact I was a boy named Jennifer. A kid I didn't know yelled, "Hey Jennifer, which bathroom does Jennifer use?" And I put my head down in shame. But then the door swung open. A rough-looking bald guy stormed in and grabbed the clipboard. He read the names of every girl, including Jennifer. "I expect to see you all at gymnastics tryouts tomorrow." I laughed at first because I definitely wasn't going to the girls' gymnastics tryouts, until I noticed something after class that made my stomach turn. Every girl was huddled in a group, shaking and terrified, whispering to each other. "I've heard rumors about Mr. Johnson's gymnastics. Last year he hit a girl and she's now in a wheelchair because of him." I gasped in horror, and that night I stared at my boxing gloves. I'd learned boxing to defend myself when bullies targeted me for being named Jennifer. I thought about how scared the girls seemed of Mr. Johnson and realized that this time, being named Jennifer was my advantage. I walked into the girls' gymnastics tryouts next day, my hands shaking on my wig to keep it from falling so nobody found out. The whole tryout, I watched Mr. Johnson verbally abuse us. He shouted at the girl with a bad knee to jump higher and threw his clipboard at me when I couldn't land a somersault. When a girl fell and twisted her ankle the wrong way, she was on the ground screaming in pain, but Mr. Johnson stood over her and yelled, "Back on the beam." He blew his whistle in her ear, and that's when I couldn't take it. I stepped forward, clenching my fists. "Get away from her." Johnson's jaw tightened. "She's being dramatic." "Sit down, Jennifer." He grabbed my wrist to push me away, but I ripped free in front of everyone. I saw his face immediately twist in rage. "My students won't embarrass me." He swung his palm at my head, but I ducked and threw 2 clean right hooks into his jaw. I heard a crack, and as he slumped to the mat unconscious, my wig fell off. All the girls' jaws dropped, realizing a guy had infiltrated their gymnastic tryouts. I panicked and explained everything, and one of them immediately dialed 911. Paramedics carried out Mr. Johnson on a stretcher, next to the girl with the broken ankle. I was fine. The next day during roll call, Jennifer was called, and when I raised my hand, no one laughed. I felt my front tooth break the moment the mall cop slammed my head to the floor. "You think you can keep coming in here and walking out with a backpack full of merchandise?" he said with his knee planted on my back. "Man, you're crazy. I just walked in the door. My backpack is empty." I had never even been inside this mall before today, let alone this store, but now I was being accused of shoplifting and held against my will. Sure, that's what they all say. With that, he lifted my head up and slammed it against the floor again. The impact hit me like a flashbang, and I was mostly dead weight as he lifted me to my feet. "This is the last time I'm going to deal with you, punk. We're going to my office to find a more permanent solution to this." I finally came to my senses in a back room with a wall of security monitors, one pointed at virtually every corner of the mall. I had no idea why this was happening to me. Just then, the door to the hallway opened, and the security guard walked in chuckling to himself. "Well, you're finally awake. Look, it's nothing personal, but I do a lot of stealing from that store myself, and I need someone to take the fall. That's where you come in. Cops are on their way to take you in for over $3,000 in theft. You just hang tight right there till they get here, huh?" He started laughing again and shut the door. Then I saw him on the monitors taking merchandise off of the racks and stowing them in a bag. Next to the monitors, I noticed the fire alarm. A plan formed, and I sprang into action. I rocked back and forth until I was able to tip my chair over and smash the fire alarm with my head. The sirens sounded, and the sprinklers went off. After a few minutes, firefighters arrived with police officers, and the security guard bumbled in behind them. They busted into the office and found me laying on the floor. "That psychopath behind you tied me up in here to frame me for theft. You gotta arrest him right now. Check the camera footage if you don't believe me." The security guard looked around for a second, and then made a break for the door. He was tased and arrested. Once the footage was reviewed, my name was cleared, and the mall gave me $500 in credit. I waited by the window for my cat Honey to come home all night, but 3 days passed and she never showed. She was a stray I took in years ago, and as an old man living alone, I had no family left but her, so I'd clipped a tracker to her collar the day I got her so that I would never lose her. But as I stood at the back door calling her name until my voice ached, nothing moved, and I heard no footsteps in the dark. She'd never once stayed gone this long, and my hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone to pull up her tracker, scared of what I'd find. The tracker showed a blinking dot 2 miles away and said it stuck in the same spot for the last 48 hours. My stomach turned because I knew that could only mean one thing. I grabbed my cane and set off to find her, but halfway there I stumbled off the curb and twisted my bad ankle. I gritted my teeth and kept limping because the thought of going back to that empty house without her hurt worse than my ankle. It took me 2 hours, but when I arrived, the dot didn't lead to a road or a bush. It led to a house, and then I heard it, a meow from Honey, coming from the backyard. Relief flooded through me until an old woman's voice cooed back, "There's my sweet boy Robert, my sweet kitty." My blood ran cold because someone stole my cat, and they were calling her a name that wasn't hers. I banged on the gate until she opened it, and I screamed, "That's my cat! Give her back, or I'm calling the police." But the old woman just stood there, tiny and frail, Honey purring near her legs. "Your cat?" she whispered, her eyes filling up with tears. She showed up the week my husband passed. I named her Robert, after him. He was all I had for 50 years, and now she's all I have. I looked past her at the empty house, one teacup on the table, and my anger melted into something softer because I was living the exact same lonely life. I took her hand. "She's all I have too, so let's share her. Neither of us has to be alone anymore." Honey hadn't run away from me. She'd found 2 lonely old people and stitched them into a family. I walked out onto the stage in front of 300 people, sat down at the piano, and took the deepest breath of my life. I looked up at the only seat in the room that was empty. It was my grandma's. She'd sat in the 3rd row for every recital since I was 4, in the same brown coat, with the same little wave when our eyes met from the stage. Tonight she was supposed to be there too. She'd circled the date on her kitchen calendar the day they printed the program. She'd be waiting in her car at 6 in the morning, every Saturday, ready to drive me into the city for lessons. She'd hum along to whatever was on the radio, off key, and pretend not to hear me beg her to stop. I missed practice for the first time when she didn't wake up and gave the world her last breath. The song in front of me was 6 months of pencil and erasing and starting over, the only thank you I had left to give her. I closed my eyes and I began. I lifted my hands off the keys, and the hall didn't make a sound. Not for a long time. Somewhere in the back, a woman was crying. The host walked to the mic to call up the next girl, but she was already in the front row shaking her head. She knew there was nothing left to play. I walked down off the stage. I walked past the rows of people who'd never met her, and I sat down in her seat. I dragged my sleeve across my face. The 3rd row was full now. "I hope you heard it, Grandma." Flint dangled my backpack over my head at my new school and taunted, "Reach for it, gnome." I was 4'11" inches, and the whole hallway laughed while I jumped. When school ended, I cried the entire way home because I thought I was already done growing and was cooked for life. But when I got to the house, my new neighbor pushed a plant into my hands. "Water it every morning," he said. "As it grows, so will you." I stared at him blankly and could have sworn he was trying to make fun of me. But the next morning, my jeans stopped above my ankles. I'd grown an inch overnight. I immediately banged on the neighbor's door to find out what the hell he'd given me. But his house was empty. It was like no one had ever lived there. But I kept watering it every morning, and every morning my clothes fit worse and I stood a little taller. 2 weeks in Flint barely reached my shoulder, and he moved out of my way without a word. I couldn't believe it, and I laughed to myself. We got magic plants before we got GTA 6, and after just 3 weeks, I was 6'7", starting center on varsity, dunking in warm-ups while the whole gym went quiet. Girls would even wave at me during games, and I felt like I was him. One night, I was thanking the plant for everything it had done for me when a white light poured straight through my curtain. The glass cover I'd kept over the plant was shattered across my carpet, and the plant was sitting on the windowsill like someone had put it there. The neighbor stepped out from behind the tree, the same one whose house had sat empty for weeks. "It came back for the plant," he screamed. "Push it down now, or it'll take you instead." I immediately pushed the plant out of the window. Suddenly, a green light shone so bright it burned my eyes, and when I opened my eyes, the plant was gone. I've been 6'7" ever since, and now at school they call me Le Bum instead of Gnome. It was 1773, and the Boston Tea Party was just 2 days away when my dad slammed his teacup down on the table. "I know what those protesters are planning, and I'll kill you if you even dare to go near the King's tea ship. They'll hang whoever they catch." I nodded. "Of course, Dad." But that night I waited for his candle to go out, smeared ash on my face, took his axe off its peg, and climbed out my window. When I got there, half of Boston stood along the water watching 3 dark ships, and nobody made a sound. A man at the gangplank gripped my shoulder. "No names, no talking. If you're caught, you hang alone, and don't rat anyone out." I swallowed hard and stepped aboard. We split chest after chest and poured the tea over the rail, dust rising in clouds, leaves piling past my ankles, while a king's warship sat out in the dark with its guns. But halfway through, a chest slipped and cracked against the rail, and the sound rolled across the harbor. Every man froze with his axe in the air, and my heart slammed so hard I thought the crew could hear it. The lanterns stayed dark, so we kept swinging. By the end of the night, so much tea had piled up out of the shallow water instead of sinking, so me and the other men climbed down and shoveled it under. When I sneaked back home and sat down for breakfast, Dad didn't say a word, until he reached across the table, picked something out of my hair, and set it down between us. One wet leaf of tea. I stopped breathing. He stood up. "You went last night, didn't you?" I flinched, bracing for him to beat my Instead, he walked past me, took the tea tin off the shelf, and shook every last leaf into the fire. "No son of mine drinks the king's tea. You'll be drinking mine." That was my dad telling me he was proud, in the only way he knew how. I was being sued when the man on the stand pointed at me. "He's the reason I'm deaf. He crashed into me." But before I could respond, my son tapped my shoulder while playing Angry Birds on full volume. "Don't worry, Dad. I know he's lying. I got you." I lunged to take the phone because I had no idea what he was doing, but he leaned away and kept slingshotting the birds into the pigs, completely ignoring me. The judge's glasses came down. "Sir, silence that phone in my courtroom." I grabbed it again, but he pulled away. "Sorry, Your Honor. He's only 10. The deaf man started crying. "He ruined my life. $1 million. That's the least I deserve." My son laughed and took out a JBL mini speaker, connected it to his phone, and the sound of Angry Birds filled the entire courthouse. The whole room was so annoyed they flinched. The deaf man on the stand didn't even blink, still dabbing his eyes. The gavel cracked. "One more sound and I clear this room, and I'll make sure you lose this case and hold you in contempt of court." The security guards marched toward us, ready to kick us out. Suddenly, my son screamed, "I lost! I can't believe I lost the game!" The deaf man slammed his hands on the table and roared, "Turn that thing off!" The entire court stared at him in disbelief. He went completely red. I realized my son had been playing the game to get the deaf man to expose that he wasn't really deaf. I shot up. "He heard that. Your Honor, he's been able to hear this whole time." The man who swore he couldn't hear a thing walked out with nothing. My son held up his phone. "Told you I got you, Dad. Can we sue him for making me lose my level?" After a whole week of building, I was about to press the last piece onto my Lego spaceship when my stepbrother yeeted it across the room. Before I could grab it, he lifted me up and slammed me back first onto my ship, and I felt each Lego crack my spine. He laughed. "Grow up, bruh. Legos are baby toys." He walked off smiling ear to ear while I limped up, my ship scattered across the floor. He did this every single time, and I could never once finish a build. So I got back down and started from scratch, my back aching, hoping this was the last time. But the next day, I got it to the last piece again, and my stepbrother snatched it right out, rage baiting. But I jumped anyway, and he yanked it higher, laughing every time I missed. "Give it back!" But he took off, and I chased him down the hall. My fingers grazed the piece in his fist before he stuck his leg out and tripped me, and I hit the floor hard. I scrambled up and sprinted after him into the bathroom, where he held the piece over the toilet. "You'll never be able to finish your stupid baby Lego set." I reached out for it, but he dropped it in and flushed, laughing. Then he grabbed the back of my neck and dunked my head toward the bowl. "Go get it, loser!" I came up soaked, my whole body trembling with anger, and I knew I had to do something. So that night, I stayed up prepping the biggest Lego plan of my life. The next morning, I built my best Lego set yet, a full castle, and set it in the middle of my room as bait. "Finally, I'm about to finish a set." He stormed in, already laughing, but he didn't notice the carpet of Legos I'd spread across the floor, and his bare feet came down right on them. "Ow! What the?" He stumbled back into the door, and it tipped the bucket of Legos I'd balanced on top, burying him. I laughed as he thrashed, slipped, and came crashing down spine first onto the pile, right where he'd slammed me 100 times. He clawed at the floor, a million Legos stuck to his skin, and screamed, "I never want to see Legos again." Then I knelt by my castle and calmly pressed on the last piece. "Why are you scared of baby toys?" A toddler was doing a crossword puzzle alone on the park bench, so I crouched down and asked if she was lost. She swatted my hand away. "I am a 40-year-old woman, you absolute buffoon." I stepped back and saw she was 2 feet tall, and I figured she was just a confused toddler who'd wandered off, so I scooped her up to bring her to the police station, absolutely convinced I was doing the right thing. She kicked and twisted the whole way there. "Unhand me this instant, you enormous oaf! This is kidnapping!" I took out the tiny stuffed bear key ring from my pocket. "You cutie, calm down now." I waved the bear in her her face. "Look, someone wants to meet you." She pinched me as hard as she could. "You galloping imbecile. You must have the same intellectual capacity as a houseplant." A mom on another bench pulled her kid closer as I marched past. I held her out with 2 hands at arm's length until we got to the police station. She scoffed. "Now you'll finally see what I was talking about." I took back the bear and set her on the counter. She smoothed her tiny blazer, lifted her chin, and nodded. "Afternoon, officer." The officer nodded like they knew each other. "Good to see you, Diane." He pointed at me. "So, who's this guy?" She rolled her eyes. "Another idiot who thinks I'm a helpless child." He typed her name into his monitor and turned the screen around. Diane Holding, 43 years old, world's smallest woman. My mouth was open in shock, and the bear was still dangling from my finger. She tilted her head. "Are you lost?" She rallied out the door and climbed back onto a bench to pick up her crossword right where I'd interrupted it, while I stayed behind to explain why I'd hauled a grown woman in off the street. A moth landed on my crush's lunch tray, and she shrieked and jumped back into me, and I caught her elbow for 1 perfect second until Trevor swooped in between us and gently held her hands. "Relax, I got you." He flicked the moth away, and she smiled at him. "Wow, you're my hero." I crossed my arms and let him have this one. But soon, I was going to get rid of every moth in this school, so she'd never scream again, and she was going to see exactly who the real hero was. After the last bell rang, I ran to the science lab with my backpack wide open, and I shoved in 2 car headlights, the UV bulb from the reptile tank, and a battery pack. I peeked my head out of the doorway to make sure no one was there, and I ran to a corner of the courtyard where there weren't any security cameras, and I smiled because I knew this was all going to be worth it to see Chloe smile. I dragged a lunch table into the corner, clipped the battery pack to the headlights with alligator clips from the physics drawer, and taped both lights down, angled at the sky. By the time I finished, it was already dark outside, and the school was locked up, so I flipped the switch, and the light was so bright that the courtyard went white. The first moth arrived in under a minute, bumping the headlight in dumb circles, and I scooped it into my jar, grinning. Then came 5 more, then 20, until the air around the light was a storm of wings. They landed in my hair and crawled up my sleeves while I filled the jar, and the whole time I was grinning ear to ear because I knew Chloe was sure to call me her hero soon. I walked in the next morning with the jar filled with moths over my shoulder like Santa, but Chloe was at her locker stroking a moth on her open palm, Trevor leaning beside her. Trevor took me to the butterfly house last night, and it really helped me with my fear of moths. "Did you know moths are just night butterflies? This one's name is Pete. He's kinda cute, right?" Trevor nodded at the jar. "What's in the container, man?" I'd spent 9 hours catching everything she was scared of, and he'd spent 1 date making her love it. I carried it out to the courtyard and opened it. As 300 moths poured into the sky, I realized I was never a hero. I was just down bad. I was waiting at my airport gate when a duck in a tiny purple vest started digging through the bag under my chair, and a man 2 seats down shot up. "Get away from Pumpkin." I threw my hands up. "I'm not even touching her. That's your own bag you shoved under my chair." My boarding pass was already crumpled in my fist because this was the last flight home after being gone for 2 weeks. He laughed before turning to everyone. "She's bonded to me and won't go near anybody else." The whole gate was nodding along, so I was about to lose that flight over a duck that wasn't even mine. He worked the whole gate. He's got food in his pocket. He keeps calling her over. But Pumpkin waddled right past me to a little kid and snatched the cracker out of his hand. "See? He's got her stealing off children now." A gate agent pushed through, and the man grabbed Pumpkin by the neck, clamping her under his arm as she thrashed. "This guy's luring my support animal to steal her. Check his pockets." I turned mine inside out with nothing to show, my hands shaking as every phone swung to me, but the agent told me to step away from the animal anyway. The agent reached for my arm, so I stepped back and called his bluff. "You're so sure she's yours? Carry her out then and see if she even lets you." The man grinned like he'd already won and hauled his bag up with Pumpkin pinned under his arm, marching for the gate. Pumpkin lost it. She twisted up into his face, so he dropped everything as she rode him down to the floor. "Pumpkin, baby, it's me! It's me!" She latched onto his hand, so he flipped onto his back, kicking. "Somebody help! Get this thing off me! Get it off!" Nobody in that crowd lifted a finger to help him. He bolted down the terminal with Pumpkin right behind him, and the agent turned to me. "Go catch your flight." I stepped over his bag. "Guess she's bonded to you after all." A random service dog ran across the park and pressed his paw into my leg. I immediately shot up because a service dog that was alone meant its owner was in trouble. "Let's go, boy." He tore back across the grass and stopped at a woman in a wheelchair with a man standing behind her. She looked completely fine, but the dog leaned into her chair and stared at me, so I crouched down to get a better look. "Are you doing okay?" She nodded her head violently, but the dog let out a low whine and wedged himself between the man and her chair. The man rested a hand on her shoulder and smiled. "We're good, man. She doesn't talk much." But her knuckles were white on the armrests, and tears were sliding down her face while she kept nodding. I gave the dog a pat and backed off. "Oh, okay. My bad, folks." But as soon as I turned around, I called 911 and spoke quietly. I trained train service dogs, and I know a real alert when I see one. A woman's being held against her will at the Center Park. They told me to stay on the phone, and when I turned around, the man looked at my phone and stopped smiling. He spun her chair and shoved her toward the van, and I was still reading his plate when he slammed the doors and peeled out with the dog chasing the bumper. I wolf whistled and the dog whipped around, and we sprinted for my car together. The van blew the red light and I stayed on it, the dog's nose smearing the glass. I talked to the police again. White van, north on 5th. I'm behind him. 2 cruisers screamed past us at the bridge and boxed him in. Officers dragged him out while another lifted her down, and he twisted around in the cuffs. This is a misunderstanding. She's my wife. An officer stood him against the van and asked one question. What's her name? His mouth opened and closed, and nothing came out. He didn't know it. Another officer read her wheelchair tag into his radio. Her name was Grace. She was nonverbal, and she'd been missing from the nursing home since morning. I heard the officers speaking to each other. He's not her husband. He was a stranger who picked her because she couldn't call for help. I gasped and looked at the dog who'd saved her life. You're a hero. The dog tore loose, bolted past every officer, and jumped up with his paw against her leg, tail whipping. Grace wrapped both arms around him and buried her face in his fur. I slid into the back of my Uber, but my driver wouldn't say a word. He gripped the wheel and drove, staring straight ahead, not even confirming my name. I asked to use the charger beside him as I was low on battery, but he didn't even respond. I remember feeling annoyed, and my thumb hovered over the 1-star rating for bad customer service. Then I noticed a note taped to the dashboard. To my riders, I lost my son 4 days ago. If I speak, I will cry, but I need to keep driving to afford his funeral. Please let me drive you in silence. I looked at him, and suddenly my phone being low on battery didn't seem like a problem anymore. I instantly tipped him the max, because we never truly know what the strangers next to us are carrying. My buddy Cole pulled his aircraft right next to mine, grinned at me through the glass, and pointed at the enemy territory. I'll race you to the end of the mountains. I grinned at him through the glass. The first one to make it buys the other a beer back home. He slammed his engine to full power, and we started chasing each other like idiots. We came around a cloud side by side, laughing, and flew straight at 2 enemy planes. The laugh died in my throat. My thumb went to the trigger and my whole body locked up, but neither of them shot at us. I watched carefully as they turned around to fly beside us instead, and they both looked around 20, same age as us. One of them pointed at the mountains the same way Cole had, grinning. I read his lips. We want to race. I lifted my thumb off the trigger, pulled up beside him, and all 4 of us aimed at the same mountain, and nobody fired. Cole's voice crackled over the radio. Oh, it's on. All 4 of us pulled up into the open sky, and for 5 minutes up there, nobody was American, and nobody was German. We were just 4 guys who wanted to have fun, until the Germans flew up beside me one last time and said one word I didn't understand. They tipped their wings side to side, the way you wave at someone you'll never see again, and turned back to their own side. I watched them get smaller and smaller, until they became just another plane I was supposed to shoot down. But Cole's voice came over the radio and interrupted my pattern of thought. Race back to base? I pushed the throttle forward. Winner takes all, and the loser has to buy the winner 2 beers back home. My grandma solved an escape room by cleaning it, and we spent the first 40 minutes begging her to stop. We took her for her 72nd birthday because my cousin Nate said she needed something exciting, and Grandma said paying to be locked in a dusty room sounded like a punishment. The room was called The Haunted Study. Fake candles flickered on crooked shelves, cobwebs hung over a tea tray, and a portrait of a creepy old man tilted over the fireplace. The employee started the timer. You have 60 minutes to escape. Grandma grabbed a tissue from her purse and wiped a teacup. Nate groaned. Grandma, that's not a clue. She set the cup back on the tray anyway, and a drawer clicked open behind us. Everyone froze. Grandma pointed at the dust on the saucers. You're welcome. Nate found a riddle under the desk and shouted about moon phases while Grandma folded the blanket on the couch and shook a key onto the floor. My sister tried matching wallpaper symbols, but Grandma started shelving books by height before we could copy the pattern. Wait, those books were in order, Nate said, dropping to his knees as the timer slipped under 20 minutes. Grandma slid the last book into place anyway, and the numbers 418 appeared across the spines. Stop touching things, Nate said, grabbing a brass compass from her hand. This is an escape room, not your church basement. Grandma snatched it back, wiped the dust off, and the compass needle swung toward the clock. With 5 minutes left, we had 3 keys, 4 numbers, and 1 locked bookcase that still refused to open. Worse, Grandma had put away every loose prop. The missing feather went in a pen cup. The old letter was flattened under a paperweight. The extra teacup was back on the tray. Nate pressed both hands to his head. She cleaned our last clue into the furniture. For the first time, Grandma stopped moving. The speaker crackled. Would you like a hint? Nate slapped the wall button. Yes. Grandma slapped his hand away. No. She stood in front of the tea tray, lips tight, counting under her breath. 4 cups, she said. 5 saucers. I stared at the tray. 1 empty saucer sat under the clock painted on the tablecloth. Grandma picked up the cup she had wiped at the start, placed it on the empty saucer, and turned the handle toward the real clock on the wall. The locked bookcase groaned open. We ran through with 8 seconds left. The employee stared at the monitor. You used no hints? Grandma handed him the dusty tissue. Next time, clean first. A kid kid in class grabbed my sixth finger and held it up for everyone to see. "Everyone look at six-finger Johnny over here." I instantly ran out in tears while everyone laughed. My hands had 6 fingers, and I felt like a monster because of something I was born with. I walked home with gloves even though it was 100 degrees outside. But when Dad saw me, he just smiled. "I'm gonna show you your hands are normal, son." I didn't say anything, and that night I ate dinner without looking at my plate, just so I wouldn't have to look at my hands. But the next morning, Dad walked into my room with paint all over his clothes. He'd painted a portrait of me as a goalkeeper with my 6 fingers. My lip quivered, because a goalkeeper was my dream career. I never thought it was possible because of my deformed hands, but this gave me hope. I told him I loved it, and he replied, "I got it commissioned. We're hanging it up at the art gallery so you can see your hands make you special." I looked down at my 6 fingers, and for the first time wasn't ashamed of them. But then we hung it up, and an art commissioner immediately walked over. "This is beautiful." But then he pointed at the hands. "But it's also anatomically incorrect. What normal kid has 6 fingers?" I felt my stomach drop in shame, and Dad instantly shook his head. "My son does. I painted my son so he'd understand his hands are normal." He pointed at my 6 fingers, and when the commissioner saw me, he gripped his head. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." He looked at my hands again, then knelt down and took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, kid, but you really do have some weird-looking hands. I can't display this." He tucked Dad's drawing under his arm and walked away quickly as he could. My dad was too shocked to speak, and I just looked at my 6 fingers and cried. My little brother called me from the police station and said, "I swear to God, those drugs weren't mine." By the time I got there, Officer Reyes had already filed the report. 16 grams in my brother's backpack. My brother had never touched drugs in his life, but Reyes smiled when I said that, like innocence was a joke he had heard too many times. He tapped the report. 16 grams is possession with intent to sell. Then he nodded toward the awards on his wall. "I didn't become head of the drug unit by going easy on people. I have more drug arrests than anyone in this county, and I'll be sergeant by next year." That was when I understood my brother was not a person to him. He was another arrest. I wrote 16 on the back of a receipt and told my brother, "I'm handling this myself." I drove home and immediately pulled up Reyes's public cases. I searched court records, arrest logs, and old news blurbs until his name kept showing up beside the same charge. The first match was a kid from Riverside, same officer, same report, same 16 grams. Then a woman from East Side who did 2 years before her case collapsed, same 16 grams. Then another, then another. I pulled the files myself, and every evidence photo looked staged. A plastic bag placed neatly in a backpack pocket, a purse flap, a glove box. Reyes was not finding drugs. 16 grams was big enough to ruin a life and small enough to make every arrest look routine. The next night, Reyes showed up outside my apartment while I was carrying another file from my car. He took it from my hand, glanced at the name, and smiled. "You keep poking around. Your brother won't be my last arrest this month." I said nothing, but he stepped closer. Promotions don't wait for people who go soft. An hour later, my brother called from jail and whispered, "Just forget about me." I looked at the file Reyes had tried to take from my hand. "No," I said. "I'm handling it." I stood outside the station with a reporter the next morning with all of the evidence. Reyes walked outside and froze in front of cameras he wasn't expecting. He said every arrest was clean. Then the reporter held up the stack of files on live television. "Officer Reyes has been planting illegal substances on victims to raise his drug arrest numbers and earn promotions." She turned the top file toward the camera. One shortcut had followed every person he framed, and now it pointed back at him. My brother's public defender called before noon. "They're dropping the charges," she said. "Go get him." When my brother walked out of jail, his voice was steady for the first time in days. "You didn't forget about me." I pulled him in with both arms. "I handled it." Reyes got 16 years. I found the only copy of my late dad's music CD, and bringing it home was the worst decision of my life. I paid $100 for it at a garage sale and clutched it in my hands. I'd searched for it for 7 years as it was the only place I could still listen to his voice as I remembered it as a kid. At home, I went to put it into my CD player, but then I realized something. The CD was old, and I needed to burn copies of it to have as backups in case something happened. I went to leave the room, and that's when my son walked in and asked what I was doing. "I'm burning your grandfather's CD onto backups," and his eyes immediately lit up. "Can I help burn it?" I ruffled his hair and told him, "Sure, I'm just going to get my stuff." I walked to my garage and grabbed cables. Tears fell from my eyes as I took the blank discs, as I'd been waiting for this moment for years. I came back with the biggest grin on my face, but the CD was no longer on the table, and when I turned around, I saw my son in the kitchen, standing over the air fryer. "What are you doing, son?" I asked, still smiling. "I'm burning the CD, Dad, just like you said." The air fryer was turned on and had been going for 3 minutes. I realized what he was doing and instantly dropped the cables, sprinting towards the air fryer, my face twisting in horror. I immediately turned it off, while my son scratched his head. "What did you do that for?" I ignored him and took out the tray. My dad's CD was half melted, its edges stuck to the metal container. I started tearing up and scraped it off with a spatula, mouthing, "No, no, no." I got the hot CD out and stuck it in the player, but the only sound that came out was scratching and glitching. nothing even close to my dad's voice. I sat there crying, my dad's only CD ruined forever, while my son walked over to me. "I'm sorry for putting your dad's CD in the air fryer. Can you get another one?" I told him no, I couldn't. I was being interrogated as a lead suspect in a murder case when the detective slammed down a file on the table. "You were the one to find the body. You called it in. You said you saw someone run out the back, but you couldn't give us a face. And you want me to believe you're innocent." I nodded slowly, and he crossed his arms. "We're going to have to do a lie detector test. And if we find out you're guilty, well, just know that the death sentence is legal here." But when the examiner clipped a cold sensor to my finger and asked, "Did you do it?" I answered, "No, I did not do it." And the machine flashed red. "Lie." I jolted up. "That's wrong. Run it again." I didn't do it. She reset the paper, but when she asked again, she got the same answer. She folded her hands. "The machine doesn't lie, ever." The detective stopped writing and closed his folder slowly. "This goes to the evidence team tonight." I leaned forward until the straps bit into my arms. "Please, I've got a kid at home. I would never do anything to hurt her, including murder." The examiner ignored me and reached to peel the sensor off, and when we locked eyes, the color drained from my face. "Wait, the person who ran out the back door, that was you." She stared at the ground. "No, I don't think so." I turned to the detective. "You want a real reading? Put her in that chair." The examiner's pen went still. "That's not procedure." He pulled the straps off my chest and pointed at the examiner. "Sit in the chair." They strapped her into her own chair, her own sensors on her skin, her hands nowhere near the dials. The detective ran the baseline and leaned in. "Did you kill him?" She gave the same answer I did. I didn't do it, except this time when the lie detector flashed red. Lie. It was telling the truth. The detective looked up at me. "I guess you really are innocent." My dad turned on the kitchen light at 2 a.m. and caught me raiding the fridge, already surrounded by empty plastic wrappers. He tapped the insulin pen by the sink. "Your sugar levels have been screwed up all week. If you have one more night of binge eating like this, you're going to be back in the hospital." I shut the fridge and held up a hand. "I'm done, Dad, I swear." But behind my back, I had my fingers crossed, because there was a whole rotisserie chicken on the top shelf, and I already knew I'd be back for it. The next night, I waited until the house went quiet and crept down at 1:55 a.m. The chicken was still on the top shelf, wrapped tight in foil. I peeled the foil back, but Dad's head was staring up at me from the plate. "Hello, son!" I screamed and threw the whole thing across the kitchen. When I stumbled backwards, I hit the stove and the oven door dropped open beside me. Dad's legs were folded on the rack inside, still in his slippers. I clamped my hands over my mouth. "It's not real," I told myself. "The sugar's just cooking my brain. I'm hallucinating." I spun around and the fridge was wide open. My real dad was behind the door, and the cold chicken was tucked under his arm. I aggressively shook my head and snapped back to reality. On top of the chicken, there was a photo of his face, and the legs in the oven were cardboard. He knew I'd hallucinate from the sugar levels, and he put them there to trick me and stop me from binge eating at night. He set the chicken on the counter and leaned in until we were eye to eye. "Next time you make me a promise," he said. "Keep your hands where I can see them." I eat dinner at 6 now, and there's a photo of Dad's face taped inside the fridge, right where the chicken used to sit, just in case. I was walking past my foster daughter's room at night when I noticed something that made me freeze. She was punching her pillow and screaming, "I can't hear," over and over. I instantly ran to check on her, but my jaw dropped as I realized she was asleep. Her whole body trembled, yet she just kept sleep-talking the phrase, "I can't hear." I was confused because Mia was deaf and picked up her hearing aid, but it didn't look damaged. Yet in the morning, Mia ate her cereal with one hand pressed to her ear. She couldn't look at me or my son Jake without going pale with fear. That night, I asked Jake about it. He watched Mia after school until I got home, so I thought he'd know, but he just shrugged without looking up from his phone. "She's weird about that hearing aid. It's probably trauma from before she came here." I thought back to the caseworker telling me how Mia's last foster parents would hide her hearing aid and figured Jake was right. But that night, Mia screamed, "I can't hear," in her sleep again. And the next day when I came home from work, her hearing aid was on top of the kitchen cabinet. She was too short to put it there, and when I signed to Mia why she wasn't wearing it, she went completely still and ran out. Jake just shook his head. But that night, Mia's screaming changed. She yelled, "Please don't take it, I'll be good." And the night after that, she said something that made me grip my chest. "Jake, please." I told myself it was nothing, but the next morning, I told Jake I was working overtime. He smiled. "That's okay. Me and Mia will play board games till you're back." I left the house feeling sick, then crept back around and hid in the hallway closet. I waited for 3 hours until Mia came home from school, knuckles white around her school bag. She sat at the kitchen table and opened her homework, and that's when Jake walked in. Mia's hands flew up. "Jake, no, please." I froze because those were the words I'd heard her yelling, but I just clenched my fists wrists and kept watching. Jake crossed his arms. "That's what you get for stealing my dad's attention. You're not getting these until he comes back." He ripped the hearing aids out of Mia's ear and set it on top of the cabinet. Her world went silent. I watched in horror as Mia slid down into a corner, pulled her knees to her chest, and started rocking. "I can't hear. I can't hear." I realized Jake forced her to relive her trauma for hours every day until I came home. That's why she was sleep-talking. I silently slipped out of the closet, opened my laptop, and started looking up adoption agencies for Jake. We got a call from a woman crying, saying she was in a gas station getting robbed. She said he had a gun, and we immediately rushed over. We ran inside with our weapons drawn, but weirdly, everyone was calm. We were suspicious, but the cashier didn't look nervous. But then, he pointed outside. "There he is!" He was getting in his car, and when we ran out yelling, "Hey, stop!" he panicked. He got in his car and sped away, and we immediately started chasing him. He was terrified, but we weren't slowing down. He stopped at a house and tried to run inside, but just before he could, we caught him. "Freeze!" He was shivering. He dropped his gun and begged us not to shoot. We cuffed him, but weirdly, he didn't have any money on him. All he had was some bread and peanut butter. "Where's the money?" But he swore he had none. "Stop lying! Where are you hiding it?" But he kept going. "I'm sorry, I just needed food and I don't have a job. Please, it's for my kids." None of us believed him. He was hiding the money somewhere, but as I was about to break his car window and search it, I heard something. "Dad, what's happening?" I turned, and a little girl was standing in the front door. She looked paper thin. "Go inside, sweetheart, please." She picked up the loaf of bread and said, "Is this for us? Yay, you're the best dad ever." I realized it was true. He didn't have any money and had to rob the gas station just to get some food to feed his kids. I don't know why, but it got to me. "Uncuff him." They were shocked. "What? Why? Do it. Now." They took the cuffs off, and I told him to never steal again, then let him go. He ran inside and hugged his daughter, and I watched him crying while we left. A man from animal control walked into our vet clinic with a dog that wouldn't stop growling. He set the cage down, found this dog tied to a pole on a highway. The owners abandoned it for weeks. The dog was barking aggressively at everyone, but then I saw the dog's neck. The rope cut into the neck, and the wound was infected. If we didn't treat it soon, the dog would die. My coworker laughed. "That dog isn't worth saving. I'm scheduling it to be put down tomorrow." My chest tightened. This dog gave up on humans and hated them, but I wasn't going to give up on him. I said, "No, I'm going to try to save it." To gain the dog's trust, I put my hand against the cage, but the dog bit me so hard I screamed. My coworker said, "See, it's a lost cause. It deserves to die." But I didn't want to give up. I wrapped my hand and came back an hour later. The dog growled and barked the whole time, but I came back the next morning and sat next to the cage because I still wanted him to trust me. I saw the infection was spreading. The wound was darker. I was losing time. I stared at him, and he tilted its head at me, like it was trying to figure out why I hadn't left yet, unlike all the other humans in his life. Something told me to put my hand against the cage again. My heart was pounding. I thought it would bite me, but instead the dog walked over slowly and sniffed my hand. I started crying, but when I saw his wound, I knew I didn't have any time to spare. I slowly opened the cage door, and the dog backed into the corner. I put my hand out, and it came forward and sniffed it. I gently touched its head and started petting him. I could feel it trembling with fear under my hand, but it stayed and trusted me. I started putting cream on the wound. The dog whimpered, but let me treat it. I knew the infection had gone too deep, and it was probably too late. The dog stepped out of the cage for the first time, walked over to me, and put its head in my hand. The same hand it bit 3 days ago. I held it and whispered, "It's okay, you're not alone anymore." But then I felt its breathing get slower and slower. Its eyes closed. My heart broke because for the first time in his life, someone stayed, and he died feeling loved. I sat down at my desk and shot straight through the ceiling tiles. I climbed back down covered in insulation, while my coworker filmed me from across the office laughing. He'd been pranking me for months, but this one almost broke my neck. I picked drywall out of my hair and pointed at him. "I'm getting you back 10 times worse." He left for lunch, and I got to work. I smeared a melted Hershey bar across the back of his chair and emptied a can of fart spray on top. He came back, sat down, and within 30 seconds my boss was sniffing the air. "What is that smell? Where's it coming from?" I pointed across the office. "Him!" My coworker shot up out of his chair. "I didn't do anything." Everyone saw the brown smear spread across the back of his khakis, and the smell hit the room like a fog. People grabbed their bags and ran for the door while my boss held a sleeve over his nose. "Go home, now." He walked out with both hands clamped over his butt. The boss emailed him that night, and he had to come in the next day wearing a diaper strapped over his pants. He stood at his desk all morning before he had to sit. He pulled the chair out slow, scanned the cushion, and lowered himself an inch at a time. A long, wet fart ripped from under him. He froze, yanked out a whoopee cushion, and burst out laughing. "Real mature, dude." He flung it across the office and dropped into his seat. The airbag exploded so hard he punched straight through the same ceiling ceiling tile I came through yesterday. I pointed my phone at the ceiling. Now we're even. I was 3 weeks into my sentence at a Mexican prison when the biggest guy walked up to me with his fists clenched. He pressed a wrapped knife into my chest and said, "I'm Diego, and you'll be hiding this under your bed for tonight's shakedown." I told him no, but he stepped so close I noticed the cartel ink around his neck. "Hide it, or I'm using it on you." I took the wrapped knife with shaking hands and walked back to my bunk, having no idea what to do. But then I saw Diego whispering to one of the guards and realized he had serious influence here. That night, the same guard walked in and immediately reached under my mattress. He pulled the knife out and instantly slammed me into the brick wall so hard I felt my tooth crack. "What's this American?" He held my arms behind my back. I didn't want to snitch, but I owed Diego nothing. So I replied, "Diego made me hide it. He said he'd kill me if I didn't." But the guard clicked handcuffs on me. "I have no idea who that is. Just wait till morning. We'll sort this out." He threw me to the ground, and I spent the rest of the night locked in handcuffs. In the morning, the same guard opened my cell. "Come with me, American." He dragged me to the yard where Diego was already kneeling. He forced me down beside him and said, "There's only one way to settle this." He swung a leather strap hard at my back, and it tore through my shirt. He swung 10 times until my back was raw and red. It hurt to move. Then he got to Diego and gently slapped him 3 times. I was in disbelief, and Diego quickly rose to his feet. "We're fighting to the death," he announced to the crowd that was forming around us. I got up, my back in agony, and I didn't even have time to gather myself before he threw a punch. He hit me, and I stumbled, and he threw another, but I managed to duck, and his momentum carried him into the crowd. But that's when I noticed the same guard, slipping the same knife into Diego's hand. My legs trembled as I realized I was fighting a knife, and suddenly adrenaline took over, and my back was no longer in pain. Diego swung the knife, but I dodged it. He swung again as his cartel buddies yelled, and when it sliced my cheek, I knew I couldn't duck forever. So the next time he swung and missed, I unloaded a right hand. It cracked his jaw, and Diego fell face first, his head bouncing off the dirt. His knife fell from his fingers, and he stopped moving. The crowd went silent as I stood there with blood pouring down my cheek, staring at the guard who gave the knife. He was next. I bought a parrot for my 12th birthday and swore I'd give it the best life possible. But the next day I came home and saw my brother swinging his baseball bat at my parrot's cage. My parrot was screeching and cowering in fear while my brother laughed. It sounds so much cooler when it's scared. I pushed him away and told him to get out, but he just dropped his bat and laughed. "I'm not done with that parrot yet." He walked out, and I instantly stuck my hand through the bars, promising my parrot I wouldn't let my brother hurt it. But next morning, I had to leave for school, and when I returned, my parrot had a bruise on its wing and was now mimicking the sounds of a bat hitting its cage. I instantly knew my brother had tormented it, so I stormed into his room with my fists clenched in anger. "I know you hurt my parrot," but he just smirked. "I didn't hurt your stupid parrot, but if I did, what would you even do about it?" I went red and stormed out of the room, then immediately ordered a camera. I felt crazy actually putting a camera in my room and aiming at my parrot. Then I pet my parrot and left. 15 minutes later, I already had a notification. My brother and his friend were in my room. My brother was batting the cage, while his friend held a lighter through the bars, flicking the female near my parrot. I instantly sprinted home with my stomach in knots. My parrot was screeching, flying against its cage trying to get out. I ran at them, but then my brother hit the cage one more time, and my parrot's eyes closed shut. It collapsed and slumped to the cage floor, having a heart attack from the fear. I screamed, "No!" And that's when my brother and his friend turned around. "I guess I was hitting your parrot after all, so what are you gonna do about it?" Tears of rage filled my eyes, as I didn't care that they were bigger. I ran straight at them without thinking and shoved them hard. They tipped and fell out of our window, screaming as they hit the bushes. They lay there, and that's when I grabbed my bird food I'd used to feed my parrot. I dumped the entire bag on the window and watched as dozens of birds swarmed them and began pecking them. Then I turned to my parrot, an unconscious parrot, and picked it up from its cage. My face lit up. It had a heartbeat. I was in my room when I caught a smell of something burning. I rushed to open the door and saw the entire downstairs glowing an orange flame. The fire spread towards me and my chest locked up, but when I reached into my pocket, my inhaler wasn't there. I tried to just run, but a giant pillar fell in front of me and blocked me, and when I ran back to the window, I realized the concrete driveway was too far down to jump. I opened the window and screamed, "Help!" but the crowd of people outside our 10-foot gate just stood frozen in shock, watching my house burn. I felt the air get hotter as the smoke was now pouring under my door. My asthma made every breath feel like suffocating, and my lungs gave out. I slid down the wall and pressed my face into the carpet because the air was supposed to be clearer here, but all I felt was a crushing heat in my lungs. I began gasping, and that's when I heard glass shatter downstairs. I tried screaming help, but no sound came out, and suddenly a heavy thud rang out outside my room. My door flew open, and a teenage kid stumbled in, covered in smoke and dust. He ran over and scooped me up, His hands blistered and burnt from the hot pillar he'd just shoved out of his way. His left arm hung at a wrong angle, and the skin on his face was peeling from the heat. But he didn't slow down. He carried me out the burning front door, and we dropped onto the grass. The crowd was still outside the gate, watching through the bars. I clawed at his shirt, still choking. My inhaler. I need my inhaler. And that's when he dug through his pocket and pressed his own inhaler to my lips. I've got asthma too. I sucked in the oxygen and realized the only person who ran into the burning building to help me was a teenager with asthma of his own. My best friend pointed at the crane-wrecking ball in our school's field and said, "I bet the keys are still in it. Our principal had brought this to knock down an old shed." I laughed, "Nah, man." But Braden was already climbing the fence. I had no choice but to follow him, and my jaw dropped as I saw the keys right there. Braden climbed in. "Time to go Miley Cyrus on this bitch." He immediately grabbed the level, and the giant wrecking ball swung at me. I panicked and jumped back, but Braden swung again. I screamed, "I'm not letting you flatten my then dodged and climbed in, pushing Braden away as he fell out, still laughing. "Your turn, ball boy." I swung and immediately lost control. The wrecking ball began swinging way further than I meant, and Braden started shaking on the ground because the ball was moving unpredictably and he could actually be hit. I screamed, "Miley Cyrus help," and pushed random buttons, but then the wrecking ball slammed into the science wing. A giant hole instantly formed in the wall, and the alarm started blaring. I gripped my head, panicking because I knew we'd be arrested for this, so I hopped out and screamed, "Run!" But then Braden grabbed my shoulder. "Dude, wait!" He grinned and pointed at the wall I'd smashed, and my stomach sank. A man we didn't recognize was lying unconscious under a pillar of rubble in the science lab, surrounded by tin cans. The latch on the ceiling was open, and Braden yelled, "I told you that weird noise was someone living in the ceiling." He ran towards the man, and I ran as well, but when we got to him, my eyes widened. I recognized this man as someone on America's Most Wanted list. I pulled out my phone, and his face matched. $250,000 reward, and me and Braden had found him by destroying the science wing. We instantly called the cops because he was still breathing, and when they arrived, they cuffed him and brought us in too. Me and Braden got the $250,000 on the spot. 40 of it went to the school to repair the wall, and we did 300 hours of community service. But the principal still had to shake our hands in front of the whole school and thank us for destroying his wall. "This is for solving a 15-year case." He put a medal around mine and Braden's neck. I kissed my medal. "Thank you, Miley Cyrus." I set down the watering can and looked around at my girlfriend's 18 plants, proud I'd kept them alive while she was away. But then she opened the door and dropped her suitcase in horror. "What the hell did you do?" She gripped her head and sprinted to one of her plants, crouching beside it. I looked closely and realized one of the leaves at the bottom was slightly greener than the rest. I asked why that's a problem, but she immediately began throwing my clothes at me. "We're done. How could you let that leaf be more green?" Her eyes filled with tears, and I stopped laughing when the plate smashed against the wall near my head. I told her I can just buy her a new plant, but she slammed her hands on the counter. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say." Snot dripped from her nose as she called my mother. "Your son just destroyed my life forever. Please come get him." I was in disbelief and pointed at the 17 other perfect plants, asking why she's focused on the one slightly greener leaf and not the hundreds of perfect ones. But she was already on her knees, rubbing the leaf, whispering to it, "We're gonna sue him for this. He's gonna pay." Suddenly the door opened and my mom walked in. She saw my girlfriend talking to the plant in tears and asked, "What's going on?" I explained everything my girlfriend wanted to sue me over a plant, and my mom looked at her like she's lost it. That's when my girlfriend stood up and slammed her hands on the counter. "It's not just a plant." She explained that this plant was a variegated Philodendron spiritus sancti, a rare and exotic plant she'd grown for 3 years, tracking the water, light, and temperature every day. I had a collector lined up ready to pay $40,000 for it. I would have paid off my student loans. She sobbed into the plant's soil. "One imperfect leaf is all it takes for the buyer to walk." I looked at her crying, then shrugged. "That's crazy, but you could have just said that before leaving me alone with it." Every parent stood up and walked out in the middle of my daughter's performance to protest against her. I had bought her a new ukulele for the recital because she got an A on her music, and she practiced for it all week. But when we walked into it, none of the parents said hi to me. And when my daughter walked on stage with her ukulele, every parent instantly stood up. One of them yelled, "Cheater," and they all walked out at once, refusing to watch my daughter's recital. I looked around shocked, and my daughter started tearing up and walked off the stage with her new ukulele still in her hand. The next kid came out, and instantly all the parents returned to the seats and watched his performance like nothing happened. I realized this was deliberate humiliation of my daughter. I immediately rushed backstage and found her sobbing in the corner. She cried, and nothing I said made her stop. She had been so excited, and this completely crushed her. But then the recital ended, and all the parents came to collect their kids. One of them saw my daughter crying and smirked, then loudly said, "That's what she gets." That's when I had enough, and demanded they tell me what happened. One of the mothers grinned and said, "We know your daughter cheated on that music test. All our kids failed and she somehow got an A. We boycotted her performance because cheaters deserve punishment." I stood there shocked. A bunch of adults traumatized my daughter because she studied for a test. Suddenly I turned around and she was behind me. I realized she'd heard everything. I thought she'd be even sadder, but then she wiped her tears and told the parents, "You did that because I did well on the test? You don't like me because I'm awesome?" Before anyone could respond, she picked up her ukulele and strummed random chords, singing, "I got an A, and you can't take that away." Her tears were gone, and the parents stood frozen. They tried to avoid seeing her perform, and were now forced to watch her perform a mockery of them. My daughter later asked why they didn't like her for being awesome, and I pointed to her A and told her people will only try to tear you down if they're unhappy with themselves. My dad dropped my math homework in the trash and said, "You'll never make anything of yourself." I fished the page back out and tried doing the sum again. He sighed and took his prostate cancer medication with cold tea, watching me get it wrong. "You don't have it in you, and I'm going to die knowing my only son never succeeded." I dug my pencil into the page until it snapped. I was going to make him choke on those words. A week later, I aced the test he said I'd fail and slapped it on the table. "Seems like I do have it in me, Pops." He glanced at the red A and wheezed. "Looks like luck was on your side, eh, boy?" I opened my mouth to respond, but he kept his eyes glued to the crossword puzzle and crossed another word off. But I wasn't going to stop until he admitted he was proud of me. And by the time I graduated college with a master's in cancer research, I chose to research prostate cancer, the same one that was still killing him, to prove to my dad I could be successful. The week my team built a drug finally worked, the first thing I did was grab the test results to visit my dad and show him. I walked into his room where he was doing another crossword, and I laid the report on the blanket. "The trial worked. My teams." "You're welcome, Dad." I waited for him to finally crack. He put down the crossword, turned the report over with a shaking hand, and smiled down at it. "I always knew you would do amazing things in this life." I laughed. "Yeah, right. You told me I'd never make anything of myself." His eyes filled with tears. "I know, because you had such a bright future, but you were so lazy. I knew you'd only work hard if I gave you a reason to prove me wrong." My face drained of color. I sank onto the bed and held his hand, and the proud look on his face that I'd chased since I was 12 was finally here. "I'm so proud of what you made of yourself, son." I teared up because it was there all along, but I was just too blind to see it. I was flying on a rescue helicopter outside the Grand Canyon when we got the call.
"Please hurry, my sister needs help. This is Kayla. We're at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. My arm's stuck under a boulder and my little sister Dana is bleeding through the belt on her thigh."
I keyed my radio. "We're coming to get you. Keep her talking." I checked my watch and announced to my team, "It's 110 degrees down there. The bleeding in that heat is no joke. Her sister has around 2 hours to survive, and we're 90 minutes away." We were 20 minutes in when the heat turned on us. The air was too thin for the blades to work properly, and our ETA slid from 90 minutes toward the 2 hours Dana didn't have. I keyed Kayla's channel and heard her singing. I spoke, "Hello?" She responded,
"I sing to her when she's scared. She always tells me to shut up."
and her voice dropped.
"She's not telling me to shut up anymore."
My heart was pounding, but they lost signal before I could respond. Our pilot made an announcement. "The engine temperature is redlining. We have a decision to make. We can land and let her cool off, or keep going and risk destroying the engine." Setting down meant Dana bled out while the engine cooled. "How far are we?" He looked up ahead. "Around 12 minutes away." I grabbed the safety handle. "We're going." We were 10 minutes away when smoke filled the cockpit and seeped into the passenger seats. Me and my crew braced ourselves as the helicopter started swerving downwards uncontrollably, and the canyon wall swung through the glass. We crashed into the canyon and my eyes slowly shut, and I blacked out. I woke up hanging sideways in my straps. All 4 of us were alive, and the handheld still worked. Dispatch answered my mayday. "Second helicopter is heading towards you. They're 2 hours from your position. That's the fastest we can do for you on a day like this." I started hyperventilating because Dana didn't have 2 hours, but there was no way to get her help any sooner. I keyed her channel, and when I heard her voice, I spoke, "Kayla, our helicopter crashed and our supplies are destroyed." She responded,
"Okay, but, Dana stopped answering me a while ago. I've been singing to her, but I think my little sister is gone."
I pressed my forehead against my knees and she kept speaking.
"It's so hot down here. Can you come sooner? I don't know how much longer I can hold on."
My eyes filled with tears. "Kayla, the next crew is 2 hours out." A woman had her boyfriend on his knees at gunpoint inside their home, and an officer handed me the microphone. "This is a hostage situation. She's calling herself Ashley, so we need you to use your negotiation skills to defuse it." But as I looked closer, I realized I recognized her from somewhere. somewhere, but I didn't know where yet. I cleared my throat and followed routine. Ashley, how can I make things easier for you right now? She quickly responded, stay back or I'll shoot. Her boyfriend turned to her. Baby, tell the nice officers you forgot your pills. All of us exchanged glances with each other, because his tone was exactly the same as the one controlling boyfriends use. And when the floodlights caught Ashley's eyes, I saw one thing: fear. I gasped and turned to an officer. Give me the missing person case of Lily Marin. He handed me the iPad with the photo of Lily, and I held it up beside Ashley. It was a perfect match, which meant my suspicions were correct. I set the mic on the hood and stepped past the cruiser door with my palms out, and every rifle behind me held its breath. Lily, her gun stopped shaking. Lily Marin, I know you. You've been missing for 8 years, and that man is your kidnapper. So you set this whole thing up to finally get the police to find you, but you have nothing to worry about. Nobody here is going to let him take you back. The barrel came down, and the entry team put him through the door. She stayed rooted to the tile, her voice so small I barely caught it. Nobody's called me that since I was 13. She was never the hostage taker. She was the hostage, and that gun was the only 911 call she could make with him watching. On the porch, she set the pistol in my hand, grip first. Can you call my mom? I had just eaten a $40 steak when I waved my hand in the air and called out, waiter, waiter, this steak is cold. I want a refund. The waiter walked over and shook his head. Are you insane? You already ate the steak. I told him I was perfectly sane, and the steak was obviously cold. My date sat across from me with her mouth wide open, so I winked at her. Watch, babe, this is how you get a free meal. She didn't say anything, but I knew she was impressed, and once she saw how smart I was, she was never going to break up with me. The waiter dropped his arms in defeat. Maybe I can get you a free brownie. A brownie was not the plan. The plan only worked if the whole meal was free, so I doubled down. There's hair in this meat. Take the entire steak off my bill. But he looked at my plate, wiped clean to the bone, and raised his voice. Sir, with all due respect, are you crazy? My date sank in her seat and whispered, I'm so sorry about him. I didn't get why she was apologizing because I was doing this for us, but the waiter looked her in the eyes, smiled, and filled her glass to the brim. No trouble at all, ma'am. That made me even angrier, so I drove my knee into the table leg hard enough to make her glass jump. Get me a manager, now. I watched him slide her glass away from the mess I was making. She looked up at him and smiled, but she had never smiled at me like that. So I grabbed my water ready to take this to the next level. I tipped my water onto the floor, stepped in it, and dropped flat on my back. I slipped. I'm suing this place for everything. I threw my hand up for my date so she could help me up, but she didn't take it. She pushed her chair back, stepped around me, and took the waiter's arm before looking at me in disgust. My date had seen how smart I was, and decided to not only break up with me, but also start dating the waiter. He crouched down, laid a napkin over my chest like he was tucking me in, and stood up. The meal's on the house, sir. Then he walked her out while I lay on the wet floor. I was walking to work when I saw my childhood bully sitting on the curb with a torn plastic cup in front of him. We locked eyes, and he immediately hid his face behind his cardboard sign. Embarrassed I saw him like this. Darren used to shove me into lockers so hard my ribs broke, and in 4th grade stole my Spider-Man figurine I'd spent all summer saving for. He'd bring it to school and dare me to try take it back, so seeing him made me uneasy. I stepped towards him, and he instantly put his hands up. Jeremy, I'm so sorry for what I did to you, but I don't want any trouble. People already kick me here, even if I deserve it. Please don't. I noticed the purple bruises around his face, and before I knew it, I was holding out a $50 bill. He shook his head, but I was already pressing the money in his hand and pulling out my packed lunch. What happened 30 years ago doesn't change today. Everyone deserves kindness. Darren teared up. I don't. I stole your Spider-Man figurine and broke your ribs when you tried to get it back. He tried to hand it back to me, but I pushed it against his chest and stood up. I hope things get better. I walked away, having no clue what was about to happen next morning. I took the same route to work, but this time Darren got on his feet the second he saw me. He pulled out a brown paper bag with shaking hands. Look what I spent the $50 on. I flipped it upside down, and a brand new Spider-Man figurine dropped into my palm, just like the one he stole from me in 4th grade. I teared up. Why would you do that? Darren handed me my lunchbox, now empty but clean. Because you didn't give me $50. You gave me forgiveness and a chance to prove I've changed. I pulled him into a hug right there on the curb and offered him my couch. 30 years ago, he took my Spider-Man. Today, he gave it back. I was camping with my 5-year-old son when I unzipped our tent at night to pee and came face to face with 3 bear cubs. But when I looked up, a huge mama bear stood right over them, staring dead at me, and let out a low growl. My whole body locked up, and I backed away so slow I couldn't even even close the flap. I'm a wildlife biologist, so I knew the one rule: never get between a mama and her cubs. But my son, wide awake on his iPad, saw them through the open flap. "Oh, Daddy, I want to keep one!" I'd spent all day teaching him bears were dangerous, and now I had to keep us both alive. The iPad's glow caught a cub's eye, and it started waddling straight toward the light in my son's hands. "See, Daddy? He likes me." I reached for the zipper to seal us in, but my son lunged past me. Come to Papa." The cub padded right up to the screen next to my son, and the mama's growl deepened into a roar. My chest went tight. I tried to grab the cub to set it back out, moving slowly so she stayed calm, but my son yanked it into his chest. "No, he's mine. I'm Papa Bear." The cub squealed, and the mama tore through the flap, her claws shredding the nylon as she forced her whole body inside. She was in the tent, drool roping from her teeth, her eyes locked on my son. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I couldn't move, because the second I did, she'd attack me first, then my son. The iPad blared a Roblox video, and all three cubs' heads snapped toward it. This was my chance. I snatched the iPad off the tent floor and hurled it out through the shredded flap into the darkness. My son's jaw dropped as the cubs loosened from his grip and bolted after the glowing screen, scrambling out of the tent, and the mama wheeled around and charged after her babies. My son dove toward the opening, trying to chase after it. "My iPad!" I caught him by the ankle and yanked him back into my chest, my hands shaking as the last of the bears crashed off into the trees. Those cubs never wanted my son. They were iPad babies just like him. My sister gave our 6-year-old brother a Chinese candy bar, and he instantly started dying. Reagan had spent the last 2 years studying Mandarin in Beijing. She sent us pictures with her Chinese host parents and had our dad send her $500 every month for spendings. But when our brother Max pulled a granola bar from her bag and asked, "Reagan, what does this mean?" she stared at the Chinese symbols with a confused look like she didn't know a single word. My hands instantly trembled because Reagan was a compulsive liar from the day she was born. I watched her stutter, "chocolate and oats and honey," and watched Max ask if there were any peanuts. Reagan shook her head. "Nope, no peanuts anywhere." But when Max tore it open and took a bite, he instantly started wheezing. His lips swelled and his face turned red as he dropped to the floor. Reagan started freaking out, and when Dad came running and saw the unwrapped candy bar, Reagan instantly threw her hands in the air. I told Max the Chinese candy had peanuts, but he didn't listen. I gripped my head in horror and screamed back, "No, Reagan, you read the Chinese writing and told Max it was safe. You've spent 2 years in China. How could you not read if it had peanuts?" Reagan went red, but Dad was already on his knees calling the ambulance. At the hospital, Dad gripped Max's hand while I stood over Reagan in the corner. "Why didn't you tell Max the candy had peanuts?" That's when she broke down and started crying. I never went to Beijing. I spent the last 2 years in Bulgaria with my sugar daddy. I told Max there were no peanuts, so you'd think I learned Chinese and never know where I really was. I gripped my head as I realized she'd risked our brother's life to keep up her lie. Suddenly, Dad's phone dinged. A $25,000 wire transfer from Bulgaria. Reagan looked up through tears. "My sugar daddy says sorry." I was shooting ducks at the carnival while my little sister shook nervously in her wheelchair beside me. Fen had brain surgery tomorrow and was convinced the giant teddy bear on the stand would make her operation go well. I just put in my last $2 and my hands trembled on the trigger, but I took a deep breath and knocked the last duck down. Fen's hands flew in the air and tears fell down her face as I grabbed the giant teddy and placed it in her hands. I pulled out my phone to take a selfie, but that's when I felt someone behind me. A kid 4 inches taller than me grabbed the teddy's head and snatched it from Fen. She reached for it and cried, "Give it back," but he smirked and held it over her head. "No, my girlfriend wants it." He pointed at a girl on her phone 50 feet away. I tried to lunge, but he was too big and knocked me to the ground. "Stay down, chump." I laid on the floor and felt Fen tap my shoulder. She asked me if I was okay, and my heart broke because her good luck toy was just stolen and she was still worried about me. I got up and wiped the dirt off my shirt, then saw the punk grinning as he was about to give Fen's teddy to his girlfriend. I told her I'd be right back and sprinted over screaming, "He didn't win that. It's my little sister's. He stole it from her." I pointed to the teddy in his arms, and the girl's smile dropped. She turned to her boyfriend with a shocked look. "Is this true?" But he just laughed. "No, I don't even know who his sister is." His girlfriend looked between us, and I felt her start to believe him because he was calm, and I was still shaking. But then I heard wheels behind me. Fen had pushed herself all the way across the carnival, and she held up the selfie we'd taken, showing the punk snatching her teddy. "That's mine. My brother won it for me. I need it for good luck for my surgery tomorrow." The punk's jaw clenched, and his girlfriend covered her mouth when she saw the photo. She instantly ripped the bear out of his hands and set it gently in my sister's lap, fixing her hair. "Good luck tomorrow. Don't let bad people like my ex-boyfriend ruin your day." His face dropped, but then she turned to him. "Yeah, I said ex. We're done." She walked away while he stood there trembling. Fen locked eyes with him, then held a a finger up shaped L towards him. My brother and I were bragging about the girls we met at the festival when he asked, "What was the name of your girl?" I smiled. "Ava. What about you?" He frowned. "Mine was also called Ava." I laughed, thinking it was a coincidence, until Ava started walking over, and we both waved at the exact same time. 18 years of sharing everything, but neither of us was ready to share this. I jumped in front of him, getting ready to mog. "Hey Ava," I pointed at her food. "That corn dog really sticks with me." I nudged her elbow, and when she laughed at my dumb dad joke, I swore I was winning. But my brother grabbed her hand and dragged her to the nearest stand. After just a minute, he won her a stuffed frog. I ran over, and Ava propped her chin in her hand. "So which one of you is the fun brother?" We both said me at the exact same second, and it felt like a knife fight. She hugged us goodbye and whispered something into his ear. 10 minutes later, both our phones buzzed at the exact same second. Mine said, "You're the cute one. Meet me at Rosie's Diner tomorrow at 7. I raised my fist in the air to celebrate until I saw my brother grinning at his phone too. I grabbed it and my eyes widened. "Dude, she sent both of us the same text. Word for word." He smirked. "May the best man win." The next night, we walked into Rosie's Diner and slid into her booth shoulder to shoulder. I put my hands on the table. "Ava, you need to make a decision." Her eyes darted from him to me and back, then gave up. "Relax," she said. "I wanted to see which one of you wanted it more. You should have heard yourselves." She flailed her arms around to make fun of us. Me, like puppies." She slid the second menu across the table. "So which one of you is staying?" I slid it right back. "You never liked us. You just liked us fighting over you." Me and my brother stood up at the exact same second. "Neither of us are staying." She grabbed the edge of the table. "You're seriously both leaving?" My brother chuckled. 18 years, he said, holding the door open for me. He turned to her. "You were never beating that." Outside, my brother hooked his arm around my neck. "The best men won. Corn dogs on me, little man." I opened my door and found my boy on the porch in head-to-toe pink running gear. "Care to join me?" He was stretching like he was someone who worked out regularly. I laughed in his face. "Dude, last week you told me working out was for people who hated themselves. What changed?" But then I saw the woman's hair tie on his wrist, and I knew it was all for a girl. He was stretching when he said, "You should pull up to my marathon in 2 weeks." I wiped my eyes. "Bruh, ain't no way you survived 26 miles. You've been running for like a day." He straightened up slowly, still gasping for air. "Aight, pull up then. We'll see." 2 weeks later, I pulled up with a sign that said, "Love is worth it," and looked out into the crowd to see if Gizmo was actually going through with this. I found him in the middle of them, still in pink, standing next to the blonde girl, and I needed to see if this running riz would actually work for him. But when I walked over, he was already bent over, gasping for air. "Gizmo, you good? You haven't even started yet." He held up his index finger, too winded to answer. The gun went off, the crowd surged, and he shuffled to the very back of the pack in his little pink shorts. By mile 13, he staggered past, clutching his side, face gone gray, and I actually thought that was it for him. But he spotted my sign, threw me a shaking thumbs up, and kept shuffling. Almost 9 hours later, he was the last one standing, and he collapsed right before the finish line. He was too tired to get up, and had to shimmy his body like a snail just to officially cross it. The girl ran over cheering as I jogged up grinning. Gizmo looked up at me with a fist pumped in the air. "Told you, it'd be worth it." He looked her dead in the eye. "You want to get dinner sometime?" Her smile went stiff, and she let go of his hand. "Oh, Gizmo, I'm gay." She winced. "I'm so sorry. I thought you knew." My laugh died in my throat. Gizmo knelt there in his soaked pink shirt, metal swinging from his neck, staring at the finish line. I'd sworn he'd never survive it, and I was right, just not about the marathon. I threw a paper airplane in class, and it smacked my physics teacher in the back of the head. He snatched it off the floor and held it up. "Who did that?" "Sorry, sir," I said, pointing across the room. "I was aiming for the trash can." The class erupted in laughter, but our teacher crushed my plane in his fist. "The trash can? The drag coefficient alone makes that throw physically impossible. You were never gonna make it." I took that as a challenge and stood up immediately. "I can absolutely make it." He rubbed his chin in deep thought before saying, "Let's bet on it. You land the airplane and this whole class gets full A's, miss, and you stand up here every morning and apologize to me." I smirked because I knew I had him, and then I reached out and shook his hand. "Deal." I pulled out a fresh sheet and folded the exact plane I'd folded 1,000 times before, creasing every fold slow while the class chanted my name. I cocked my arm back and threw it straight up as fast as I could. It shot off my hand and went straight to the ceiling, but it stalled at the top of a lazy loop, and the chant died as someone groaned, "It's dropping." But the nose swung down and swooped out of the dive, and the whole room roared back to life. Halfway across, it drifted way offline. A kid yelled, "It's gonna miss," and the teacher cupped his hands. "Start practicing that apology." But the heavy nose I'd creased banked it back on course, and I sighed with relief. But 10 feet from the can, it dipped low again, and it nearly scraped the desks, and I almost passed out thinking I'd lost. At the front, the teacher had already grabbed a marker and was writing "apology schedule" across the whiteboard. But the plane caught a pocket of air, leveled out, out and locked dead straight on the can. The marker fell from his hand, and he screamed, "No!" as he bolted across the room to swat it down. But his shoe slipped mid-lunge, and he landed flat on his stomach 2 feet from the can, lifting his head to watch my plane sail over him and drop in. The class exploded out of their seats as I plucked it out and held it up in front of his face. "Sir, you're looking at the state paper airplane champion, and I was always gonna make it." He slapped the floor and called out, "Full A's, everyone gets full A's." I was counting crumpled bills for my overpriced New York rent when I noticed a rat on my kitchen floor, staring directly at me. I took off my shoe to kill it, but I froze because it didn't run. It scurried to the stove and started squeaking like crazy, like it was trying to tell me something. I raised my shoe, and it threw itself at the stove crack, desperate to reach something back there. I lowered my shoe because I've seen rats my whole life, but I'd never seen one act like this. What did it want? I crept to the stove to investigate, and my nostrils flared, gas hissing from the crack behind it, and the rat circled faster, squealing. Was it showing me the leak? The apartment was filling fast, and one spark, a light switch, anything, would blow the whole place. My hands shook as I grabbed the shutoff valve, but it was rusted solid and wouldn't move. The fumes burned down my throat until the room tilted, so I dialed 911. They yelled, "Get out now! A leak that size could blow any second." Every breath made me dizzier as I stumbled for the door, but the rat was still there, throwing itself at the stove, and I couldn't leave it to die when it just saved my life. So I scooped it up and ran, but my elbow caught the light switch. I heard the spark before I felt the heat on my back. I clutched the rat to my chest and dove, and the explosion hurled me into the hallway as flames tore through everything I owned. Moments later, I woke up on the hallway floor, the rat somehow still pressed to my chest, both of us breathing. Firefighters rushed past me, shut off the gas, and yanked the burnt stove away from the wall. One of them gasped, and everyone stopped to look down. Behind the stove sat a huge block of cheese, melted and black around the edges from the explosion. The rat squirmed out of my hands and darted to the cheese, devouring the whole block with his hands pressed on it, and it finally clicked. The rat never saved my life. It just wanted the cheese stuck behind that stove, while the apartment I couldn't afford turned to ash. But then a firefighter picked it up, stupid rat, and chucked it out the window as it squealed. My engine died in the middle of an empty road while there was nobody around, so I simply looked down and cranked the ignition until my tractor came back to life. But then red and blue lights immediately lit up behind me. An officer stormed up to my window, red in the face, shouting, "Why were you going 130 miles per hour? The speed limit is 80. I laughed at first and pointed to my tractor's speedometer. "Officer, this thing tops out at 40. But he pulled out a speed camera that takes your photo and measures your speed. It showed me in my tractor 130 miles per hour underneath in red. My stomach dropped. "Your thing is broken. Look at what I'm driving." But he shook his head and slid the camera back into his belt. The camera doesn't lie. He yanked my door open and dragged me down onto the road. I stumbled as he spun me around and clicked the cuffs around my wrists. I screamed, "I wasn't speeding. I'm driving a 40-year-old tractor." But he was already pinning me against the hood of his cruiser. That's when I heard an engine rumble behind us. A guy on a superbike yanked off his helmet. "What's going on here?" The officer replied, "None of your business." But the biker calmly asked, "Are you arresting him for going 130? The officer's face shifted. "How do you know that?" The biker pointed at the officer's dash cam in his windshield. "Because I know what actually happened. Check the footage." The officer huffed and ripped the dash cam off the mount with me still cuffed beside him. The three of us watched me in my tractor, hunched over cranking my ignition. That's when a superbike drove past me in the video. The same superbike this biker was on. It had driven so fast, the speed camera couldn't photograph it in time. It clocked the speed of the bike at 130, but took a photo of my tractor, so it looked like I was the one going 130. The officer went pale as he realized I was innocent. The biker shrugged. "I turned around when I saw you pull him over. I can't let an innocent man get blamed for something I did." The officer fumbled the cuffs off my wrists, then spun toward the biker. "I admire your honesty, but you were speeding. Put your hands behind your back." But the biker just laughed. "Catch me if you can, buddy." He threw up 2 fingers and sped off before the officer could take a single step. My 9-year-old daughter handed a man a crayon map of our neighborhood garage sale and said, "Start at our driveway if you want the good stuff." I was still taping a $2 sign to an old toaster when she pointed him away from Mrs. Kovalik's table across the street. 2 days earlier, she had watched 3 hours of Storage Wars beside me and announced, "Dad, we're leaving money on the table." By Saturday morning, she was outside before I had coffee, sorting our junk and repricing everything. My $5 lamp was now $12 with vintage dorm vibe written under it. I started to object, but she handed me a roll of quarters. "You're on change." By 9, she had sold 2 broken remotes as backup buttons and bundled my old golf glove with a mug that said "World's Okayest Uncle." At 10, she marched to Mrs. Kovalik's empty table, came back with porcelain ducks, and said, "I get 20%. Mrs. Kovalik followed her over and snatched the box back. 20% for carrying ducks across the street? My daughter didn't blink. She set 1 duck beside our lava lamp, added a candle, and wrote, "Weird Aunt Starter Pack." A woman bought it for $14 before Mrs. Kovalik finished complaining. 2 more neighbors brought boxes. My daughter gave Mr. Pruitt a receipt, sent me to crowd management, which meant standing by the curb smiling, and sold the lava lamp by calling it main character lighting. When a woman offered $3 for a desk chair marked 10, my daughter added a throw pillow and a pencil cup. Bundle price is $14. The woman paid it. My mouth stayed open long enough for my daughter to drop a donut into it and say, "Hydrate, sales team." At 4, she closed the cash box and walked house to house with exact bills folded into envelopes. Mrs. Kovalik got $18.40. Mr. Pruitt got $31. My daughter kept a handwritten ledger under her arm like she was collecting rent. Back home, she sat at the kitchen table, paper-clipped 3 pages together, and slid them to me. The cover said, "Weekend Report." Page 1 listed our prices beside her prices. Page 2 said consignment by house. Page 3 said dead inventory moved through strategic bundles. I stared at the total. She had made more than I did at work that day. "Where did you learn markup, consignment, and dead inventory?" I asked. She kept counting her stack. "Storage Wars, Dad. They do this every episode." She circled my toaster and wrote, "Should have been $8. I set my phone to record and walked into the abandoned house. My best friend Jay was standing in the driveway with our emergency gear, including a rope, flashlight, and first aid, by his feet. "You got this. The challenge is only 10 minutes. I nodded as I squeezed between 2 boards nailed to the front window. I was going to complete the spook challenge and stay in the haunted house for 10 minutes, post the video, and get the YouTube hype I've been working for. I took a deep breath and nodded as I looked around. 3 years of trying to get my channel noticed so I could show my dad it wasn't a stupid hobby, like he always yelled at me when I wasn't doing whatever he wanted me to do. I waved cobwebs out of my way and walked to what looked like an old living room and sat down. I switched the phone camera to face me. "What's up, gang? Today, I stopped when I heard a cracking noise below me. That was when the floorboards I was sitting on caved in. I reached out, digging my nails into the floor. My body was now half dangling through the hole, and my phone fell into the basement with a thud. I kicked, but there was nothing for me to push against. I screamed, "Jay, help!" My eyes locked on the window I used to get in, but Jay wasn't there. Could he not hear me? My hand slipped. If I couldn't go up, then I had to try jumping down. I inched my body into the hole, and was soon dangling with just my hands holding onto the edges. I looked down, but it was too dark to see anything except for a pointy, splintered board. I couldn't even see where my phone landed. I heard footsteps coming towards the hole, and I screamed again. I heard a loud crunch, and the emergency flashlight flew by my ear. Did Jay fall in too? I looked down and saw that the flashlight revealed several rats crawling on the floor below. I heard more cracking and looked up to see that the floorboard I was holding onto was bending. I screamed as loud as I could. A thick rope rolled down into the hole next to me. I swung over to it and grabbed the rope. I could hear grunting above me, and soon I was crawling on the first floor again, looking up at Jay. His eyes were huge as he looked down at me. When I tried to get to you, my foot went right through the floor and the flashlight went flying. He froze when more boards crackled. We both ran out of the house and only stopped at the end of the driveway to look at the rope burn on our hands. Jay pulled out his phone. "Well, at least we set up the video to automatically send to your channel." I let him watch it as I lay back with my hand on my chest, heart beating like crazy. He shook my shoulder. "Dude, the floorboards below you were sticking up. If you fell, you would have been impaled on video." I looked at the phone, and for a split second, I wondered how many views that would have gotten. I searched garden gnome one time as a joke. That was a mistake. By morning, my Instagram was a gnome catalog. Every reel between cooking videos was a man in cargo shorts whispering about the gnome lifestyle. I scrolled past, but the algorithm didn't take a hint. It took a vow. YouTube ads started playing mid-podcast. Tired of a soulless yard? I muted them. My phone kept suggesting Pinterest boards titled Cottagecore Sanctum. Josie glanced over my shoulder and snorted. "Babe, your phone thinks you're a 50-year-old woman named Doreen. It's a glitch," I told her, so I tried to fix it. I searched for cars, sports, normal guy things. The algorithm absorbed it and got worse. Now I was getting ads for gnomes holding tiny footballs, so I deleted the apps, but Josie's phone started showing them. "Why am I seeing this?" she asked, holding up a video of a man kissing a gnome on the forehead. So I bought one, just one, a small ceramic gnome from the hardware store, thinking if I gave the algorithm what it wanted, it would calm down. I set it on the windowsill facing the yard. The next morning, it was facing the couch. "Did you move that?" Josie asked. "Glitch," I said. The Etsy emails came next. "Based on your interests." Josie found a package on the porch I didn't order, then another, then 6. So I stopped opening them, but the company started calling. "Sir, your Gnome Society membership is overdue." I'd never signed up for a Gnome Society. I told Josie we were moving. She was on the couch when I came home with the boxes. The TV was on, but she wasn't watching it. She was watching the corner of the living room, where every gnome I'd been mailed sat in a neat little arc facing her. "I didn't put them there," she said. The TV cut to a commercial. A man in cargo shorts smiled at the camera. "Welcome to the gnome lifestyle," he said. Josie looked at me. I think we joined. The gnome on the windowsill had turned again. again. It was facing us now. My son wanted to be the next Ronaldo, but he watched his first and last World Cup from a hospital bed. The first thing I ever put in his hands was a football, the day he was born. By 3, he slept with it. By 5, he wore the number 7 and hit the CO every time he scored on me, leaping into the air, arms out, shouting it so loud the whole street could hear. He told the woman at the supermarket, the man who fixed our car, anyone who would listen, that he'd play in a World Cup one day. But the summer he turned 8, the headaches started, the scans came back, and a doctor told us it was cancer, that he'd never run on a pitch again, and that we didn't have long. In the ward, the football that used to live at his feet just sat at the end of the bed. He stopped asking to go outside. He'd loop old matches on my phone, mouthing the commentary he already knew by heart. When the foundation told him he could have anything in the world, I was already doing the math, ready to sell the car and fly us anywhere to get him onto a real pitch with the players he loved. He thought about it for a long time, then tugged my sleeve. I just want to watch the final with you. I had to turn toward the window so he wouldn't see my face, because the final was 5 weeks out and the doctors hadn't promised me 5 weeks. He got smaller after that, sleeping through whole afternoons, and by the week of the final, the nurses had stopped meeting my eyes in the hallway. I counted the days out loud to him anyway, not knowing if he'd be awake to hear the whistle. He made it. We propped him up on the pillows, his jersey on, the football tucked under his arm. His team went a goal down in the second half. He grabbed my hand. "They'll score, Dad. Watch." Late in the game they scored, and the whole stadium on the screen came apart. But he was too weak to leap up and shout it the way he had 1,000 times. He just pulled the football into his chest, the same one I gave him the day he was born, and breathed it out instead. Sew. A tear ran down the side of his face. He fell asleep that night smiling, holding it. He never woke up. My son spent his whole life wanting to play in a World Cup, and his last night holding a football through one. My dad pointed at his brand new lawnmower and demanded, "Mow the whole lawn before I get back, and whatever you do, do not crash it into anything." Then he drove off, but I'm only 12 and had no idea how to mow a lawn. The second his car was gone, I yanked the cord and the mower roared. But before I could figure out the controls, it lurched forward uncontrollably and dragged me straight across the yard. I screamed and pulled back as hard as I could, but it wouldn't stop, so I let go, and it tore through our neighbor's fence, straight into his backyard, and it finally stalled out. My balls dropped. If my dad or the neighbor saw what I did, I'd be dead before my first kiss. I ran through the hole in the fence and grabbed the mower, but the second I touched it, my hand knocked the throttle and it lurched forward. "Oh crap," I whispered, as the uncontrolled beast dragged me across the neighbor's yard. I hauled back on the handle to turn it, but I yanked too hard and it whipped sideways, plowing through another fence panel. I looked behind me and half the fence was gone. My heart slammed. I threw all my weight backward to drag it to a stop, but it just kept pulling me along. So I gripped the handle with both hands and wrenched it, and it swerved back toward my own lawn. It kept going in circles frantically, and I dug in with everything I had, barely steering it away from hitting the side of my house. I pulled every lever I could find, but nothing worked to turn it off. Just then, my dad stepped out of his car, and before I could scream a warning, the mower plowed right into him and knocked him down. He scrambled up, red-faced, grabbed the mower, and flicked one switch. It turned off instantly. I froze, panting, as he took in the giant hole in our neighbor's fence and the wreckage of both yards. He yelled, "You crashed into everything. Our neighbor's going to sue us." Then the neighbor burst out of his house, throwing his hands in the air, and my stomach dropped. But our neighbor was grinning. "You finally took down that ugly fence. I've been begging my wife to let me take it down for years." I felt relieved, but my dad's jaw was still clenched like he was about to explode, so I braced myself. But then he looked around at the lawn, and somehow, while spinning in circles, the grass was actually cut. I whispered, "Your new lawnmower sucks." My mom ran across the field and got in the ref's face. "Are you blind? That was a foul. How did you get certified, ref?" I dropped my head and stared at my cleats. My friend jogged over from his position. "Dude, is this why you said you used to love soccer? She does this every game? Since I was 8. In all that time, no one had ever stopped her. But through the commotion, a man in a league polo tucked a clipboard under his arm and started walking over. The ref ignored her and started signaling for play to resume. "You should be fired!" When he kept ignoring her, she turned on me instead. "Stop standing around! That's why he didn't call it!" The other parents went quiet, and a few moved their chairs down the line. The man with the clipboard stopped beside the ref. "Ma'am, Tom Reyes, State Commissioner. I've been timing your behavior for 3 games. She let out a laugh and waved him off. "You can't sideline me. My husband donates to this league. Donations don't override parent conduct. You signed it." He held out a printed sheet. She wouldn't take it, so he set it down on the grass. "You're suspended from every state-affiliated youth soccer field for 1 calendar year, including your son's." The officials walked her off, and the whistle blew. I kept glancing at her chair out of habit, but it was empty every time. After the game, my coach pulled me aside. "You played different today." I'd never played a game without trying not to disappoint her. It was the first time I just played soccer. The door quietly quickly opened, and the loner kid from my class, John, walked into our poker night with his legs shaking. But before I could ask who invited him, my friend stood up and waved him over. He pressed a drink into John's hand and told him, "Ready to bet big?" John nodded and sat down. "I've never been invited anywhere. Thanks so much, guys." He smiled. We started playing, and all my friends immediately folded to John. "You won." They pushed the chips towards him and told him to bet bigger while cheering for him. He smiled and pushed more in while my friends refilled his glass. That's when I caught two of them flashing their cards at each other. John lost the next hand, and as I watched them do it again, my stomach dropped. They were cheating him. When John lost again, my friend clapped his shoulder. "You got this, shark. Win it back by betting more." John hesitated, but my friend instantly scoffed. "I guess you're not as cool as we thought you were." John immediately bet $50. I watched this happen for 2 hours, my hands gripping my cards so hard they crumpled. When I saw John staring at his bank account with sweat beading down his forehead, I told them to stop. They whispered back, "Bro, we're almost at a grand, relax, dude." They refilled his glass again, called him badass, and my heart sank as I watched John say, "This is the last of my college savings." He flipped his kings, but his face dropped when my friend's aces came down. He'd lost everything. He stood up, nearly in tears and wobbling. "I'm sad I lost, but I've never had this much fun. Thank you guys." He headed for the door while my friends counted his chips. I knew I couldn't let this happen, so I got up and caught him at the door. I tapped his shoulder. "I think you've still got some money left." I quickly transferred $500 of my own to his Venmo before he noticed. He sat back down, and I immediately grabbed the deck. Last hand for tonight. My friends grinned, thinking I was in on it. I shuffled the cards slowly, peeking at every card before handing it out. My friends grinned and instantly shoved everything in without blinking. "Come on, John, you all in?" John's legs shook under the table as he pushed the chips. My friends slammed their kings, but John laid 2 aces on top. His jaw dropped. "I won! I won!" Their faces went pale, mouthing, "How is this possible?" while John dragged the mountain of chips to his side. He walked out grinning, richer than he came in. My youngest dropped by the campfire screaming and clutching his right side, and we were 2 hours from the nearest hospital. The dispatcher on the phone said no ambulance could reach us for 2 hours, and the appendix was about to rupture. Everyone froze around the fire, but my oldest was already sterilizing the camp knife in the flames. "Dad, I got this. I know what I'm doing. This is my field of expertise, if you will." His mom grabbed his wrist. "You're not cutting a kid open with a camp knife." But I didn't know if we had a choice. I turned to her. "Honey, you know our oldest has ADHD, and he had a hyperfixation with medical textbooks. We have to trust him." My little one's screaming went quiet, and his eyes rolled back, and my wife was trembling. My oldest knelt over him and poured a water bottle on his hands. "Tell me where to cut." The dispatcher's voice broke up through the speaker. "Find the bony point on his right hip. Go 2 inches toward the belly button." But my son's knife was already moving before she finished. He opened a small cut, blood welled up, and his hands stayed dead steady while everyone behind him looked away. A minute later, he lifted something small and red out of the cut, dropped it in the dirt, and my little one's breathing evened out. My wife buried her face in my shoulder. I can't watch. The paramedics reached us an hour later and rushed my youngest into the hospital. The surgeon came out afterward shaking his head. "Whoever took that out in the field did it textbook, cleanest I've ever seen." My oldest looked up from the medical textbook he was reading for fun. "Appendix is one of the easy ones. Let's just be glad it wasn't something like a thoracic aortic dissection repair. Now that I wouldn't have been able to do." The inspector came through Marco's back door while I was dropping fries into the fryer, and every cook kept moving like the restaurant hadn't been a front for 15 years. He went straight to the walk-in, knocked on the walls, pulled a vent cover loose, and opened every flour bin looking for the banned product. Everyone said Marco moved through that kitchen. He found nothing. Marco ran the cleanest operation in the city. No dirty invoices, no hidden walls, no boxes out of place. Fries came Tuesdays, onion rings came Fridays. I stayed because Marco paid cash. My mother was behind on rent, and the envelope in my glove box kept her lights on. When the inspector came back with a federal badge clipped to his lanyard, Marco stopped smiling. The inspector's crew tore through the kitchen for 2 hours and found nothing. Then he pulled us into dry storage one at a time. When it was my turn, he slapped a photo on the table. Our van in the alley, back doors open, one plain cardboard box visible inside. "You see every shipment," he said. "You know what comes through that door." My chest tightened, but I kept my hands flat on my knees. "Fries on Tuesday, onion rings on Friday." He leaned closer. "Marco won't save you." For 1 second, I looked at the pen beside his report and imagined signing anything he wanted, just so my mother would not lose her apartment. Then I looked back at the photo and said, "I flip burgers and go home." He waited until my throat burned before he let me out. Marco stood at the line, watching my face instead of the grill. I gave him the smallest shake of my head. He nodded once. That night, I was wiping down fryer baskets when the delivery van backed into the alley. I saw the inspector before the driver did. He stepped out from between 2 parked cars, badge swinging, and rushed straight for the back doors. One plain box sat inside the van. No label, no paperwork. His face changed, like he finally had Marco. He dragged the box into the alley and split it open with his keys. Frozen French fries spilled across the pavement. He tore through the bag, shaking fries into the gutter until there was nothing left but potato and ice. I watched him stand there breathing hard, empty-handed again. The Tuesday shipment was always clean. The banned product came with the onion rings. Those came Friday. I closed the back door and went back to dropping fries into the fryer. When I visited my dad in the hospital, I found him sprinting laps around his bed, arms in the air. I started laughing. "Dad, what's going on? The last time I visited you, you could barely move." He spun around with a grin and pointed 2 finger guns at me. "Don't look so worried, kid. Your old man finally found something to live for, and now I feel better." I shook my head, because a man with stage 4 liver cancer doesn't just feel better overnight. What was going on? 2 days later, I found him hanging off the patient lift bar, doing pull-ups, his IV line taped up to the ceiling. My jaw dropped to the floor. A man that sick shouldn't have had the strength. The man that he shared the room with started laughing. He looked even sicker than my dad, but my dad dropped down, took his hand, and the two of them waltzed between the beds, spinning each other under the lights. I looked at their IV drips to see if the nurses were adding anything to make them act this way, but it was all clear. The old guy grinned at me over my dad's shoulder. "He leads better than my wife ever did." My dad spun him out. "Easy, Walt." Watching them turn, I saw a corner of red poking out from under the man's mattress. So while they were still spinning, I sneaked over and pulled it out. A red rubber hot water bottle, warm in my hands. I unscrewed the cap, and as soon as I smelled it, I gagged. It was the strongest whiskey I'd ever seen. Those two idiots had been working together to sneak in alcohol into their hospital room. My dad stopped mid-step, but his friend kept swaying. My daughter tops it up. Doctor said no fluids after 8, but he never banned a nightcap. My dad watched my face and chuckled. "Told you I found something to live for, son." So I took a swig myself, handed it back to his friend, and pulled my dad in for the next dance. He gasped, and I laughed. "Don't look so worried, old man." My friend turned to me at the lockers. "Okay, dude, it's lunchtime, and you're going to see your crush Sienna. Please don't fumble this." I buried my head in my hands. "Dude, I never know what to say." Mike took his AirPods out and handed me one. "Okay, I'm going to go to the yard, listen to what's going on, and tell you exactly what to say, word for word. Got it?" I fist bumped him. "Got it. Thanks, bro." I found Sienna alone at a lunch table and sat down beside her, pretending not to feel nervous. Mike's voice crackled in my ear. "Tell her that you really like her nails because they match her purse." I said it word for word, and Sienna's mouth cracked into a smile. I didn't know guys actually noticed stuff like that. Mike cackled like he was an evil genius. "Perfect. Now look her in the eyes, crack her a half smile, and ask her what she's doing this weekend." I did, and she twirled her hair nervously. "Why, did you want to do something together?" I opened my mouth to speak, but Mike wasn't saying anything. For 5 seconds we were completely silent, and sweat started dripping down my forehead because I could feel myself starting to fumble the bag. Suddenly, Mike started screaming, "What is that? Ew! Get off of me!" I was so used to copying what he said that I instantly repeated the words. "What is that? Get off of me!" I said calmly. I kept repeating what Mike was saying. "I am not scared of you. I will end your whole family." For a few seconds it was completely silent. Then Mike broke the silence. "Sorry, bro. I just got attacked by a wasp." That's when I tore the AirPod out and stared at her in disbelief, realizing what I just said. Sienna doubled over, laughing so hard tears were streaming down her face. I buried my head in my hands. "I'm sorry. I have no riz." I showed her the AirPod. "My boy's been telling me everything to say, and I think he just got attacked by a wasp." Sienna wiped her eyes. I loved it. She grabbed my phone off the table. "Saturday, pick me up and leave the AirPod at home." She winked. "Don't fumble this." My grandma walked out into the open street with her eyes closed. A bus was seconds away from hitting her, and I screamed her name and sprinted towards her, but suddenly, the bus disappeared. I stood there frozen in shock. She laughed and held out her hands to show me her bug. "This is a lucky cricket. It protected me." I laughed. "Grandma, what are you talking about?" She whispered. "I know a lucky charm when I see one." My heart was pounding with adrenaline because I couldn't understand what was going on, and it felt like my grandma was pranking me. I held out my hands for her to give me the cricket. "Aight, let me test this out for myself." I walked into the corner store with no cash and grabbed a soda. Before I reached the counter, strangers started pressing cash into my hands, 20s and 50s, more than I could hold. A guy by the door spun his keys on his finger. "Been wanting to give my BMW to somebody who deserves it for free. Give back to the world, you know? You want it?" Grandma stayed by the door, not smiling now. "With great power comes great responsibility. Don't abuse it." But I was already spinning the BMW keys around my finger. I backed onto the sidewalk, telling her I was keeping it forever. I was gloating so hard I didn't feel the cricket slip out of my fist. I stepped off the curb and felt something pop under my heel. I lifted my shoe and the cricket was flat on the concrete. I laughed. Guess it was just a regular bug. But when I turned to Grandma, she wasn't laughing. She'd gone gray, backing toward the house, whispering the same words over and over. I shrugged and thought she was just being dramatic. But that night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a heavy knock on my bedroom door. Suddenly my room went dark and the candle beside my bed extinguished. Goosebumps went up my arms and the door began to creak open. and I knew it was for me. Me and my girlfriend's snowmobile started smoking up when we were 100 miles deep into the mountains. I sprinted around and yanked the starter cord over and over, but the engine started sputtering and I knew it was cooked. Alice took my hand and her lip was quivering. We're going to be okay, right? I smiled like it was obvious. Of course we are. Your brother knows we're meant to be back soon. I'm sure he'll find us. But the sun was already setting. There was no phone signal, and I had no idea if we were going to live or die. She asked, "So how much food do we have?" I dug through the backpack and found 3 crushed crackers and 2 fruit roll-ups. I forced myself to smile. Plenty. Don't even worry about it. The sky turned dark, and it was so cold it took everything in me not to shiver. Alice was wearing my gloves and scarf, so I started making a shelter out of packed snow with bare hands until I couldn't feel them. When I was done, I led her inside, and I wanted to give her my jacket. But first, I had to take out the ring that I was going to use to propose, and then I wrapped it around her to keep her warm while she slept. I tried counting her breaths while she slept so I could stay awake and keep us safe from danger. But after a few hours, my eyes started to close and I couldn't fight it anymore. I woke up a few hours later to a dog sniffing me. When I opened my eyes, Alice was standing there with her brother and a team of ski patrol dogs. Her brother fist bumped me. "Nice job on the igloo. Because of the igloo, we found you guys immediately." Alice smiled. "Right before we lost signal, I told my brother our snowmobile broke down, and he told me he'd find us." I instantly stood up. "Why the hell didn't you tell me?" She took my hands. "I knew that the only way you'd survive was if you thought you had to stay strong for me. So I pretended to be scared the whole time." I gasped, because the whole time she was lying to keep me calm. I was lying to keep her alive. I immediately took out the ring from my jean pocket and got on one knee. "Alice, will you marry me?" It was my 5th year in a row as a trained space mechanic when I was finally allowed into space in the rocket. My commander scoffed. "Looks like someone owed NASA a favor and sent us Bob the Builder to help." I ignored him and went to use the panels I'd spent 3 years in training on, and he shoved me away. "Calm down, son. You're just the mechanic, not a real pilot." He snapped the latch shut. "We'll let you know if the toilet needs plunging." I looked around and saw my entire crew with their arms crossed, rolling their eyes at me, all making it clear they didn't trust me. As we launched into the sky, I smiled and crossed my arms back because I knew the moment was coming when I'd make them eat their words. 3 days in, I ran my hand along a seam in the back wall and felt it loose. "Sir, there's a weakness in the wall. It could be serious. I think you should take a look at it." But he didn't even look up. "Leave the worrying to real astronauts." Before I could respond, a bang threw the cabin sideways. I turned around and saw the seam had already split open. The screen flashed red, cabin losing air. 60 seconds left. I lunged for the wall, but the commander shoved me back. "Get out of the way! You're making it worse!" He slammed every button on the panel, but the hissing only got louder because you can't push a button to fix a hole. The pilot froze, and the entire cabin went dead silent. The commander finally turned to me, his voice quieter than ever. "Can you fix it?" I pulled the tool roll he'd mocked, wedged into the gap behind the wall where no pilot fits, and got my hands on the crack I'd warned him about. I knew right where she was weak because I built her. I drove the seal into the seam and held it until the hissing died. The screen turned green, cabin sealed. The commander couldn't push a button to save them. The mechanic they laughed at did it with his hands. He keyed the radio to report it to the ground, and the whole world was listening. When we finally landed back on Earth, my entire team cheered me on to the public who'd all been waiting for us. "He saved our lives," my commander spoke through gritted teeth. I knocked an old man's flowers into a dirty puddle. I instantly bent down to pick them up, but he grabbed them and jabbed a finger at my chest. "Every Saturday I make this walk, and I have never once been trampled by an imbecile like you." Tears started streaming down his face, but he did his best to wipe them away and keep sounding angry. "Go F yourself." He limped away, and something told me I should follow him to see if he was okay. From across the street I followed him as he marched towards the local graveyard, and I figured he was going to stop at his wife's grave. But he walked past every family plot to a row of small white markers and stopped at 6. He pulled a folded American flag from his coat and pushed its stake into the dirt, then pinned a bronze star to his chest with shaking hands. He wiped each flower dry on his sleeve and laid one on every stone. I gasped because I realized these were his brothers from the war. He snapped a salute over those 6 graves, alone, and I clenched my fists because I knew I had to see him again. So on the next Saturday, 4 of my friends and I were waiting at those markers when he came up the path with fresh flowers. His boots scraped to a stop on the gravel, and as he walked the row and laid one flower on every stone. The 5 of us raised salutes beside him. For 58 years, he'd made this walk alone, not this Saturday. He worked down our line like a drill sergeant, pushed my elbow 2 inches higher, and grunted, "Still an imbecile." He took the last spot in our line and saluted with us. The manager dropped my 5-year-old blender straight in the trash can behind the returns counter. We don't take garbage back, and we don't serve scammers. The whole line went quiet, and the couple behind me pulled their cart back like I was contagious. I lifted my blender back out of his trash by the rubber band on its lid and pointed at the letters 12 feet over his head. "Your own sign says you never say no to returns. That sign isn't for people with a face like yours. This thing is obviously old and used." He snapped his fingers, and security carried me out with my blender hugged to my chest. The manager pointed at me from the doorway. "I got your face now. Every cashier in here is gonna know that face." I picked myself up off the concrete and walked to the hardware store with a plan. The next morning, I came back in the middle of their anniversary sale because I wanted the aisles packed. I carried a ladder under one arm, a paint can in the other, and my rusted 5-year-old blender in my backpack. I walked past the returns counter, and a cashier froze mid-scan, so the manager had kept his word. She knew my face on sight, but I still set my ladder up under the sign, climbed and started painting, matching the font so clean nobody could tell the difference. She waved over a worker in a vest, and he stopped at the foot of my ladder. "Sir, what are you doing?" I kept my brush moving. "Sign maintenance." He squinted up at the wet letters with his radio halfway to his mouth. "Nobody told me about this. They never tell you guys anything." He walked off, but the cashier already had the store phone at her ear, so I quit being careful and painted faster. I finished the last letter as the manager came sprinting down the aisle, and the whole anniversary crowd read it with him. "We never say no," with a fresh little asterisk, and underneath in the same perfect print, "Unless we don't like your face." "Get down. You can't put that on my wall." I sat back on the top rung. "Why not? You said it yesterday." I just wrote it down. A lady with a heaping sale cart pointed up at the wall. "If that new sign's a fact, I'm returning every single thing in this cart." The murmur ran down the sale line, and the phones came up. He went pale at the prospect of losing all his customers. "Fine, I'll take the blender. Just get down." I climbed down slow, pulled the blender from my backpack, and set it on his counter, rubber band and all, and he picked it up to scan it with the same 2 fingers. The refund came out to $11, and the paint had cost me $30. Worth it. My mom and her boyfriend walked into my room. "We're going out. We'll be back at 3 a.m. We trust you." After 3 hours went by, I felt extremely lonely, so I went to grab my Woody cowboy toy, when suddenly, he stood up and waved. "Howdy, partner." My entire body completely froze up. "What is going on?" And suddenly, every toy in the toy box stood up and climbed out towards me. Peppa Pig and George, SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy Cheeks, and Buzz Lightyear. They hit the floor running, and I slid off my bed into the middle of them, laughing so hard I covered my mouth. "This is insane. Is this real, or am I dreaming?" SpongeBob laughed. "We're as real as the Krabby Patty formula. Tell us what you want us to do. We're here until the end of the night." I tilted my head. "What happens after that?" Sandy jumped. "No time to explain. Just tell us what you want." 6-year-old me stood up, not questioning the logic. "Dance off. Girls versus boys." They separated to dance, and I pointed at Patrick. "Do the robot." He completely stiffened himself and started doing the robot like a pro, while Buzz Lightyear beatboxed. I clapped and laughed hysterically like it was the best night of my life, because it was. Perfect! And when we heard the car in the driveway, all of us froze because the night was over, and I had no idea what would happen next. The front door opened, and Woody put his hand on my leg. "You won't see us again," he said, "but I hope we kept you company." My mom started walking up the stairs, and all the toys flopped over. When she opened the door, she flipped on the light and rubbed her face at the mess. "What did you do in here? Clean it up and go to bed." When she left, I picked Woody up and waited for him to lift his arm. He stared up at the ceiling, stuffed and still. I held him against my chest anyway and turned off the light. Sophie sat me down at our favorite coffee shop 3 weeks before graduation, and her hands were shaking around her coffee cup. "I need a hall pass." I couldn't believe she was asking this when I literally had a ring in my dorm drawer and a proposal planned for graduation night. "What? Absolutely not." She refused to look at me. "There is this guy Luke from my philosophy class. He is leaving after graduation, and I just need one night." I put my cup down. I said no. She looked up for the first time. "I need to know what it feels like to be with someone who does not see me as sick Sophie with cancer." That hit, but I stood my ground. Over the next few weeks, she got colder. "I've decided I'm doing this whether you approve or not. I am just giving you the courtesy of knowing." On Saturday, she came out of the bathroom in a sundress I had never seen before, checked her phone with a small smile, and walked out. I watched her start walking across campus from the window, then I followed her. She stopped at a house where a guy came out to meet her on the steps. Nerdy looking, glasses, not what I expected. They started walking together and I kept following, staying half a block behind. I watched her laugh at something he said, and I recognized that laugh, the one she used to aim at me before the cancer came back. I had not heard it in months. They walked all the way to the university University Hospital, and I felt physically sick watching them head toward those doors. Luke went inside while she sat on a bench looking more at peace than I had seen her in a long time. 20 minutes later, he came out wearing a medical bracelet and carrying a stack of papers. They hugged, and Sophie wiped her eyes. Then she turned and saw me. She started crying immediately. "Why are you here? You're supposed to be forgetting about me." Luke looked between us. "Is this your boyfriend? The one you never stop talking about?" He held up his paperwork. "I am just here signing the final consent for the bone marrow donation." Sophie grabbed my hands and looked directly into my eyes. "He is the only match within 500 miles. The appointment had to happen before it was too late, and I could not tell you because you would have stayed." She looked down at our hands. "The cancer is killing me. I only have a 50% chance of surviving even with the transplant. You are 22 and you shouldn't be planning a funeral instead of a wedding, so I wanted to make you angry enough to leave me." I pulled her into me and held on. "I am not going anywhere. The transplant is Thursday, and so is my proposal." The cop grabbed my skateboard out of my hands, snapped it in half over his knee, and threw it in the trunk like it was a weapon. I was 17, walking home from the gas station with my board under one arm. "You kids think sidewalks are racetracks," he said. "I'm not even riding it." That was all I got out before he screamed, "Stop resisting," and hit me chest first into the pavement. My cheek scraped concrete. His knee dug into my back. He cuffed me so tight my fingers started buzzing. Then he held up a citation and smiled. $30 for riding after dark. He shoved me into the back seat and slammed the door. The cruiser smelled like old coffee and sweat. He kept my skateboard in the trunk and kept tapping the steering wheel, singing terrible country music over the radio, drifting over the yellow line like the road belonged to him. Then he pulled into a bar parking lot. I sat up straight. "This isn't the station." He looked at me in the rearview mirror. "I need to investigate something." He locked the doors and went inside. For 2 hours, I sat cuffed in the back seat, watching people come and go under the neon sign. When he finally came out, he stumbled once, caught himself, and opened the driver's door. The whole car filled with the smell of alcohol. I started yelling before he shifted into drive. "Call another officer. You can't drive." He turned the radio up. He rolled through the first red light and he blew straight through the next. I kicked the partition with both feet, but he just sang louder. Then headlights filled my window. A semi-horn blasted so loud it shook the glass. The cop yelled, jerked the wheel, and the whole cruiser folded sideways around the impact. I woke up in the hospital surrounded by beeping machines. I tried to sit up. Nothing moved under the blanket. Not my knees, not my feet. I was paralyzed. They made me pay $30 for riding a skateboard after dark. The cop paid me $3 million because I never rode one again. I just completed a number 2 on my crush's toilet, and while keeping my eyes glued to my Roblox match, I flushed and went to stand up. But as I tried to move, my legs wouldn't budge. They were dead. I grabbed the sink to haul myself up, but my legs folded and I hit the tile. Cold water soaked through my socks. I turned, and the bowl was overflowing, water creeping across the floor toward me. My body started pumping with adrenaline because if I couldn't think of a solution, then my chances with my crush would be cooked. I was on the floor, trying to move my legs like a bicycle to get the blood flowing, when I heard a loud knock on the door from my crush's dad. "You good in there, son?" I scratched my head. Yep, all good. Just need a minute." I threw toilet paper at the water to soak it up, but it turned to mush in my hands. So I ripped my shirt over my head and shoved it across the floor like a mop. The bowl gurgled and burped up brown water all over it, and the smell was so rancid that my eyes instantly started watering. I buried my head in my hands because I was sure I was screwed. The handle started to turn, and my crush's dad announced he was coming in. I lunged for the lock, but my legs still wouldn't hold me up. The door swung open. He stood there staring down at me on the floor, shirtless, sitting in it. He pinched the bridge of his nose but didn't say a word. He rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the plunger off the wall, and got down beside me to fix the toilet. When it finally drained, he pulled a towel off the rack and handed it to me. "You're the first kid my daughter has brought home that I've actually liked, so she doesn't need to know about this." My mouth dropped because I couldn't believe my crush's dad was the chillest guy ever. But when I put my fist out for him to bump it, he nodded at the phone still glowing on the floor. "Just cut down on the Roblox, aight?" I walked up to my Uber and got inside, but then we stopped at the first red light, and the door immediately swung open. A woman I'd never seen dropped into the seat beside me and screamed at the driver, "Admit you're kidnapping this child." My blood froze because I'd driven hundreds of times and this has never happened. My driver shook his head, but she pulled back her jacket and flashed a pistol. "I know you're kidnapping him. Now drive us to the police station." I gripped my seat in horror because I always checked the car's plates before getting in and knew this man was my driver. My hands shook as I showed her my Uber app. "He's my driver, ma'am. This is his Toyota." But she wouldn't even look at it and just pulled me into her chest while we drove. "It's okay, honey. I'm gonna get you out of this." I saw the driver's hands shake and he muttered something to himself as we turned off course. I remember putting my phone phone between my legs and texting 911, but she yanked it from my hands as I was about to hit send. I screamed, "What are you doing?" But she chucked it out the window. I watched my last hope hit the pavement. She said, "You can buy a new phone. You can't buy a new life," then pressed her pistol into the driver's hip and screamed at him, "To the station, now." We pulled into the police station, and I almost cried with relief. A cop saw the woman's gun and instantly drew his own firearm at her. He wrenched my door open and I fell out, talking faster than I ever had. "She's insane. She thinks my Uber driver is kidnapping me." The driver immediately got out with his hands up. "Officer, this woman is crazy." The cop told him, "Open your trip, now." The driver swiped his phone and held it out, and I saw the ride right there with my name on it. But then the cop looked closer. He zoomed in on his screen. "Wait, that driver doesn't look like you." My eyes went wide in shock, and when I looked closer, I realized the driver's nose didn't match his picture. The cop instantly tackled him into the pavement, and that's when we heard it. A faint grunt coming from the trunk. Another cop popped the trunk, and my knees buckled because a man was tied up inside, out cold, but breathing. His nose matched perfectly to the picture on the app. I realized this was the real driver. The woman fell to her knees, crying, pointing at him. I knew I recognized him. This man kidnapped my son 2 years ago, pretending to be his Uber. I hugged her, and as I watched him getting cuffed, I realized I was one red light from being like her son. My older brother gave me a pair of brand new Jordans and said Santa Claus got them for me. I was 8 years old and believed him instantly. Before Kyle, our fridge was empty most nights, and my mom worked doubles just to keep the lights on. Then Kyle started coming home with food, clothes, things we never had before, all from the North Pole. Our neighbor got a brand new microwave, and the family across the street got winter coats for their kids. So when 2 cops knocked on our door one night asking where Kyle was, I lied and said, "He's not home," because the only thing Kyle asked for in return was that I couldn't tell anyone. That lasted about a day. I wore the Jordans to school, and my best friend asked where I got them. I told him my brother gave them to me. He came over that weekend, saw Kyle's room, and said, "Dude, your brother's room looks like a toy store." I just smiled. Kyle gets stuff before anyone else does. Pretty soon, everyone at school was asking me about my brother, and I loved it. I started going around telling kids about how Kyle's business partners drove up in nice cars every couple of weeks to pick up garbage bags full of stuff from our house. About the trucks that showed up at night, the boxes Kyle loaded into them, and how I woke up one morning to $50 on my dresser with a note that said, "Thanks for being quiet last night, buddy." So when career day came around, I made a whole poster about my brother, stood in front of my class and told them Kyle helped get products to families in our neighborhood who couldn't afford to buy them from stores. My teacher stopped smiling halfway through and asked to talk to my parents after school. That Friday, 2 cops knocked on our door, and I smiled like usual and said, "He's not home," exactly the way Kyle taught me. They didn't believe me this time. They came back with a warrant and walked Kyle out of his room in handcuffs. I just stood in the doorway. I didn't understand what was happening. Kyle looked at me on the way out and said, "It's okay, buddy. Don't worry about me." That night, I found out what the North Pole really was. Kyle had been stealing from a massive corporation and giving it all away. To us, to the neighbors, to anyone on our block who needed it. Every gift he ever gave me was stolen, and my career day poster ended up in his case file. After they took Kyle, the lights got shut off and we lost the apartment. I was helping the captain steer the Titanic ship in the year 1912 when the lookout on deck screamed, "Iceberg right ahead." I immediately moved my elbows to the left to steer the ship in a different direction, but the captain grabbed me. "Don't stop. We're due to arrive in New York tomorrow morning, and we're the unsinkable ship. Unsinkable ships don't stop for obstacles." 10 minutes later, we heard a crunching sound on the side of the boat. I turned to the captain. "We need to make the distress call to every ship in range." He crossed his arms. "Absolutely not. We will pump the ship out and we'll be okay. I am not wiring the world that the unsinkable ship stopped for a scratch." Sweat dripped down my forehead because I knew I had a decision to make. I burst into the wire room where we communicated to emergency services through Morse code. "Send the SOS to every ship nearby." The captain immediately grabbed me. "I will have your stripes for this. Everyone will know you let me down." I grabbed my hand back. "You can have them tomorrow morning after I'm done making sure everyone on this ship survives." Within the hour, the sea came over the bow rail and the deck tilted until deck chairs slid straight into the ocean. My hands were shaking as I swung women and children into the boats, and at 12:30 midnight, the captain finally started panicking. He ordered the live music orchestra to keep playing music until everyone was in the safety boats. I was planning on staying on the ship with him, but the last boat needed an officer at the oars, so I went down hating every rung. From the water, we watched her lights go out row by row. The last time I saw my captain, he was at the wheel that he never let me turn. She went under at 2:20 a.m. and took him with her. 1,500 people froze around us because he would not lose an hour. The sun came up right on schedule, and it was the only thing that did. I shot up up to snooze my annoying alarm for the 10th time that morning when I looked at the clock and suddenly realized my math final was about to start in 10 minutes. I thought I was screwed until a His Stories video notification popped up. The caption read, "Subscribe and something good will happen." I laughed, why not, and subscribed. I immediately ran outside with 7 minutes left. I knew if I took my regular route, I'd be cooked. I looked around at the roofs and knew parkour was my only chance. I climbed up the nearest ladder and made it to the top of the roof. Okay, His Stories, pull through for me. I stared at the rooftop gap and jumped, but it took all my strength to actually land, and when I stood back up, my knees were already bleeding. But I crouched into a lunge and got ready to keep going, because if I missed the final, my mom would kill me anyway. I ran at the next gap, and this time I cleared 2 rooftops and started laughing like an idiot because I'd just discovered a cheat code. And when there was 60 seconds left until the final, I finally landed on the school building. I walked into class while the teacher was giving out the tests, and I should have just sat down and started writing. But my thumb was already building one more account, because I had to know what subscribing to His Stories again would do. As soon as I hit the subscribe button, the intercom crackled. "Attention students, a pipe burst overnight. School is closed today." My classmates screamed, "How is this possible?" I showed them my phone. "It's all thanks to His Stories. Good luck comes to whoever subscribes to him. Subscribe and find out for yourself." My older brother dared me to walk across the cafeteria and ask out the prettiest girl in school. His friends were dying laughing because they knew I'd had a crush on her since 6th grade and didn't believe I had the guts to do it. So I stood up, their phones came out, and my brother stopped laughing. "Wait, you're actually doing this?" I didn't answer. I just started walking, but the second I turned around, I yanked my backpack onto my shoulder too fast, and the strap swung forward and smacked a kid's tray. Spaghetti went flying straight up and landed on top of my head. The kids screamed. Half the cafeteria turned to look. I held up both hands to apologize and walked straight backwards into a girl holding a Capri Sun. The pouch popped all over the front of my shirt. I was now soaked in fruit punch with spaghetti in my hair, and every person in the cafeteria was watching me. My brother was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. I tried to walk faster, and my foot caught on someone's leg, and I went down sideways into a chair. The chair tipped over with me. I jumped back up and started power walking the last 10 feet to her table before I realized the chair was still hooked through my belt loop, and I was dragging it behind me across the floor. The whole cafeteria went silent. The only sound was the chair legs scraping the tile. I stopped at her table dripping fruit punch with spaghetti still on my head and a chair stuck to my pants. I opened my mouth to say something, but nothing came out. She looked at me for a second, then grabbed a napkin off her tray, pulled a pen out of her bag, and wrote something. She folded it and slid it across the table. I picked it up with both hands, shaking. "I like funny guys. Call me." Her number was underneath in blue pen. I looked up and she was smiling at me like I was the only kid in the room. The cafeteria erupted. My brother's face went from laughing to gut punched in about 2 seconds. I walked back across the cafeteria, still dragging the chair, still covered in fruit punch and spaghetti, smiling for the first time all year. I couldn't believe my eyes when I went to grab a towel from the closet. Instead of finding fresh linens, I found a full-grown circus clown tied up and gagged. This didn't make any sense. His face was painted exactly like the clown who was outside at this very moment performing for my birthday. I pulled the gag down from his mouth. He shouted at me, "You have to untie me right now. Everyone at your birthday party is in danger of being killed." I didn't know what to make of this situation, but I grabbed a pair of scissors from a side table by the door and cut his restraints. "Come on," he said. "We don't have much time." As we were running for the back door, the clown tried his best to bring me up to speed. His brother had just escaped from a mental hospital after he killed their mom. He found me here as I was getting ready for this gig. He knocked me out and stuffed me in that closet. "Your friends are in real danger." When we got to the backyard, the killer clown had my sister in a box and announced, "For my next trick, I will saw this little girl in half." The crowd looked on with amazement, thinking it was only a trick. "Stop right now. I know who you really are, clown. You're not hurting anyone." The killer clown leapt forward to attack me with the saw. Just then, his brother, with all the skill of a real professional clown, whipped a pie at the impersonator's face, leaving an imprint in the pie tin on impact. Once he was down, I grabbed the bat from next to the piñata and gave each of his legs a hard whack. "You're not going anywhere." The real clown made handcuffs out of a balloon animal and restrained the killer. The impersonator was sent back to the asylum, and the real birthday clown got a 5-star review. I told my doctor I was having terrible stomach pain, and he replied, "It's probably nothing." But after he ran my scans, he turned to me with a pale look. He set a printed x-ray on his desk. "It's stage 3 stomach cancer." He told me we needed to operate before I could even react, and I signed the paperwork in a daze. I got prepped for the operation, and the anesthesia mask went over my face. But then I woke up minutes later. I tried to move my fingers or open my eyes, but nothing worked. I heard the doctor from earlier. there, and his assistant scrubbing in nearby, talking about opening me up. I was terrified and tried to scream, but no sound came out. But then suddenly, the doctor's voice changed. "We'll take the left kidney." I froze, and the doctor continued. "We'll take a piece of his liver too. Pocket the 100,000, and he walks out tomorrow thinking we cured him." The assistant asked, "What about the cancer story?" The doctor replied, "He's got a scar. He's got a recovery plan. He won't know it was just a stomach bug." I realized they were trying to harvest my organs. I tried to move my legs, my arms, but nothing worked. I heard the doctor pick up a scalpel, and I prayed for my fingers to just move because I didn't want my organs harvested. Suddenly, one of my fingers twitched. Then my whole hand opened. The doctor lifted his scalpel over my stomach, ready to make the first incision, but I shot up on the operating table. I slapped his hand away and immediately ripped the IV out of my arm. I sprinted out of the operating room and ran down the hallway, past the stunned nurses, and burst out the front of the hospital still in my gown. Having my organs still intact felt so good I completely forgot about my stomach. Me and my sea crew were hauling treasure chests across the ocean when we heard a scream. I dropped the rope I was holding in shock. I hollered, "Pirates incoming! Keep the Queen's gold safe!" My entire crew scrambled to protect the treasure chests, while the ship slammed into our side, hooks bit our rail, and dozens of pirates poured onto our deck screaming at the top of their lungs. They tied us up and held us down to poles on the ship, and their biggest man hauled our first chest into the sunlight, wedged his axe under the lid, and cracked the seal open. My whole body froze with fear, because the gold belonged to the Queen, and if they stole it, the Queen's navy would hunt down this ship and hang every last one of us. Their captain strolled through the spilled gold. "The booty's mine, the ship's mine." He pointed at me and the other strongest men on the ship. "Get these dogs row for me now." His crew started unchaining us, and I raised my voice over their laughter. "Put it back, all of it. Sail away, and hope that Her Majesty never learns your names." The captain crouched down and pointed his hook at me. "Make him walk the plank." I gulped and tried my best to stay calm. A pirate pulled me up by the shoulders and shoved me towards a plank. He pointed at the ocean. "She's real feisty today. She'll have you dead in no time." My entire crew was forced to watch as I slowly put one foot in front of the other. The captain grinned. "Dead men tell no tales." And while my left foot hovered over the icy water, I heard screaming behind me. I turned around and their lookout shrieked, "Sail ho! The Queen's navy is here!" A warship 5 times our size filled the horizon. It had cannons locked and loaded and was ready to kill us all. The captain's grin died and he shrieked, "Put it back! Put it all back!" And grown pirates started shoveling doubloons into chests with their bare hands. One pirate knelt on the deck pressing 2 halves of a seal back together, and I leaned my head against the mast. "You can't unbreak a seal." He took out a gun and got ready to turn it inwards. I was playing cards with other gang members when my phone lit up with a text. "We'll be there in 10 minutes to arrest everyone." I looked back at my cards and kept playing so no one would realize that I was actually a police officer. Marco slid a beer across the table and grinned. "After this run, we're done, brother. We'll open a car shop together and go clean." My stomach dropped through the floor because Marco was young and the only good one in that crew who hadn't hurt anyone. But in 10 minutes he was going to be face down, getting arrested with the rest of them. I needed him to leave before the police got here, so I put a hand on his shoulder. "You look wrecked, Marco. Go home and I'll cover your share." But Marco laughed and waved me off. "I'm good, but I can cover your share if you're tired." I saw the clock was already down to 7 minutes, and I was running out of time, so I stood up and jerked my thumb at the exit. "Marco, help me grab something from my car real quick." Marco nodded and stood up, and I sighed because he'd be safe, but the boss's voice cut across the warehouse. "Marco, come grab the crates." I stepped in to stop him but caught myself, because if I acted suspicious here, the entire operation would fail, and these criminals would walk free. So I stood aside and watched my best friend stack the very evidence that was going to get everyone arrested. I thought to myself, maybe I can't save Marco after all. But I refused to give up, and my eyes landed on the gap behind the compressor, the one hole in this warehouse that wouldn't be covered by the cops. That's when windows exploded, and the cops rushed in with weapons raised, screaming, "Freeze!" Everybody dove for the concrete, but I grabbed Marco's collar and shoved him through the compressor gap a second before the cops sealed it. He spun around with his fists up, so I pulled the badge from my boot and held it where only he could see. "We're done, brother. Go open that car shop." His face flashed a look of betrayal, and he turned around and ran. I tucked the badge back in my boot and knelt with my hands behind my head like the rest of the gang, fighting off a smile because I'd saved the only good guy from being arrested. I had always wanted to be on the Jumbotron at a pro soccer game, but now it was happening for all the wrong reasons. The competing team's 2 biggest stars and a referee were all looking down on me with disgust. The rules clearly state no flash photography, and you snapped a picture at the exact moment this player took his shot. You blinded me, and I missed, and the flash made me kick another player in the head, so now I'm out of the game. I froze up like I always had when I was in shock. These were some of my heroes telling me I'd ruined their game. It was then I realized that they weren't the only ones watching. My face was up on the Jumbotron, which meant the entire stadium, hell, the entire world watching on TV was looking at me as well. The referee pulled me up by my collar and said, "The team will get a redo on their penalty kick, and since their goalie just got ejected, you're going to stand in for him." What? Me? Are you kidding? I've only ever played youth league soccer. Then boos started erupting from the crowd. If I didn't at least try, then I'd probably be torn apart by angry football fans anyway. I put on a jersey and stood under the goal. I was shaking almost too hard to stand. The opposing player lined up his shot and reared his leg back for the kick. Time almost stood still. He kicked the ball and it sliced a path through the air. It was making a beeline toward me. I tried to react, but like it had my whole life, my body refused to move out of sheer panic. The ball seemed to accelerate somehow as it got close, but still I couldn't move. I could feel the sonic boom coming off the ball before I felt its impact. The ball hit me directly between the eyes and then ricocheted into the crowd. I lost consciousness, but woke up at the most luxurious after party I had ever seen. The team coach came over to me. "Hey, you're awake. Great job out there." He threw a jersey at me. "Get well soon. You start for the team next week." I walked into the local high school workshop where the teacher immediately introduced me. "This is Mr. Lyles. He works at NASA. He's here to help you with your rocket prototype for your live demonstration in an hour." But when I walked over to the first group, the kid packing the powder instantly sneered. "Listen, man, I don't need some intern who fetches coffee telling me what to do." I crossed my arms. "Sorry, kid, but the way you're jamming that powder in, you definitely need my help." I pulled over a chair and started widening the hole like you're meant to, but the second kid pushed me away. "Our dad is an actual rocket engineer. He said this is how you do it." I shook my head and picked up the rocket casing, but it was thinner than a can of soda. My jaw dropped as I told them I'd watched this exact setup blow up and put a kid in the hospital. They need to thicken it. But the first kid laughed in my face. "This is why you're helping kids instead of building real rockets." Our dad said that's okay. The second kid snickered. "Yeah, did they fire you?" He hugged the rocket to his chest and told me to go help someone else. So I did. Every other group listened to me. During the demonstrations, every group's rocket flew perfectly. But then, it was the two kids' turn. I saw the prototype and instantly shouted, "Do not light that. Your rocket will burst. You could get hurt." But the first kid rolled his eyes and turned to the teacher. "Our expert over here is a little scared, but trust us. We did everything just like our dad told us." They flicked their lighter to the powder, but the rocket didn't fly. They leaned in to light it again, and that's when the case split. The powder shot out and covered them both, and a loose piece of metal came flying and caught the first kid in the head. He fell and knocked his brother down to the floor with him. I stared at their broken rocket, then at them, covered in powder. "You do know your dad works under me, right? If he actually told you to do this, I need to have a talk with him in the morning." I walked into the campus coffee shop, spotted a beautiful girl at a corner table, and did the single most embarrassing thing I've ever done to get a stranger's attention. I sat at the next table and leaned toward her. "Hey, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say hi." She acted like I wasn't even there, so I tried again louder. Her friend looked over and laughed. "Violet cannot hear you. She's deaf." My whole face went hot, and I stared at the table like it could save me. "Oh, okay. Sorry to bother you." I ran out with my head down, and when I got back to my dorm, I downloaded a sign language app. I'd spent my whole first year of college keeping my head down and talking to no one, so I was going to learn her language if it was the last thing I did. I practiced signing the alphabet until my hands cramped, and my roommate laughed at me. "I can't believe you're doing all that for a girl." When I signed hello to Violet on campus the first time, my hands were so slow she signed back at half speed, grinning like she was talking to a toddler. The next week she taught me the sign for disaster and pointed at me, and I was sure that was flirting. For the first time all year, I had somewhere to be, someone waving me over before I'd even spotted her. When Violet signed an invitation to her birthday party, I decided that was when I would tell her how I felt. I told my roommate my plan, and he stopped laughing for once. "Just look at who she's always with before you do anything." Violet was always with the same girl, but I figured that was her best friend. She showed me a video of her little brother signing his first full sentence, and when the girl filming leaned into frame, Violet kissed the screen. I told myself she was just thankful. The whole week before the party, I practiced my sign until the sentence was perfect, and every time my roommate's words came back, I shoved them down. I'd come too far to be wrong. The party was packed with people signing in rapid conversations I could barely follow. I took a deep breath and started looking for Violet. I found her by the window, and my hands were steady for the first time as I signed that I'd spent 3 months learning sign language because she was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen, and I was completely in love with her. She touched my shoulder and signed 2 words very slowly so I would not miss them. "I'm gay." Then she smiled and signed the word she'd taught me first. "Disaster." I got fired fired for letting a 12-year-old use the bathroom. Our school decided too many kids were wandering the halls, so they banned bathroom breaks during class. Anyone caught in the halls got detention. I told my principal it was insane. He looked me dead in the eyes. Follow the policy, or I'll find someone who will. I watched kids sit through my art class in pain for weeks, squirming in their seats, eyes watering, too scared of detention to raise their hands. One afternoon, a girl in the front row stopped painting. Her face was red, and her legs were crossed so tight her knees were shaking. She looked at me through sobs and said, "I really need to pee." I looked at the clock. 30 minutes left until lunch. She wasn't going to make it. I walked her to the art storage room, grabbed an empty bucket, and stood outside the door. She came out 2 minutes later and didn't look at me. She just whispered, "Thank you," and sat back down. A few kids in class told their parents. When parents showed up at the school and a journalist started asking questions, the school panicked. My principal called me into his office and slid a termination letter across his desk. "This is on you. You should have followed the rule." I looked at him. She was about to wet herself in front of 30 kids. He shrugged. "That's not my problem anymore." That Friday, my students showed up to the school board meeting. Every single one of them. The girl from the storage room stood at the microphone. He was the only teacher who cared enough to help me. "Your rule is the problem, not him." Her mom stood up next. Then another parent. Then 6 more. The board sat there and didn't say a word. The bathroom ban was gone by Monday, but that wasn't enough. I hired a lawyer the next week. The school had to settle out of court. I can't say how much, but I pulled up to the school in a brand new Ferrari with that same bucket of piss on the passenger seat. I walked right up to the principal. "Since the bathrooms work now, I figured you could have this back." I drenched him before he got a word out. I was alone on shift when a man stormed in with a gun. My eyes widened, and I recognized him instantly because he was a regular customer. I shoved the register drawer shut, but he just stood there and burst into tears. I knew that whatever he came for, it wasn't money. "Sir, is everything okay?" I spoke slowly to de-escalate the situation. He jammed the barrel an inch from my nose. "You're going to tell me why nobody wants to be my friend." His finger trembled on the trigger, and his body was shaking. "I do everything for everybody. Why does nobody like me? Why don't I have any friends? Tell me." I gently laid my hand on top of the gun. "I know what it feels like to be lonely. I'm happy to talk about it, but please lower the gun." He nodded like he understood and handed it to me. It wasn't even loaded. I just needed somebody to give me an answer. I put the gun away and came around the counter, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. "Joe, can I be honest with you?" We locked eyes, and I put my hand on his shoulder. "It's not that people don't like you. They're just scared of you." He gasped. "Why?" I pointed at the broken door that he cracked after finding out we raised the prices of eggs. I glanced at the shelf he knocked over earlier that day when we'd run out of Twizzlers. "You're an extremely violent person." He walked out without saying a word, and I was sure I'd never see him again. But the next day, he walked in with a red stress ball, and when he put his groceries on the counter, I insisted on paying for them. "That's what friends are for." He hugged the bag like it was gold. "See you tomorrow." The chef slammed the plate down so hard sauce sprayed across my apron. "What is this garbage? Take it back. We don't serve this here." The dining room went quiet. A man at table 6 didn't even look up. He'd been writing in a notebook all night, holding his wine glass up to the light. Whoever he was, the chef hadn't noticed him yet. I took the plate back without a word. The kitchen doors hadn't stopped swinging before he started up again. "20 years I've cooked for billionaires and you can't smear sauce straight." He grabbed a towel off the counter and threw it at my chest. "I trained at the French Laundry. You're slop in an apron." The other cooks kept their heads down. He pushed back through the doors, still ranting, and a couple at table 4 set down their forks. The man at table 6 hadn't even put his pen down. The chef stopped at table 6 and turned on his charm in one breath. "How is everything tonight, sir?" The man set down his pen and looked up for the first time all night. "Your line cook's plating is the best thing I've eaten in 6 months. Your behavior is the only thing failing tonight." The chef opened his mouth and nothing came out. The man closed his notebook and stood. He pulled a press ID from his jacket and tucked it back in. "I'm the food critic for the Times. The piece runs Sunday. The headline writes itself. Sunday morning, the review hit with 1 star, and my plating got its own paragraph. 6 months later, the line at my restaurant runs down the block. His place sits dark with a for-lease sign in the window. I walked into the living room at 2 a.m., and my granddad was crying with a Call of Duty controller in his hands. He was alone in the dark with his headset on crooked, and his soldier was face down in the mud of a World War II map. The chat was blowing up with messages. "Grandpa's a bot. Go back to bingo." He turned to see me standing there in the doorway, and I whispered, "Granddad, what are you doing?" His voice cracked. "Ever since you started playing this game, you never want to spend time with me anymore. I figured if I got good at it, we'd have something to talk about." My heart broke, but before I could respond, a kid's voice squeaked live through the headset. "Yo, Grandpa, nursing homes got better aim than you." I dragged a chair next to him and straightened his crooked headset. "One more game. Do exactly what I say." His hands shook through the loading screen, so I put my hand on his shoulder, crouched behind the sandbags and pre-aimed the door. He dropped the first German through our doorway, and the shaking stopped. "I've done this before, son. The real war, before any of these kids were even born." He grabbed the mic like a field radio, and the polite old man vanished. Germans in the church tower, same stupid trick in every war. The kids saw my granddad was winning and tried to laugh it off. "Bro, that's aim assist." But granddad talked right over him. "In my day, we called that aiming." The last 3 Germans pushed at once and a shot clipped him, the screen edges flashing red. I opened my mouth to call the next move, but he lifted one hand and waved me quiet. My heart slammed against my ribs. He swung the corner, dropped one through the window, one on the stairs, and the last point blank as victory slammed across the screen. He shot up with both fists in the air and leaned into the mic. "Who's the bot now?" The chat sat frozen for 5 seconds before one message crawled up. "GG old man." They spent all night calling him a bot. They just got farmed by a man who did it with a real rifle. He dropped back into his seat and hit requeue before I could speak. "One more game, kid." I grabbed the second controller, and it was the most time we'd spent together in years. During my football game, a little kid hopped the barrier and started sprinting onto the pitch, heading directly for me. He juked so sharp the guard chasing him slipped, and I grinned, secretly wanting him to make it because it was the cutest thing. I threw my arms open to hug him, but then he punched me square in the face. "This is for ruining my dad's parlay. He lost our house because you scored." Guards ripped him off, and I lay there bleeding and regretting wanting him to reach me. My wife walked into our kitchen and found me leading 4 grown men in worship around her air fryer. I'd been the family cook for 15 years. My oven was sacred, so when she brought home that 6-quart air fryer last Monday, I called it a glorified hairdryer and told her I'd never touch it. Friday night, she went to her sister's. I had frozen wings, an empty stomach, and an oven that took 35 minutes to preheat. I caved. 8 minutes later, I was holding a perfectly crispy wing like I'd just discovered fire. I ate the whole bag. Saturday, I met my drinking buddies at Murphy's and slid a container of leftover wings across the table. Greg laughed. "You dragged us out for cold wings? Those wings took 8 minutes." Mike scoffed. "In what? The microwave? Air fryer." Pete shook his head. "Bro, no. Come to my house tonight." Greg gave me a slow blink. "If you're trying to sell me something, I'm walking right back out." That night, I dimmed the kitchen lights and set the air fryer in the middle of the counter with 3 trays of raw wings beside it. The buddies walked in laughing. 8 minutes later, they weren't. Greg whispered, "Oh my God." Pete sat down on the kitchen floor. Mike pulled out his phone and started filming. That's when she came home. She stood in the doorway with her purse still on her shoulder and stared at 4 grown men hovering around her air fryer like it was holy. I held out a wing. She walked over, took it, and bit down. Her eyes closed. I nodded. "I know." Greg whispered, "Praise be." She turned to me. "I told you." I raised both hands in the air. "You told me." My grandpa said he was going to become the best Pokemon collector in his retirement home. It started because I brought some packs on a visit. I figured he'd like the artwork. He watched me open them, then asked why the little turtle guy wasn't in more of them. I explained chase cards and pull rates. He nodded, told me he used to collect baseball cards as a kid, and asked if I was coming back next week. On my way out, I handed him a booster pack and told him it was the beginning of his collection. I had no idea how right I was. At the card shop that week, he picked packs based entirely on which ones had the best art on the wrapper. A collector nearby shook his head and explained pull rates and probability. Grandpa listened, thanked him, and immediately pulled the chase card, set it on the counter, then asked if the little spiky mouse was in the set. He kept buying packs that way, kept pulling chase cards. By my next visit, he had a binder full of cards I'd never seen in person. I tried to explain what he had. He nodded politely and asked again about the turtle. When a local tournament came up, I built him a deck and walked him in. A kid spent 5 minutes breaking down the rules before their match. Grandpa won, thanked him for the explanation, and told me on the way out he still wasn't totally sure how the game worked. That win qualified him for regionals. I signed him up and told him it was just a bigger version of the local. He asked if he should bring the turtle card he'd finally found. I said yes. He went in like always, made the top bracket, and walking out he asked if I wanted lunch. I pulled up the leaderboards and showed him his ranking. He barely glanced at it. "You know, I don't really care about any of that." I asked what he meant. He shrugged. "I just like hanging out with you, kid." He'd learned an entire card game and beaten half the region without once caring if he won. I thought about that booster pack I handed him on the way out the door. The beginning of his collection, I'd said. I didn't know he was collecting something else entirely. My twin brother texted me at 6:48 p.m. "My date will be there at 7. Her name is Claire. Please pretend to be me." He was stuck 3 states away. His flight wasn't moving, and I had 13 minutes with zero information. Claire knocked at 7:02, holding 2 grocery bags. "I got everything on your list," she said, walking past me into the kitchen. "Shallots, good olive oil, oil, fresh pasta, everything for your grandmother's carbonara. She set the bags down and smiled. I've been thinking about this all week. I rubbed my face, trying to remember what a shallot was. Right, I said. The carbonara. She tied on an apron and looked at me expectantly while I opened the bag and stared at it like a crime scene. I found pasta, which was the full extent of my knowledge, then put a pot on the stove and turned every burner to high because I didn't know which knob matched which flame. You okay? I nearly dropped the spatula, just getting in the zone. Under the counter, I texted my brother. What is a shallot? Claire told me about her week while I nodded, sweated, and dumped the pasta in before the water boiled because I needed to look busy. She stopped mid-sentence. Did you just put pasta in cold water? I stood straighter. I do it differently. It's a texture thing. She raised her eyebrow at me. Your grandmother taught you that? The shallot rolled off the cutting board onto the floor. She was unconventional. I survived 20 more minutes by asking questions whenever she looked at the stove and refilling her wine whenever she looked at me. The carbonara came out as a pale clump. I plated in 2 bowls like a small surrender. She took 1 bite, chewed slowly, then brought her napkin to her mouth and politely spit the food out. This is exactly how my ex made it, she said. He couldn't cook either. I put my fork down and put both of my hands on the table. Claire, I have to tell you something. She picked up her wine. I know. I froze. Matthew is lactose intolerant, she said. There's half a cup of Parmesan in that carbonara. She swirled her glass. I figured it out around the shallots. My mouth hung open in shock. You're funnier than him, she said. Same face though. Derek bought $500 AI glasses and immediately trusted them more than God. We were supposed to be driving to brunch, 12 minutes away, 1 left turn, 1 highway exit, and a parking lot with bottomless mimosas. I had the route open on my phone before he even backed out of the driveway. Derek, use Google Maps. He tapped the side of the frames. These have military-grade navigation. You bought them from a podcast ad. In the reflection of his lens, I could see the route glowing blue across his right eye. It pointed us toward the highway. That part seemed fine. It stopped being fine when the glasses told him to exit before the highway and cut through a neighborhood. Then a gravel path behind a rec center that I am almost positive was for joggers. Must be a shortcut, he beamed. A woman walking a dog jumped sideways into the grass as we rolled past at 7 miles an hour. The path dumped us into a public park with a fountain, pavilion, children, one man eating a sandwich on a bench who didn't even bother to look up. Derek, there are children. It's recalculating. The glasses were not recalculating. They were politely telling him to continue straight through a family reunion. We bumped over a curb back onto an actual road, and Derek turned to me with both hands loose on the wheel. See? Military grade. I had my hand on the door handle. Then the glasses chimed. Turn right in 200 feet. There was no road to the right. There was a boat ramp. I said, Derek, what are you doing? He slowed down, squinted through the glasses, and said, it might be a service road. For boats? The glasses chimed again. Continue to destination. Derek whispered, trust the glasses. The front tires rolled over the wet concrete. The hood dipped. The engine made a sound like a blender full of coins, and the car slid nose first into the lake. For 1 second, neither of us moved. Then the glasses chimed. You have arrived at your destination. Derek took them off slowly, looked at the glasses, looked at the lake, looked at me. I said, how's brunch? A soggy receipt floated up from the cup holder. $500. Derek watched it drift past the dashboard and said, I think I can still return them. The glasses chimed 1 last time. Route saved. My grandma was wobbling on a kitchen chair, reaching for the top shelf, so I grabbed her waist. You're too old for this. Let me do it for you. She swatted my hands away. I may be a little older than you, but I still got it. I just laughed it off. She jumped down and landed in a squat. I'm gonna prove it. I didn't know what she was talking about, but the next day she pulled up outside my house, honking till I came out. She rolled the window down and said, I'm gonna show you what us grandmas are capable of. I got in the car and asked, Grandma, where are we going? Is it your knitting club or something? She responded by putting on sunglasses and doing 130 in a 50 lane. You'll see. When we parked at a small airfield, I turned to her completely confused. Grandma, why are we at an airport? But she was already getting out of the car and cartwheeling through the entrance. Just follow me, son. Inside, a guy at the desk lit up when he saw her. Rita, it's been so long since we last saw each other. He kissed her hand and she pointed a finger at me. He thinks I'm too old to do anything cool anymore. The man looked at me and laughed. Then you've got another thing coming. He handed her a parachute backpack and she stepped into it like she'd done it 1,000 times, snapping every buckle without looking. I smiled nervously. Gran, what are we doing? She tossed a jumpsuit at my chest. We're going skydiving. My heart started pounding and I grabbed her arm. This is insane, Gran. You're 80 years old. Let me drive you home. She shook me off and walked to the plane. I climbed in after her and I watched the houses become tiny dots in the distance as we shot up 18,000 feet into the sky. She checked my straps for me, calm as anything, while I gripped the bench till my knuckles ached. When we got to the top, the instructor hauled the door open and freezing wind tore through the cabin. I locked up in the doorway, shaking my head. Grandma, I really can't do this. She pulled her goggles down and clipped my strap. You're young, let me do it for you. She tipped backward out of the plane, arms wide, whooping like a teenager. I dove out after her, and by the time I got near to her, she was way below me, flat and steady and grinning into the wind, while I cartwheeled through the sky screaming her name. When we landed, I was a sweaty mess, but my grandma landed in a squat and smiled, "Told you I was gonna prove it." My neighbor tried to drag my Rottweiler off the porch because he thought I bought a very realistic lawn ornament. Bear didn't even look at him. He's 10 years old and his arthritis is so bad that once he lies down, that's where he lives. Kids pet his head on the way to school like he's made of stone. I leave the back door cracked so he can come and go, but most days he doesn't bother. Nobody's ever given him a reason to get up. Until one night when I was upstairs, I heard metal scraping against glass. I peeked out the window and saw a guy in a hoodie working a crowbar under my kitchen window frame. He'd walked right past Bear on the porch twice, and Bear didn't even blink. He got the window open and climbed inside. I could hear his boots hitting the floorboards as he moved through my house with a flashlight. He stopped in the hallway right below me, going through the coat closet. I heard him whisper, "Jackpot," and I reached for my phone. That's when Bear's shadow shifted on the porch, slowly, his old joints popping in the quiet. Bear walked through the cracked back door. His thick nails started clicking against the kitchen tile. Then came the growl, low and deep. The thief spun his flashlight around and Bear was standing in the middle of the hallway, staring at him in the dark. The guy dropped his crowbar and screamed, "I thought you were fake!" Bear didn't run. He just walked, one heavy step, then another. The thief bolted for the kitchen window and tried to scramble out and got stuck halfway through the frame. Bear walked up, grabbed the back of his jeans, and held on. I came downstairs, turned on the lights, and looked at them. "Bear, drop it." Bear let go, and the guy crashed headfirst into the bushes outside. Bear was back in his spot before the cops even showed up. My neighbor watched them pull the guy out of my bushes, looked at Bear and goes, "You're telling me that thing is real?" My wife started taking orders from our cat's litter box. It began when the smart box alerted her at 11 one night, and her sister announced a pregnancy the next morning. 2 weeks later, another alert woke us at 4, and that afternoon, my uncle died. Joyce opened a notebook, wrote down both times, and whispered, "Wayne knew." Within a month, every bathroom trip became a warning. If Wayne went once, we stayed home. If he went 3 times, she packed our day with errands. I missed my dad's birthday because the cat had been too quiet, and when I laughed, she shut the notebook. You don't have to believe him. You do have to respect him. The hallway became a command center, with charts taped to the walls and red arrows connecting timestamps while Wayne slept beneath them. On our anniversary, I stood by the door in a clean shirt, while Joyce sat beside the litter box arranging 3 months of logs across the floor. Wayne went 4 times today. Something's coming. I told her what was coming was our reservation, but she asked for another hour, so I ate leftovers alone. A week later, I found pumpkin treats labeled for digestive health and gave Wayne one with breakfast. His schedule shifted. Joyce built bigger theories, and 2 months later, with 14 relatives around our Thanksgiving table, I hid the bag under my chair and waited. Before anyone carved the turkey, Joyce tapped her glass and held up her phone. Wayne went 5 times last night. He's telling us today will change this family. Her mother slowly nodded. The pregnancy thing was strange. Joyce's brother agreed. Then another relative asked what 5 usually meant. My hand closed around the treat bag under my chair, and for 1 second I wondered if the truth would matter anymore. Then I set it beside the cranberry sauce. I've given him these every morning for 2 months. His schedule changed because of fiber. The room went silent, but Joyce pointed at me. "He warned me you'd sabotage our connection." Her father lowered his fork. "Joyce, it's a cat." Wayne wandered in, jumped onto the empty chair beside me, and started licking his paw. My phone buzzed with another litter box alert, so I held it up. The prophet has spoken. A woman walked into my cafe and ordered a small coffee, but her boyfriend immediately cut in front of her and crossed his arms. "She'll be having a large. Don't listen to her." I glanced between them and said, "So what size?" The woman nodded. "A small, please," but he instantly slammed his hands on the counter. I said she'll take a large. I speak for her. He turned to her with a clenched jaw. "The large costs 20 cents more than the small. I'm not wasting money." I could see her lips trembling. "But honey, I only want—" "No!" He yelled at her so loud, the whole cafe went silent. He ripped her handbag off her shoulder and slapped her credit card in front of me. "Charge her for a large." I picked up the card. "Ma'am, would you like the small?" She started to answer, but he leaned over the counter. "Don't ask her. She's too stupid to know what she wants. She'll take a large, not a small. Isn't that right?" He turned to her with these manic, threatening eyes. That's when I looked right at him and cleared my throat. "Is this a consistent thing in your relationship? She tells you it's obviously small, while you scream and insist it's large." The whole cafe cracked up immediately. His face went red with embarrassment, as even she started giggling and clamping her hand over her mouth. He turned and stormed out, and I grabbed a small cup and started pouring. My mother had a chessboard set up in the living room, and every few weeks she'd make just one move on either side. It was like she was playing against herself in a game that lasted literal years. She taught me to play too, but always on different boards, never once letting me touch the chessboard in the living room. "That board is special," she'd say, moving a knight or bishop, then leaving it alone, sometimes for months. It had an address on it she claimed was just the store she bought the board. But then one summer she died, and I hosted a yard sale to clear her house. Immediately, a man I didn't know got out of his car and asked me if I had the special chessboard. I said, "How do you know about the chessboard?" But he just smiled and said, "Come with me." I shook my my head because I wasn't going to randomly follow a stranger. However, he pulled out a paper and wrote down an address. It was the same address on the chessboard. I got in my car to follow him, and we drove for an hour to the address. I walked to the front door, and an old black woman in a wheelchair opened it. She said my mother's name and told me to come inside. She explained that her and my mother were best friends for over 50 years, but my mother was white, and growing up in the South in the 60s, she wasn't allowed to have black friends. So they played chess via mail for over 50 years to keep their friendship, making one move each time the other's move arrived. I teared up, and when I walked into the living room, I saw a chessboard set up in the exact position my mother's was before she died. I sat down and played the exact move my mom would have made. The hourglass icon popped up on my Snapchat, and I panicked because I was about to lose my 1,000-day Snapchat streak. I scrambled to take my usual half-face snap, but when I hit send, I remembered our dodgy Airbnb didn't have Wi-Fi, so my streaks wouldn't send. Dad laughed. "Are streaks that important?" And I said yes, and immediately ran outside, banging on the first car I saw. "Sir, I need to save my Snapchat streaks. Can you drive me somewhere with Wi-Fi?" The man immediately smiled and told me to get in. My heart pounded as I buckled my seatbelt, refreshing my Snapchat. "Thank you, sir." "No problem, kid." He grinned and adjusted his rear-view mirror as we took off. Mom and Dad kept calling me while we drove, but I declined every time, only answering once to say, "I'm saving my streak, Mom," before hanging up. The hourglass icon kept flashing on my Snapchat, and that's when the man asked, "Do your parents know where you are?" I replied, "Nah," without even looking up from my Wi-Fi settings. A coffee shop came up on the right, and I pointed at it. "There, that place will have Wi-Fi," but he drove past it without a word. "Sir, you went by it." That's when our tires suddenly squealed. We turned off the main road, and I sat up panicking. "Sir, where are we going?" But he said nothing and pressed the child safety lock. And when he smiled at me in the rear view, my stomach dropped. I realized this wasn't safe. I tried calling Dad, afraid for my life, but I had no signal. Nobody knew where I was, so I started banging at his door to get out. That's when tires screeched. A car came from behind us and swung sideways across the road. The man slammed the brakes, going, "What the hell?" But Mom and Dad were already running. Dad dragged him out of the car and knelt on his back while I stumbled out and hugged Mom. "How did you find me?" Dad looked at me while still kneeling on the man's back. "I'll say this nicely, son, but you're the biggest idiot we know, so we put a tracker in your phone and didn't tell you." I stared at him. "I'm not an idiot." Then I looked at my phone and started crying harder. My Snapchat streak was gone. My boy poked at his bag and whispered, "Don't freak out," but I got my flamethrower past airport security. I choked on my ginger ale because the plane had just taken off, and I had no idea what to do with this information. "How?" He tipped his bag open just enough to show the nozzle. He made air quotes with his fingers. "The tank is empty," he chuckled, "and the label says not a flamethrower," so I declared it as exactly that. My eyes widened and my head tipped forward. "Huh, there's no way that worked." He zipped it shut. "Relax, I'm gonna try it out before we land." Before I could react, he was already flagging down the air hostess. "Excuse me, can I get some Oreos? For free." She just stared at him. "No, they're $4. He grinned. "Are you sure about that decision that you're making?" Her face didn't move. "Yes." He pulled his backpack onto his lap. "Let me show you something that might change your mind." The nozzle poked out of the bag, and I didn't know if the flamethrower tank was actually empty or not, so I smacked it out of his hands and screamed, "He has a weapon." An air marshal flattened him into the aisle, and the grin never left his face. The pilot immediately announced, "We're making an emergency landing. Everyone brace for landing." The marshal held my boy down while the plane tilted, and 10 minutes after takeoff, the plane was rolling back to the gate with feds already waiting on the tarmac. We walked out, and on the tarmac, a TSA supervisor turned it over and read the label twice. "The tank is empty. Label says not a flamethrower. Legally, it's not a weapon." He handed it back to my boy, and for a second, I breathed a sigh of relief, until he reached into his pocket and took out a marshmallow that had a toothpick sticking out of it. He held it in front of the flamethrower, and a 10-foot cone of fire swallowed the nearest luggage cart. Every Fed hit the deck while he stood there holding it. "My bad. There's like a little left in the tank." 3 agents dogpiled him, and as they cuffed him, he twisted toward me. "Told you I was gonna try it out, and I still want those Oreos." My girlfriend gave my dog away while I was visiting my parents for the weekend. I'd had Dexter for 6 years before I met Megan, and on our second date, I told her flat out, "He's a package deal." She laughed and said she loved dogs. For a year, she scratched his ears on my couch, posed for photos with him, signed the birthday card I taped to his $300 orthopedic bed. Then she started bringing up moving in with me. "We'd need to figure out the dog situation," she kept saying. I drove 3 hours to my parents on Friday to help my dad fix some stuff around the house. Megan kissed me at the door and said, "Go, I'll check on Dexter for you." I got home Sunday around 6, and the apartment was silent. No nails clicking on the hardwood, no huge head shoving into my leg at the door. His leash was gone, his food bowl was gone, the $300 bed was gone. I called Megan, and she picked up on the second ring sounding cheerful. "I took him to a rescue Saturday morning," she said. "Now we can finally have a real future." I asked her if she was serious. I told them it was was a joint decision, she said. I hung up and called the rescue from the parking lot. Sir, surrenders here are final, the woman told me. Once a dog goes to a foster home, we don't pull him back. I asked if Dexter was at a foster home. She went quiet for a second. He was placed this morning, she said, and the family already submitted an adoption application. I told her I was the actual owner, and I was coming in tomorrow with proof. Bring everything you've got, she said. I sat in the director's office Monday morning with 6 years of vet records on my phone, puppy pictures, the credit card statement for the orthopedic bed, every receipt with my name on it. She scrolled for about 2 minutes. Then she looked up at me. This is a fraudulent surrender, she said. We're getting him back. Tuesday afternoon, they walked Dexter into the lobby, and he put his paws on my shoulders and almost knocked me onto the floor. Megan texted that week. Can we talk? I'm sorry. I miss you. I blocked her number, and my buddy came over to help me paint the spare room and spent the afternoon teaching Dexter to bark twice at the door anytime anyone says her name. So now when somebody knocks, I just say Megan, and a 150-pound dog runs to the door and loses his mind. Dexter's still a package deal. She's the one I returned. I was driving through a storm to pick my son up from soccer practice, flooring the accelerator, but then I saw a man stranded on the side of the highway. His car was broken down, and he had no jacket, and I remembered my dad teaching me to always show kindness. I pulled over and looked at my son's text. It's so cold. When are you coming? I told myself I'd only be a minute and stepped out into the rain. But when I saw the man, his face was blue. He was shivering so hard he could barely talk. I need a spare tire, he said, pointing at his burst front tire. I gave him my jacket and the thermos of hot tea I'd packed for my son, then ran back and grabbed my spare. He tried to take the tire, but his fingers were frozen blue and he couldn't grip it. Can you put it on for me, please? I couldn't believe it and looked down at my phone. My son just texted, please hurry, I'm gonna be sick. But I knew the man would die if I didn't help him. So I changed his tire as fast as I could, my fingers bleeding and cracking in the cold as I worked the bolts, praying my son was okay. You're all set, I told him as I tightened the last screw and watched him climb in. I floored it the whole way to my son, and when I picked him up, he was coughing and shivering. I blasted the heat and told myself everything had worked out. But 2 weeks later, an opponent kicked my son in the head during his soccer game. I instantly sprinted onto the field and scooped him up, but he wouldn't stop twitching. I carried him through the hospital doors screaming for help, but the nurse said, take a seat, someone will call you. My son is seizing. Please take a seat, sir. Then a door opened, and a man in scrubs walked out. My eyes shot open in disbelief, because it was the man I'd helped on the highway. He saw me and stopped. You gave me your tire in that storm. He looked at my son shaking in my arms. I'm a neurosurgeon, and that boy needs surgery now. He told the nurse to start prepping him, and they rushed him through the doors. 12 hours later, the man walked out. He's alive. If we'd waited even another hour, your son would be dead. I started crying and ran in. My son was awake, smiling at me. The fact I'd helped a stranger is the only reason my son was alive. The day before I was due to leave for my 5-year prison sentence, someone knocked on my door. I opened it to 2 detectives who were already inviting themselves into my home. We have a job for you that can make your prison sentence go away. We sat at the table and he folded his hands. We're trying to arrest a mafia group, but we don't have any evidence of crime. The other detective smiled. That's where you come in. Wear a wire tonight and get the job on tape. He slid me a photo of a man that looked identical to me. This is the guy they hired for tonight. None of them have ever met him. They only know the stories, so that's who you'll be impersonating. I nodded because I knew there was no way I could go to prison, and they taped the wire to my chest. Great, head over to the corner right now. They're waiting for you, James. I walked out, and a black van rolled up, and the door slid open. KLK Manuel. I walked in, and El Gordo in the driver's seat turned around, and his gold teeth were flashing. Tonight, we kidnapped the accountant who stole from me. You in? I rolled my shoulders back, forcing myself to seem confident. Yes. Flaco leaned in. Why you sweating, hermano? You've done this 100 times. Every eye turned on me. I just slept with another woman last week, and I don't want my wife to find out. For a second, there was silence, but then they all clapped me on the back. Classic Manuel, I smiled. So what's the plan tonight? They explained everything to me while we drove, and I made sure to throw my head back so that the wire could catch every word. The van stopped and masks came over the seats, so I pulled mine on too, thinking the police would be there when we arrived. But the second we stepped off the van, footsteps came up behind us, and a man stepped into the streetlight wearing my face. It was the real Manuel. He pointed right at me. Who is this? Every gun came out, and El Gordo went quiet. The real Manuel has the flags inked on his forearm. Manuel ripped his sleeve up to expose his crossed tattoos. Every gun swung to me, and the circle closed. El Gordo grabbed my collar. Let me show you what we do to rats. Suddenly, the street exploded with light. Cops swarmed from every shadow and put everyone face down. The detective handed me the document that read, "This citizen is relieved from their status as a prisoner." Nice work, Manuel. I shook my head. It's James. I filled my dog's food bowl and slapped my legs. Here, boy, time for food, but he never came. I instantly checked under the table where he usually hides, but he wasn't there, and that's when I heard barking outside. I ran out and saw Bear half bald in between my neighbor's legs, while my neighbor shaved his hair off. I just moved, and this was my first time meeting him. "What the hell are you doing with my dog? I don't even know you." I sprinted over and grabbed the razor from him, but he looked at me with tears in his eyes. "Stop, just let me do this." I started shaking with anger. "Absolutely not." But before I beat his I bent down to comfort Bear, and he was completely still. I whispered, "It's okay, boy, you're with me." He reached his paw out, and for a second I held it, and the innocent look in his eyes made me even angrier. I shot up and grabbed the man's wrist, and with my other hand, I grabbed the shaver and threw it across the yard. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't call the police, you sick freak." My neighbor took 10 steps backwards, eyes locked on mine. "I'll show you." Before I could say anything, he cupped his hands over his mouth and yelled, "Lucky, come here, boy!" I watched helplessly as my dog ran over to him and started licking his face. My neighbor carried him back towards me and finally explained, "My dog Lucky has been missing for 5 years." He pointed at the area he'd shaved off. He had this exact scar in the shape of a lightning bolt. I knew I recognized him, but I couldn't be sure unless I shaved. I knelt down and scratched his belly one last time. "Go home, Lucky." I walked back